In her previous life, Luo Ning was as if ensnared by poison, her eyes blinded to the distinction between right and wrong. She was manipulated mercilessly by the antagonist Lin Yinyin, while her closest kin and cherished friends, along with those who loved her, met untimely fates. Even she herself suffered a wretched demise, subjected to humiliation before her end. The wicked faced no retribution, and it seemed the heavens could no longer turn a blind eye. Thus, she was granted the gift of memory, returning 2 months prior to the apocalypse. In this life, her sole desire was to safeguard her family, friends, and the cold-faced killer who risked his life for her. This time, it would be her turn to protect him. She had no need for the so-called male lead. To hell with the chaotic script. She would not allow it to impede her quest to defeat monsters, level up, and find love. Chapter 1. A Grievous Death. Luo Ning witnessed her own death, a grotesque spectacle leaving not even a remnant of her bones. Luo Ning, perish. You should have died alongside your ill-fated parents. Why do you persist in this apocalyptic existence? Being beautiful is meaningless, and wealth holds no value. What does it matter if you're the heroine? Your space now belongs to me, and the man who loves you now adores me. Senior Qin, I am enough. You, an ordinary person, have lived too long, merely squandering resources. Were it not for that goo, who perpetually shields you, do you think you would have survived this long? Lin Yinyin's gentle facade was stripped away, revealing a visage of malice. Luo Ning was cast aside like a rag doll into a shadowy corner of the city wall. In humiliation, Luo Ning shut her eyes. It was indeed them. They had subjected her to endless torment, leaving her yearning for death yet unable to escape. Despite her suffering, she shed not a single tear, for her parents had taught her that tears were the least useful response to adversity. She understood that tears served only to display weakness to her enemies. Unbeknownst to you, that fool, that so-called killing god, what does it matter if he ventures forth daily, drenched in the blood of zombies? He is still our puppet, delivering crystals to us daily. All for you, a worthless being. You willingly chose to remain with us, refusing to seek him out. Others may fear him, but we do not. As long as we claim you wish for a better life, he will risk his life for you. With this weapon at our disposal, we live quite comfortably at the base. Lin Yinyin's scornful words caused Luo Ning to falter in her breath. Forgetting her humiliation for a brief moment, a crystalline tear fell to the ground, creating a circular mark that swiftly transformed into ice. How could he be so foolish, so naive? As if to ensure Luo Ning's distress was profound enough, Lin Yinyin continued in a nonchalant tone. Oh, I forgot to mention, I was right beside you when your parents met with that tragic accident. It was Senior Qin and I who took their phones, watching them bleed out. Luo Ning could no longer maintain even a semblance of a sitting posture, her body collapsing onto the snow-covered city wall. The towering wall, once a bastion against the invasion of zombies, now felt particularly cold and devoid of compassion, for she was merely an ordinary person, and in a world dominated by those with powers, poison may have minimal effect on them, yet it was lethal to the likes of her. The rags in her mouth impeded her breath, and the vines binding her rendered her immobile. Beyond the tears that blurred her vision, she possessed no means of resistance. She knew tears were futile, yet they flowed, drop by drop. Though warm at the onset, they lost their heat the moment they fell. Her tears seemed to mock her impotence and helplessness. Regret, resentment, and unwillingness. These bloody truths constricted her breath. How foolish she had been, mistaking mere illusions for treasures. Lin Yinyin appeared to revel in Luo Ning's anguish, unearthing the harsh realities she wished to deny. They are both the same, utterly foolish. I have no qualms revealing this to you. That Gu Yunxi, with her incessant laughter, infuriates me. Each time she seeks you out, she disparages Senior Qin. Although Senior Qin harbors feelings for me alone, I am still displeased. Let her die. I merely deceived her into believing you were in danger, surrounded by zombies. That fool truly believed me. She is the very bait I intend to offer to those zombies. Ha ha, how amusing. How have you two managed to survive 3 years in this apocalypse with such intellect? Lin Yinyin's laughter was unrestrained, starkly contrasting her usual innocent and gentle demeanor. The heroine is nothing special. Understanding the plot grants me a significant advantage. I loathe heroines. They contribute nothing yet garner adoration from all. Ultimately, it is I, the antagonist, who will triumph. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yinyin's words dripped with mockery, her jibes piercing Luo Ning's flesh and heart alike. Terms like heroine, antagonist, and plot left Luo Ning in a haze, yet she seemed to glimpse a different reality. Could it be that their world was merely a novel? Yet she could not voice her thoughts, and Lin Yinyin showed no intention of clarifying. On this snowy night, silence reigned. Aside from the howls of zombies beneath the city wall, there was no sound, no sight. All the hypocrisy and malice were veiled beneath the dark shroud of night. Oh, by the way, do not hold out hope for Yunxiao to come to your rescue. After all, he struggles for his own survival. Whether he can return alive remains uncertain. And that slow-acting poison? You were the one who fed it to him drop by drop. It won't kill him immediately, but his organs must be in disarray by now. His powers may soon fade. I wonder if he will return from today's mission. How unfortunate. He is quite the handsome fellow, yet he has no eyes for me. Lin Yinyin spoke the cruelest words with a visage of feigned kindness. Luo Ning's eyes widened as memories of the soup Lin Yinyin had always made her deliver flooded back. No wonder she had been so benevolent, and Gu Yunxiao, he never questioned her. He trusted anything she provided wholeheartedly. Each time she delivered something to him, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although he never voiced it, it was evident to anyone, yet she had repeatedly harmed him. As long as it is from you, I would drink it even if it were poisoned, Gu Yunxiao had solemnly declared to her once. Perhaps he didn't know of the poison lurking within that bowl. After all, he was already a 7th-tier mental and spatial ability user. Luo Ning pressed her face against the icy wall tiles. The chill reached deep within her heart, as though her very heart was being frozen by this cold. In retrospect, she was the true villain. The one deserving of condemnation was herself. Yet, amidst her whimpers, no one noticed her in the corner of the base's walled. And the stillness of the night. Only the cold wind occasionally howled, as if proclaiming its own ruthlessness and helplessness. Bitterly cold gusts pierced her face and body. Her flimsy clothing could not withstand such a relentless chill, but what was colder than the night was the heart of Luo Ning. It is said that nothing is more mournful than a heart that has died. She had not understood before, but now she felt it. The suffocating pain of having one's heart gripped brought her to the brink of fainting. Lin Yinyin kicked at Luo Ning's unmoving form. You must not die. It would be far more entertaining to keep you alive to feed the zombies, wouldn't it? With a facade of kindness, Lin Yinyin reached out to mend Luo Ning's grievous wounds, yet she did not fully heal her, merely maintaining her breath. She deftly removed the rags from her mouth. Do you have anything to say? If you plead with me sincerely and bring me joy, I could grant you a swifter death, she said, her smile betraying a twisted sense of mercy as she awaited the lifeless-eyed girl on the ground to beg for mercy. Qin Shiyu, whose arrival remained an enigma, stood beside her, his gaze imbued with tenderness. He retained that scholarly demeanor, yet his gentle eyes were directed towards another woman. Lin Yinyin had also reverted to her former innocent self, nestling like a delicate bird in Qin Shiyu's embrace. Indeed, your parents once took me in, only to hand me over to the Qin family upon your birth. I was treated like mere cargo, shuffled around by you all. Thus, I endeavored to win their favor, biding my time for years until their vehicle met with misfortune. It was I who bore witness as they drew their last breath. Why was I cast aside the moment you entered this world? Hence, I took their lives that I compelled you to fall in love with me, to the point of obsession, so that when I ended your life, your resentment would reach its zenith. In this way, you too could savor the bitterness of betrayal by those you once trusted most, and taste the anguish I endured in my past. Qin Shiyu's voice crescendoed into a fury, increasingly frantic. She should have been engulfed in hatred, yet an overwhelming tide of anger, resentment, regret, and fury seemed to dissipate into nothingness. Her heart still beat, yet it felt devoid of life. Qin Shiyu's words struck her as the final straw that broke the camel's back. It dawned on her that this world was rife with demons. Whoever said that virtue is rewarded? She no longer wished to struggle. I end the next life. I shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts in kind. The bound girl had exerted her utmost effort to unleash the pent-up bitterness and hatred within her, summoning every ounce of strength. She steadied herself and tilted her head back, only to collapse straight down. Nink nink.
No.
Gu Yunxiao, bloodied and battered, leaped from the wall and caught the girl in his arms, never having felt such warmth in his grasp. Snowflakes swirled, and the icy wind howled, as if singing their final farewell. In the next life, let me love you. Agreed. Thus, Luo Ning was cradled in his embrace as they plunged into the realm of the undead. She envisioned him holding her while being devoured by zombies, until not a trace of them remained, only the relentless wind and snow left behind. Yet, Luo Ning's awareness remained astonishingly lucid, akin to a spirit observing from a divine perspective. She watched as Qin Shiyu lavished care upon Lin Yinyin, thanks to the spatial artifact. They bore children, established a base, and became the envy of all as a celestial couple. Meanwhile, Lin Yinyin thrived. Utilizing the spatial advantage she had deceitfully acquired from Luo Ning, it became apparent that malevolence does not always reap its due consequences. As time unfolded, her revelations multiplied. This truly was a world of fiction. She was indeed the heroine, albeit usurped by the insatiably ambitious Lin Yinyin, who had exploited her intimate knowledge of the plot to seize her opportunities. In truth, this character, a mere supporting female lead in a male-centric narrative, was destined to suffer at the hands of the male protagonist. Lin Yinyin's arrival merely expedited the inevitable. Lin Yinyin believed herself to be the favored child of fate, having traversed into this story where she could fulfill her dreams of vengeance, transforming all her frustrations from the real world into ruthless ambition within the narrative. But by what right did she dictate the fates of others? The countless lives lost had become stepping stones for their ascent to power. And as for Qin Shiyu, bah, what of that so-called male lead? Whoever desires him may claim him. Hatred accumulated, layer upon layer. Luo Ning felt her soul ablaze, as if it might combust. A blinding light streaked across the horizon, piercing through her very essence. A wave of dizziness overcame her, leaving her disoriented and lightheaded. Chapter 2. Rebirth. The familiar scent of blood filled her nostrils, a sensation she found utterly distasteful. With a furrowed brow, she compelled herself to open her eyes. To her astonishment, she succeeded, feeling a sharp pain pulsating in her head. The warmth of sunlight cascaded upon her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. All of this led her to believe that perhaps she was still alive. The long-lost warmth made her reluctant to awaken fully. "Miss, are you all right?" A girl with bright, round eyes hurriedly descended from the car across the street, rushing towards the injured girl with an expression of sincere apology, hesitant to reach out for fear of causing further harm. In her dazed state, Luo Ning froze. This was Gu Yunxi, wasn't it? They were supposed to be dead. Amidst the dizziness from blood loss, she wondered, is this paradise? How wonderful. Perhaps good souls meet in heaven. Yet her consciousness continued to slip away, gradually blurring. She faintly heard the distant sound of an ambulance siren. May there be no demons in paradise, she thought just before losing consciousness. Luo Ning slowly sipped the porridge that Yunxi had handed her, her mind flooded with unsettling memories, betrayal, humiliation, zombies, death. This marked the third day of her hospitalization. She had slept for a full 3 days, which had greatly alarmed Gu Yunxi. Had it not been for the thorough examination and reassurances from the doctors, Gu Yunxi might have considered sending her abroad for treatment. The warm porridge in her hands, the gentle sunlight streaming through the window, the soft wind, and the lively chatter of Gu Yunxi made her acutely aware of the sensation of being alive. Initially disoriented upon awakening, Luo Ning recalled memories from what felt like an eternity ago, before the apocalypse. The reason for her hospitalization was the collision between her car and Gu Yunxi's. She had spent a week recovering before returning home. At this time, her parents were still alive, along with Gu Yunxi, Gu Yunxiao, and her former teammates. How wonderful! As she pondered these thoughts, an overwhelming urge to weep overtook her, and tears streamed down her cheeks, uncontrolled. A warm droplet fell onto her hand. Where the 4 was placed, yes, it was warm. Alive, everyone was alive. There was still time. "Ning Ning, are you listening to me?" Gu Yunxi's voice broke through her reverie. "I really went to find a coach to learn properly this time. I never expected my first time driving on the road would result in this. I promise I will improve. Your mother calls you Ning Ning. What a lovely name. I want to call you that too. It feels so affectionate." "Oh no. Please don't cry. Did I disturb you?" Gu Yunxi's voice trailed off as Luo Ning embraced her tightly. "It's so good that you're alive. I'm perfectly fine. Have you lost your mind? The problem lies with you. Should I call a doctor to check on you?" Though Gu Yunxi enjoyed being held by Ning Ning, her health was of utmost importance. If her brother learned that she had crashed into someone on her first drive, she would likely never get behind the wheel again. "No need. I'm not daft, just overwhelmed with joy. Because we are all still alive." Luo Ning. With tears in her eyes, earnestly spoke words that seemed inexplicable. Gu Yunxi, while feigning calmness, quietly sought out a doctor for reassurance. She had been reborn. In this life, she vowed to safeguard those who loved her and whom she cherished. Lin Yinyin, Qin Shiyu, I will make you pay. Although she learned from Lin Yinyin's words that the world she inhabited was merely a fictional narrative, her sorrow was genuine, and her pain and loss were real. Every individual in this world was vibrant, alive, and possessed their own thoughts. She could not ascend to power by stepping over the corpses of those who had once been her companions, simply because Lin Yinyin, the character from the book, sought to reverse her fate. What nonsense regarding the male lead. She could keep him for herself. In this life, Luo Ning only wished to make amends to her devoted male god, Gu Yunxiao, who was far more handsome than that pretty boy, Qin Shiyu. Luo Ning felt a twinge of discomfort as she reflected on her past life, where, after her parents' tragic demise in a car accident, she found herself utterly alone. With few friends countable on one hand, her college classmate Lin Yinyin and her fiancé Qin Shiyu were among them, and of course, Aunt Li, who had raised her. Before the apocalypse, everything had seemed perfect. The Luo family had never lacked for money, and worries were far from her mind. Friends were thoughtful, and her fiancé was understanding. No matter the circumstances, she at least had these two close friends. At least, that was how Luo Ning had felt before the end of the world. However, the apocalypse arrived so suddenly, shattering the illusion of tranquility she had cherished. The best friends she had once valued, Lin Yinyin and her fiancé, had been entwined long before the end of the world. Their kindness was merely a guise to seize her wealth. Even her parents' demise was a part of the conspiracy. She now felt like the biggest fool in the world, using her own money to support a pair of wolves in sheep's clothing, who sought to drain her of everything she had. How foolish she had been, yearning for warmth after losing her parents, only to be deceived by those two from the very beginning. They had not only caused Aunt Li's death, but also led to the demise of the sincere Gu Yunxi, the brilliant girl with many clever ideas. And then there was that man, Gu Yunxiao, whose name alone caused her heart to ache. He was powerful, both before and after the apocalypse. Yet it was unfortunate that he had fallen for someone as blind and foolish as her. He had laid bare his warm heart before her, and yet she had cast it aside like refuse. As she contemplated this, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. However, given her concussion, perhaps it would be wiser to wait. Despite the blood, her injury was not severe, just a minor cut near a blood vessel. Alarming in appearance, but likely to heal within a week or two. Upon awakening, her first instinct was to check her phone. Although the screen was cracked, it was still functional. The date was February 1st, 2500. The apocalypse had yet to occur. Was she truly reborn? Or was this merely some other twist of fate? She couldn't make sense of it now, nor did she wish to. Although surprised, a wave of joy washed over her. She had returned to a time when everything was still salvageable. She considered blocking the numbers of those two scoundrels but hesitated. Realizing it was not yet the right time, she could not alert them prematurely. She could not afford to eliminate them just yet. She certainly did not want to welcome the apocalypse from behind bars. It would be far more prudent to take care of her enemies once the end of the world arrived. Just a bit of thinking caused her head to throb intensely. Lin Yinyin had likely not yet changed her identity. She still needed to catch them in the act and call off the engagement. She could not simply allow them to have it easy. Currently, Lin Yinyin was just a character in a book. Seeking her out would be futile. Moreover, would that character truly relinquish such a tempting prize? The answer was obvious. Her head began to ache again. She needed to take things slowly. No rush, no rush, Luo Ning reassured herself. She had to think things through carefully. Chapter 3. Farewell to Parents. Reflecting upon her past life, she felt as though she had been a marionette, merely following the script. She had loved her fiancé, Qin Shiyu. But why? In hindsight, it felt as though she had been enchanted, her vision clouded by him. Yet, upon deeper reflection, she could not fathom why. It was as if she had been psychologically conditioned to pursue him, unable to part from him. There were countless signs of betrayal from those two. Yet she had chosen to overlook them, as if she were blind. Truly, novels were merely fiction. The plot was so powerful that Luo Ning, as the protagonist, had no choice but to follow the story's progression. In this new life, Luo Ning felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, perceiving things with greater clarity. Qin Shiyu, with his lanky frame, had a face that was barely tolerable, merely a pretty boy. How could he possibly be her type? It must have been the allure of the male lead. It felt as if a certain shackle had suddenly vanished, leaving a profound sense of liberation. To hell with the nonsensical plot, I shall not adhere to the conventional script. Currently, she finds herself in a hospital, and it appears she will have to remain there for a while longer. It would be more prudent to untangle the thoughts swirling in her mind. She must think slowly. Otherwise, her head will throb incessantly. Regarding the timing of this rebirth, it is truly a matter difficult to articulate. Fortunately, her parents are still alive at this moment, though they are abroad, savoring a world of their own. Upon awakening and realizing her reincarnation, Luo Ning immediately reached out to her parents. Upon learning of her car accident, they hurried back, but their remote location on a wilderness adventure means they still have a considerable journey ahead. They should arrive later today. Time is drawing near. Gu Yunxi inexplicably exhibits the same closeness to Luo Ning as in her previous life. Indeed, this beauty enthusiast remains unchanged. Upon seeing her, he is utterly captivated by her allure. However, although Gu Yunxi's affection and dependency began with her looks, it gradually evolved into a genuine and heartfelt bond. Perhaps the narrative of the novel rendered her blind to all but the male protagonist, Qin Shiyu. In her previous life, she truly met a tragic end. I crave some small wontons, Luo Ning said to Gu Yunxi. Absolutely. Gu Yunxi, gazing at the delicate beauty wrapped in bandages, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and compassion blossom within her heart. Without hesitation, she agreed. Rest well and don't move around. I shall return shortly. As Gu Yunxi stepped out to procure food, Luo Ning seized the opportunity to quiet her mind and organize her thoughts. She needed to contemplate how to prepare, ensuring that she, her family, and those who love her could survive the impending apocalypse. With clarity now enveloping her, Luo Ning reclined on her bed, clutching a small notebook to jot down her ideas and sketches. Given her head injury, it was imperative to document her thoughts lest they slip away. First and foremost, the apocalypse erupted on April Fool's Day, as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on humanity. Glancing at her phone, she noted that today is February 1st, leaving her precisely 2 months to prepare. Although it feels somewhat rushed for someone who has already experienced the apocalypse, it is ample time to gather supplies, far superior to her previous life. Moreover, she possesses a spatial artifact. Her immediate task is to locate her family's ancestral jade bracelet, for that is indeed a spatial artifact. Lin Yinyin's arrival in this world is merely a matter of days away. She must secure the bracelet's recognition before Lin arrives. In her past life, she foolishly divulged the secret of her spatial capabilities to Lin Yinyin and Qin Shiyu, resulting in their coveting of her treasure. Had Lin not mistakenly believed that she had already bound the space to her, her true identity might have been revealed much sooner. No wonder she later exposed her true self upon realizing the connection had not been established. The apocalypse's most dire shortage was food, and having witnessed countless lives lost over a single morsel, she has felt the piercing pangs of hunger and cold. Reflecting on it now causes her stomach to ache. The apocalypse transformed her, a once pampered young lady, into a mere shadow of her former self. Next on her agenda is weaponry. Without arms, how can one defend against the ever-increasing hordes of zombies and the even more treacherous hearts of humanity? As she pondered, her thoughts drifted to Gu Yunxiao. In her former life, the weapon she wielded was a gift from him. How dim-witted she had been to overlook such a blatant kindness, even directing harsh words toward him. Alas, she must not dwell on it. After all, he does not recognize her yet. It would be absurd to seek him out for a heartfelt confession. He might very well have her committed. As Luo Ning's thoughts wandered, the door slowly creaked open, soundlessly revealing the cautious figure of her parents, clad in hiking attire, standing at her bedside. In that instant, her mind went blank. She had awakened to the knowledge of her rebirth and her parents' survival, but it was only upon seeing them in the flesh that the weight upon her heart truly lifted. She breathed a sigh of relief. Observing their daughter, whose eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at them, her parents felt compelled to step closer, no longer fearing to disturb her. "Ning Ning, it's all our fault. We will never leave you again," her mother exclaimed. her voice thick with emotion as she beheld her fragile daughter, whose forehead was bandaged and who looked particularly vulnerable. The 20 hours of worry since the accident poured forth as tears. The two women wept silently together, while Luo's father, usually a stern and unyielding man, found his own eyes glistening, gently patting his wife's back. "Do not hold her so tightly. She has just been injured. You must be careful not to touch her wounds," he reminded. At his words, Luo's mother quickly released her embrace, wiping her tears and sitting gracefully at the bedside. Observing her daughter's mixed expressions of laughter and tears brought a smile to her face. "You little flower, how old are you, yet still crying like this?" she chided gently, reaching out to wipe the tears from Luo Ning's cheeks, offering her a tissue to dry her tear-streaked face. After their shared tears, Luo Ning felt an uplifting lightness within her heart, devoid of any heaviness. Her parents were still here, and she still had time to save them. What a blessing! Ignoring her father's watchful gaze, the two women nestled together at the bedside, chattering away. Suddenly, Luo Ning remembered her earlier thoughts. She needed to return home to retrieve the jade bracelet. The sooner she acquired it, the sooner she could unlock the space. This would provide her with greater credibility when discussing her rebirth with her parents. With this resolve, Luo Ning adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly expressed her desire to return home for recovery. Initially, her parents opposed the idea, believing it would be safer with doctors and nurses at hand. However, they could not withstand Luo Ning's coaxing. She was keenly aware of her parents' dispositions. Despite their stern appearances, they were quintessentially devoted to their daughter. With but a few sweet words, she could persuade them to move mountains. As they began to gather their belongings in preparation for her discharge, Yunxiao returned. Upon seeing Luo's parents, she shyly greeted them and explained the situation, candidly admitting her role in Luo Ning's hospitalization. Bowing sincerely, she expressed her apologies. Upon learning of their intent to leave, she promptly assured them that she would arrange for the family doctor to check on Luo Ning regularly to ease their minds. "Parents, it's not entirely Yunxi's fault. I was distracted as well and share some responsibility," Luo Ning defended her friend. Yunxi gazed at her with gratitude, her affection for this sisterly figure intensifying. What to do? She wished to whisk her home, initially harboring resentment toward the one who had injured their daughter. Luo's parents quickly warmed to Yunxi upon witnessing her politeness and willingness to take responsibility. Their perception of her improved significantly, especially with Luo Ning's endorsement. Before long, they completed the discharge formalities and returned home. Chapter 4. Confession. "Do you truly not need me to stay and care for you? It would be quite inconvenient for Auntie alone. I can help, really." Yunxi earnestly advocated for herself, hoping to remain and look after Luo Ning. But the Luo family ultimately declined her offer. "We have more than a dozen servants. There is no need to trouble Miss Gu," Luo's mother expressed, astonished by the remarkable sense of responsibility displayed by this young lady, the one who had caused the accident. Luo Ning was unceremoniously placed in a wheelchair, smiling at the vivacious Yunxi. She marveled at the sheer joy of being alive. They must remain this vibrant and happy forever. After several attempts to dissuade her, Yunxi finally received Luo Ning's assurance she could visit anytime. With that, they bid farewell to the overly enthusiastic Miss Gu. Upon returning home, Luo Ning and her companions were summoned to her father's study. The Luo family was known for its democratic approach. Whenever significant matters arose, discussions would convene in the study of Mr. Luo. Observing the serious demeanor of their daughter, who insisted that she had something of utmost importance to convey, something that could be a matter of life and death, both Mr. and Mrs. Luo sat upright, holding their breaths in anticipation. "Ning, please speak," Mrs. Luo sighed, her resolve hardened. "Even if you were unexpectedly pregnant, I would accept it. The Luo family is capable of supporting a child." Luo Ning couldn't help but think, did she really look like a delinquent? True, she was already 20, no longer a girl, but her mother's line of thought left her astounded. "Mother, you really should watch fewer melodramatic dramas. That's not what I'm here to discuss." Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no mention of an unexpected grandchild, though. In truth, they wouldn't have minded at all. With Mrs. Luo's intervention, Luo Ning's heavy heart began to lighten. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly 3 times before speaking calmly. "Mom, Dad, Do you believe in reincarnation? The idea that someone who has died can come back to life, retaining memories from their past existence? I cannot discern whether this is a dream, a memory from a previous life, or perhaps a premonition of the future. Yet, I possess distinct memories of a life that diverges from my own. Ning Ning, are you alright? Do you have a headache? Are you feeling dizzy? Mrs. Luo, alarmed by her daughter's strange words, wondered if an accident had affected her mind. Mr. Luo remained composed, refraining from immediate response. Yet his furrowed brow indicated he was contemplating the credibility of Luo Ning's claims. Luo Ning understood that speaking of reincarnation would likely render her perceived as foolish or insane by anyone. However, she firmly believed her parents would trust her, particularly due to the existence of her jade bracelet and its associated space. With such phenomena as the apocalypse and reincarnation unfolding, what was truly impossible? I understand that you may not immediately believe my words, which is why I asked Mom to retrieve our family's ancestral jade bracelet as soon as I got home. But please, trust me, I am neither mad nor mentally unstable. The apocalypse is merely 2 months away, and the zombies depicted in films are real. Luo Ning paused, catching her breath. We are all going to die, but I am fortunate enough to have been reborn. The jade bracelet, a translucent green, shimmered with a soft luminescence. The moment it made contact, a gentle warmth cascaded through her fingertips. Without further ado, Luo Ning produced a needle she had prepared in advance and handed it to her father. Dad, this bracelet is, in fact, a spatial artifact. It serves as a safeguard for survival during the apocalypse. You can acknowledge it by dripping your blood upon it. Mr. and Mrs. Luo exchanged glances, understanding their daughter well enough to trust her sincerity. However, they both hesitated to accept the items, gently pushing them back into Luo Ning's hands. Mom and Dad have lived a fulfilling life. Having each other for so many years and a dutiful daughter like you is enough for us. You are still young. Your life has just begun. If there is indeed an apocalypse and danger lurks, we hope that you are the one who survives. Mrs. Luo gazed tenderly at Mr. Luo, who, without uttering a word, embraced his wife's shoulders, nodding in agreement. With her eyes glistening, Luo Ning fought back tears that threatened to spill. The love of her parents filled her heart to the brim, a testament to the deepest familial bond. Resolutely, she did not shy away any longer. She pricked her fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to emerge. Upon seeing this, Mrs. Luo stood, only to be gently restrained by Mr. Luo, who recognized that, despite their daughter's seemingly aloof exterior, she possessed a sharp intellect and never wavered in matters of significance. He reassured Mrs. Luo to remain calm and await the next developments. As more blood droplets emerged from Luo Ning's fingertip, Mrs. Luo turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Unfazed by the pain, Luo Ning let her blood fall upon the jade bracelet. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped them, compelling Mr. and Mrs. Luo to shield their eyes. When they opened them again, the light had vanished, leaving the wheelchair empty. Luo Ning had disappeared, along with the bracelet. As they stood in astonishment, Luo Ning materialized before them once more, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief. Mrs. Luo rushed forward to touch her daughter, feeling warmth, life, and breath. After a thorough examination, she was reassured, holding Luo Ning's hand tightly, without daring to let go. Mom and Dad, you saw that. I just acknowledged the bracelet with my blood. When I vanished, I actually entered the space within it. It's a world of its own, akin to a paradise of lush mountains and serene waters. As Luo Ning spoke, she attempted to usher her mother into the space, but found herself unable to do so, leading to a moment of disappointment. She explained the situation to her parents, who, while not as disheartened as she was, felt comforted by the knowledge that their daughter could survive. They resolved to accept whatever fate awaited them, should that day ever come. Ning Ning, how did we die? Mrs. Luo hesitantly inquired. The memory of her parents' demise struck Luo Ning with a pang of anguish. Battling the urge to succumb to fear, she adjusted her tone before continuing. Mom and Dad, I owe you an apology. It was my insistence on having you buy a gift for me, as suggested by Lin Yinyin, that led to your tragic fate on the way there. The car had been tampered with by Qin Shiyu. Luo Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Unable to meet her parents' gaze, Mrs. Luo comforted her by patting her back, drawing her into an embrace.
Why?
She asked incredulously, recalling how they had watched their daughter grow, even planning to marry her to the very boy who had caused them such grief. He believed that you abandoned him due to my birth, treating him like an object to be transferred to the Qin family. Thus, he harbored resentment and sought revenge. Even my love for him was part of his scheme. He wanted us all to suffer, convinced that I had usurped the affection that rightfully belonged to him. Mr. Luo seized upon the crucial point in her narrative. Luo Ning had only mentioned them. He pondered how she had managed to survive in the apocalypse alone after their passing. I was captured by Lin Yinyin, who took the jade bracelet space from me. She and Qin Shiyu tied me to a wall to feed me to the zombies. Overwhelmed by despair upon learning the truth about your deaths, I jumped from a building and was devoured by the undead. There were truths Luo Ning withheld, particularly the notion that their world was merely a narrative. Such revelations would shatter their worldview, robbing them of their will to live. She refused to be a pawn in the hands of fate. Mr. and Mrs. Luo remained silent for a considerable time, grappling with the realization of how cunning Qin Shiyu truly was. They acknowledged their failure to discern his true nature, having believed him to be a trustworthy companion for their daughter. Mom, Dad, please promise me that when the time comes, you won't drive, or at least have a vehicle checked to avoid any further incidents. My rebirth may cause changes akin to a butterfly effect. Caution is paramount. Mr. and Mrs. Luo nodded in agreement. Noticing their daughter's fatigue and her status as an injured party, they urged her to rest. Chapter 5. The Space. Early the next morning, Luo Ning awoke, roused by the sound of her phone ringing. The single chime stirred her from slumber. A habit ingrained during the apocalypse, any slight disturbance could awaken her. The soft cocoon of her bedding felt like clouds. And Luo Ning reveled in the sensation of floating on air, enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. The insufferable ringtone incessantly pierced the tranquility of her dreams, compelling her to descend from her paradise. She extricated herself from the cocoon of her blankets, her alabaster arm reaching for the bedside table to press the answer button. Xiao Ning, why haven't you come to see me these past few days? Is something the matter? The familiar voice, one she would recognize even if reduced to ash, belonged to Qin Shiyu, that hypocritical scoundrel. What a profound love, what a devoted fiancé. He was only now remembering to call after she had been discharged from a hospital, and it seemed he was entirely oblivious to her plight while she had been confined. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of sorrow for herself. Indeed, once love dissipates, one's intellect seems to sharpen. Hello, Xiao Ning, are you listening? Noticing the silence on the other end, Qin Shiyu pressed on. With the phone clutched tightly in her hand, her slender fingers turned pale. She muted the receiver, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, repeating this ritual several times until she felt a semblance of calm wash over her. She suppressed the urge to allow her resentment to manifest physically. She feared she might succumb to the temptation of crawling through the phone line to strangle him. It was not yet the opportune moment. She could not allow this cad to sense her disquiet. The suffering she had endured during the apocalypse was a burden he would not escape. Hello, Gidge. I just woke up, so I'm a bit slow to respond. I hope you don't mind. After uttering these words, Luo Ning couldn't help but suppress a few dry heaves beside her. Whose insipid script was this? Compelling her to address that scoundrel with such nauseating terms of endearment? It's been several days since we last saw each other. I missed you. You didn't come to see me, and it left me quite heartbroken. Ugh, this scoundrel. Who knew if he was already entangled with some other woman? Yet here he was, repulsively seeking her sympathy. In her past life, she had once found his voice soothing and intoxicating. Now, it made her stomach churn even when she was empty.
Shiyu GG, I truly apologize.
I was in a car accident a couple of days ago and have just awakened. Unfortunately, I cannot visit you due to my recent incapacitation. Should I come to see you? He hesitated before asking. How could he inquire if he should visit when his fiancée lay injured in the hospital? The pretense was too blatant, yet she had been so naive in her previous life that she had failed to see through it.
No.
I understand you're quite busy at the laboratory. It wouldn't be any trouble. Once I'm better, I'll come find you. Though she spoke these words, her heart whispered that she might not recover before the end of the world. Farewell to you. With her apparent understanding, Qin Shiyu surprisingly acquiesced. After ending the call, Luo Ning raked her fingers through her disheveled hair, cursing her unfortunate fate. Awakened by this scoundrel so early in the morning had undoubtedly soured her mood. After a few scratches, she realized her head was spinning. She was still a patient and needed to be gentle with herself. Upon descending the stairs, she found her parents, Luo Fu and Luo Mu, already seated in the living room, sipping coffee and enjoying breakfast. She joined them, indulging in her meal.
Aunt Li.
I'd like another serving of steak, a portion of jianbingguizi, and a bowl of sweet tofu pudding, she began to order. But upon catching the surprised glances of her parents, she promptly ceased. She didn't want to alarm them. Though their expressions were fleeting, she had noticed. Well then, I suppose that will do for now, Luo Ning offered a sheepish smile. Her parents' astonishment was mingled with concern, their hearts aching for their little princess, who had to tread so carefully for something as simple as food. They refrained from staring, allowing her some ease. With her belly pleasantly full, Luo Ning's spirit soared. She had finally savored the delights she had longed for, albeit only a morsel, but it was better than nothing. She blamed her past life for the torment of hunger during the apocalypse. Her stomach seemed smaller now, unable to hold much. Seeing their daughter's satisfied demeanor, Luo Fu and Luo Mu exchanged knowing smiles. They had no intention of returning to work, as per their daughter's suggestion to stockpile resources. They planned to liquidate their company, and once Luo Ning's concussion improved, they could collectively strategize their procurement of supplies. As her parents left together, Luo Ning mused that their love was genuine, while she felt like an unexpected occurrence. Wasn't she the patient here? Wasn't he her mother, supposed to stay by her side? Well, she was accustomed to it. After ordering lunch from Aunt Li, she retreated upstairs, locking her door. She had yet to thoroughly explore her own space. With that thought in mind, Luo Ning swiftly entered her space. This time, it was altogether different. The expanse felt boundless. With verdant waters, azure skies, sprawling grasslands, and lush forests, even the air seemed saturated with oxygen. In stark contrast to her previous life, which could only be described as a suffocating black box. Though she could enter it, she had never wished to spend a lifetime confined to such a dark chamber, unaware that it was bound to her. Before the apocalypse, Lin Yinyin had lavished her with attention, often expressing her fondness for the bracelet, even claiming she would purchase it. Had her parents not passed away, leaving behind scant memories, she might have truly given it to her. It seemed that during that time, Lin Yinyin had already been possessed by the individual who had entered the narrative. In her last life, she had inadvertently discovered that the bracelet contained a space while fleeing from zombies. Lin Yinyin and Qin Shi had abandoned her without a second thought, and in her sheer terror, Luo Ning had wished for a hiding place. Thus, she had unwittingly entered the space of the jade bracelet. It took her a considerable time to muster the courage to emerge. The revelation of her space had brought her joy, though Lin Yinyin's reaction upon hearing the news had been less than favorable, indicating her displeasure. At that moment, it seemed Lin Yinyin believed she had bound herself to the space, hence her sycophantic behavior. However, she was the one destined to be the expendable character, wasn't she? Later, when she inadvertently mentioned that she had not actually bound herself, Lin Yinyin's elation was unmistakable. That moment had sealed her fate in the previous life. Shaking off her thoughts of those two scoundrels, she began to explore the space. If she truly was the protagonist of this tale, one would expect a spiritual spring to be standard. She wondered if the spring water truly possessed such miraculous qualities. In her dreams, Lin Yinyin had appeared remarkably well preserved. Perhaps it was the work of this very spring. Let us give it a try. It should be fine, right? Luo Ning scooped a handful of water. Taking a small sip, it was sweet and refreshing, a burst of nature's essence coalescing into one. The aftertaste lingered delightfully. Unable to resist, Luo Ning drank the entire handful. Instantly, she felt invigorated, her faculties sharpened. The dizziness that had plagued her dissipated like morning mist. Indeed, while her previous life had been fraught with hardship, the author had not skimped on the essentials befitting the protagonist. Still reveling in her newfound delight, Luo Ning suddenly froze in place. Her stomach churned ominously. Oh no! Was she going to suffer from diarrhea as a side effect? But as she waited, the discomfort only intensified, and her urge to relieve herself diminished. Ultimately, she collapsed ungracefully onto the grass by the stream, rolling in agony. Unconscious from the pain, Luo Ning failed to notice a shadowy figure stealthily approaching her. She woke up to the foul stench of her own body, more repugnant than stinky tofu. Luo Ning opened her eyes, wiping the sticky residue from her face. What was this horrid substance? Recalling the spring water she had consumed, she realized with horror that this must be the impurities expelled from her body. How disgusting. Initially, she had considered bathing in the space, but now she thought better of it. She would need that water again. Luo Ning swiftly exited the space, sprinting at full speed to the bathroom, where she spent a thorough 30 minutes bathing. At last, her true beauty emerged. Gazing in the fogged mirror, she felt that she appeared fairer, more beautiful, and even more radiant. Yes, that was the word she had pondered for quite some time. Although she had always been beautiful since childhood, the brilliance emanating from her was akin to a flower bud suddenly blossoming, releasing a delicate fragrance and radiating an enchanting glow that captivated all who beheld it. It seems that this space truly is a treasure. Perhaps her parents and Aunt Lee could also benefit from an improvement in their health. Chapter 6. Division of Labor? When Mr. and Mrs. Luo returned home that evening, their attention was immediately drawn to Luo Ning, who was seated in the living room, engrossed in her tablet. It was impossible not to notice. Even after just one day apart, her parents felt as if their daughter now radiated light, enveloped in a soft, gentle halo. Her long black hair, rosy complexion, full lips, and pert nose, combined with her languid, cat-like demeanor. Was this truly their daughter? Upon noticing her parents' gaze, Luo Ning smiled brightly, like a flower in full bloom. Mom and Dad, you're back. Oh, right, we are. Mr. and Mrs. Luo quickly regained their composure. After Luo Ning explained her transformation, her parents were enlightened. It was no wonder their daughter had changed so dramatically. After consulting with her parents, Luo Ning diluted a cup of spiritual spring water, which her parents each took to their rooms to drink. Aunt Lee was also given a cup of the diluted water. Over an hour later, her parents emerged, brimming with vitality, appearing several years younger. Aunt Lee cheerfully remarked that her chronic back pain had miraculously vanished, all thanks to the oral solution purchased abroad by their daughter. Luo Ning felt delighted to be able to do something for her loved ones. Suddenly, she sighed, feeling a pang of longing for that person, wondering what he might be doing at that moment. After dinner, the family gathered in the study to discuss their preparations for the future. Upon hearing that Luo Ning's injuries had healed and her concussion was no longer a concern, her parents breathed a sigh of relief. We need to stockpile a wide array of supplies. Everything we might need, Luo Ning stated thoughtfully. Primarily food, weapons, medicines, seasonal clothing, and transportation, including vehicles and gasoline. Today, your mother and I visited the company and consolidated the liquid assets. It amounts to approximately 2.5 billion. If we sell all our shares, even at a slight loss, we could raise about 30 billion within a week or two, Mr. Luo said, tapping his fingers on the desk. I plan to publicly announce my retirement and express a desire to start a supermarket business that combines online and offline sales. This would justify our bulk purchases, Mr. Luo continued, glancing at Luo Ning, his statement subtly inviting her input. Luo Ning had no objections. Her father's considerations were astute. She nodded in agreement and even gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. Collecting supplies must be comprehensive and diverse. Ultimately, everything will become scarce, and most items will be irreplaceable. Once the various safe zones are established and stabilized, they will likely form their own security teams. We will have teammates, as surviving alone in a post-apocalyptic world is not a sustainable strategy. Therefore, we must keep this in mind during our collection efforts, Luo Ning added. Mr. and Mrs. Luo nodded in agreement, fully understanding her points. By the way, Mom and Dad, can you procure any firearms or ammunition?
Luo Ning inquired hopelessly.
That might be difficult. Our country has strict regulations, and it's nearly impossible, Mr. Luo replied, seeing his daughter's hopeful expression. Though reluctant to refuse, he could only speak the truth. Luo Ning had mentally prepared herself and was not overly disappointed. Then it would be more suitable to customize some thicker, longer cleavers. After all, with sufficient funds, it remains a feasible option. Let us divide the tasks. Your mother and I will handle the share transfers to liquidate the funds, while you, Ning, will be in charge of gathering supplies. Oh, and if you need to collaborate with any factories, let me know, and I can help you make the connections. Thank you.
Dad.
Luo Ning's eyes sparkled. Her father, a seasoned businessman, had insights that surpassed her own. She had been contemplating how to procure large quantities without raising suspicion, and now, thanks to her father's reminder, clarity dawned upon her. She could use the pretext of wanting to start a supermarket, and if her father introduced her to potential contacts, it would all make perfect sense, with no room for doubt. After sharing her thoughts with her parents, they expressed their full support. This child has been through something. She never used to think ahead or consider the implications, but now she is so perceptive, even anticipating possible doubts and preparing excuses in advance. However, neither parent revealed their thoughts, determined to protect her and avoid being a hindrance.
Still,
Something felt amiss about this arrangement. Why did it seem as though only she was being assigned tasks? Why was her father taking her mother to the company instead of her? Your mother is unfamiliar with these matters and the company. I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone. You've grown up and your parents trust you, mister. Luo explained seriously. So, her mother was inexperienced and unaccustomed, while her daughter was expected to learn. Luo Ning knew she was truly their biological child, otherwise, she might have questioned her existence. Her mother had been overly protected by her father. Both parents were orphans, with Mr. Luo being a few years older than Mrs. Luo, and he had always taken great care of her. Eventually, he built a prosperous business, achieving a modest success in his endeavors, while Mrs. Luo remained cherished and protected. Luo Ning felt she could go days without eating. She was already quite full from the dog food. I will transfer 5 billion to you now. Let me know if you need more funds. As we liquidate the shares, I will gradually transfer the rest to you. When I have time, I will also store some supplies in our first warehouse. You can collect them when you're free.
all right.
Also, Mom and Dad, when you have the chance, consider enrolling in a martial arts class to learn some self-defense or combat skills. It will make things easier in the future, Luo Ning reminded her parents. Recalling the necessity of frequent battles in a post-apocalyptic world where both humans and zombies would pose threats. Mr. and Mrs. Luo acknowledged the wisdom of her suggestion. Noticing that it was getting late, they urged Luo Ning to rest and recover. Despite her insistence that she was fine, claiming her concussion had healed and that the scar on her forehead had vanished, her skin now smooth and clear, she was unceremoniously ushered back to her bedroom. Though she understood her parents' intentions were rooted in care, Luo Ning couldn't shake the feeling that she was being dismissed, perhaps even rejected. Returning to her room, she did not immediately rest, but instead entered the quaint wooden building in her space that exuded an ancient charm. Inside, she found an impressive array of furnishings: a pearwood couch, intricately embroidered cushions, a kitchen stove, a soft bed, and flowing curtains. Pushing open a round window in the bedroom, she was greeted by a picturesque view, with a gently babbling brook and dappled sunlight through the trees, offering a unique charm. Unable to resist, Luo Ning ascended the wooden staircase to explore the upper level, where she was met with shelves brimming with books. Forming a partition at the staircase's landing, drawn as if guided by an unseen force, she reached for an ancient-style bound book. Upon opening it, a vivid image sprang to life in her mind, a small figure demonstrating various intricate martial arts moves. Unable to resist, Luo Ning stepped into an open area and began to mimic the techniques. Before she knew it, she had completed the entire book, losing track of time in the process. When she finally exited her space, it was already morning. A night had passed without sleep, yet she felt no fatigue. Instead, she was invigorated, feeling as light as a feather. While not entirely miraculous, she was confident in her ability to hold her own against two adult men in combat. Emerging from her space, she realized it was only 7 a.m. Thus, the speed within the confines of space is approximately thrice that of the outside world. Although I distinctly felt as if I had spent nearly 20 hours inside, upon my emergence, scarcely more than 8 hours had elapsed. This will significantly facilitate my physical training and the practice of the martial arts detailed in that book. I gently patted the book in my hands, smoothing out the creases. Such a remarkable asset must be shared with my parents for their own practice as well. Chapter 7. The Little Hamster, Luo Ning. Luo Ning has entrusted the matter of requesting leave from school to her parents, for she is indeed an injured party. She intends to first approach the grain company to order a substantial supply of rice, flour, and cooking oil, for these are the most coveted commodities in the post-apocalyptic world. The onset of this apocalypse has been a consequence of humanity's own making. Excessive resource exploitation, deforestation, environmental degradation, chemical pollution, and the consumption of wildlife have culminated in the emergence of a peculiar virus. This virus transforms infected humans into zombies and mutates animals. Furthermore, various natural disasters have ensued. If crops were indeed easy to cultivate and flourish, it would signify an extraordinary stroke of luck. Having navigated 3 arduous years in this dystopian reality, Luo Ning finds it quite challenging. She has scarcely consumed any normal rice during that time. Perhaps this is Earth's retribution. While humans struggle, other flora and fauna adapt remarkably well. Under the guidance of her father, Luo Ning finds this grain company. Though it appears modest in size, it is impeccably organized and clean. She is ushered into the general manager's office, where she is greeted by a middle-aged man, likely of similar age to her father. Presumably, her father had made prior introductions, as the man does not underestimate Luo Ning due to her youth. After a thorough negotiation, the middle-aged gentleman's perception of Luo Ning transcends that of merely a familiar acquaintance's daughter. He regards her with respect as a trustworthy partner for collaboration. "Miss Luo, may our partnership be fruitful," the manager exclaims with a smile, extending his hand. Luo Ning, unfazed, graciously reciprocates the gesture. Exiting the processing plant, her spirits soar, as if she has accomplished a momentous task. After all, she has secured tens of billions of tons of rice and flour. Spending money feels effortless. It is imperative to request her father to transfer additional funds. This manager is certainly adept at fostering connections, recognizing his own limited inventory. He willingly introduces Luo Ning to other manufacturers. In terms of pricing, she does not impose excessive pressure, for one must not take advantage of a straightforward collaborator. The general manager, having successfully closed a significant deal, also agrees to assist Luo Ning with sourcing cooking oil and seasonings, ensuring that the manufacturers he recommends are entirely reliable. This alleviates much of Luo Ning's burden. She does not hesitate to offer a timely suggestion. "Mr. Luo, given the current pandemic situation in M country, which may soon reach our nation, and knowing you are an honest man familiar with my father, it would be prudent to stockpile supplies. Timing is of the essence." Luo Ning tactfully hints at the potential profit, confident that no one would turn away from monetary gain. Her reminder is neither threatening to his interests nor lacking in generosity. "Thank you, Miss Luo." The man's eyes reflect gratitude, now intertwined with a newfound admiration, as he no longer views her merely as a beautiful young girl. With such insight, her future holds boundless possibilities. They agree on a delivery schedule of every 3 days to the second warehouse of the Luo family, finalize the timing, and pay a deposit. Given the substantial quantity of goods, they agree on a staggered payment plan over 6 months. Luo Ning, satisfied, heads toward her next objective. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Ning passes by the largest supermarket in City C. Having traveled a short distance, she circles back. Her thoughts are somewhat muddled. So, she decides to seek inspiration within the supermarket. Luo Ning would never admit that she simply wished to browse. Indeed, she is here in search of inspiration. She first locates a staff member and orders 5,000 bottles of bottled water and 500 barrels of bulk water. Naturally, she cannot overlook the necessity of soda. For during the first month of the apocalypse, water contamination posed a significant threat, rendering clean drinking water a dire necessity. People who succumbed to thirst and drank contaminated water faced dire consequences, either zombification or death. Ironically, her mother had always dissuaded her from consuming carbonated beverages. Yet, having tasted them during the apocalypse, she felt she had missed out on much joy. Thus, she decided to indulge in a variety: orange juice, mango juice, grape juice, and sour plum juice. As she continued her shopping, an epiphany struck her. She had completely overlooked milk, an excellent source of protein. She resolves to purchase some now and order more later, as her space can preserve it. For the carbonated fruit juices, she also orders 500 cases each. Being a significant client does not faze her. After all, the supermarket will handle the delivery. And she is placing these orders under the guise of a corporate annual meeting and a 1,000-person outdoor training camp, which renders her requests entirely reasonable. Jotting down a note to order another batch of milk, Luo Ning continues her shopping with buoyant spirits. She has not felt this joyful while shopping in quite some time. Indeed, negotiating at the factory, though efficient, lacked a certain thrill. Girls, after all, thrive in the joys of shopping and indulging. Turning to the canned goods aisle, Luo Ning's eyes gleam as she spots canned meats and jerky, perfect sources of energy and delightful accompaniments to meals. Of course, spicy chicken and mushroom sauce must not be forgotten. She places an order for several dozen boxes and makes a note for future wholesale purchases. Upon seeing the canned goods, she also recalls the scarcity of fresh vegetables in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The absence of such essentials during critical times is truly agonizing. Those who have endured can surely relate. Fruits can be grown in her space, but she intends to reserve them solely for her close ones to avoid attracting unwanted attention. After all, she understands the wisdom of having a precious jewel can invite trouble. Thus, vitamins must be added to her list. Quick, direct, and incredibly convenient daily vitamin C intake will suffice. Although she has already procured a substantial supply of grains, the inability to cook at any moment during the apocalypse necessitates convenience. Consequently, Luo Ning selects 500 cases of various flavors of instant noodles. Naturally, she cannot neglect the best companion of instant noodles. She intends to buy pure meat sausages. She wants fish sausages, beef sausages, and chicken sausages to ensure a delightful variety. As she inadvertently glances at a can of powdered milk, Luo Ning pauses, jotting it down in her notebook. She also intends to seek out her crush for some monkey business. The powdered milk cannot be overlooked. How embarrassing. Cough, cough, it's still early.
Sigh.
The road ahead is long, especially since her crush does not yet know her. Will she be able to win his heart in this lifetime?
With a sigh,
Luo Ning presses on toward the next section. While compressed biscuits may not be the most palatable, Luo Ning, having endured hunger, finds them oddly comforting. She places an order for 500 boxes. After all, Gu Yunxiao once gifted her a box. She still wonders where he procured it. As she meanders through the aisles, Luo Ning feels an overwhelming desire to purchase everything, yet she recognizes the need for a more organized approach. Dinner time is fast approaching, and nothing is more important than a satisfying meal. She resolves to fill her stomach before considering anything else. Having provided the location of Warehouse No. 3 to the staff and completed her payment, the supermarket manager graciously opens the car door for Luo Ning, watching her depart with a polite demeanor. The manager muses that such a customer is a rare find. If only he could have more like her, his bonuses for the month would be secure. Luo Ning has not ventured far, as this is the most bustling area of City C. While driving, her phone rings, an unfamiliar number. Unable to recall who it might be, she connects it via Bluetooth. Hello, who is this? She inquires while driving. Is this Miss Gu? The voice responds. I hope I'm not interrupting. This is Gu Yunxiao, Gu Yushi's brother. I would like to invite Miss Luo to dinner to express my apologies. At the sound of that familiar voice, Luo Ning momentarily falters, recalling her driving. She quickly steadies the steering wheel and regains her composure. Taking a deep breath, she exhales slowly, then responds in what she believes to be her most composed tone. Sure. I would appreciate that, Mr. Gu. Miss Luo, are you alright? He hesitated for a moment before inquiring. His attentiveness did not escape her notice.
fine.
Just caught a bit of a chill. Alright then, I'll send you the location and I'll be waiting for you.
Yet.
At the moment she hung up the phone, her eyes betrayed her, glistening with suppressed tears. She parked the car, covering her face as silent sobs escaped her. He was alive and he was well. How wonderful, how truly wonderful. After drying her tears, Luo Ning changed into a new outfit and applied a light makeup to conceal her slightly puffy eyes. With a radiant smile directed at her reflection in the mirror, she declared, Gu Yunxiao, I'm coming to find you. Chapter 8. Farewell to Gu Yunxiao. Before entering the restaurant, Luo Ning made sure to place 2 adhesive bandages on her forehead, a reminder of her recent injury. Under normal circumstances, such wounds would not heal so swiftly. With a strand of hair to obscure the bandages, she took a deep breath and stepped into the restaurant. It was an elegant Western dining establishment, softly lit and somewhat dim. Upon her arrival, the hostess greeted her warmly, inquiring if she had a reservation or was meeting someone. Luo Ning provided the number of the private room and followed the hostess inside. Her heart raced uncontrollably. In her previous life, he had also invited her out. But back then, Luo Ning had been in a terrible mood and had outright refused. In return, she had received a limited edition sports car as an apology. As Luo Ning scanned the restaurant, she noted that while each dining area was private, they were merely wooden partitions with intricate cutouts, creating a semi-open ambience. Each alcove was bathed in specially adjusted lighting, fostering an intimate atmosphere where patrons conversed in hushed tones, perfect for romantic dates. Is this a suitable place for a first date? Luo Ning pondered, captivated by the environment, momentarily forgetting her anxiety. Does he often bring girls here? Has he had many girlfriends? Though her face remained composed, her thoughts drifted far beyond, tinged with jealousy. Miss Luo, you've arrived. Please, the waiter gestured graciously. Following his Zhuxiang, she beheld a man rising beneath the soft glow of the lights, a broad smile gracing his features. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he commanded an impressive presence. Although a distance still separated them, an undeniable intensity enveloped the space. At that moment, his face bore no trace of the scar that had once marred it, a remnant of his active bravery to save her, rendering him less fearsome than before. His complexion was now a healthy golden hue. Despite his formal attire, the contours of his muscular frame subtly hinted at his strength, visible through the rolled sleeves of his shirt. He exuded an air of nobility and elegance, a testament to his refined upbringing. Yet, Luo Ning understood that beneath the tailored suit lay the spirit of a leopard, keen, swift, fierce, domineering, and possessive, a true king among men. Her thoughts swirled, yet it all transpired in an instant. Ning Ning, you're here. Gu Yunxi, clad in a sleek, form-fitting gown, approached her with a series of awkward little steps, affectionately linking her arm with Luo Ning's. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Had it not been for her brother's restraint, she would have rushed to find Ning Ning much sooner. If anyone was enamored by looks, Gu Yunxi was undoubtedly a connoisseur. As Luo Ning moved closer to him, her heart raced faster. Miss Luo, please take a seat. He pulled out the chair for her, gesturing gallantly. Luo Ning suppressed her errant thoughts and gracefully settled into her seat. Once she was comfortable, he returned to his own chair. Inviting Miss Luo to dinner on such short notice is rather abrupt, he began. However, it is indeed my sister's fault that you were injured. Although Miss Luo bears no grudge, it is nonetheless our responsibility. With no elders present at home, I stand in as her elder brother to offer my sincerest apologies. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. With that, he bowed deeply to Luo Ning. Taken aback, Luo Ning hadn't anticipated his earnestness. I share in the responsibility, Mr. Gu. You need not be so formal, she replied, rising to halt his gesture. Their hands brushed together inadvertently, causing Luo Ning to blush and retract her hand. Gu Yunxiao paused momentarily, but they quickly regained their composure and sat once more. You two are so formal. It's as if you're a married couple bowing to one another, Gu Yunxi interjected with a giggle, but a single glare from her brother silenced her instantly. She mimed zipping her lips and obediently bowed to Luo Ning under his frosty gaze. Luo Ning encouraged her to sit again. I've already said it's not solely her fault. There's no need to be so harsh. I, too, owe you an apology. However, if we keep this up, our food will surely grow cold. Wouldn't you agree? With a playful smile that seemed to illuminate the dim ambience, she brightened the atmosphere around her. Indeed. Ning Ningisrikt. This incident has led to a delightful new friendship, has it not? Gu Yunxi winked at Luo Ning. Seeing Luo Ning speak, Gu Yunxiao ceased to dwell on the formality. He casually ordered several signature dishes, hoping Miss Luo wouldn't mind. Not at all, these are all my favorites. To her surprise, the selections were indeed to her liking. It had been ages since she had indulged in such delights, and her appetite stirred. Gu Yunxiao observed her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. The three of them dined and conversed, with Luo Ning primarily enjoying her meal, while Gu Yunxi chatted away. Gu Yunxiao merely watched, his gaze softening, occasionally taking a bite without seeming to focus on anyone in particular. Though Luo Ning was quite full, she found it difficult to meet Gu Yunxiao's eyes. Despite her eagerness to see him, she wondered if he might be different in this life. Would he be as caring, or perhaps have fallen for someone else? As these thoughts occupied her mind, her appetite waned, and her brow furrowed slightly. With her cherubic face, she appeared almost pinchable. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxiao sat with his fists clenched on his lap, lost in contemplation. Ning Ning, are you listening? How about we go shopping tomorrow? Gu Yunxi tugged at Luo Ning's arm. Snapped back to reality, Luo Ning quickly replied, I'm afraid tomorrow might not be convenient. Miss Luo has yet to recover. Don't pester her, Gu Yunxiao admonished his sister with a stern expression. We can wait until I'm feeling better. I'd be happy to go shopping anytime. Luo Ning chimed in with a radiant smile. Grateful for his intervention, she knew that based on her previous life's experiences with Gu Yunxi, it would have taken considerable effort to deter her sister from her plans. Overall, the meal proceeded pleasantly, with laughter shared among friends. As they departed, Gu Yunxi clung to Luo Ning's arm, reluctant to part ways after finally meeting someone who matched both her aesthetic and personality. Qin Chuan has arrived. You should head back first. I'll escort Miss Luo home, Gu Yunxiao remarked, glancing at the impeccably dressed man approaching them. Gu Yunxi felt a twinge of resentment. Why should her brother accompany her? That man is so forgetful of his sister when a pretty girl is around, she thought. But a mischievous idea struck her. If her brother were to marry Luo Ning, they would truly become family. With that thought, she followed Qin Chuan without protest. Throwing a playful glance back at her brother, Gu Yunxiao, however, remained unfazed, gentlemanly as he opened the passenger door for Luo Ning, even shielding her from bumping her head as she entered the car. Luo Ning felt a surge of delight. She had not expected the formidable, cold-faced warrior of the apocalypse to display such tenderness. Regret washed over her. How had she missed out on such a treasure of a man in her past life? Yet, it was not too late. As she settled into the passenger seat, her spirits soared with the rhythm of the car's music. Time seemed to fly. And before she knew it, they had arrived home. Following his usual routine, Gu Yunxiao stepped out first, opening the door for her, standing tall as he straightened up. The way he bent down was unexpectedly charming. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for seeing me home. You should head back now, Luo Ning said, feeling a rare blush creeping across her cheeks. Oh, I had forgotten that I was the one driving. Luo Ning was so blissfully preoccupied with the thought of her idol escorting her home that she neglected her own beloved car. The early spring weather was a curious mix of warmth and chill, causing Luo Ning to shiver slightly. I have already informed the staff that I will return it, she reassured. Miss Luo, there is no need for concern. Dining with you today was delightful. I look forward to our next meeting. Gu Yunxiao stood by the car door, removing his coat and draping it over Luo Ning's shoulders. It was warm and carried a subtle, fragrant scent, the origin of which eluded her. Touched by his gesture, she refrained from being overly sentimental, especially since she had chosen to don a rather flimsy dress to look her best. Ultimately, she made her way home under his watchful gaze. It had been a while since she last wore high heels, and she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to them. Gu Yunxiao stood there quietly, exuding an air of pride amidst the cold wind, resembling a tall pine tree. She wondered if her first attempt at charming the aloof, cold-faced killer had been successful. Her first impression should have been rather impeccable. Encouraging herself inwardly, Luo Ning thought, you can do this. Chapter 9. The shopping spree continues. Upon returning home, Luo Ning was taken aback by her parents' stern demeanor, as if they were preparing for an interrogation. Mom and Dad, I'm back, she greeted, feeling like a teenager caught in the act of early romance, her tone laced with a hint of guilt. But what was there to feel guilty about? She was now 20, an adult. Instantly emboldened, she straightened her posture. Ning, who brought you home just now? Her mother couldn't help but inquire, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. He is Gu Yunxiao, the brother of Gu Yunxi. He took me out for dinner today as an apology. Luo Ning replied confidently, feeling quite justified. Gu Yunxiao, the young man who commands a vast commercial empire at such a young age? Her father pondered, nodding thoughtfully. He seems quite worthy of our daughter. After sharing how the Gu siblings had cared for her in the previous life, Luo Ning hoped her parents would accept them sooner rather than later. Upon hearing her story, they appeared more inclined to consider Mr. Gu. That evening, she gifted her parents a classic martial arts manual from her space, encouraging them to practice, as she had already memorized it and only needed to engage in daily reinforcement. After several hours of practice in her space, Luo Ning finally succumbed to a light slumber. Having grown accustomed to living in fear during the apocalypse, she was reluctant to sleep deeply. Early the next morning, Luo Ning rose with purpose. Today, she intended to make a trip to the countryside to procure some poultry and livestock from local farmers, ensuring a steady supply of fresh meat in her space. She opted for direct purchases from the countryside instead of the more convenient farmers market, as the livestock sold there were primarily fed with inferior fodder, resulting in a significantly poorer taste. Additionally, the conditions in her space appeared conducive to breeding, meaning she would need to purchase an excessive amount to enjoy an abundance of meat. There was another reason for her visit. She sought to acquire heirloom seeds. Clearly recalling the difficulties of farming during the apocalypse, many had relied on seeds from commercial companies, which could only yield a single harvest, rendering subsequent planting impossible. This issue had garnered much attention at the time, and it remained etched in her memory. To maintain a low profile, Luo Ning opted for a box truck. Upon arriving in the village, she inquired about the village chief's residence. Given the volume of her needs, finding the chief would enable her to connect with those willing to sell seeds and livestock, allowing her merely to await collection. After presenting the chief with 2 bottles of wine and a pack of cigarettes, he readily agreed to assist her with the procurement and weighing. After all, kindness begets efficiency. Sensing the chief was a reliable man, Luo Ning was unconcerned about him undercounting her purchases, especially since she had mentioned that she could not fit everything in this trip and would return later. She easily fabricated a reason, claiming she was opening a restaurant and that city folk preferred farm-fresh produce and livestock. The chief even called upon his relatives to assist, and soon the village center was abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, Luo Ning sat in the driver's seat, browsing a renowned shopping website on her phone. Having just been reborn, she had nearly forgotten the convenience of such a resource. She pulled out a notebook and ordered several tons of cooking salt and a variety of seasonings, hot pot bases, spices, and barbecue rubs. Although the previous manager had promised to introduce her to suppliers, it wouldn't hurt to stockpile a bit in advance. She also ordered thousands of boxes of sanitary pads, both day and night, estimating they would last her a lifetime. Additionally, she stocked up on diapers, formula, milk, toiletries, instant noodles, and kitchenware, ensuring she had a sufficient supply. As she continued browsing, she came across various snacks, and her mouth watered in anticipation. She quickly wiped her mouth, thankful that she hadn't tea-drooled. She ordered 2,000 pieces each of chicken legs, beef jerky, dried fish, sausages, spicy strips, tofu, saltwater duck, and hand-pulled chicken, chocolates, candies, white and brown sugar, and energy bars to replenish her blood sugar were also included. Not to mention, she couldn't resist stocking up on compressed biscuits. Vitamins were also available online, so she decided to purchase a variety of A, B, C, D, and E vitamins, benefiting from wholesale pricing. Shopping online ensured her anonymity, as she used a nickname. Moreover, she discovered that generators could be purchased online. The internet was truly remarkable. Without hesitation, she selected several hundred diesel and solar generators. And she also bought a substantial number of solar water heaters. After submitting her order and processing payment, Luo Ning marveled at the wonders of the internet, especially with same-day delivery, which meant she could avoid the delivery rush for food the following day. She would be able to store her purchases in her space and clear out the warehouse today. After completing her shopping, Luo Ning glanced at the busy village chief and fell into contemplation. Most of her current supplies were consumables. She still needed clothing, vehicles, medicine, and weapons. Xianti realized that stockpiling could be so time-consuming, and she needed to expedite her efforts. Noticing a jujube tree in front of the chief's home, she inquired, "Chief, may I ask where I can find fruit trees for sale nearby? My relatives wish to plant some for personal consumption. Any variety will do, just a few of each." "That's wonderful. Our village has plenty of fruit trees. Recently, the government has provided subsidies, and many have planted quite a few. If you don't mind, you can choose any from the trees behind my house. They are still young and will take a year and a half to bear fruit." The chief replied cheerfully as he continued his work. In truth, Luo Ning's purchases would significantly boost the income of the villagers. The fruit trees were not worth much, so donating a few would not be a problem. "I'll pay you for them. Just have someone help me dig them up," Luo Ning insisted, not wanting to take advantage. The chief was delighted and quickly enlisted help to dig up the best-looking trees. Thus, Luo Ning acquired a substantial batch of young fruit trees, and she was unperturbed by their size, as they would fit perfectly in her truck. Once planted in her space, they would surely grow rapidly. She wondered if a little essence water would accelerate their growth. Just imagining the trees laden with fruit filled her with anticipation. The chief's wife also brought over various seeds they had collected, packed into several bags. These included watermelon, cantaloupe, cucumber, cabbage, asparagus, spinach, oilseed lettuce, as well as common seeds for cabbage and radishes. Of course, cilantro seeds were also essential, as a sprinkle would elevate the flavor of hot pot to divine heights. Reflecting on her previous life, Luo Ning remembered having enjoyed mutated beast meat hot pot only once, thanks to Yunxiao, and she couldn't help but mock herself for her dependence on him. Upon deeper reflection, she realized how intertwined their fates had been, and it was largely due to him that her life had not been more dismal. After a busy morning, Luo Ning made 3 trips before finally completing her haul. Various seeds of grains and vegetables, along with chickens, ducks, fish, and livestock, were transported in batches. If it weren't for the need to keep a low profile, Luo Ning wouldn't have to exert so much effort. Nevertheless, the harvest always brings joy. Each time she made her way halfway, she would stealthily slip into the cargo compartment of the truck, stowing her goods away in her space, before heading back. Ultimately, she departed with a truck full of saplings, her heart brimming with delight. The saplings could wait. She planned to plant them later that evening. For now, she needed to hasten to customize her weapons. Before leaving, she engaged in casual conversation with the village chief regarding the recent epidemic in M country, mentioning that her seed purchase was motivated by a fear of difficulties in mobility post-epidemic. She alluded to her family's business, noting that the prices of rice and flour had risen significantly, subtly hinting to the village chief to stock up on essential supplies to avoid potential price hikes. Upon hearing about the impending price increase, the village chief promptly agreed, expressing his gratitude. The store was rather remote, a tool shop that offered both ready-made and custom items. She had previously scouted the place, choosing to visit when it was least crowded. "Are you certain you need this many?" The shopkeeper's face was filled with skepticism as he observed the beautiful young woman requesting an abundance of large knives, axes, and various repair tools. "I made a bet with my parents that I could earn my own money. However, time is of the essence, so I can only purchase some ready-made items for now. I hope you can expedite the custom orders. Otherwise, my requests cannot afford to wait." Pricing is negotiable. Luo Ning feigned the demeanor of a proud child who had wagered with her parents. Her petulant expression reminded the shopkeeper of his own daughter, dispelling any doubt he had. Luo Ning effectively cleared out the entire tool shop and placed an order for additional items to be picked up the following week. The thought of wielding an imposing 1.8-meter machete made her heart sing with exhilaration. After casually sipping on some spring water and nibbling on bread, she continued her journey to the car dealership. Noticing that her account balance was still substantial, she decided to indulge further. The car purchasing process was swift, as Luo Ning's bulk order warranted the personal attention of the manager, who assured her that he would arrange for immediate transfers from other locations to guarantee delivery within the day. This assurance was precisely what drew her to this exorbitantly priced 4S dealership. She ordered 20 SUVs and 20 RVs, opting for installment payments to be settled by the following year. Additionally, she requested the manager to reserve 20 high-quality collision-resistant trucks. The urgency in her orders stemmed from her desire to modify the vehicles. After all, they would need to withstand the trials of an apocalyptic world. Her phone chimed with a message from a well-known clothing store's online outlet, notifying her that they could procure sufficient stock. Autumn and winter apparel, as well as blankets, were readily available, while summer clothing would require a week for production. Luo Ning's eyes sparkled with joy, reveling in the serendipity of her desires manifesting. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of her goods. Now, only the issues of gasoline and pharmaceuticals remained. This was best left to her father, the astute businessman. Surely, nothing could surpass the efficacy of running a pharmacy and a gas station, right? How clever she was. Chapter 10. Old Ginger is Spicier. Upon returning home, Luo Ning unceremoniously collapsed onto the sofa. The day's relentless running and mental exertion left her utterly fatigued. Perhaps too relaxed in her own abode, she succumbed to slumber. She was awakened by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. Taking a deep breath, she discerned the scent: braised pork ribs with potatoes. This was her obsession in the apocalypse. Abruptly opening her eyes, she was momentarily disoriented by the strikingly handsome face before her. Could she really be so starved for affection that she was dreaming of Yunxiao? Surely, it was just her waking posture that was amiss. Rolling over to catch a few more moments of rest, she was overtaken by the mouth-watering scent of red-braised ribs. Regardless, she opened her eyes again, only to find no one in sight, which felt right. She rolled over and sprang to her feet, intent on searching the kitchen for food. But her forehead collided painfully with a hard wall. Wincing, she instinctively covered her forehead and nearly stumbled in her slippers, only to be steadied by a hand around her waist. "Thank you," Luo Ning instinctively murmured. "Wait, how is there a man in her home?" Fully alert now, she followed the line of the man's black suit upward, taking in the meticulously buttoned collar, the pronounced Adam's apple, and the chiseled jawline, finally landing on a pair of sharp, piercing eyes. At that moment of eye contact, she seemed to detect a hint of amusement in his gaze. This was not the demeanor of the cold-faced killer she had come to know. It was the second time she had seen him smile. "Mr. Gu, what a coincidence," she stammered. Oh dear, how clumsy. She had always fantasized about throwing herself at him, yet here she was, faltering in his presence. "Miss Luo, are you all right?" He released her gently, maintaining his usual stern demeanor.
I'm fine.
"But how did you end up in my house?" Luo Ning's mind raced. Her image was utterly ruined. Her hair was undoubtedly a mess, her face bare, and she was clad in sweat-stained clothing. Alas, her chances of making a good impression were likely dashed. Despite her chaotic thoughts, she managed to regain a semblance of her usual aloof elegance. "At last, you're awake. If it weren't for Mr. Gu's understanding and magnanimity, my collaboration would have been jeopardized," her father spoke, half reprovingly yet brimming with affection. "You should hurry and freshen up," her mother added, patting her back encouragingly. Luo Ning quietly ascended the stairs. In her previous life, her father and Gu Yunxiao had no collaboration whatsoever. Yet this was precisely what she had hoped for. She didn't wish to follow the original plotline. After refreshing herself and changing into new clothes, Luo Ning descended the stairs. Gu Yunxiao merely glanced at her politely, nodding before resuming his conversation with her father. The meal was a blur for Luo Ning. She could hardly focus, impatiently waiting for Gu Yunxiao to leave, so she could inquire about the situation. The three of them gathered in the study, and seeing her confusion, her father did not keep her in suspense. "Aren't you interested in firearms and ammunition? I have a lead." With that, he nonchalantly sipped his tea. Luo Ning felt a surge of urgency and promptly began to massage her father's shoulders. "Actually," he continued, "I simply inquired with a friend. It was Gu Yunxiao, the head of the Gu family, who reached out to me, saying he had a way to procure them, but it will take some time, perhaps 20 days or so." "He reached out to you?" Luo Ning was puzzled as to why he would willingly offer assistance. "He mentioned it was in compensation for the incident involving Yunxi and you." "Wow, this compensation is even more extravagant than in my past life. Mr. Gu truly lives up to his reputation. Dad, I have collected most of my supplies, and I still have some money left. However, acquiring pharmaceuticals and gasoline in bulk is unrealistic. But I have a plan. You can register with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to establish some private chain stores. This way, we can operate legally." Luo Ning get climate, feeling quite proud of her ingenious idea. "Oh, your father has been a businessman for many years. He didn't earn that title for nothing. The business license has already been obtained. We're just waiting for the goods to arrive at the warehouse. Moreover, I financed all of this through loans. Not a single cent from our family," her father replied, taking a sip of tea. Luo Ning couldn't help but give her father a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. "Old ginger is spicier. I humbly bow to your wisdom." She feigned a gesture of submission, eliciting an amused glance from her father, who was clearly pleased to have earned his daughter's admiration. Her mother watched the playful exchange between father and daughter, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Mom and Dad, there's one more thing I might need your help with," Luo Ning said, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. "Is it possible for me to withdraw from my engagement with Qin Shiroyu? I find myself uncomfortable with the connection. Moreover, have you all conducted a thorough inspection of the vehicle recently? The driver must be investigated meticulously to assure our peace of mind." Reflecting upon the tragic accident that befell my parents in my past life, Luo Ning felt an overwhelming urge to exercise utmost caution. "I have already conducted my inquiries. And indeed, there are issues with the driver. A recent influx of funds has appeared in his account. However, I have opted not to replace him. Someone as ambitious as Qin Shi would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Regrettably, he is still too young." To entrust such a significant matter to a driver for a mere 100,000 is to undervalue my life. I have chosen to offer him tenfold the sum to act as a reverse spy, extracting information regarding my company's intentions to transfer ownership. He reached out to me yesterday morning, and the deposit has been paid, with the final payment made today. Luo's father spoke with an unsettling calmness, delivering words that left everyone astounded. Experience has its merits. At that moment, Luo Ning was profoundly impressed by her father's acumen. This scoundrel. It is possible that he was also behind the mysterious disappearance of Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin during their ill-fated trip. If not him, then who? That must have been all the funds the Qin family could mobilize. I am wagering on his insatiable ambition. However, you need not worry about the annulment of the engagement. After all, it was merely a verbal agreement from years past, lacking any legal weight. Luo's father pondered before adding, "Tomorrow, we shall hold a press conference to publicly dissolve the engagement." Luo Ning sensed that the time was ripe. Lin Yinyin should have changed her appearance today. On this very night in my previous life, they had already begun their treachery. My awareness of this has been largely due to Lin Yinyin's ostentatious bragging about how she had seduced my fiancé immediately upon transmigrating. Thus, the adage that villains often fall prey to their own verbosity rings true. If she seeks to harm, let it be so. If she wishes to strike, so be it. I truly cannot comprehend the thought process of this transmigrated girl. Luo Ning reflected that in her past life, she had been a reclusive girl of average appearance, leading an ordinary existence. She had only just encountered a twist of fate, allowing her to seize a man originally meant for a more beautiful heroine, thereby altering her destiny. This must have brought her a perverse sense of satisfaction, perhaps enabling her to derive a doubled sense of fulfillment in her psyche. How fortuitous that I had caught up on sleep earlier. I feel invigorated now. Tonight, I shall catch them in the act. With this thought in mind, her face radiated an enchanting brilliance, captivating to behold. Luo's father and mother were momentarily taken aback, quickly coming to an understanding. Since her rebirth, this child had exuded an inexplicable allure that often went unnoticed in her everyday demeanor, but when she schemed, that essence became undeniable. As parents, they knew their child well. The more radiant her smile, the more mischief she harbored within. Luo's father and mother sighed. What could they do but indulge her? Chapter 11. A live sting operation. Glancing at the time, it was 8:50. Heading over now would allow ample time to set up the recording device and camera for the live broadcast. Let them experience the sensation of being watched. Luo Ning tossed the small black object resembling a button into the air and caught it deftly. Tonight, I shall depend on you. On the third-floor balcony, Luo's father supported Luo's mother as they gazed into the night, watching the discreet vehicle disappear into the distance. Let her be. She has grown up and knows what she is doing. We cannot accompany her forever. Let us return, he said, patting Luo's mother's shoulder as they walked back inside. A girl clad in a baseball cap, mask, and sportswear arrived at the most luxurious hotel in City C. As she engaged in light banter with the front desk, just as she was about to obtain her room key, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Startled, the offending hand retracted immediately. Turning to glare at the intruder, she exclaimed, "What are you doing, Gu Yunxi?" The reprimand on her lips transformed into surprise. "I knew it was you. No matter how tightly you wrap yourself, I can still recognize you." Gu Yunxi's eyes roamed over Luo Ning's figure with an appraising glint. In truth, she wanted to proclaim that she had long been coveting Luo Ning's physique. Even dressed in sporty attire, with a mask and hat, she could not evade Gu Yunxi's discerning gaze. "Truly, I am remarkable," Gu Yunxi mused, marveling at her own refined taste in beauty. "What brings you here at this hour?" Luo Ning asked, playfully blocking her wandering eyes. "This hotel belongs to my family. My brother has gone abroad, and since I'm home alone, I thought, why not stay here?" "It's quite nice," Gu Yunxi replied, pushing Luo Ning's hand away. "Oh, it belongs to your family?" Luo Ning smiled, her eyes curving charmingly. However, Gu Yunxi found her smile somewhat unsettling. "What are you doing?" "I was merely admiring beauty. I assure you my inclinations are entirely normal," she retorted, crossing her arms defensively. "What are you thinking?" "I don't fancy flat figures," Luo Ning replied, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Yunxi's slender frame. "But are you interested in catching someone in the act?" Luo Ning leaned in closer, her voice a sultry whisper near Gu Yunxi's ear. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Gu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The two had a tumultuous history in their past lives, often clashing due to their equal standing, neither of them being easy to deal with. This friendship is one that Luo Ning wishes to safeguard, hoping she can remain carefree forever. Gu Yunxi boldly retrieved a spare room key for a suite on the top floor and confidently walked inside. The front desk clerk, near tears, lamented Gu Yunxi's capriciousness. Why did she have to be on night duty today? They could only hope no trouble would arise. Unaware of the front desk clerk's gloomy thoughts, the two managed to swipe the card and enter room 3306, setting up the camera and recording device. After securing the door, they entered another room. Hello, who is this? A sleep-laden voice answered the phone, a gossip journalist. Wanna be tomorrow, as headline? Be at Brolong Hotel, room 3306 around 11. Without hesitation, the call ended. Thanks to the voice changer, there was no fear of revealing their identity. The subsequent calls were largely similar, notifying various gossip reporters and magazines. The disposable phone card was snapped in half once used, tossed in a perfect arc into the trash can. The game has begun. Gu Yunxi was elated. This was her first experience in catching someone cheating, and she was doing it alongside her favorite girl. Just thinking about it filled her with excitement. Around 10:50 that night, the door to the adjacent room opened and closed. The two, each wearing one earbud, listened intently, afraid to miss even the slightest hint of infidelity. Qin Xuezhang, I know I cannot compare to your fiancé Luo Ning, but I truly love you. I befriended her to be closer to you. I do not seek any title. I only wish to remain by your side, please. What can I obtain from you? Qin Shi's voice came through, seemingly devoid of warmth. You can have me, a person who understands you. I will assist you in achieving greatness. Gu Yunxi mouthed, scoundrel. Green tea. Luo Ning gestured for her to be silent, urging her to continue listening. Qin Xuezhang, I know you do not favor Luo Ning. Her birth has robbed you of the rare affection of the Luo parents. I can empathize. I too grew up devoid of parental love, and I truly understand your plight. Lin Yinyin's flattery astonished Gu Yunxi. How could this work? Luo Ning maintained her composure, having witnessed such absurdities in her previous life. On the other end, the man appeared momentarily stunned into silence, but soon a sound akin to fabric tearing was heard. Is the progression happening this quickly? The two observers exchanged incredulous glances.
Ah. Insuesang. No.
The woman cried out, only to be followed by a series of muffled sounds, too indecorous to linger on. It seemed the time was ripe. Luo Ning glanced at her watch. It was 11 o'clock, perhaps the most intense moment. She pondered whether a fright might leave him with psychological scars. A lingering sense of powerlessness, such beautiful imagery to contemplate. 3, 2, 1. With a swift beep, the door next door was flung open, and the two pressed themselves against the wall, listening intently. We are the JC. Reports have indicated illicit transactions occurring here. Please cooperate and open the door. Luo Ning cast a questioning glance at Gu Yunxi, her eyes filled with inquiry.
Is it you?
Gu Yunxi smirked proudly. Of course. It wouldn't do to simply open the door at our own hotel. My brother would be furious with me. She thought it prudent to leave herself an escape route. Chuckling softly. Immediately, a cacophony of clicking sounds erupted. From the earpiece, the curses of men and the shrieks of women echoed. Now we're getting somewhere, sister. Gu Yunxi grinned mischievously. Luo Ning removed her earpiece, waiting for the commotion outside to subside. Once assured that the area was clear, she exited the hotel. Although Gu Yunxi urged her to stay, Luo Ning explained that she had a press conference the next day regarding her annulment, declaring herself quite busy. Gu Yunxi's jaw dropped in astonishment. No way. That scoundrel is your fiancé? Goodness, sister, you have quite the fortitude. Luo Ning paid her no mind, taking her recording equipment and dispatching it to the gossip magazines. She waved goodbye over her shoulder. Another busy day awaited her. The following morning, Luo Ning awoke feeling invigorated. Her father, reading a newspaper, wore a furrowed brow. Truly, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Luo's mother noticed her casual glance at the newspaper, seemingly indifferent. Satisfied that her daughter was eating and drinking as usual, Luo's mother felt reassured. The press conference is this afternoon? Luo's father inquired. No, in the morning. I have to gather supplies in the afternoon. I'm quite busy, Luo Ning replied nonchalantly. as if discussing afternoon tea. It would be a miracle to find time, and had it not been for the fear of being tethered to the title of fiancé, she would have preferred to avoid entanglements with them altogether. Chapter 12. Annulment. At the Luo family press conference, Luo Ning's eyes were slightly red, portraying a feeble attempt to maintain a dignified posture. Her complexion was pallid, devoid of any color, with dark circles under her eyes visible even from afar. The reporters raised their cameras, capturing the image of Luo Ning, the victim, her brows knitted together. The sorrow evident, yet stubbornly refusing to shed tears, evoked sympathy from the onlookers. A woman, especially one as beautiful as she, can elicit profound compassion when she stands as a victim. Luo Ning. I am here today to apologize to everyone for taking up your valuable time due to my personal matters. With that, she bowed deeply. Qin Shiyu and Lin Yinyin, also escorted by the police, sat beside her, their expressions grim. They had no choice. The allegations of solicitation still loomed over them. Lin Yinyin wept copiously, trying to embody the image of a pure white flower. Unfortunately, her disheveled hair and smeared makeup, coupled with the dark circles from a night spent in the police station, rendered her appearance anything but graceful. In stark contrast to the stubborn resilience of Luo Ning, who held back her tears, Lin Yinyin seemed somewhat disingenuous. The crowd observed this as a classic case of hypocrisy. Mr. Qin and I were bound by an engagement since childhood. Yet I never imagined he would turn out to be such a person, engaging in such acts. As she spoke, she sniffled and dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Though I cherish our past, I do not wish to keep something tainted. Hence, I have made a difficult decision. With her parents' consent, she declared at the press conference that the engagement between the Luo and Qin families would henceforth be annulled, and they would cease all interactions. After this announcement, Luo's mother embraced her daughter supportively. However, this maternal gesture caused Luo Ning to truly break down in tears. Overwhelmed by past grievances and injustices, unable to stop herself, Luo's father watched, his heart aching for her. The Luo family enterprise had been sold at a low price to the Qin family, initially intended to provide a good future for his daughter. Now, though it was merely a transfer, the Luo family still maintained their dignity, not reclaiming the shares. One must act with integrity, and I, Luo Onghua, can face my conscience. I have done my utmost to honor the Qin couple's wishes. Little Qin, may you seek your own fortune. The cunning businessman had profited financially while enhancing his reputation, making a tidy gain while simultaneously undermining Qin Shiyu. The market value was likely to plummet by day's end. To those unaware, Luo's actions appeared magnanimous. After all, his daughter had been betrayed, the wedding called off, yet the already partially gifted dowry remained intact. Everyone would praise the Luo family's graciousness. Luo Ning silently commended her father. The old fox. Truly remarkable. Qin Shiyu desperately sought to defend himself. Ning, I still love you. How could I betray you? It was her fault. She must have done something to me for me to act that way. Yet his rebuttals were feeble. The evidence, hotel records, videos, recordings, was irrefutable. Any attempt to deny would falter. His arguments paled in comparison to a straightforward admission of guilt, which might have garnered him a modicum of respect from Luo Ning. Instead, his powerless denials only served to lower the public's opinion of him and the Qin family further. At that moment, Lin Yinyin could no longer remain silent, though she was still handcuffed. Her pathetic attempt to look at Luo Ning from a 45-degree angle was almost comical. Ning, I only love Senior Qin too much. Don't blame him, blame me. I don't seek a title. I just want to be by his side. Can't you give me that chance? We are friends. Pressured, Lin Yinyin had no choice but to act shamelessly. Losing face was better than struggling in a world gone awry. The crowd murmured, which mental institution did this delusional person escape from? Is this the thought process of a sane individual? To be a mistress and still seek forgiveness? You don't want a title, yet you expect him to share his life with you? Do you think you're a family meal? Initially sorrowful, Luo Ning found herself laughing in disbelief. How foolish she had been in her past life, to have been so thoroughly deceived by such a lowly schemer. I mustn't laugh. I must hold it in. Luo Ning trembled slightly in her mother's embrace, leading onlookers to assume her sorrow was overwhelming, eliciting sympathetic glances. Only Luo's mother knew the truth, holding her tightly in an effort to conceal her daughter's amusement. Gu Yunxi watched the live broadcast on television, munching on popcorn and shaking her head. Had she not participated in catching the cheaters the previous day, she might have believed the girl on screen was genuinely heartbroken. She had to admit, her acting was commendable. Brother, did you see? Ning is annulling her engagement. Your chance has come. On the other end of the line, Gu Yunxiao frowned deeply. She cried so sorrowfully, yet it was for another man. She must love him. Qin Shiyu, very well, I shall remember you. He sighed and hung up the phone, reflecting on his own unworthiness to stand by her side. After all, she was a radiant sun, capable of warming others, while he, an abnormal person, felt unworthy. As long as he could protect her, what more could he desire? Luo Ning had successfully raised the animosity and disdain towards Qin Shiyu and Lin Yinyin, accomplishing her mission and retreating. Upon returning to her car, she bid farewell to her parents, each attending to their own affairs. The vehicle drove far away, seeking a secluded corner, wiping away the dark circles beneath her eyes. She couldn't help but marvel at her own skills. She had almost convinced herself. However, it had cost her a few tears, leaving her eyes quite swollen. This morning, she had applied onion juice around her eyes, which had left them a tad red. In pursuit of authenticity, she had truly put in the effort. Yet, there were moments when her tears were genuine. After all, it's human nature to reveal one's vulnerabilities when surrounded by those they can lean on. If given the choice, who would prefer to maintain a facade of strength? Such emotions should be tucked away for the future. In this lifetime, she aspired to be strong and formidable, to protect her parents, and to become their pillar of support. That morning, Luo Ning had deliberately eaten less, allowing herself to feel hunger as noon approached, ensuring she appeared weak and feeble. However, she soon realized she had perhaps overdone it. She randomly selected a restaurant, ordering an abundance of meat dishes alongside a fair share of vegetables. She even arranged with the owner for several signature dishes, 50 portions each, to be delivered to the warehouse location for later enjoyment. Just as Luo Ning was about to eat, a man sat down across from her, tall and imposing, his demeanor icy and stern. Luo Ning felt a bit taken aback. He was undeniably handsome, and while she appreciated good looks, she couldn't help but think, this food is mine. Do not covet my meal, no matter how attractive you may be. A simple meal was all that was necessary. He need not harbor any unrealistic expectations. The man spoke in a low tone, as if someone owed him money. Luo Ning shot back. Who said I wanted to dine with you? This is all mine, my food, understand? After that, the man ceased his chatter and quietly picked up his chopsticks to eat. Not wanting to lose her meal to this food thief, Luo Ning hastened her pace. She decided to overlook his good looks and simply enjoy her meal alongside him. Observing her rapid consumption, the man accelerated his own pace, and thus they silently engaged in a contest of speed, devouring the entire spread before them. I'll cover the bill, but I must prioritize my career. It was my mother who insisted I join this meal. Please inform your parents that I have no immediate plans for marriage, the stern man said to Luo Ning, settling the bill before departing with a flourish. Luo Ning thought to herself, so, I was mistaken for a blind date. Nevertheless, he paid, so it's all good. He ate too. Upon arriving at the warehouse, she waited in her car for the delivery of goods, putting the incident out of her mind. The general manager had proven reliable, specifically reminding her to inspect the goods. Trusting his words, she checked 2 bags, both of which were of excellent quality, so she refrained from further inspection. Once the goods were secured in the warehouse and the laborers had left, ensuring no one was around, she entered the warehouse to store the copious supplies into her space. After receiving the several hundred portions of braised pork, potato ribs, crispy chicken, and spicy crayfish, she carefully stowed everything away before driving off. Sated and well-stocked, she felt liberated from the grasp of that insufferable man. Feeling accomplished, Luo Ning cheerfully called her friend Gu Yunxi to arrange a shopping trip, humming a tune as she drove home. Chapter 13. The Spirit of the Artifact. In the past few days, Luo Ning had been bustling about, yet she hadn't neglected her martial arts practice. As usual, she entered her space to cultivate before bed. Upon entering, she was taken aback to discover that her potato ribs were missing, with only a floor littered with what appeared to be licked clean bones. Who could have devoured them? Even a dog wouldn't leave it this clean. Luo Ning began to wonder, inspecting her surroundings. Since the space automatically classified items, She hadn't previously scrutinized the warehouse-like area. Had she not been preoccupied with her potato ribs, she might never have noticed. The goods, upon entering, would compress and shrink into bubbles, each finding its designated compartment on tiered shelves. Before entering, she had checked the area outside the warehouse. The chickens, ducks, fish, and livestock were all happily grazing, albeit in slightly larger numbers, with no abnormalities. Following the scattered bones, she slowly navigated toward a corner of the warehouse, drawn by a series of escalating snores. It was a dead corner of the shelving, which explained her previous oversight. What caught her eye was a fluffy, snow-white ball. Lacking discernible limbs or features, it could only be described as a ball for now. Curious, Luo Ning cautiously reached out to pick up the spherical object. Just as she was about to turn it around, a voice exclaimed, "Who dares disturb this esteemed spirit-s slumber?" Startled, she dropped the ball far away. After all, she was alone in this space. The sudden emergence of a voice was quite alarming. "Oh heavens, you've nearly caused my demise." "My head," the ball lamented. "What on earth are you?" Luo Ning asked, now brandishing a large cleaver defensively. "You're the one who doesn't belong here. Your entire family is out of place." "Oh no, I am not just anything. I am the esteemed spirit of the artifact." The adorable yet infuriating voice, coupled with its appearance, prompted Luo Ning to chuckle. "Where did this silly, cute ball come from? So you claim to be the spirit of this space? Did you consume my potato ribs?" Luo Ning scrutinized it skeptically. "You mere mortal. How can you be so astonished?" "Yes, I did eat them. What of it?" The self-proclaimed spirit of the space shouted defiantly, albeit with a hint of guilt. "A spirit of such great renown must surely possess all knowledge. Can you enlighten me about my rebirth, this space, and the world of the novel?" Luo Ning attempted to flatter it into divulging information. "Of course." The round ball stretched its minuscule legs, yawning, and cast a disdainful glance at Luo Ning. "This spirit permits you, a mere human, to carry me upstairs." Luo Ning smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Very well." She thought to herself, "You arrogant little creature, I will extract the information I seek before settling the score with you." Lifting the round ball, she ascended to the upper floor. As she settled down, the ball found a cozy spot in her embrace, emitting a sound reminiscent of a purring cat, yet distinctly different. This jade bracelet space was actually left behind by a powerful immortal from ancient times. During that era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, and after a millennium, I was born, this magnificent spirit of the artifact. Alas, my original master ascended to another realm and no longer requires this space. There was a hint of sorrow in its voice. Furthermore, as the spiritual energy of this world gradually waned, there were no more cultivators. Then came the dinosaurs, leading to humanity's extinction, followed by the dinosaurs meeting their own demise, only for humanity to re-emerge. The round ball was about to continue when Luo Ning interjected. "I understand about the spirit of the artifact. Can you answer my other two questions first?" she asked, employing her most soothing tone. "The tales you speak of are indeed narratives, akin to what you refer to as novels. However, their worlds are self-contained, representing a smaller world in comparison to the main world." "What is the main world? Is it the original world of Lin Yinyin from which she crossed over?"
Luo Ning queried eagerly.
"Essentially, yes. However, the world you inhabit has reached its end due to humanity's own actions, causing the world's fortune to wane, thus allowing her to cross over. Comparatively, the small worlds within novels are generally under the author's control. Yet once the story concludes, the author can no longer alter it, as the small world has formed, and all beings within it have developed their own consciousness. Nevertheless, very few individuals, like you, possess the great fortune to awaken and uncover the truth of the world," the round ball explained. "Thus, the world we inhabit is indeed real, is it not?" Luo Ning felt a surge of joy. She was not merely a puppet crafted by another's pen. If we strive to enact change, our world shall endure, correct? Luo Ning's excitement was palpable. "In theory, that is the case. One final inquiry. Why have I been reborn?" Luo Ning had long pondered this perplexity. "It has been stated that you are a person of great fortune, that Lin Yinyin, who traversed into this narrative, disrupted the original trajectory of this miniature world. The world, awakening to self-consciousness, yearns to restore order, and you are the chosen one," the spherical entity stated with utmost seriousness. Luo Ning's confusion was finally elucidated, and her heart swelled with happiness. She affectionately ruffled the spherical being's head, only to receive an eye roll in return.
Ah,
Women can be so merciless in their change of heart. So does this mean we have forged a pact? I have signed a blood contract with the space. And you are the spirit of that space. Does that not imply a contractual relationship between us? Hence, I must be your master, you know. As Luo Ning spoke, she observed the fluffy creature, noticing its expression gradually stiffening, with her smile widening. Just as I thought, this silly creature. Then, must you not regard me as your master? The spherical entity muttered adorably. No. Luo Ning replied with resolute clarity. However, are you male or female? What if I happen to bathe in the space next time? You wouldn't spy on me, would you? As she spoke, she attempted to flip it over for a better look. The spherical entity, now wise to the situation, rolled to the side. I reject the concept of gender. I am a gender. Thank you very much. Internally, it grumbled, humph. Do not think that just because you are pleasing to the eye, you can act without restraint. My previous master was even more beautiful than you, it thought, its head drooping in despondence. He has long since abandoned me. Luo Ning gazed out the window, only to discover that the fruit tree had taken root on its own at some point. She glanced at the snow-white sphere. Did you plant that tree? What do you think? Do you believe I, this esteemed spirit, am idle? The spherical entity turned its head away, displaying a proud demeanor. In that case, why not plant some of the vegetable seeds you brought back? Luo Ning proposed, considering the merits of free labor. Not a chance. The spherical entity declared with haughty defiance. 1 roasted chicken, Luo Ning enticed. 3. The spherical entity's eyes sparkled as it began to negotiate. Those round, glistening eyes whirled with clever thoughts.
deal.
Luo Ning did not hesitate, sealing the agreement without granting it a moment of reconsideration. The spherical entity felt overwhelmed, yet a nagging sensation of being outmaneuvered lingered. Add 1 more, and ensure regular care and harvesting. Luo Ning continued to raise the stakes.
All right.
The spherical entity rolled about on the soft couch, gleefully dismissing its concerns, for now. It had gained yet another roasted chicken. Chapter 14. Rumors of the Apocalypse. Gu Yunxi slumped onto the ground, gasping for breath. Regret washed over her as she lamented her choices. Who was that fierce woman battling the coach? She did not recognize her. Please return her goddess. Yet, that kick directed at the coach was undeniably impressive. Gu Yunxi had been thoroughly defeated by the coach, but now witnessing Luo Ning confront him was exhilarating, wasn't he it? With a swift kick, Luo Ning placed her leg against the coach's neck, who retaliated with a punch to her forehead. It ended in a draw. In truth, Luo Ning had not held back in their match, merely stopping short of inflicting real harm. The coach understood this well. Luo Ning was sparing him some face. After all, who would want to lose to a student who had trained for less than a month? The spectators of this sparring match were none other than Luo Ning and Gu Yunxi. Recently, Gu Yunxi had dragged her around for several days, gathering previously ordered supplies. Each day had been quite tranquil. However, Luo Ning felt a sense of unease. She wished for Gu Yunxi to possess self-defense capabilities. After all, she could not always be by her side, and in case of danger, essential self-defense skills were imperative. Ning Ning, you are amazing, Gu Yunxi exclaimed, her disheveled hair a testament to her enthusiasm. Luo Ning walked towards her with graceful strides, lifting a bottle of water to her lips. Her slender neck was enchanting, leaving Gu Yunxi spellbound. Was that violent woman really her? They had been training diligently for over half a month, collecting supplies during their breaks, with Luo Ning's skills having undergone a remarkable transformation. Such progress in just half a month was unattainable without the assistance of her spatial cheat, allowing her to practice for several times longer.
Now,
She could best a coach renowned for winning national martial arts championships 3 times in a row. As for other coaches, they would flee at the mere sight of Luo Ning. Gu Yunxi initially intended to slack off, but when Ning Ning said that if she did not train properly, she would not be allowed to come, there was no other choice but to endure the rigors. The struggle was real, but it bore fruit. Though her progress was not as rapid as Luo Ning's, she was still far stronger than the average girl. The spiritual spring water had not been lacking either. For the time being, she was more than capable of self-defense. Watching the beauty drink, Gu Yunxi began to gossip about a recent trending post. Ning. Have you seen that popular apocalyptic thread? It claims that the world is on the brink of ending, and there will be zombies. If the apocalypse were to come, what would you do? Luo Ning set down her cup, her expression turning serious. Of course, I would hoard supplies. I must stockpile a great deal of self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, sauerkraut fish, boiled beef, spicy chicken, and many other delicacies. Hot pot base and seasonings are also essential. The novels about the apocalypse mention that animals will mutate, and some mutated animal meat can be consumed and possesses energy. The taste of hot pot would surely be delightful, Gu Yunxi mused, dreaming of the possibilities while smacking her lips. Upon hearing this, Luo Ning nodded thoughtfully, considering the need to purchase more supplies. Since discovering that Ning was also a foodie, the two of them shared a common goal regarding food. After their training, they sought out a well-known restaurant for hot pot. To facilitate her martial arts training, Luo Ning had cut her long hair short, yet a beauty looks captivating in any hairstyle. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, they encountered an acquaintance.
Luo Ning?
It truly is you. I almost didn't recognize you with your short hair. I heard from the counselor that you took a 2-month leave. I thought something serious had happened. I was quite worried. But now, it seems you are doing well, even finding time to enjoy hot pot. A girl with wavy hair delivered her sarcastic remarks, unable to resist scrutinizing Luo Ning from head to toe. Luo Ning replied coolly, if I recall correctly, this is the time for compulsory classes. Are you skipping class to eat hot pot? And does the counselor know? The girl with wavy hair was left speechless. Indeed, she had skipped class. What do you mean? Today, I just wanted to insult someone, so I'll spare you, she retorted. Gu Yunxi rolled her eyes and nudged Luo Ning, pushing past the girl with wavy hair. What do you mean by that? The girl shouted angrily. Gu Yunxi turned back, smiling innocently, and mouthed, You're not human. The girl with wavy hair stomped her feet in frustration. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting female employee nearby bore the brunt of the ensuing chaos. The little food cart in my hands was unexpectedly collided with. What on earth is happening? Can you afford to compensate for this? My clothes. I assisted her in settling the matter, returning to hand over 5,000 yuan to the waitress. She offered a grateful smile to Luo Ning. This is a brand name. I protested. Yours is a high imitation. If you don't believe me, just ask at the specialty store. 5,000 is far too generous. A flush of embarrassment flickered across the waitress's face. I am Chen Xiaolu. Could you leave me your contact number? I will repay you. The waitress, biting her lip, replied with an air of bashfulness, You too have been inconvenienced by us. No need for thanks. She reflected on the kindness of people. Relying solely on her younger brother for support, lacking formal education, she earned little. Should she be required to compensate, it would be a true burden. She must be from C University, as she heard the earlier girl call her Luo Ning. Such a lovely name. She resolved to save enough money to find a chance to express her gratitude in the future. Time slipped by amidst Luo Ning's daily physical training and the gathering of supplies. With less than half a month until the anticipated apocalypse, Luo Ning began renovations on her newly acquired villa, with her parents and Aunt Li having moved in earlier to oversee the work. She hired a construction team to fortify and elevate the iron fences, installing electric grids atop them and constructing a new, higher wall around the perimeter. All windows and ventilation ducts of the villa were fitted with iron bars and nets. Additionally, several generators were installed in the basement, and solar panels adorned the roof. Naturally, ample supplies of solar energy and fuel were stored within, for who would ever deem it excessive? The once lush lawn and flower beds were entirely removed, replaced by a deep well, now sealed with a cover. Gu Yunxi, who had been closely following Luo Ning, was utterly astonished. As a fan of apocalyptic novels, she detected an unusual air in the renovations. Her idol's alterations were undoubtedly a response to the impending doom. She desired the same. Thus, as soon as the renovations on Luo Ning's house concluded, Gu Yunxi recruited the team for her own project, specifying, I want an identical setup. The head of the workers was speechless. Do you think this is a meal combo? You want another one? However, the two houses shared a similar structure, making it easy to replicate. And since it was foolish to turn down money, they cheerfully agreed. Luo Ning chose not to comment on the matter. Using the pretense of being homeless, Gu Yunxi shamelessly managed to secure a room in the villa. Every day, she scoured the internet, increasingly panicked at the thought of the apocalypse approaching. This, however, was not merely her imagination. Unbeknownst to Miss Gu, those apocalyptic threads were precisely what Luo Ning had devised to circulate, ensuring no trace could lead back to her. Initially, Luo Ning intended to venture alone to procure some self-heating meals, but Gu Yunxi, under the guise of ensuring her brother would have food upon return, insisted on joining her. Luo Ning saw the merit in having company, as some items could be more easily acquired together, offering a convenient excuse for later. Together, they visited a self-heating food factory, purchasing several hundred portions of each item, enough to fill 6 large trucks with self-heating meals and condiments. They also stocked up on rice, flour, and cooking oil, loading 4 additional trucks for storage in the basement. Although they already had sufficient supplies for a lifetime, it was wise to gather more for security. Fortunately, the villa had just been completed, and with many people prioritizing ventilation, occupancy remained low, which Luo Ning had keenly observed. One day, while en route to a livestock farm, they encountered a traffic jam. Gu Yunxi exited the vehicle to investigate and spotted a crowd gathered around an elderly man lying on the ground, with no one daring to assist. As the onlookers pointed and whispered, the man abruptly sprang to his feet and bit the nearest person. Panic ensued, and everyone retreated, leaving no one to help. Fortunately, police and ambulances arrived just in time to restrain the out-of-control elder. The officers informed the bystanders that it was a rabies outbreak and urged them to disperse, assuring them it was nothing serious. From the sidelines, Luo Ning clearly observed the man's features, his eyes devoid of pupils, glistening a ghastly white. Could that be a zombie? Following this incident, Gu Yunxi grew significantly quieter. After all, novels were one thing, but reality was another. Witnessing a living person transform into such a horrifying sight stirred something within her. Suddenly, Gu Yunxi pulled out her phone and dialed the first number on her list. After a long ring, someone finally answered. "Brother, I saw someone turn into a zombie. They lost their pupils. Please come back, I'm scared." After listening to her brother's response, her delicate brows furrowed. "Just be careful, and I'll wait for you at home." She hung up. The two then placed a massive order for several thousand livestock, chickens and ducks, from the farm. The owner, thrilled at such a large order, greeted them with a broad smile, eager to provide slaughtering services, especially since they were willing to pay extra. They agreed on delivery to the villa. Storage was no concern, as Luo Ning had installed an oversized cold storage unit in the basement during the renovations. Even if the power were to go out, the solar panels and generators would suffice. On the return journey, Gu Yunxi managed to regain some composure, though she remained somewhat dazed. Luo Ning, driving, sought to comfort her but found herself at a loss for words, finally settling on, if an apocalypse truly comes, it's better to get accustomed to it early. We are already a step ahead of others, aren't we? Gu Yunxi bolstered her own spirits, reminding herself, "You can do this, Gu Yunxi. You must wait for your brother to return." Chapter 15. The apocalypse approaches early. With only a week left until the apocalypse, Gu Yunxi insisted on taking Luo Ning out for a stroll. The temperature that day was unusually high, despite it being late March. People had already donned their breeziest summer attire. The sweltering heat stirred a sense of unease within Luo Ning. She inquired about Gu Yunxiao's whereabouts, asking why he had yet to return. Gu Yunxi merely mentioned that her brother had encountered some issues that delayed him, but he would be arriving on tonight's flight, which eased Luo Ning's worries slightly. While the two dined in a Western restaurant, the serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a scream. A woman suddenly collapsed at her table, causing her companions to panic. To their horror, one by one, patrons of the restaurant, regardless of age or gender, began to faint. The few who remained conscious were filled with dread. Perhaps recalling the terrifying flu outbreak in M country reported in the news, no one dared to approach the fallen individuals, fearing they might be infected and aggressive. Some, trembling, fumbled for their phones to call emergency services, but the lines were jammed, likely overwhelmed with calls. As expected, it has come early, Luo Ning thought, realizing the impending doom was finally upon them. With a multitude of thoughts racing through her mind, she grasped Gu Yunxi's hand and turned to hasten down the stairs. Although Gu Yunxi did not understand the urgency, she followed closely behind, sensing Luo Ning's distress. The restaurant was located on the 25th floor, and their only means of descent was the elevator. However, upon reaching the elevator lobby, they found it blocked due to the fallen patrons, forcing them to retreat to the stairs. Each floor they descended was filled with groups of people inexplicably collapsing. Gu Yunxi's heart raced. Indeed, this was the apocalypse. Her brother had just arrived in City A yesterday and had yet to return. What should she do? Panic enveloped her mind, making her feel as if she had lost her soul. Were it not for Luo Ning pulling her along, she would have surely stumbled. Fortunately, they acted quickly. Upon reaching the second floor, the stairwell also became congested. A stampede had ensued, completely obstructing their path. Others, resembling individuals afflicted by rabies, were grabbing and biting indiscriminately. Several individuals lay bleeding on the ground, the gruesome scene evoking sheer terror, yet the instinct for survival compelled one to press onward. The throngs behind relentlessly pushed forward, while those below, gripped by panic, sought refuge upstairs, exacerbating the casualties at the stairwell of the second floor. To evade the threat of being bitten, Luo Ning grasped Gu Yunxi's hand, pivoting towards the vicinity of the second-floor dining area. Amidst the chaos, Luo Ning discreetly retrieved 2 bone-slicing knives from her spatial pocket, pretending they were procured from the restaurant, and handed one to Gu Yunxi. Though her hands trembled slightly, Gu Yunxi, now regaining her composure, accepted the blade with unwavering resolve. As they meandered through the second floor, they stumbled upon a clothing store where both the proprietor and a customer lay unconscious on the floor. Approaching the window, they glimpsed a van below. Luo Ning flung open the window and, stepping onto the air conditioning unit, tossed the knives down before leaping after them. The van shuddered as she landed securely atop it, turning back to wave at Gu Yunxi. With a determined breath, Gu Yunxi followed suit, propelling herself through the window with a loud thud as she landed on the van, nearly slipping off the edge, but fortunate enough to be caught by Luo Ning. Hanging precariously from the side of the van, Gu Yunxi exhaled in relief, realizing that what she had envisioned as a graceful landing had nearly turned into a disastrous tumble. Turning her gaze back, she noticed a bloodied figure at the window, its darkened hands reaching out, mouth agape and dripping with an unknown substance. It seemed frozen, perhaps no longer even classified as human. They climbed into the van, setting their course for their school. The sight of numerous bodies sprawled across the streets weighed heavily on Luo Ning's heart. It appeared the ominous predictions circulating online were indeed true. The apocalypse had arrived. Gu Yunxi murmured to herself, reflecting on the posts that had been swiftly deleted by authorities, yet had reached the eyes of the youth who frequented the internet. Each interpreting the situation through their own lens, some dismissing it with laughter, while others took it to heart. After traversing a stretch where the vehicle could no longer advance due to fallen bodies creating a chaotic blockage, they reluctantly abandoned the van and resumed on foot. A multitude of the still conscious gathered outside, yet they instinctively kept their distance from the 2 armed with knives. Having distanced themselves from the bustling city center, Luo Ning felt a semblance of security, yet remained vigilant. They needed to seize this opportunity to locate another vehicle. Returning on foot posed an immense risk. Given the circumstances, it seems the end of days may truly have begun. We must hasten our pace. These fallen individuals could transform into the very monsters we witnessed in the clothing store at any moment. I intend to return to the school to find someone, Yunxi. Are you afraid? I am not afraid. Not with you beside me, Gu Yunxi declared loudly, attempting to bolster her own courage. Though Luo Ning could detect a slight tremor in her voice, Luo Ning soon spotted a van with its owner unconscious inside. Utilizing the open window, they managed to drag the occupant out and secure him within a small shop, locking the door behind them. If luck favored him, he might awaken with abilities that could grant him a chance at survival. As they drove onward, Luo Ning noted a decrease in the number of bodies strewn about the road, replaced instead by pools of fresh blood. Alarmed, she prepared to accelerate, but suddenly, a figure obstructed their path. Gu Yunxi leaned out to inquire about the individual's presence, but Luo Ning swiftly yanked her back and rolled up the window. The vehicle surged forward, executing the maneuver with seamless precision, sending the obstruction sprawling. When Gu Yunxi turned back, she was gripped by a chill of terror, her heart racing. Mother, that's no longer a human. It resembles a zombie from a post-apocalyptic film. Its grayish-white eyes and pallid skin were unsettling, and it was not alone. Those who had fallen appeared to be puppets, staggering toward the living with outstretched claws and raspy breaths. Gu Yunxi, having steadied herself, found acceptance easier than anticipated, clutching her knife handle with renewed determination. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Gu Yunxiao. Taking advantage of the lull in the zombie threat, Luo Ning pulled over to contact home. Thankfully, all was well. She reminded her family to secure their doors and windows, instructing them to refuse entry to anyone but themselves. Suddenly, Gu Yunxi brought the phone closer to Luo Ning's ear, and a deep voice resonated. "This is Gu Yunxiao. I'm currently in a city and unable to leave. Please take care of my sister. Also, protect yourself and wait for my return." A warm sensation enveloped Luo Ning. Being thought of by someone felt delightful. Regardless, even without his urging, she would never abandon Gu Yunxi. Naturally, she would prioritize her own safety, but the thought of Gu Yunxiao's concern warmed her heart. Humph. That silly man, wandering around outside without a care. He ought to return quickly. It only makes me worry. Initially, upon hearing that he was scheduled to fly today, she hadn't been overly anxious. After all, the previous apocalypse had commenced on April 1st, a week away. Thus, she had refrained from pressing him. However, she had frequently advised Gu Yunxi to remain indoors and return promptly. She wondered if he had taken her words to heart and resolved to hold him accountable upon his return. Gu Yunxi, still shaken, ended the call with a few more words, her voice choking as if trying to comfort both Luo Ning and herself. "My brother said he has returned to a city. There are zombies there as well. He told us to avoid being scratched or bitten and to wait for him to come for us. Ning, don't be afraid. If he says he will come, he surely will." Chapter 16. Returning to school to save lives. With emotions gathered, they resumed their drive toward the school. Gu Yunxi refrained from inquiring about whom Luo Ning sought. Whoever it was, they clearly held great significance. The person Luo Ning aimed to find was Qian Duoduo, an individual who had once shown her kindness in her past life. With her parents safely indoors, she felt reassured enough to venture out to rescue others. This way, Duoduo would not have to endure the humiliation and abandonment she faced in her previous life, ultimately leading to her tragic choice of suicide due to psychological distress. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse had erupted earlier than anticipated. Events were unfolding in a manner divergent from her expectations, perhaps for the better? Plot twists? She mused, the more chaotic, the better. Let the one who wrote the story tend to her own narrative. Before long, they arrived at a small alley adjacent to the school, flanked by a residential complex. With a narrow passage that rarely saw foot traffic, Gu Yunxi, now alert, shifted her focus from her earlier shock to the sight of Luo Ning's determined ascent. "Are we not using the main entrance?" she queried, observing Luo Ning's intent to scale the wall. "Do you wish to attract zombies at the heavily trafficked entrance?" Luo Ning struggled to reach the top of the wall, finding the climb unexpectedly arduous. "Just climbing a tree, yet it feels so challenging. I must practice more. This is far more difficult than martial arts training." Peering over the wall, she spotted only 2 wandering zombies, close to the girls' dormitory. Thankfully, she had already inquired about Qianduoduo's room, or aimless searching would surely prove exhausting. Perched atop the wall, she whispered to Gu Yunxi below, "You should come up. There are only 2 zombies. We can each handle one." "Only 2? Gu Yunxi thought, suppressing the urge to retort. "Do you think they are merely carrots and cabbages?" Though her heart was filled with an overwhelming reluctance, she dared not remain alone with her. So, after exerting considerable effort, and thanks to Luo Ning's assistance, she finally managed to climb breathlessly over the wall. Luo Ning handed her the bone-cutting knife, signaling her to follow, and then leaped down with a swift motion. The noise startled 2 zombies lurking not far from the wall, who quickly approached, drawn by the scent. Fortunately, these newly transformed creatures were not particularly swift. Luo Ning raised her knife and struck at the head of the nearest zombie. The anticipated result of a splattered brain did not materialize. Instead, the blade became lodged in the creature's skull, rendering it immobile. Observing this, Gu Yunxi abandoned her perch to jump down, gingerly hopping on her injured leg. Momentarily struggling to recover from the impact, armed with her knife, she rushed forward, delivering a blow to the arm of the zombie stuck in front of Luo Ning, severing it with brutal force. Before she could even let out a triumphant laugh, another zombie closed in on them. Gu Yunxi had not wasted her time at the martial arts school. She wielded her knife with newfound confidence. Seeing that her initial objective had been accomplished, Luo Ning revealed her skills as well. delivering a swift kick to the zombie's chest while simultaneously pulling her knife free. Before the creature could react, its head exploded in a shower of brain matter. Luo Ning deftly jumped aside, narrowly avoiding the gruesome spray, her earlier clumsiness now a distant memory. Gu Yunxi was still engaged with the other zombie, muttering to herself as she fought. How can you be so hideous and still have the audacity to swagger around in front of me? At least try to look decent. Luo Ning rolled her eyes, pondering whether the term old lady was something Gu Yunxi had picked up from her. As for beauty, simply having facial features intact was already a concession to the audience. Remaining an observer, Luo Ning chose not to intervene, which only exacerbated Gu Yunxi's irritation. Seizing the moment when the zombie stumbled over a branch, she decisively severed its head from its body. Ning ning, ha ha ha. Am I impressive or what? From now on, I'll protect you. Luo Ning swiftly followed up with a finishing blow, splitting the other zombie's skull, and then cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yunxi. Recalling the many apocalyptic novels she had read that emphasized the importance of destroying the brain, Gu Yunxi patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Realizing she had let her guard down this time and promising herself to be more vigilant in the future, the pair arrived at the dormitory building, the doors wide open. And thankfully, there were no zombies at the entrance. Only the sound of banging from the dormitory supervisor's room indicated that the supervisor had been trapped inside after turning. Luo Ning had no interest in the zombie behind that door. Her sole focus was on saving people. Gripping her knife firmly, she cautiously ascended to the second floor. As they reached the second floor, they encountered 4 or 5 zombies gathered at the staircase. These creatures, unable to reach the living humans hiding inside, were now excitedly stumbling toward the scent of flesh. If they could run, they would, but in reality, they dragged themselves along, resembling individuals struggling to walk after a stroke. Am I allowed to laugh, Ning Ning? Before Luo Ning could respond, Gu Yunxi was stifling laughter. Luo Ning sighed, rolling her eyes at the foolish girl. Even in an apocalyptic world, she found amusement in trivial matters. Nevertheless, it was refreshing. The two worked in tandem, their previous battle experience making this encounter with zombies more manageable. Perhaps it was simply the early stage of the outbreak, as these zombies were not particularly formidable. Upon reaching the third floor, they repeated their strategy. One would distract while the other struck. A survivor hiding in a dormitory cracked the door open slightly, witnessing their actions. And the instinct to cry out for help was suppressed in fear, leading to the door being hastily shut. They dared not make a sound. Luo Ning noticed this, but understood that these innocent college students were in a state of panic. They could not accept that their once familiar friends had transformed into monsters, and the idea of taking their lives was unfathomable. To them, Luo Ning and her companion appeared to be murderers. Only those who could wield weapons had the right to survive. After dealing with the wandering zombies on the third floor, Luo Ning instructed Gu Yunxi to keep watch at the staircase while she approached room 304 and knocked. There was no response, whether due to fear, unconsciousness, or having already become a zombie. She was uncertain. Just as she prepared to kick the door down, it swung open. The encounter was rather awkward. Luo Ning maintained her composure, retracting her foot. Standing before her was Qian Duoduo, one of her former teammates, her eyes flickering with a hint of recognition that quickly vanished, almost making one doubt their senses. Qian Duoduo, feeling dizzy, had just glimpsed Luo Ning and Gu Yunxi battling the zombies through the door crack and was filled with admiration. Especially for Luo Ning. She had wanted to open the door sooner, but had lacked the strength. Upon seeing them knock, she hurried to answer, though it took her a while to turn the knob due to her heavy-headedness. Luo Ning called for Gu Yunxi and swiftly entered the room. As soon as the door was locked, Qian Duoduo collapsed weakly, but Luo Ning was quick enough to catch her and lay her on the bed. Qian Duoduo was one of the few in her past life who treated Luo Ning sincerely. Luo Ning had once asked why she was so kind to her. Qian Duoduo explained that before the apocalypse, her family was poor and others looked down on her, but Luo Ning was the only one willing to speak to her. Thus, she felt compelled to take care of Luo Ning. At that time, Luo Ning had simply felt pity for her, never expecting that a casual gesture would lead to such profound gratitude. Qian Duoduo was a rare healer with special abilities, often sharing her resources with Luo Ning during their hardships. Luo Ning shook off her thoughts, gazing at Qian Duoduo, who still looked plump and hadn't yet become as gaunt due to food shortages as she had in her previous life. She retrieved a bottle of the prepared elixir and fed it to her. As she waited for Qian Duo to regain consciousness, Luo Ning suddenly felt her own mind becoming muddled. Without a moment's hesitation, she urged Gu Yunxi to lock and barricade the doors and windows, forbidding anyone from entering, and to secure herself and Qian Duo together. As Gu Yunxi rushed toward her, her figure began to blur, and darkness enveloped her consciousness. Chapter 17. A violent confrontation with a rival. Luo Ning was awakened by an unbearable noise. The incessant buzzing made her furrow her brow, and as she attempted to turn over, she found herself unable to move. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the underside of the wooden bed in the dormitory. In an instant, she was fully alert. The apocalypse had come early, and she was still in Qian Duo's dormitory. The sounds around her became clearer. That irritating voice, was it not Lin Yinyin, the character from the story? She was truly inescapable, appearing everywhere.
No, wait.
The apocalypse was upon them. Luo Ning suddenly realized. Her eyes brightening. Did this mean she could seek revenge for past grievances? Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo also noticed that Luo Ning had awakened and hurried to untie her. Luo Ning felt ice shards falling from her body. This was an ice-type ability. Overjoyed, she had initially thought she would be like her last life, without any awakened powers. But it seemed her rebirth had caused a butterfly effect. Ning, you have so many ice shards. Is this an ice-type ability? Gu Yunxi exclaimed with delight. Ning. Is that you? Have you awakened an ice-type ability? Lin Yinyin pressed her face against the door, her tone incredulous. The protagonist was supposed to possess only spatial abilities, without any awakened powers. Why had Luo Ning manifested ice-type abilities? Lin Yinyin assumed that her presence in this world had caused the changes and dared not reveal her thoughts. Ignoring her, Luo Ning turned to Gu Yunxi and asked, "What were you arguing about just now? You were so loud. Weren't you afraid of attracting zombies?" "It's this homewrecker." She insisted that those who faint would turn into zombies. "She wants us to leave with her and leave you behind." We did not acquiesce. And she erupted into a tumult, claiming that only by following her could we hope to survive. Gu Yunxi, with a fierce glare directed at Lin Yinyin through the door, let out a cold snort. Indeed, she insisted that my safety depended on my association with her, yet she failed to elucidate the reasons behind her assertions. Qian Duo's cherubic face scrunched up in displeasure towards Lin Yinyin. How long had she been standing outside without any zombies coming to feast upon her? Luo Ning raised an eyebrow and inquired. "You've cleared the zombies on the 2 floors nearby. Presently, there are none," Qian Duo replied. "Squeakier, may I eliminate her now? Would this fictional world collapse?"
Luo Ning pondered inwardly.
"It might. Why not give it a try?" Yunxiao replied uncertainly. "Yunxi, open the door," Luo Ning instructed Gu Yunxi. As soon as the door swung open, Lin Yinyin attempted to push her way inside, only to be firmly restrained by Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo. With her newly awakened abilities, Luo Ning focused intently, conjuring an ice needle aimed directly at Lin Yinyin's forehead. However, as the ice needle approached, it vanished without a sound. It did not melt. It simply disappeared. Undeterred, Luo Ning resorted to the dagger strapped to her leg, but it too vanished upon being thrown, returning to its original position, still bound to her leg. Furthermore, it seemed as though the 3 of them were oblivious to their own actions, with not a hint of reaction. It felt as if she had become an awakened NPC, while Lin Yinyin, despite being a character from a book, was indeed a part of the original plot. Since the apocalypse had just begun, the storyline had yet to unfold, and she should be safe for the time being, as Yunxiao murmured weakly. "What on earth is this plot?" Luo Ning exclaimed in frustration. Was she to be rendered powerless while Lin Yinyin flaunted her presence before her? Perhaps in the future, you might have the opportunity to let others take action, or you could grow strong enough to eliminate her yourself, Yunxiao suggested timidly. Luo Ning exasperated retorted. To hell with this plot. Yet, she mused, I cannot kill her, but there was no stipulation against giving her a good beating. Yunxi Duo. Do you wish to practice your skills? Luo Ning inquired with a radiant smile that sent shivers down the spines of the others.
Yes.
They both answered in unison.
Indeed.
Like attracts like, Luo Ning's mischievous thoughts were clearly understood by the other 2. Consequently, Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo suddenly loosened their grip on Lin Yinyin, who, in her eagerness to enter, stumbled and fell unceremoniously into the room. With a resounding thud, the door was shut, and the three of them closed in. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Yinyin stammered, her fear evident as she gazed at the trio, utterly defenseless. Half an hour later, the door swung open to reveal a bruised and battered figure, unrecognizable and tossed outside. The door was shut once more. "While I am still disinclined to resort to bloodshed, I advise you to keep your distance," Luo Ning commanded Lin Yinyin with an icy demeanor, not even deigning to cast her a glance. "Ning Ning, how can you be like this? We are friends," Lin Yinyin protested, tears streaming down her face. "Ignore her. She is not in any immediate danger," Luo Ning remarked. Her mood significantly lifted after releasing her pent-up frustration. Qian Duo, aware of Luo Ning's circumstances, empathized. Recalling how she had watched the live broadcast of the press conference and had cried alongside Luo Ning, she found Lin Yinyin, who had stolen her fiancé while masquerading as a champion of true love, utterly repugnant. This petite girl, though not tall, possessed an adorable, delicate beauty, yet her strength was formidable. When it came to fighting, aside from Ning Ning, she was the fiercest, leaving Gu Yunxi momentarily stunned. This young lady had great potential. One could hardly deny that she was indeed a friend of the goddess Luo. Regardless of Lin Yinyin's incessant banging on the door, they remained unresponsive. "If you continue to shout, the zombies might come," Gu Yunxi teased, leaning against the door so that Lin Yinyin could hear her clearly. After a moment, silence ensued. Either she had been devoured by zombies, or she had hidden away, but no one cared. However, Luo Ning believed that someone as ambitious and self-preserving as Lin Yinyin would not so easily meet her demise. "Alas, life is arduous," she sighed, due to their tall statures. Both Gu Yunxi and Luo Ning stood out, with Luo Ning being the older of the two and more fully developed. Gu Yunxi was slightly more slender, yet her height was undeniable. Both were beauties in their own right. Under the scrutiny of two stunning women, Qian Duo felt a bit shy, fidgeting with the hem of her garment and smiling foolishly. Pay her no mind, there are always oddballs around, especially this year, Gu Yunxi thought, erroneously assuming that Duo felt guilty. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Qian Duo shared her discovery. "On the day the zombies appeared, I felt extremely hot and unwell. So I skipped class and returned home to rest. Later, when I was dizzy and nearly fainting, I heard you all fighting, and I peeked through the peephole. It was so cool." "Get to the point." Gu Yunxi couldn't help but interrupt. "Oh, right, I got a bit carried away. After I woke up, I noticed a small ball of light emanating from my hand, soft and soothing, just like this." She extended a finger, which glowed faintly, drawing the others closer in curiosity. Could this be the legendary healing ability? Luo Ning remarqued casually. "Really? Will I also possess a legendary power?" Qian Duo, accustomed to being overlooked, was taken aback. Her face flushed with excitement. "Shall we give it a try?" Luo Ning suggested, rolling up her pant leg and producing a small dagger, unhesitatingly pricking her fingertip. Both girls gasped in astonishment at her boldness, but Luo Ning paid them no mind, bringing Qian Duo's white light closer. Moments later, as the blood was wiped away, although a faint pink hue of tender flesh remained, the wound had already healed. The three of them were elated. Such a rare healing ability was indeed remarkable. "Duo, your power is still quite weak, which is why there are traces of the wound. As you level up, you will undoubtedly grow stronger." Luo Ning genkouraket. "I will do my best," Qian Duo exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. She felt a desire to shout with joy, her spirits soaring, but she restrained herself, mindful of their surroundings. Her slightly flushed face radiated a vibrant glow. "As for you, Ning Ning, yours must be an ice ability. You slept for 3 days, you know? If you hadn't woken up, we would have starved or perished from the heat," Gu Yunxi said, wrapping her arms around Luo Ning and nuzzling her face against her. "So refreshing, so cool, it lifts my spirits." She had not realized it herself, but mentioning it truly brought to light their hunger. "What did you eat these past couple of days?" Luo Ning inquired, wanting to assess the situation. If they hadn't taken their supplies, she could use her bag as a cover to retrieve some food. "Just the snacks and chips Duo bought. I am famished. I can only drink a little water. See how my lips are chapped." Gu Yunxi pouted, presenting her lips to Luo Ning, only to be met with a swift slap. "I still have some rations in my bag. After reading those posts about the apocalypse, I always carry supplies, Luo Ning stated, reaching for her backpack and pulling out several packets of instant noodles. Although the water was contaminated and undrinkable, the power had not yet gone out. Luo Ning placed a few ice cubes into Duoduo's small pot and began cooking the noodles. Soon, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of slurping noodles. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group began to deliberate whether to retrace their steps. At that moment, the school broadcast crackled to life. Dear teachers and students, we are currently in a critical situation. All surviving students are urged to find weapons nearby to avoid being harmed by zombies and to protect themselves as they gather at the main entrance of the school's southern gate. Around 3 o'clock this afternoon, military forces will arrive for rescue. Those who have not arrived by 4 o'clock will need to make their way to the Yuecheng Villa area in the outskirts of City C, which will serve as a temporary base for survivors. Please remember to gather at 3 o'clock. Those who have not arrived by 4 will bear their own responsibility. The broadcast repeated 3 times before falling silent. Gu Yunxi turned to Luo Ning, her eyes shining with excitement. Nink nink. That base seems to be right in our new neighborhood. Your taste is impeccable. It was still morning, and with plenty of time until 3 o'clock. She mused about doing a few more things. Do you want to join me? Luo Ning looked resolutely at the two. Gu Yunxi and Qian Duoduo exchanged glances, silently agreeing, with a firm nod. Chapter 18. The Ant Strikes the Tree. Reflecting on the fact that she had slept for 3 days without returning home or contacting her parents, Gu Yunxi felt a pang of anxiety about whether they were worried sick. Noticing Luo Ning's anxious demeanor, she opted not to tease her. Fortunately, the phone still had signal. Gu Yunxi had already reassured Luo's parents, but since Luo Ning had been in a deep slumber then, it was essential to call and confirm her parents' safety, allowing them to rest easy at home. After finishing the call with her parents, she finally turned her attention to her intended tasks. In the corridor, 3 girls were engaged in a fierce struggle with zombies, 2 tall and 1 petite. These 3 were none other than Luo Ning, Gu Yunxi, and the newly joined Qian Duoduo. This was precisely what she had planned to do: slay zombies, hone her skills, and save lives. Ever since awakening from her 3-day slumber, Luo Ning had discovered her ice-based supernatural ability, and everything felt different from her previous life. She was ecstatic. A rush of fervor surged through her chest, and she felt compelled to make a difference in this battered world. What if an ant could shake a tree? Whether it could or not was one matter. The act of trying was another. She did not believe in fate and wished to challenge it. Luo Ning's movements in dispatching zombies were swift and precise, clearly benefiting from the knowledge gleaned from the books in the space. After only a brief period of practice, her strength and accuracy had significantly improved. Gu Yunxi also found a rhythm, managing to fend for herself despite occasionally needing to evade zombies. Qian Duoduo wielded a fire axe from the dormitory corridor, a small girl with immense energy. Though she had initially been repulsed by the grotesque fluids and hideous faces, she grew increasingly courageous, her gaze hardening with determination. She wanted to live like a person. Seeing that her 2 friends could defend themselves, Luo Ning stepped back, allowing them to handle the situation. As they ascended each floor, doors would occasionally creak open or slam shut, with zombies roaring from behind. The dormitory building had 7 stories, yet it housed a considerable number of rooms. However, due to the timing of the apocalypse coinciding with class hours, only a fraction of students without classes or those on leave remained inside. Overall, there were far fewer zombies and living individuals than imagined. The 3 girls managed to cope without too much difficulty. Noticing that only 2 zombies remained on the 5th floor, Gu Yunxi and Qian Duoduo should be able to handle them, so Luo Ning began knocking on doors. The zombies on this floor have almost been dealt with. You can come out now, she called out, but received no response. She persisted, raising her voice. If you continue hiding, will you spend your life like a rat in the shadows? Even educated university students harbor such a mindset. What about the elderly and children? At this rate, humanity's only fate is extinction. After a brief pause, she continued, I believe you possess your own judgment. Now, those who wish to live like humans, gather your weapons and bring food and water to face the reality outside. Otherwise, even if rescue arrives this afternoon, you will remain forever trapped behind this door. The apocalypse would be even more merciless to women, who could truly rescue you. No one but yourselves could save you. Each word resonated powerfully, striking at the hearts of those hiding behind tightly shut doors. The hearts, shrouded by fear from the sudden upheaval, gradually began to beat anew, quickening with a renewed sense of hope for life. Luo Ning's words were both harsh and realistic. If they did not emerge now, they might never do so. Slowly, a door creaked open, revealing a short-haired girl, lips pressed tightly together, carrying a small bag and a stool. Upon seeing the two girls battling zombies outside, she felt a surge of courage. If they could do it, so could she. Grabbing the stool, she rushed forward to assist, striking fiercely at the already overmatched zombies, smashing their grotesque heads into pulp. Soon after, the second door opened, then the third, and the fourth, until nearly all the surviving girls in the dormitory had armed themselves. They would vomit, feel stomach pains, experience discomfort, nausea, and fear. Yet, under Luo Ning's encouragement, they all took that arduous first step, seizing various weapons to fight back. Some wielded fire axes, others brandished stools, some used coat hangers, mops, and even one girl covered herself with a blanket while others swung stools in unison. Their weapons were diverse and peculiar, creating a chaotic, yet almost comical scene. Still, everyone felt an exhilarating sense of life. Witnessing this transformation, Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo felt a surge of warmth fill their chests, making their hearts swell with fervor, igniting their blood with a burning desire to find more zombies to unleash their pent-up energy. Almost all the surviving girls from the 7 dormitory buildings had gathered, numbering around 60 or 70, a formidable force indeed. As the girls, laden with bags and armed with weapons, made their way toward a small supermarket near the southern gate, the survivors in the adjacent dormitory buildings erupted with excitement. The boys' dormitory, not far away, felt a tinge of embarrassment upon witnessing the scene. After a moment of shame, they too grabbed whatever could serve as a weapon and joined the fray against the zombies. Thus, Luo Ning and her companions forged ahead, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Hearing the sounds of combat from nearby buildings, Luo Ning's lips curled into a smile, her heart brimming with joy. She now felt that perhaps she had inadvertently made an incredibly wise choice. The power of one may be insignificant, but when all droplets of water coalesce, they can form a mighty ocean capable of stirring great waves. Luo Ning had initially intended to merely encourage the surviving girls to step out, take up arms, and confront the zombies. She hadn't anticipated such an invigorating response. Yet it was a delightful surprise. As a person of this world, she felt an inexplicable sense of belonging, always yearning to contribute more to it. Leading the group, Luo Ning and her companions traversed through the dormitory area, the academic buildings, and the cafeteria on their way to the small supermarket. Along the journey, many joined their ranks. Remarkably, they encountered almost no injuries or bites. Those who had huddled in the cafeteria, dormitories, and classrooms waiting for rescue were now seizing weapons to join this desperate battle. If the girls could emerge, the boys were equally unwilling to lag behind. Together, they cleared the zombies, aiming to conserve bullets for the valiant soldiers who would soon arrive, ensuring a greater sense of safety for all. Aside from the inhabitants of the building known as Luo Ning, the rest of the populace remained largely oblivious to the identity of the individual who compelled the surviving students and teachers to confront the zombies. Nonetheless, they were imbued with a newfound courage, boldly taking their first steps forward. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the remaining faculty and students had nearly eradicated all the zombies on campus, save for a few that were confined in unknown locations. The entire campus appeared significantly safer. The faculty and students gathered near the supermarket at the southern gate, awaiting the arrival of the military. When Su Feng and a contingent of soldiers numbering around 100 appeared at the entrance of C University, they were met with a remarkable sight. The zombies had been almost entirely eliminated. The faculty and students stood united, devoid of any despondency. On the contrary, their spirits soared, and their fighting spirit intensified. As Su Feng approached, the proximity allowed Luo Ning to discern his features. How could it be him? Chapter 19, C City Base. Luo Ning cast a glance at Su Feng, and upon recognizing him, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Without waiting for him to look her way, she instinctively turned her head aside. Yet after a moment, she turned back. Why should she feel guilty? It was not as though she had mistaken his identity. Rather, he had mistakenly thought she was his blind date. After all, She had merely shared a meal he had paid for. With these thoughts, her resolve returned, and she stood tall and composed. Su Feng's gaze indeed landed upon her. Initially taken aback before quickly regaining his composure, although a barely perceptible furrow creased his brow, he refrained from further scrutiny, opting instead to consult with one of the few surviving administrative personnel, Director Li, to assess the situation and discuss the organization of an evacuation. After a brief exchange, he learned that it was Luo Ning and her fellow female students who had taken the lead in combating the zombies, which seemed to astonish him, though his expression betrayed nothing. Director Li happened to be acquainted with Luo Ning and gestured in her direction as he spoke to Su Feng. A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Ning. It seemed that her fears were indeed coming to fruition. Su Feng conferred briefly with the surrounding soldiers, instructing them to accompany Director Li in arranging vehicles and coordinating the evacuation. He then strode purposefully toward Luo Ning. "Miss Luo Ning, I believe we may have had a misunderstanding earlier," Su Feng said, his typically stern countenance softened by a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment, his sun-kissed complexion rendering the faint flush nearly invisible. "Oh, it's nothing. If you consider that you misidentified me and displayed displeasure, while I merely enjoyed a meal on your account, I suppose we are even," Luo Ning replied nonchalantly. Her arms crossed over her machete. Her words only served to heighten Su Feng's discomfort. He coughed discreetly into his fist, momentarily at a loss for words. "Then allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Su Feng, a major general stationed at the military base in Sea City. I have heard that your mobilization of the faculty and students to take up arms against the zombies has greatly expedited our rescue efforts, conserving both time and resources. You have rendered us a tremendous service. On behalf of the military, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." As he spoke, Su Feng offered Luo Ning a sincere military salute. His earnestness left Luo Ning momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "There's no need for thanks. I merely acted out of self-preservation. Saving others is hardly applicable, as ultimately, we are all fighting for our own survival." Those within earshot were struck by a wave of admiration for Luo Ning. The realization that the one who had bravely rallied them to confront their fears was such a delicate beauty left a profound impression. As the others swiftly organized transportation within half an hour, Su Feng invited Luo Ning to join them, but she declined, citing her own vehicle and wishing not to burden the military. Seeing her resolute refusal, Su Feng did not press the matter further but arranged for her van to be positioned within the convoy. The goodwill Su Feng extended did not go unnoticed by Luo Ning, who silently acknowledged his kindness, considering him a person worthy of deeper acquaintance. After all, in her eyes, soldiers were deserving of respect and admiration, for they, too, were flesh and blood, yet they forged the people's faith with their very lives. Lin Yinyin, concealed within the throng of people boarding vehicles, silently ground her teeth. While Luo Ning remained unaware of Su Feng's identity, Yinyin was all too familiar with the man. In novels, those whose names are memorable are rarely insignificant characters. At a young age, he had attained the rank of Major General and would later become the ruler of the Sea City base. Lin Yinyin's malicious glare pierced through the crowd, as if she wished to skewer Luo Ning with her eyes. Why should she garner the attention of Major General Su while Yinyin was left crammed among so many others in a stifling, foul-smelling vehicle? Her heart simmered with resentment. It was she who had traversed the narrative and grasped the plot. She should be the favored one by destiny. Luo Ning felt an unmistakable malice directed at her. And though she refrained from looking, she knew precisely who it belonged to. With a steely gaze tinged with a hint of menace, she brushed her knife, casting a subtle glance toward the source of the hostility. Lin Yinyin, frightened, immediately retreated into the crowd, pretending to be meek. Luo Ning maintained her outward calm, inwardly amused. Such a petty individual resorting to covert provocations. Our secondary antagonist seems rather weak. Luo Ning was resolute in her decision to drive herself, having previously acquired a substantial amount of supplies from the supermarket, which left little room for storage in the vehicle. Driving independently afforded her greater convenience, and she preferred to avoid the discomfort of cramming in with so many others. Thus, Luo Ning, Gu Yunxi, and Qian Duoduo took their van and followed closely behind the military convoy towards the Sea City base. Along the route, thanks to the soldiers clearing the way with their firearms, there was little need to disembark. Although they encountered a few small clusters of zombies, The cooperation between the students and the military personnel proved commendable. Not only did they shield one another from harm, but they also assisted in fending off a portion of the undead. The soldiers, who had faced moral dilemmas during their recent rescue missions, felt a wave of gratitude wash over them. Su Feng occasionally kept an eye on Luo Ning, and to his surprise, he found that the students had not exaggerated. Her combat skills were genuinely impressive. With her prowess, it was entirely plausible that she could hold her own against him in several exchanges. Not far away, Luo Ning swung her machete at a zombie, but instead of aiming for a fatal blow, she opted to disrupt its movements, creating an opening for Qian Duo to strike. Though she had dispatched a few zombies, her strength remained lacking compared to Gu Yunxi, who had undergone extensive training. Luo Ning reflected on the necessity of devising a training regimen for her companions. They needed to bolster their stamina if they were to keep pace during their encounters with the undead. Mere bravery was insufficient. Once Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo had honed their skills, Luo Ning unleashed her full strength, raising her machete to deliver a swift and decisive strike against an approaching zombie. Before it could close the distance, its head rolled away, pursued by Qian Duo, who followed up with an axe. Nearby male students instinctively recoiled, tightening their grips on their mop handles and fire axes, feeling that Luo Ning and her friends exhibited a certain ferocity that they found exhilarating. They couldn't help but think, "Goddess Luo Ning, will you take on apprentices? Please, let us join." Su Feng momentarily stood in astonishment, continuing to engage with the zombies. This girl never ceased to amaze him. Unbeknownst to him, a smile, subtle and unrecognized, graced his typically stoic features. Throughout the journey, aside from a stretch of road near a residential area where zombies were more prevalent, the convoy navigated less populated routes, enabling them to reach the Sea City base before nightfall. Luo Ning gazed up at the towering walls, familiar yet foreign, sensing subtle differences from her previous life. Noticing Luo Ning's curiosity, Su Feng took the initiative to explain. After the outbreak, certain individuals manifested special abilities, akin to those depicted in apocalyptic novels. Among them are those with earth and metal-based powers, which is why these walls were constructed so rapidly. Relying solely on manual labor would have taken much longer. Luo Ning nodded in understanding as everyone arrived at the quarantine zone, awaiting further instructions. Although unscathed, as a precaution, everyone was required to isolate at the temporary quarantine point established at the base for 24 hours. Only upon proving their well-being could they be granted entry. This rule extended even to soldiers dispatched on missions. Chapter 20 is brief, merely 7/10 completed. A mere night's rest would render the 24 hours a fleeting moment. Perhaps due to Su Feng's prior communication, the receptionist displayed remarkable friendliness during registration, her eyes crinkling into joyful slits. This unexpected warmth left Luo Ning feeling somewhat overwhelmed, especially considering her past experiences at quarantine registration points, where she had often endured considerable indignities. Such amiability was indeed a departure from her accustomed reality. Luo Ning registered her ice-based abilities, while Qian Duo's healing powers were deliberately withheld, mindful of the adage that possessing precious resources could invite trouble. The group made their way toward Luo Ning's villa. Nestled atop a hillside in the outskirts, the villa district boasted a natural topographical advantage for fending off zombies. Furthermore, the villas were not densely clustered, allowing ample room for expansion, making it an optimal choice for the base, which was welcoming an increasing number of survivors. Due to restrictions on bringing vehicles inside, they parked in designated areas and walked a considerable distance. As they approached, the sounds of incessant bickering from the courtyard reached their ears, filled with a barrage of highly insulting remarks that pierced through to Luo Ning and her companions. Luo Ning's expression hardened, the gentle demeanor she had earlier displayed evaporating. Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo exchanged glances, falling into a tense silence, their eyes reflecting their unease. After standing outside for a moment, Luo Ning pushed open the slightly ajar door and stepped inside. The metallic clang of the door drew the attention of those within, momentarily halting their quarrel. Upon seeing Luo Ning return, her parents and Aunt Li could hardly conceal their joy. Although she had sent word of her safety, it was only upon seeing their daughter in person that Luo Ning's mother felt a sense of relief. Rushing forward, she embraced Luo Ning tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. After a moment of weeping, she scrutinized her daughter, ensuring she was indeed unharmed, before finally releasing her grasp. Reluctant to let go of her daughter's hand, fearful of losing her again. Mom and Dad, what happened? Once Luo Ning's mother had calmed somewhat, Luo Ning turned her gaze to the group of ill-intentioned individuals gathered in the courtyard. They were a motley crew of young and old, men and women, some appearing modest and polite, while others exuded a more sinister aura. One among them, a delivery person from the supermarket, claimed to have seen them returning home with a substantial amount of provisions and thus sought to borrow some food. Luo Ning's father wore a grim expression as he recounted the encounter, emphasizing the absurdity of their request. In this apocalyptic world, the notion of borrowing food from strangers was preposterous. Not only did they demand, but they also threatened to resort to violence if denied. Initially reluctant to open the door, their threats to burn down their house compelled them to relent. Aunt Li, indignant, recounted how they had nearly pushed her to the ground. Luo Ning had not relinquished her large machete since entering. This was the primary reason, despite the unsettling glances cast her way, that the intruders dared not make a move. I hear you wish to borrow food? I'm afraid I must decline. You may return from whence you came, Luo Ning declared, positioning herself protectively in front of her parents and Aunt Li, her weapon at the ready. The sound of the machete scraping against the ground elicited a wince from the onlookers. Indeed, her intent was deliberate. Among these individuals, a few might still cling to the remnants of civility, but who could predict how they would transform in the days to come? While she endeavored to preserve the world from crumbling, it did not imply she was obligated to extend her compassion indiscriminately. The base would ensure basic food supplies. They would not starve. To thrive, they would need to undertake missions. Even without venturing outside the base, they could earn their keep through labor. Yet, they chose to beg, to threaten, unwilling to step beyond the base's confines or exert any effort. Such individuals were not worthy of her sympathy, who claimed that we had supplies to lend. Step forward. Luo Ning's voice was frosty as she surveyed the crowd, her gaze devoid of warmth. Enhanced by her ice abilities, her presence rendered the sweltering heat outside feel frigid. Goosebumps broke out among them. The group exchanged nervous glances, uncertain whether this girl wielding a knife was merely bluffing. Given that no acts of violence had yet transpired in the base since the onset of the apocalypse. Us frail women and elderly, we are many. If need be, let us simply seize what we require. Someone boldly shouted, stirring the crowd into a restless thrumming. You are the weak ones? Speak for yourself. I am but 18. Gu Yunxi retorted, her ire ignited by the insult. Had it not been for Qian Duo's restraint, she might have charged forward. Amidst the crowd, Luo Ning noticed a figure attempting to hide, clearly anxious about being discovered. He thought himself discreet as he edged backward, seeking refuge behind a taller man to evade Luo Ning's icy gaze. His efforts were in vain, for Luo Ning had spotted him. Before he could revel in his concealment, an ice spike shot through the crowd, aiming directly at the man's shoulder. A scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of all present. The injured man clutched his right shoulder, exclaiming that murder had occurred. After several cries, he realized that apart from the pain and bleeding, he was not immediately on the brink of death. Glancing at the wound, he saw the ice spike melting in the heat, mixing with his blood, creating a gruesome spectacle against his light-colored clothing. Should you continue to speak so recklessly, I may just embed an ice spike in your left shoulder next time. I wonder how far from the heart would be best. Luo Ning replied, her smile radiant, yet her tone deceptively gentle. This silenced the crowd, a tremor of fear rippling through them as someone stammered, "She's an ability user." The would-be thieves now found themselves in a position of vulnerability, the roles reversed. Some, sensing the shift in fortune, abandoned their intentions of pilfering supplies and sought to make a hasty retreat. A chilling voice broke through the tension. "Did I permit you to leave? Esteemed ability user, we merely seek a means of survival. The rations provided by the base are woefully insufficient to sustain us. We have the elderly and children to care for. Please, let us go," pleaded one of the ruffians, his demeanor betraying his familiarity with such desperate appeals. "That won't do. What of my mental anguish? You simply take what you wish and expect to leave unscathed? What of my dignity?" Luo Ning countered, extending her slender finger to point at the one begging for mercy. "You, step forward."
Me?
The ruffian looked around, bewildered, his finger trembling as he pointed to himself. "Yes.
You.
What is your name?" I am Zhang Yu. No, dear sister, I have an elderly mother and a young child. Please don't harm me. He hastily knelt, bowing his head in submission. Luo Ning was taken aback. What manner of person are you? Why would I wish for your life? I merely have a task for you. If you agree to overlook this little incident of robbery, how does that sound? Her tone was nonchalant. It was sweltering, and her parents needed to rest. She needed to resolve this swiftly. You will be responsible for recording their names, ages, and addresses. Hand the information to me later. You will guide them to the base to seek work, and I expect a share of the points earned. Nothing excessive, merely 70%. Consider it compensation for my mental distress. Oh, by the way, don't even think about running away unless you plan to leave this base in City C. Otherwise, my blade has no mercy. Deliver your labor points to me in a week to instill some discipline in you. I don't care what you do, whether it's cleaning, working on the construction site, or running errands. Even if you venture out on missions, 70% of your labor points for the week must come to me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what might happen. I haven't taken my medication lately, and my temper is becoming increasingly difficult to control. I might just end up trembling with rage. You know. Luo Ning smiled sweetly, exuding charm, though her words were somewhat intimidating. All right. Zhang Yu will definitely get it done. Just wait for me, big sister. Gu Yunxi maintained a stern expression, fixated on a particular spot, her body rigid. Once the group dispersed, she burst into uncontrollable laughter, completely disregarding her image. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. You haven't taken your medication, so I won't take mine next time either. I want to be a fierce and beautiful girl. Luo's father and mother chuckled as they led a group back to the villa. Chapter 21. Perhaps we shall call ourselves guardians. Inside the villa, Luo's mother held a potato, which sprouted and grew at an astonishing speed in an instant. Meanwhile, Luo's father effortlessly lifted the two-seater sofa in the living room. So, mother, you can control plants? And father, you've become immensely strong. This must be the power of a strength-type mutant and a plant-type ability. Luo Ning gazed at her parents with delight, astonished that, in this lifetime, they not only survived but also awakened their abilities. Her efforts were not in vain. Luo Ning introduced the newly joined Qian Duo and shared their mutual powers. Everyone was thrilled about their newly acquired abilities. Yet, Gu Yunxi looked at her companions, all possessing powers, while she remained an ordinary person, a bittersweet sensation swelling within her, a stark contrast to her usual vibrant self. Yunxi, abilities are merely an aid. Those with true strength need not fear the absence of powers. Moreover, it has only been less than a week since the apocalypse began, and no one can predict the future. According to novels, however, those who kill zombies and engage in combat frequently have a higher probability of awakening abilities. Luo Ning comforted Gu Yunxi, pondering that in her previous life, Yunxi had awakened a fire-type ability, suggesting she might need an opportunity. The awakening of abilities can occur in various ways. Some individuals awaken when the apocalypse first erupts, known as gifted types. Others trigger their latent potential through encounters with danger, classified as stress-induced. There is also the perseverance type, who develop abilities through relentless battle and adaptation to the apocalyptic environment. Thus, she believed that opportunities could also be artificially created. That evening, Luo Ning had a rare moment of solitude, slipping into her space. Although she had only been away for a few days, the sight before her was astonishing. The golden wheat fields, vibrant vegetable patches, orange-hued citrus, plump watermelons, and numerous fruits and vegetables she could not name, all flourished remarkably. Outside her space, zombies roamed freely, while within, tranquility reigned, making it difficult to want to leave. She yearned to remain there for a lifetime. However, as soon as the thought arose, she shattered her own fantasy. Despite the outside world's cruelty, it was reality. Moreover, her family, friends, and loved ones were out there. She could not selfishly enjoy this while they endured the apocalypse's hardships. You woman, you remember to come back, right? It's been days, and you haven't come to see me. I've nearly starved. The round figure of Yunxiao rolled towards Luo Ning, resembling a genuine rolling snowball. Its chubby little backside wiggled, leaving Luo Ning both amused and exasperated. This rotund appearance bore no resemblance to someone who had lost weight at all. Thank you for managing the wheat and vegetable fields so well. I will definitely come visit you more often. Luo Ning picked up Yunxiao and lovingly ruffled its fluffy head, unable to resist. Yunxiao nuzzled against her hand, reminiscent of a cat, though its breed was unknown. Yunxiao thought, I suspect she is taking advantage of me, but I have no evidence. However, I absolutely adore the feeling of being petted. After practicing the postures from her previous books several times, Luo Ning felt significantly more relaxed. It seemed that Gu Yunxi and the others should also practice. Perhaps it would help awaken their abilities as well. Leaving behind a portion of Aunt Li's braised pork to win over the gluttonous Yunxiao, it eagerly promised to work hard. Only then did Luo Ning step out of her space. The next morning, after enjoying soy milk and fried dough sticks, the group prepared to explore the base. They had heard that they could register teams, so they planned to create one, making it easier for everyone to undertake missions and earn points. Although they had ample supplies, staying cooped up at the base without venturing out only broadcasted to others. We have plenty of food. Come and take it. Moreover, Luo Ning felt that everyone was still quite weak and needed more training to gain the ability to protect themselves in this apocalypse. Besides, her goals extended far beyond mere survival. Luo Ning first sought out the little ruffian from the previous day. What was she looking for him for? Naturally, to keep watch, as she intended to take her parents along on missions. Sister, I swear I haven't done anything wrong today. I guarantee my integrity. Do you even possess such a thing as integrity? Gu Yunxi rolled her eyes dismissively. Zhang Yu replied, just knowing it is enough. No need to say it out loud. He scratched his head with a lewd grin, trying to appease her. So, what do you need me for? I promise to handle whatever your little brother can do beautifully. We plan to go on a mission tomorrow, so you'll keep watch for us. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. I won't let you work for free. Luo Ning believed that dealing with bad people required a dose of their own medicine. This little ruffian, although seemingly reckless, was likely manageable. Too formidable a foe would be hard to deter in their absence. Although this Zhang Yu appeared unreliable, Luo Ning remembered him. In her past life, he had fought and scrapped for food, and though he often cursed, he still shared a bit with a child who followed him. Such a person couldn't be too bad. At the very least, he was far better than the hypocritical pretenders. With him around, Aunt Li, over 60, would also have someone to look after her. Really, rest assured. Zhang Yu, am absolutely reliable. He thought of how he could live in such a lovely villa instead of a tent, feeling elated, surprised that he, Zhang Yu, had reached this point. You're not allowed inside. Just keep watch outside. Luo Ning's subsequent words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flicker of hope in Zhang Yu's heart. Well, okay then. Yielding to Luo Ning's imposing presence, Zhang Yu reluctantly agreed. After all, there was a wage involved. As he accepted the package Luo Ning tossed to him and tore it open, his eyes gleamed with excitement. 5 packs of instant noodles, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, and various snacks. In this world where food was scarce, these were invaluable treasures. Big sister, rest assured, I guarantee not a single fly will dare to enter your home. Zhang Yu, shedding his earlier dejection, became revitalized. When we return, there will be plenty of rewards for you. Yes, you can count on it. Luo Ning walked a considerable distance, and Zhang Yu continued to bounce around in front of his tent. She believed that there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. Although this person appeared rather unruly, he was clever and had no darkness in his eyes, one of the few clear-headed individuals masquerading as a rogue. This was one of the reasons why Luo Ning chose him. The group soon arrived at the registration hall for team formation, which had been transformed from the previous community gymnasium. The circular structure was divided into small sections, thus forming the administrative hall. We are here to register an ability team. Relying on her memories from her previous life, Luo Ning located the registration point. Upon seeing the enchanting Luo Ning, the receptionist's demeanor underwent an immediate transformation from casual indifference to one of utmost propriety, her smile revealing a perfect set of 8 pearly whites. May I inquire how many individuals are in your team? And how many of you are endowed with abilities? We are a total of 5. 3 of whom possess extraordinary powers, Luo Ning replied, detailing the abilities of her companions, which elicited admiration from the receptionist. Her movements becoming increasingly brisk as she sought to avoid slighting the few extraordinary beings present. Luo Ning chose not to conceal her parents' abilities, recognizing that such disclosure served as a form of protection. After all, no one would dare to offend an empowered individual. The trio received badges marked with their abilities. ice manipulation, plant control, and strength enhancement. What shall your team's name be? The receptionist inquired, jotting down notes while looking up. Well, we haven't given it much thought. Do any of you have suggestions? Luo Ning turned to her companions. How about the Luo Xin team? Proposed Qian Duo.
Luo Ning is enthusiastic supporter.
Yes, that sounds splendid. Agreed Gu Yunxi, nodding vigorously in approval. Luo Ning glanced at her parents, who appeared indifferent, and casually suggested, how about we call ourselves the Guardians? She felt that everyone had someone they wished to protect, be it parents, friends like Gu Yunxiao and Gu Yunxi, or Qian Duo. Even if this world were merely a fictional narrative, the name resonated well with everyone, and thus it was decided. Henceforth, the Guardians embarked on their noble journey of protection. Chapter 22. Infiltration. Having settled on a team name, Luo Ning and her companions were warmly guided by the receptionist to the mission assignment area, the task hall located within the survivor base of City C. The mission board was an electronic display, strikingly familiar to Luo Ning. Isn't this the screen taken from a train station? Gu Yunxi mused, stroking her chin. Unbeknownst to her, she had stumbled upon the truth. This screen was indeed repurposed from a train station, merely updated for its new function as a mission board. The display scrolled through an array of recent tasks, showcasing an eclectic mix that dared to challenge the imagination. The first task was rated 1 star, locate a family portrait in a particular residential complex. Another, rated 2 stars, required the search for edible vegetables or plants. There were also more conventional tasks such as clearing zombies near the base, scavenging for supplies, and collecting seeds. As Luo Ning perused the list, the mention of seeds reminded her of the ominous black rain that had rendered much of the land and flora toxic. With only a week remaining until its anticipated arrival, her brow furrowed as she contemplated the necessity of alerting the base's leadership about this impending catastrophe.
Yet,
the question of how to broach the subject remained unresolved. She had no desire to be treated as a specimen for dissection. Ultimately, the Guardians accepted a 2-star mission to eliminate zombies on the highway leading to the main urban area of City C. Luo Ning was determined not to rush into danger, opting instead for a gradual approach to hone their skills while gathering supplies. They resolved to set out the following day and return to their villa. As the sun relinquished its final rays of light, a rare sense of tranquility enveloped the world as the heat of the day gave way to the coolness of evening. In this apocalyptic era, where electricity was scarce and air conditioning a luxury, people found themselves retiring early, reminiscent of ancient times when one rose with the sun and rested at dusk, while the others prepared for sleep. Luo Ning ventured into her spatial realm to deliver food to her companion, Snowball. After engaging in a rigorous training session to enhance her physical fitness and abilities, she sensed it was time to exit her space. Seizing the rare moment of solitude, she leaped from the window, her silhouette swiftly vanishing into the shadows. In the darkness, Luo Ning's vision remained unaffected, possibly due to the effects of the spiritual spring water. She stealthily navigated along the base's outer wall towards her destination, the core area where the management resided, situated near the summit of the mountain upon which the base was constructed. This core zone once housed several villas, now fortified with walls and guards. Perched in a tree near the perimeter, Luo Ning contemplated her entry strategy when the change of guards provided her with the perfect opportunity. As the previous group departed and the new guards had yet to arrive, she nimbly vaulted over the wall and landed soundlessly. Her intent was to find Su Feng. While pondering how to alert the base's leaders, she had suddenly thought of the young major. Perhaps it was an inexplicable affinity for military personnel that motivated her to convey the warning to him. Her intuition suggested that Su Feng might be a person of integrity. However, as she proceeded, an unsettling familiarity nagged at her. It dawned on her that Su Feng was destined to become the leader of the City C base. No wonder she felt an inexplicable sense of recognition upon their first encounter. Yet, in her past life, she had been an utterly ordinary individual, with little understanding of the machinations of the elite. She had only learned of Su Feng due to the internal conflicts within the base that had become so notorious that even someone of her humble status had heard whispers. With this realization, her previous concerns about her own vanity seemed misplaced. In a fleeting moment, Luo Ning stealthily maneuvered along the walls of various villas, using the greenery as cover. After confirming that one villa was unoccupied, she prepared to move to the next when she overheard voices. Eagerly, she strained to listen, for it seemed fortune favored her. Su Feng was residing there and had just returned, crouching in a corner. She waited until he had passed through the living room before continuing her search. After a brief exploration, she discovered a room on the first floor adorned with clothing, bedding, and a bed, which she surmised belonged to Su Feng. Carefully, she placed a small note on the desk near the window before she heard the door swing open and hurried footsteps approach. "Who is it?" Su Feng called, still in his clothes, buttons half undone, as he prepared to freshen up for the night. Hearing a noise near his bedroom, he rushed over to investigate. But aside from the gently swaying curtains, he found nothing amiss. Hidden in her spatial realm, Luo Ning exhaled in relief, grateful for her quick escape. Otherwise, she would have been caught red-handed. Yet, she couldn't shake the memory of having glimpsed Su Feng's abs. "Goodness," she thought, wiping her mouth as drool threatened to escape. "Women." Snowball rolled into Luo Ning's arms, her tone dripping with disdain. Reacting instinctively, Luo Ning wiped her mouth, finding nothing there, and playfully ruffled Snowball's head in retaliation. After lingering in her space for what felt like an eternity, nearly succumbing to sleep, she finally heard Snowball announce that Su Feng had departed with a note, signaling it was safe to leave. Luo Ning then exited her sanctuary and made her way back home without incident. Uncertain if her actions were wise or if Su Feng was indeed trustworthy, she resolved to pursue what she believed was right. As for how others would respond, that was the burden of the powerful. She sought only to act with a clear conscience. While Luo Ning found peace of mind, Su Feng, on the other hand, was restless. Initially alerted by the noise, he had not anticipated discovering anything left behind. The moment he read the note, it was impossible to suppress his astonishment, for its contents bore grave implications for humanity's survival. The note read, "In 1 week, a fortnight of toxic black rain will descend. The rainwater contains toxins that will contaminate soil and water sources. Please take measures to collect soil and store water in advance. For humanity's sake, I urge you to take this seriously." The content is brief, yet it is laden with substantial information. Su Feng pondered for a moment and resolved to trust the message. Although the sender remained a mystery, the undertones of the note conveyed a profound concern for the survival of humanity. He believed that a person with such boundless compassion could not be malevolent. Consequently, Su Feng reached out to the high-ranking officials of the base overnight, utilizing the last remaining signal within the military to inform other districts. He was convinced that if this matter were indeed true, his actions would significantly influence the trajectory of humanity's future. Su Feng was willing to take that gamble. Chapter 23, a second attempt to eliminate the supporting character. Several vehicles from the ability user squads trailed behind the military convoy, making their way to the destination swiftly. They approached the essential route leading to the main urban area of City C. This path had become perilous due to the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse, which had caused a chaotic congestion of both people and zombies. However, to scavenge for supplies in the city, traversing this route was unavoidable. The base, therefore, issued a mission to clear the roads. The task was not particularly challenging, but it was time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring a considerable number of personnel. Luo Ning regretted choosing this mission for a simple reason. Qin Shu and Lin Yinyin were also on the list of ability users for this operation. With a sigh, Luo Ning followed through with the original plan. Eventually, they would meet again. The timing seemed less significant. How could she hope to eliminate them without the courage to confront her enemies? Luo Ning mused, "It's been several days. Shall we attempt to silence them again today? What do you think, Xiuqiu? Do I stand a chance of taking them out?" She contemplated the feasibility of this plan with her spirit companion, Xiuqiu. "I'm not sure. Perhaps you could give it another go?" Xiuqiu replied uncertainly. Being a spirit bound to a human who incessantly wished for the demise of others was rather challenging. However, Su Feng's incessant glances in their direction were perplexing. Despite her murderous intentions, she hadn't yet acted upon them. Yet, if they insisted on approaching, she would not hesitate to teach them a lesson about humanity. With her thoughts clarified, she felt considerably lighter. Qin Shi cast several complex glances in her direction, which Luo Ning pretended not to notice. The convoy halted a safe distance from the zombies. Su Feng gathered the ability users to discuss the division of labor. As the captain of the Guardians, Luo Ning was expected to participate. Although her father suggested she take part, she declined. After all, how could one demand a price from their enemies without the courage to face them? Currently, we have 100 military personnel and 4 ability user squads. I hope all squad leaders heed my words. We must act independently to enhance our cooperation, Su Feng stated gravely as he delineated the responsibilities of each team. 50 military personnel would lead the charge, 30 would handle the disposal of zombie corpses, and 20 would remain vigilant for any sudden attacks. The remaining squads, except for those with strength-based abilities, would follow closely behind the military's front lines, clearing zombies from the sides and rear. Once the tasks were signed, the group dispersed to brief their teams. The previously distant shadows of zombies gradually encroached upon everyone's sight and senses. Ignoring them was not an option. Compared to the zombies from the first day, these were far more grotesque. Not only were they uglier, but the stench, exacerbated by the abnormal heat, was akin to that of a biochemical weapon. Luo Mu glanced at the nearest zombie, its decaying flesh hanging precariously, threatening to fall off, which would drive any obsessive-compulsive individual to madness. The skin and flesh around its neck appeared to have been gnawed at, leaving only a solitary vertebra to support its head, with white, wriggling matter occasionally falling from its body. Previously, she had been quite particular about cleanliness. Even a speck of dust could send her into a frenzy. Yet, in this scenario, she had already retched countless times, but still forced herself to look on. Luo Ning felt a pang of sympathy for her mother but ultimately remained silent. This was reality. Welcome to the brutal, decaying world reeking of decay. All Luo Ning could do was distribute the prepared masks, one for each person. The rest, they had to rely on themselves. It was not too late yet. Before the sun baked them alive, they needed to eliminate this wave of grotesque monsters. Everyone took their positions as previously assigned, steadily advancing forward. Occasionally glancing at her mother and teammates, Luo Ning felt a surge of relief. They wielded their weapons with precision, showing no signs of hesitation or complaint. In contrast, the other squads were considerably more animated. For instance, Lin Yinyin and another squad's captain, who was trying to score points for free. Initially, Luo Mu would occasionally gag and retch, but after each bout, she would continue to ensnare the zombies' arms and legs with vines, allowing Qian Duo to deliver a decisive blow. Their coordination was remarkably seamless. Gu Yunxi, not to be outdone, exerted herself even more, especially since she was the only ordinary person in the team, blending martial arts with practical combat beautifully. Each of her movements was not only swift, but also strikingly effective. Luo Ning shifted slightly towards Lin Yinyin, who seemed somewhat apprehensive of her own abilities. However, with Qin Shu by her side, she did not reveal her fear overtly. Seizing the opportunity, while Qin Shu unleashed his lightning abilities upon the zombies, Luo Ning silently launched an ice spear towards Lin Yinyin's heart. The ice spear vanished again. Luo Ning sighed, frustrated that she could not even eliminate the supporting character, let alone the male protagonist. Yet, her hands seemed to have a mind of their own, daring to try again despite the risks. Once more, she conjured an ice spear aimed at Qin Shu's vital points. The ice spear disappeared yet again. Luo Ning felt an urge to curse. When would she be able to exact her vengeance? Meanwhile, the zombies showed no mercy. Luo Ning steadied her resolve and continued to slay zombies.
Observing Su Feng,
who seemed to be watching her, she felt as though her actions were as invisible to him as they were to herself. She sighed. Perhaps it was better to focus on increasing her strength. Xueqiu, am I truly that weak? Why do my ice spears keep vanishing?
Luo Ning inquired,
cleaving through zombies in between her questions. You seem perhaps not very strong at all. We could certainly put in more effort. How about adding 3 hours of practice daily? The spiritual spring water is quite nourishing, Xueqiu replied, seemingly gently prodding at Luo Ning's insecurities. Wasn't he that a bit harsh? You might as well stay silent. Understood. I'm too weak. I must grow stronger. Thus, the onlookers beheld a scene of extreme violence and bloodshed as Luo Ning repeatedly swung her blade, slash, chop, an unending cycle of carnage. Her relentless actions caused a significant disruption in the previously organized formation. The soldiers nearby thought, I'm terrified, she might accidentally strike me. They now wished to distance themselves from this fierce beauty. Soldier. Big brother. Luo Ning. Little brother. From that moment on, the opposite sex became mere bystanders. Finally, through their collective efforts, the horde of zombies in the vicinity was eradicated. The road was left for those behind to clear. They retreated to the shade of nearby poplar trees to recuperate. Chapter 24. Teasing. Luo Ning consumed several breads and biscuits to satiate her hunger, having exerted considerable energy earlier. As dusk approached, her group completed the cleansing mission. Just as they began to tidy up and prepare to return to the base, a convoy emerged from a side road. Its grandeur and spectacle drawing everyone's attention. After all, it is indeed intriguing to ponder the identity of the fool who would dare to flaunt a convertible sports car in the midst of an apocalyptic world. A striking crimson sports car executed a flawless drift, coming to a halt before a gathering crowd. From the vehicle emerged a man with slicked back hair, appearing to be in his early 20s. However, the correlation between age and one's greasy demeanor is often tenuous. This individual exuded an aura of opulence, to the extent that one might consider him suitable for culinary endeavors. Clearly, this man was the leader of his entourage, as a subordinate promptly opened the door and began polishing his shoes. The scene was truly beyond description. Luo Ning chose not to linger on the sight, as it was detrimental to her appetite for the evening. Upon exiting the car, the man smoothed his hair and cast his gaze towards the areas populated by women, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger when they landed on the more alluring young ladies. He unabashedly stroked his chin and smacked his lips, scanning the female team members as if they were mere objects of desire. Luo Ning and her companions discreetly distanced themselves within the crowd, maintaining a low profile. It was evident that this man was no good, and it was wiser to avoid any trouble. However, the man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to detect beauty, and he would not let the captivating Luo Ning and her companions slip by unnoticed. "Hey, don't walk away, beauty. Let us get to know each other," he called out, accompanied by a cadre of imposing bodyguards who pushed their way through the throng. As he approached Luo Ning, the green glimmer in his eyes intensified, and his smile widened, hands rubbing together as he extended his greasy palm towards her. "My dear sister, what is your name? Let us be friends." His expression conveyed a sense of entitlement, as if conversing with him was a privilege. Luo Ning suppressed her revulsion, grappling with the overpowering stench that seemed to emanate from him, as if he hadn't bathed in a week. Holding her breath, she slightly turned her head to breathe in some fresh air. Luo Mu, along with Gu Yunxi and Qian Duoduo, stood protectively around her, their intent to shield her apparent. "I'm sorry, but I have a cleanliness obsession and prefer not to engage in physical contact with unfamiliar individuals." Luo Ning had no recollection of this man. After all, in her previous life, she had been an ordinary person who rarely ventured beyond the confines of the base. Yet, the air of superiority he exuded, as if he were a member of the elite, was deeply unappealing to her. She felt no fear of offending him. In this apocalyptic era, strength was the deciding factor. She believed that if he dared to invade her personal space even further, she might lose control of her temper and resort to violence. The man, met with a frosty reception, remained unperturbed. Adjusting his nearly colorless suit collar, he raised his chin slightly and proclaimed, "My father is Jiang Aigua." With that, he raised an eyebrow in a manner that suggested he believed this declaration would impress her. Luo Ning was rendered speechless. "And what relevance does your father's identity hold for me? I'm acquainted with people who speak English, French, Russian, and German as well. I beg your pardon, but you are obstructing our way. We must return to the base. Kindly step aside." Luo Ning spoke with a calm demeanor, her expression unyielding. "How dare you? Our young master Jiang is only being courteous to you because he values beauty. Don't overestimate your worth. You should be groveling for an apology. Do you realize that Mr. Jiang is one of the power brokers in our City base?" The man's words dripped with arrogance, and Luo Ning's ire surged. Her temper, barely contained, threatened to erupt. With a flicker of her power, she conjured an ice blade that flew directly toward the insufferable lackey, extinguishing his life in mere seconds. Having failed to kill previously, her frustration had reached a boiling point, and this fool had essentially presented himself as an easy target. Indeed, those irrelevant to the plot were quite easy to eliminate. As Luo Ning prepared to unleash her abilities once more upon the one who had dared to engage her, she noticed Su Feng approaching, having witnessed the commotion from a distance. "Young Master Jiang, we are on a mission. I cannot allow you to create a disturbance here. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe return," Su Feng said with a tone that was calm, yet laced with authority. Su Feng knew Jiang Xingyu to be a notorious playboy, perpetually embroiled in trouble. However, as the only heir of the Jiang family, there was little that could be done to rectify his behavior. This young man often wielded his father's status as a base administrator to boast about his connections. Most ordinary people were easily swayed by such claims, but there were exceptions such as Luo Ning and Su Feng. Jiang Xingyu, upon realizing that it was Su Feng, felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, Su Feng was known to disregard even his father's authority and had a reputation for being ruthless. His father had explicitly warned him to avoid provoking Su Feng, lest he meet with a violent fate. Major Su, what a coincidence. I merely wished to greet the people of the base upon encountering them. I certainly wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus in your presence. He feigned humility, beckoning his entourage of burly bodyguards to withdraw hastily, leaving only the echo of the speeding sports car behind. Luo Ning retracted her powers, feeling no remorse for having taken a life. Surprisingly, Su Feng did not question her actions, which spared her considerable trouble. Are you all right? Su Feng inquired, his gaze filled with concern, his demeanor markedly softer than before. Thank you for your concern, Major Su. I simply lost control of my powers and accidentally eliminated an unwelcome presence. Everything else is quite well. Luo Ning nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, you may call me by my name, or simply Brother Su, Su Feng stated after a brief pause. Then I shall thank you, Brother Su. Luo Ning readily accepted, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with a future powerhouse. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyu and Lin Yinyin stood a short distance away, their expressions darkened. Qin Shiyu felt discomfort at the sight of Luo Ning smiling so radiantly at another man, especially after their marriage had been annulled. While he had shown some reluctance, it was evident that he no longer enjoyed the same intimacy with her, which left him feeling vexed. If Luo Ning were privy to Qin Shiyu's thoughts, she would surely have expelled the contents of her earlier meal. Lin Yinyin's anger stemmed from the notion that Luo Ning, as the protagonist, had ensnared yet another formidable ally, one she had her sights set on. Indeed, the supporting character believed that all admirable men should orbit around her. Luo Ning remained blissfully unaware of their thoughts. Even if she were aware, her response would merely be, "You two should be happy together." Honestly, having both emerged from the same mental institution, do not bring misfortune upon others. You are a perfect match. Currently, Luo Ning was enjoying a homemade icy treat with her guardian team, relishing the delectable jelly frozen within. Meanwhile, in a villa somewhere within the base, a frustrated voice echoed. You incompetent fool, you couldn't even manage to investigate a single person. What good are you to me? A kick sent the kneeling man sprawling.
Get out.
The man scrambled to comply, scuttling away in haste. Young master, someone is seeking an audience, a timid voice reported from the entrance.
What time is it? Who dares disturb me?
A woman, a rather decent-looking woman, the attendant replied, quickly recognizing the nature of her master.
Let her in.
Before long, a woman clad in a white dress entered, her expression a blend of shyness and charm. While not extraordinarily beautiful, her attire lent her an air of innocence. Young Master Jiang, I know you do not recognize me, but I am aware that you have taken a liking to that enchanting short-haired girl from today. I can assist you. Chapter 25. When action can be taken, there is no need for idle chatter. Upon returning home, a group of individuals collapsed from exhaustion. However, Mother Luo was filled with exhilaration and excitement, as she too had the opportunity to vanquish zombies. Ning Ning, I shall return next time. This way, I can become as formidable as you all. Mother desires to assist you more. Mother Luo was immensely thrilled, for through her own efforts, she had earned 50 points today. Those points were her own hard-earned reward. Father Luo gazed at his wife with a smile, proud of her bravery. Although she had previously been well protected, the fierce love for her daughter compelled her to take that courageous first step. Auntie, let us continue our collaboration. Together, we shall be invincible. Qian Duo chimed in, equally delighted. Being a healer, her offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, but with Mother Luo's partnership, their combat effectiveness had significantly increased. Enough chatter, come and eat. The food outside is far from satisfactory. I may be an old woman, but I can still cook for you and wash your clothes, Aunt Lee said, her heart aching for everyone, a hint of guilt in her voice due to her age. After feasting on Aunt Lee's cooking, I could slay for 3 days and nights. Gu Yunxi exclaimed, showering her with compliments that made Aunt Lee beam with joy. The whole family enjoyed a lively and harmonious meal, filled with chatter and laughter. That evening, upon returning to her room, whenever Luo Ning found herself alone, she couldn't help but ponder, where is Gu Yunxiao now? How is he faring? Is he warm and well-fed? Ever since he had contacted Gu Yunxi, there had been no further communication, and the signals had been cut off. The regret weighed on her, as she realized he had left in search of weapons and ammunition because of her. While she longed for powerful weaponry, she far preferred his safety. Had she known it would come to this, she would have remained silent. However, it was too late for regrets. All she could do now is wait. Luo Ning felt as though she had already adopted the mindset of a matron at just over 20 years of age. The old adage holds true: when one ventures out, one must eventually repay their debts. Having owed him in a past life, she felt compelled to repay him in this one. As dawn broke, Luo Ning awoke. Having grown accustomed to the early hours, it no longer felt too early to rise. Upon seeing everyone already seated in the living room, she wondered if something significant had occurred. After inquiring, she learned that it was merely the rising heat making sleep elusive.
Oh, dear.
Last night, I was so consumed with thoughts of Gu Yunxiao that I forgot to give everyone ice. However, now that she was awake, the group decided not to return to sleep. They had heard of a newly constructed arena for ability users to spar, complete with various training facilities. Since they had planned to rest at home anyway, they thought it best to visit the arena together and practice their physical conditioning. The competition arena was not particularly large, but it attracted a considerable number of spectators, men and women, young and old. Among them were those eager to try their hand, and those merely there for the spectacle. The arrival of Luo Ning and her companions was particularly eye-catching, as they comprised a striking combination of handsome men and beautiful women. Although Father and Mother Luo were in their 40s, the nourishing effects of spatial water made them appear no older than their 30s. As they approached, Luo Ning felt a surge of eagerness. She wanted to test her own strength. The zombies were currently too weak and had yet to evolve, making them as easy to dispatch as slicing through watermelons, requiring only boldness. It was a perfect opportunity to practice against living opponents who could think, far more agile than the zombies. After a couple of participants finished their sparring, a robust individual, clearly a strength-type mutant, emerged victorious. However, the competition was strictly regulated, as the base forbade unnecessary killings, or else one would be expelled. Is anyone else here? No challengers today? How dull. The muscular mutant boasted, exuding an air of invincibility. Just as everyone assumed he would take the day, Luo Ning sprang onto the high platform, appearing to float effortlessly in the eyes of the crowd. The strength-type mutant, seeing this delicate beauty challenge him, felt his pride pricked. Who does she think she is? He thought. Yet, he reasoned that fighting a beautiful woman could be enjoyable, perhaps even advantageous. I'll let you have a couple of easy hits, the strength mutant offered condescendingly. Not necessary, Luo Ning firmly declined. Then, I want to hold back. And don't cry afterward, he retorted, clenching his fists and launching a powerful strike toward Luo Ning. Since you show no mercy, I shall reciprocate in kind. Luo Ning thought, leveraging her agility to evade and counter. She gracefully used her foot to spring off his arm, soaring over him, and landed deftly behind him. Her dagger poised at his neck, swift as lightning. You've lost, she declared, retracting her dagger with a light-hearted tone. The man, clearly unwilling to accept defeat, gritted his teeth but knew he had to concede, as the military personnel were closely monitoring the situation. While awaiting her next challenger, a boisterous group arrived. Among them was the greasy-haired man from the prior day. What a coincidence. I knew we were destined to meet again. Look, it's only been a night. He leered, his gaze unduly fixated on Luo Ning. I prefer to converse with those stronger than myself. Shall we have a match? Luo Ning replied, her smile radiant, outshining even the brightest sunlight. The greasy-haired man, captivated by her smile, climbed onto the platform, his intentions all too apparent. The members of the Guardian squad relaxed, having procured a bag of sunflower seeds, sitting back to watch the unfolding drama. Each time Luo Ning smiled like that, her opponents found themselves in dire straits. They kindly warned the bodyguards to prepare a stretcher, but their advice fell on deaf ears. The greasy-haired man, scheming to avoid harming the beauty while taking advantage, was thwarted as Luo Ning wasted no time. The moment he steadied himself, she struck at his eyes with a swift punch. As a fire-type mutant, he reacted quickly, evading her blow. However, he underestimated Luo Ning's rigorous training. The punch was merely a feint. She followed up with a powerful kick straight to his solar plexus, sending him flying across the arena until he crashed into the railing. Furious, the greasy-haired man unleashed a fireball aimed directly at Luo Ning. She stood her ground unflinching. Summoning her ice abilities, she conjured a protective shield that stood firm against the oncoming inferno. The fireball collided with the ice wall, producing a hissing cloud of steam, leaving nothing but a flicker of flame that quickly extinguished. Gasps filled the crowd, realizing that her beauty was matched only by her formidable prowess. Someone in the throng shouted, "Goddess Luo," and many joined in the cheers, as if they were long-lost classmates. Luo Ning recognized a familiar face but could not recall the name. Seeing his attack fail, the greasy-haired man grew increasingly frantic, unleashing his powers without restraint, but to no avail. As his energy waned, he found himself at the mercy of Luo Ning's relentless assault. Yesterday, he dared to tease her. Today, he had come willingly into her arena. Why waste time with words when one could exact revenge with fists? Half an hour later, the once proud greasy-haired man was unrecognizable, battered and bruised, his arms hanging limply as if broken. Originally small, the eyes were now reduced to mere slits, brimming with resentment. The bodyguard, initially held back by the crowd, finally squeezed through and carried the barely conscious figure away. The man with the slicked-back hair attempted to utter a fierce retort, but his severely swollen mouth rendered his words comical, resulting in a garbled expression of anger. After forcing out a few words, he winced in pain, inhaling sharply. Chapter 26: Alliances. Luo Ning had bested a certain Jiang family official's son in the arena of the base, and somehow, this event spread through the base like wildfire, as if it had been given wings. Regardless of whether it was due to natural occurrences or human intervention, the parties involved remained oblivious. At home, Luo Ning was instructing a group of individuals in the training techniques outlined in their manuals, not sparing even Aunt Li, a woman in her 60s. Even if she were to be aware of her actions, she was justified. After all, many witnesses had observed the match, and it was a legitimate competition. Although her opponent was grievously injured, he was still breathing, and she considered herself a law-abiding citizen who hadn't taken a life. Besides, it was he who refused to concede, so she bore no blame. Luo Ning, devoid of any psychological burden, thought to herself. The others, upon learning of the event, would surely find it laughable, not knowing who had unleashed a flurry of blows without mercy, not pausing to allow for any pleas of mercy. Yet, the onlookers were captivated by the fierce and formidable beauty before them, for she was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed considerable strength, taking on those who typically bullied others, yet dared not retaliate. Thus, they remained ignorant, simply having witnessed a contest. Meanwhile, Lin Yinyin, who had spread the word hoping to see Luo Ning apprehended, paced anxiously in a cramped room barely large enough for a bed. It had been 2 days since her plan was set in motion, and rumors were rampant. However, Luo Ning continued to thrive, growing ever more beautiful, which was intolerable for her. Consequently, she sought out the unfortunate soul who had been defeated, the one who had been bedridden for 2 days, young master Jiang Xingyu. "Get out of here, you wretched woman. It was your absurd idea that led me to challenge her in hopes of winning her favor, and now I'm nearly dead." Young Master Jiang, with his face grotesquely swollen, winced with every word. He felt wronged, having returned home intending to complain to his father, and perhaps even have that beautiful girl brought to him to vent his frustrations. However, upon his return, he was unceremoniously kicked off the stretcher by his father before he could utter a word. His already severe injuries were exacerbated, and as he lay on the ground unable to move, he coughed up blood before being allowed to be helped up by a servant. "You unfilial son. Always bringing trouble to your father. Do you not realize that Luo Ning is an ability user? Her team boasts more than 3 ability users, and we should be courting them. And yet, before I could send my emissaries, you have already offended them." His father, seated on the couch, cast a disappointed glance at his son, his demeanor one of frustration. "Do you not understand that times have changed? The Z and J factions are each governing their own And without armed forces, how can we contend with the J faction? If we fail to properly court ability users within a year, we shall find ourselves without a foothold as Z faction members. Father, I have a candidate we can attempt to court. Jiang Xingyu, realizing he had crossed his father, hastily offered a suggestion to redeem himself. Who? Jiang Aigua, his father, furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his inept son. Luo Ning has a friend who approached me, claiming to possess a way to persuade her to join our cause. Jiang Xingyu, racked with pain, managed to articulate the words despite his discomfort. Let her try. If there are conditions, do your utmost to meet them. Moreover, this incident must remain confidential, and an apology must be extended. Jiang Aigua concluded his instructions and left, ensuring that his son was taken for medical treatment. After all, he was his only biological child, and despite the beating, he needed to be saved. Jiang Xingyu's increasingly swollen face twisted into a grim smile. Luo Ning, just you wait. Once you become part of my subordinate team, I shall see how arrogant you can remain, for you will be at my mercy. Meanwhile, at the Luo residence, serious negotiations were underway. Dressed in a sharply tailored military uniform, Su Feng sat in the guest lounge of the Luo villa, seemingly awaiting the response of Luo Ning and her team. Su Feng's purpose for visiting was akin to that of the Jiang family, to court the ability users. However, his approach was marked by sincerity, given his significant standing within the military district, which underscored his earnestness. Joining is acceptable, but I have conditions. Luo Ning pondered momentarily, glancing at her teammates, who nodded slightly in agreement. As their representative, she spoke up. What conditions does Miss Luo have? I shall certainly meet those I can. Su Feng responded without hesitation, believing Luo Ning to be a person of reasonable expectations, thus assuming her stipulations would not be overly burdensome. I request that when you receive news from other bases, you inform me immediately. What does Major Su think of this condition? Luo Ning inquired, fixing her gaze on Su Feng, awaiting his reply. Su Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise, not anticipating such a request from Luo Ning. He had expected a demand linked to tangible benefits, such as resources or other forms of aid. After a moment's reflection, he acquiesced. Recognizing that such news would eventually circulate within the base, it was merely a matter of time. Sharing first-hand information was not an unreasonable concession, especially as it would yield him a powerful and trustworthy team. In essence, he would not be at a loss. At that moment, Luo Ning spoke again. I have an idea regarding our collaboration. I wonder if Major Su would be interested in discussing it? She smiled, resembling a cunning little fox. Her expression radiant as if spring had arrived, momentarily stunning Su Feng. The members of the Guardian team observed her smile with a slight sigh, wondering who she intended to target next. Once Su Feng regained his composure, he offered a relatively gentle smile and continued, I am all ears. Based on what Major Su just mentioned, the J faction and Z faction are currently embroiled in internal strife. Since you have come to court talent, I presume the other side is not idle either. Why not let me play the role of a double agent? Luo Ning suggested, her smile growing ever brighter. Despite her youth, her laughter exuded a mature charm, a captivating blend of contrasting qualities that held one's gaze. Then I must trouble Miss Luo, Su Feng replied, his stern expression softening with a hint of a smile. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Su Feng rose, extending his hand. Luo Ning stood as well, symbolically reaching out to touch his hand briefly before retracting it. To a pleasant partnership, Luo Ning echoed. The two exchanged smiles. Luo Ning personally escorted Su Feng to the door, shutting it behind him before returning to the living room. Upon her re-entry, her companions looked at her with curious expressions. Gu Yunxi, unable to contain herself, immediately inquired, Ningning, why did you request information instead of directly asking for resources? Not just Gu Yunxi, but everyone else shared the same curiosity. In this apocalyptic world, what good was information? Resources that could fill one's stomach were far more practical, or so most believed. Do you not want your brother to return? Besides, in this world, resources can be sought through strength, but first-hand information is unattainable without the right channels. Thus, acquiring such information allows us to seize the initiative, which is crucial for us. Luo Ning withheld the thought that her space could sustain them for many years. She decided to wait for a more opportune moment to reveal that detail. Luo Ning gazed out the window, where the sun blazed in the sky. scorching the earth and searing the hearts of those beneath it. Gu Yunxiao, why have you not returned yet? Rain is imminent. Chapter 27. Gu Yunxi is injured. Shortly after Su Feng's departure, Luo Ning and her companions tidied their belongings and set off for the mission hall. The Guardian Squad received a primary-level task, which was quite simple, to retrieve a family portrait from a certain residential building that Luo Ning had previously spotted. Although the task offered minimal points, Luo Ning's intention for this excursion was not solely to accrue points. Their primary objective in accepting the task was to obscure their true motives, which were to acquire gasoline and medical supplies. Despite having stocked up considerably before the apocalypse, such consumables were depleting rapidly, and one could never predict when they might run out. Thus, the more they could amass, the greater their sense of security. As soon as the Guardian Squad stepped out of the villa, Lin Yinyin arrived with Qin Shu, intending to act as negotiators, though their timing was unfortunate. They arrived to find no one home. Lin Yinyin stomped her foot at the entrance, calling out several times, but received no response. Aunt Li remained inside, obediently following her mistress's orders, knitting sweaters and hats, resolutely ignoring the door. Frustrated by their fruitless endeavor, Lin Yinyin's face twisted in annoyance. However, with Qin Shu beside her, she took a few deep breaths to maintain her composure, unwilling to lose her temper in front of the male lead. Instead, she stiffly turned and left, vowing to return another day. The residential complex the Guardian Squad aimed for was not too distant, but due to its large population, locating their target could prove troublesome. Nevertheless, as long as they avoided entanglements with zombies, obtaining what they needed should pose no significant challenge. Fortunately, the floor they needed to access was not too high, allowing them to climb over walls with relative ease. Both Luo Ning and Gu Yunxi had become quite adept at such maneuvers, executing them with finesse. Luo's father, mother, and Qian Duo were tasked with holding off approaching zombies, while Luo Ning and Gu Yunxi were responsible for scaling the wall and unlocking the door. Subsequently, they would open the door to provide support, using their abilities and strength to fend off the zombies, thus safeguarding the three below as they ascended. The group swiftly reached their destination on the third floor, room 301, where they found the family portrait they sought. The photograph depicted two elderly individuals, two children, and a man and a woman, portraying a harmonious family, though it remained uncertain how many of them had survived. In this apocalyptic world, searching for a family portrait likely indicated that loved ones had been lost, a memento to remember them by. The harsh reality of the apocalypse is relentless. Regardless of one's past virtue or vice, the onset of this new era reshuffled the lives of all. The good may have perished, while the wicked could very well thrive. Thus, without strength, no matter the good deeds one accomplished before, one might ultimately face separation from loved ones and the agony of loss. After a moment of reflection, the group felt a renewed appreciation for their fortunate circumstances, having found such supportive, family-like companions. Since we've ventured out, wouldn't it be too wasteful not to gather more supplies? Luo Ning suggested casually. Both Luo's parents, aware of her secret abilities, readily agreed. Qian Duo and Gu Yunxi naturally fell in line, as it was clear that if Luo Ning had spoken, the entire team would follow suit. Having successfully retrieved the family portrait, the group hurriedly exited the complex, eager to avoid any further conflict. What shall we seek next? Shall we head to the spicy hot pot processing factory? Gu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Luo Ning. Luo Ning was at a loss for words. This foodie was obsessed with food, unable to think of anything else. Qian Duo, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "I believe Ning Ning should be searching for a spicy strip processing factory. Definitely not a hot pot factory. After all, we might not have the chance to enjoy spicy strips in the future. They are a delicacy." His absurdity elicited a roll of Luo Ning's eyes. What kind of companions were these two? They seemed to have only one thing on their minds: food, oblivious to their futures. Yet, upon closer reflection, Luo Ning found a kernel of logic in their musings. Perhaps they had a point worth considering. To prevent them from spiraling further into their culinary daydreams, she spoke up, "This time we are seeking gasoline and some medical supplies. Currently, people's primary concern is food, but we have already stored enough to last us several years. However, we can still gather more medicines and gasoline. After all, while we are currently secure in our provisions, falling ill without antibiotics in this world could be fatal. And if our vehicle runs out of fuel, we would be left to traverse by foot. At Luo Ning's words, both of their heads shook vigorously in agreement. Ning is always so thoughtful. Truly my goddess. Gu Yunxi launched into her praise once more. I humbly bow to your superior wisdom, Qian Duo added. Listening to the three girls bantering and laughing, Luo's parents couldn't help but smile. Despite the apocalypse, seeing their daughter smile made the bleak world seem a little less daunting. As long as they were together, everything would be all right. The group scoured several pharmacies, with Luo Ning taking the lead to gather a substantial portion of supplies before the others followed. They arrived at another pharmacy, its contents in disarray. Strangely, there were no signs of zombies, though the door stood ajar. Perhaps they had fled. Just as the group began to fill bags with medical supplies, Luo Ning felt her heart race with an unsettling premonition. Raising her gaze, she saw a zombie silently approaching behind Gu Yunxi. Before she could react, she shouted, "Be careful." However, Gu Yunxi took a step back, colliding with the zombie that emerged from behind the door. The creature's sharp claws tore into her arm. Though Gu Yunxi quickly rolled to the side, she was still injured. The others rushed over at the sound of commotion. In that instant, Luo Ning unleashed an ice spike, striking the zombie's forehead. The creature was slow-moving, but Gu Yunxi had been too close for comfort, leaving her little time to react. The zombie collapsed with a thud, its fall echoing heavily in the air, as if the sound reverberated within Gu Yunxi's heart, weighing her down. Everyone could see the tattered fabric on her arm and the blood gushing from the wound. Dad, Mom, please check the rest of the pharmacy. Duo go lock the door. Luo Ning directed, her voice steady. Only she knew the turmoil roiling within her.
Ning, I was scratched by the zombie. If
I don't survive until my brother returns, please tell him I've been good lately and haven't caused any trouble. Gu Yunxi's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes, whether from fear or pain. It was hard to tell. Luo Ning coldly rejected her request to relay a message.
You will not die.
There has to be a way to save you. Chapter 28. Awakening of Abilities. Having organized her thoughts, Luo Ning wasted no time. She swiftly located alcohol, bandages, and hemostatic powder within the store. Her hands trembled slightly, yet she feigned calmness. She reassured herself, I am their anchor. I must remain composed. Right and Snowball. The spiritual spring. Luo Ning immediately reached out mentally to connect with Snowball. Snowball, does the spiritual spring help purify the zombie virus? Her heart raced with anxiety, desperately hoping for a quick response. I don't know, no one has tried it before. There exist two potential outcomes upon administering the spring water to her. Either she shall metamorphose into a formidable zombie, a mutated creature endowed with extraordinary abilities, or she may transform into a wielder of supernatural powers. After a moment's contemplation, Xueqiu spoke. Luo Ning, having cast aside her hesitation, retrieved a bottle of spring water from her backpack. She first offered several sips to Gu Yunxi, then proceeded to cleanse the gory wound with the water, meticulously rinsing it multiple times. Following this, she applied alcohol to the injury. As the alcohol made contact, Gu Yunxi's tears streamed silently down her cheeks, her composure unwavering despite the pain. This young lady, who had never endured such suffering, tugged at Luo Ning's heartstrings. Gently, she sprinkled medicinal powder over the wound and carefully bandaged it with gauze. At present, you have merely been scratched by a zombie. It does not guarantee you will become one. Have you not read apocalyptic novels? While being bitten may lead to zombification, there exists an equal chance of becoming an extraordinary being. This is the opportunity you have longed for. Seize it. It was rare for Luo Ning to express so many words in one breath, for she felt that any further words of comfort would be utterly futile. It seemed that no amount of soothing language could alleviate the despondency that enveloped Gu Yunxi. Rather, it was better to ignite her will to survive. The usually vivacious Gu Yunxi was now unnaturally quiet, a sight that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Due to Gu Yunxi's injury, the plan to gather medicinal supplies and gasoline was postponed, necessitating a temporary shelter for the night, with plans to reassess the situation come dawn. The night deepened, cloaking the surroundings in an oppressive darkness, as if a thick ink had descended, enveloping their hearts and imprinting itself in their minds, an inescapable shadow. Luo Ning laid down a mat for Gu Yunxi to rest upon, while the others found a corner in the pharmacy to lean against the wall and rest. Luo Ning, clutching her knife, sat beside Gu Yunxi, eyes closed, uncertain if she had succumbed to slumber. Gu Yunxi had developed a fever, her cheeks flushed, her forehead burning. Luo Ning administered more spring water and examined the wound, relieved to find it still red, without any signs of necrosis. Nink nink. Let me watch over you for a while. You should rest. Luo's mother, concerned for her daughter, offered to guard Gu Yunxi. No need, mother. You should sleep. I am fine. However, Luo Ning harbored an unspoken thought that should Gu Yunxi become a zombie, she wished to be the one to bear the consequence. If Gu Yunxiao were to harbor any resentment, let it be directed towards her. Thus, it was best for others to maintain their distance. Luo Ning's eyes had begun to redden, a telltale sign of her sleepless nights, though other reasons may have contributed as well. By 2 o'clock in the morning, Luo Ning had inspected Gu Yunxi's wound no fewer than 10 times. Each observation brought a fleeting sense of reassurance, momentarily calming her tumultuous thoughts. Yet, she dared not relax her vigilance. Under normal circumstances, following the consumption of spring water and aided by Qian Duoduo's healing abilities, the wound should have begun to heal, showing signs of regeneration. The absence of any improvement only served to heighten Luo Ning's anxiety. At 2:50 in the morning, Gu Yunxi's body not only burned with fever, but began to convulse slightly. Luo Ning's eyes snapped open, and she checked on Gu Yunxi. A faint darkness emerged around the wound on her arm. With urgency, she sprang to her feet, kneeling beside Gu Yunxi, gently calling her name. Yunxi, Gu Yunxi, do not slip away. Do you not have words for your brother? I know you can hear me, right? Do not succumb to sleep. If you do, you will become a grotesque, loathsome creature. I will detest you. Gu Yunxi remained with her eyes tightly shut, showing no indication of awakening, yet her brow furrowed tightly, as if caught in a struggle. Seeing her reaction, Qian Duoduo, who had appeared weak from the exertion of her powers, leaned closer to speak. Gu Yunxi, if you do not wake up, I shall devour all your self-heating hot pot, leaving you only a plain broth. Noticing a flicker of movement in Gu Yunxi's eyelids, Luo Ning stoked the flames of motivation further. If you become a zombie, I shall pursue Qin Chuan, marrying him and making him forget you while showering him with affection. I would bear him 10 or 8 children. Luo Ning recalled how, in a previous life, Gu Yunxi had harbored deep feelings for Qin Chuan, and after their marriage, she could not bear for him to glance at another woman. Surely, this would stoke her will to survive, would it not? Luo's parents stood helplessly by, unsure of how to further encourage her will to live. Just as they pondered what else might ignite her survival instinct, Gu Yunxi's fingers twitched. Suddenly, her eyes shot wide open, ablaze with fervor. Who dares to covet the man I have chosen? I shall not hesitate to eliminate her. With that, a fireball, searing and volatile, hurtled towards Luo Ning. Had she not been prepared, the consequences could have been dire. Truly, women are both enchanting and terrifying. Luo Ning's ice wall emerged just in time, encasing the ferocious fireball until it extinguished. Gu Yunxi, as if resurrected, shouted and then slumped back down. Upon examining the wound again, Luo Ning noted that the faint darkness had vanished, and the once gruesome injury now bore fresh, pink flesh. Never had she perceived the beauty of healing tissue in such an endearing light. Moments later, with Luo Ning's ice abilities mitigating the fever, Gu Yunxi's temperature subsided, her complexion returning to a healthy flush. A gentle breath confirmed she was still alive. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Gu Yunxi had persevered and even awakened her fire abilities. It appeared she had merely battled the zombie virus throughout the night, exhausted from the struggle. At this moment, Luo Ning finally relieved her watch and sought rest herself, the weight on her heart lifting as she realized Gu Yunxi had survived. Luo Ning, in a drowsy haze, heard a familiar, chattering voice. It was Gu Yunxi. She had awakened. Sleep abandoned Luo Ning as daylight broke, though she had only managed 3 hours of rest. Nink nink. I too possess powers. Ha ha, I am now one of the extraordinary. Glancing at Luo Ning's parents, she opted against referring to herself in such a manner. I am merely a late bloomer. Gu Yunxi bounded over to Luo Ning, conjuring a fireball in her hand, presenting it to Luo Ning as if showcasing an award. Indeed, you have awakened your abilities. Luo Ning could not help but join in her laughter. The room, once heavy with tension, now brimmed with joy and harmony. As the night receded, the sun emerged anew. Chapter 29. Lifting a stone to stumble upon one's own foot. The Guardians team returned triumphantly, their vehicle laden with gasoline and medical supplies. Naturally, Luo Ning's spatial abilities had gathered even more. However, today, fate had not favored them. They encountered Lin Yinyin and Qin Shou, returning from their own mission. This isolation room, it seemed, was exclusively occupied by their two teams. What could Luo Ning say? She could only remark, what a twist of fate. Lin Yinyin had sought Luo Ning several times without success. Now perplexed and anxious, she unexpectedly stumbled upon her here. Ning, were you on a mission? I have been searching for you. Lin Yinyin endeavored to employ her gentlest tone, attempting to engage Luo Ning amicably. Luo Ning was acutely aware of her urgency. Though the outcome was likely to align with Lin Yinyin's wishes, it would be uncharacteristic of Luo Ning to acquiesce so easily. With her face practically pressed against hers, it would be a waste not to engage in a little scuffle. After all, neglecting to provide some challenges for the supporting character seemed rather unjust. In response to her gentle inquiry, Luo Ning did not lift her gaze even once. She simply clutched her knife, meticulously polishing it, before settling into a corner to rest. Lin Yinyin, undeterred by her cold demeanor, approached with a soft tone, saying, Ning, I am not here for personal matters. I come to negotiate on behalf of the government. After speaking, she glanced at Luo Ning's expression, only to find her still impervious to persuasion. Growing anxious, Lin Yinyin suggested, Is your previous injury healed so quickly? Should we not have another bout? Luo Ning retorted without reservation, her sarcasm biting. Lin Yinyin recalled the earlier encounter where Luo Ning and her companions had bested her, and fear crept in, silencing her. She discreetly tugged at Qin Shi's sleeve, signaling him to step forward and speak, believing that the male protagonist's words might carry some weight. Qin Shiyu, eager to establish a connection with the Z faction, was amenable to the discussion. With his usual warm smile, he turned his gentle gaze towards Luo Ning, his affection barely concealed. Yet, whether it was genuine or feigned remained uncertain. Xiao Ning, Lin Yinyin speaks the truth. We indeed come to negotiate with you on behalf of the Z faction. I hope you will consider this for both your sake and your team's. It would be prudent to temporarily set aside your grievances and contemplate joining us. Seeing Luo Ning finally raise her eyes to them, Lin Yinyin quickly added, Mr. Jiang has indicated that if you are willing to join, you may propose any terms within reason. This reflects his appreciation for talent. Moreover, our proposal has enabled Mr. Jiang to extend such generous conditions to you, disregarding past grievances and the incident involving his son. It is evident that Mr. Jiang values talent highly. After such a lengthy discourse, Lin Yinyin felt parched, as there were no water manipulators in their group, and she had gone most of the day without a drink. Yet, Luo Ning remained indifferent, noisily crunching on an ice cube, which only heightened Lin Yinyin's thirst, causing those around her to swallow involuntarily. However, she felt it inappropriate to request some. The insufferable Gu Yunxi chewed loudly, drawing closer as if to ensure she noticed. In the midst of her ice chewing, Luo Ning, undeterred, attempted to devise a way to rid herself of them, weary of their incessant presence. She conjured a thin, nearly imperceptible ice needle aimed at Lin Yinyin's forehead, yet it vanished without a trace. Disappointment washed over her, but she remained resolute. Once Luo Ning had finished her ice treat, she wiped her hands, looked them in the eye, and spoke. I believe there is no such thing as a free lunch. If we are to propose conditions, surely we must offer something in return? That's quite reasonable. Lin Yinyin responded eagerly, sensing Luo Ning's willingness to negotiate. Internally, however, she harbored resentment, thinking, You arrogant wretch. Revel in your confidence now. When you find yourself at the mercy of young Master Jiang, you will regret it. He is a man who knows how to torment women. And I wonder how you will manage to charm the male lead then. Mr. Jiang has stated that whenever he requires assistance, your involvement will suffice. Leaning in closer and lowering her voice, she continued, should a dispute arise between the Z and J factions, all you need do is side with him. Besides, having powerful allies will benefit you. With them backing you, your contributions during missions will yield greater rewards. Within the space, as long as you avoid causing fatalities, Mr. Jiang can resolve any minor conflicts you may encounter. Xiao Ning, Lin Yinyin is right. I believe you should let go of your past prejudices and seriously consider our proposal. Qin Shiyu encouraged. Mr. Qin, do you truly wish for me to agree? Luo Ning's demeanor shifted, her previously cold attitude towards Lin Yinyin replaced with a glimmer of trust, which delighted Qin Shiyu. It seemed Luo Ning still held affection for him. Of course, I am only looking out for your best interests. After all, we grew up together, he replied, barely able to contain his excitement as he sensed Luo Ning's imminent agreement. Very well, I can agree, but I do not wish to see her, Luo Ning declared, pointing at Lin Yinyin beside Qin Shiyu. Seeing you with her pains my heart. When I feel discomfort, my mood darkens, and I might act in ways I cannot control. Who knows, I might even retract my agreement. Lin Yinyin's smile froze at Luo Ning's words, her hand still clutching Qin Shiyu's, unsure whether to pull away or continue holding on, rendering her motionless. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shiyu decisively removed Lin Yinyin's hand from his arm, creating distance between them. Yinyin, I trust you are a woman of understanding and can appreciate my predicament, he stated. Lin Yinyin's eyes brimmed with tears, disbelief evident on her face. However, considering Luo Ning's potential fate and the prospect of being connected to the powerful male lead, she steeled her resolve. All right, I will do my best to avoid appearing before Senior Qin in the future. Ning, I hope you can forgive him, she said, turning away to wipe her tears as she walked to the far corner of the isolation room, distancing herself from the group. Her retreating figure appeared desolate, prompting the members of the Guardian team to suppress their laughter, each of them striving to maintain composure. They could not afford to break into laughter, as it would ruin the moment. Luo's parents, being older, managed to keep their poise, while Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo struggled to contain their amusement, pretending to rummage through their belongings while their bodies shook with restrained laughter. Now, let us agree that the moment I am released from isolation, I will seek out Mr. Jiang to clarify the situation. Please inform him that our group of supernatural beings has a substantial appetite, and we would appreciate a weekly supply of provisions. Additionally, we fear that if we do not have enough to eat, we may be unable to assist Mr. Jiang effectively, and that would be unfortunate. Luo Ning stated with a serious demeanor, making a bold demand. Very well, came the cheerful acknowledgement, though the administrator's smile betrayed his disbelief at such extravagant claims regarding the appetites of supernatural beings. During a routine check by the administrator, Luo Ning casually inquired, what happens if a fight breaks out? A fine of 10 pounds of food. The administrator replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Luo Ning couldn't shake the feeling that the administrator was eagerly awaiting a brawl. Yet, she brushed it aside, her mood still sour. Handing over 5 pounds of food, she remarked, this is a deposit. The remainder can be collected from the Guardian team. Next time you have such matters, Miss Luo, do seek me out, the administrator said with a beaming smile as he closed the door behind him. Yunxi, Duo, come quickly, it's time for some practice, Luo Ning called out. And the two immediately understood, their prior experiences kicking in. The three of them rushed to give Lin Yinyin, still mourning in the corner, another round of beatings. Qin Shiyu, eager to maintain his warm male persona, attempted to mediate but ended up receiving several kicks from the trio, who were either intentionally or unintentionally rough. His face bore scratches from their playful antics, yet he remained fixated on securing a connection with the Jiang family. Knowing he could not offend Luo Ning after just winning her over, he struggled to contain his frustration, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. Lin Yinyin had truly brought this calamity upon herself, now left to swallow her own bitterness and regret. Chapter 30. The Younger Brother. Tomorrow marks the onset of the Black Rain. Thus, the Guardian team has chosen to remain indoors today. Should they encounter unforeseen circumstances akin to the previous incident, becoming trapped in the Black Rain could lead to unpredictable outcomes. After all, luck does not always favor them. Ning, where did you acquire these delectable fruits? They are simply delightful. I feel as though I could consume 10 more. Gu Yunxi's cheeks were puffed up, resembling an adorable little hamster.
Oh,
didn't you mention seeing posts about the apocalypse? I was concerned as well, and thought it prudent to procure a cold storage unit, where I have stored quite an abundance of fruits. Feel free to indulge, there's plenty to go around. It's no wonder the fruits nurtured by the spatial spiritual spring are so delicious. Although Qian Duo currently harbors no ulterior motives, much like in her previous life, it's important to note that she is not the same person she once was. Time will ultimately reveal the truth. As for Gu Yunxi, that blabbermouth, The mere thought of her makes Luo Ning's head ache. She has awakened her fire-type abilities. Had it not been for Luo Ning restraining her, she would have undoubtedly wandered into the base, promoting herself. For now, Gu Yunxi's powers must remain concealed. With everyone possessing abilities, any exposure could arouse suspicion and envy. Until the group has matured, it's best to maintain a low profile. Thus, the matter of space can be discussed at a later time. Just as everyone was gathered in the living room engaging in conversation, a series of urgent knocks on the door shattered the ambience. Aunt Lee rose to answer it and glanced at the monitor. Turning to Luo Ning, she remarked, "Miss, it's a young man. He has been loitering around these past couple of days while you were on a mission. I've seen him frequently." "Which young man?" Luo Ning questioned, unable to recall any such individual. "Do I know him? Ning, have you forgotten? You instructed that group who attempted to rob our home to gather points, right? It should be about time for them to return. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon Qian Duo's reminder, Luo Ning recollected that indeed, she had arranged such a task, though she had forgotten about it until now. This young man, named Zhang Yu, was considered relatively trustworthy, and he had indeed arrived. "Let him in, Aunt Lee," Luo Ning said as she continued to nibble on her apple. As soon as Zhang Yu stepped inside, he was captivated by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The rich scent of fruit awakened his cravings. He inhaled deeply, swallowing hard as he respectfully presented the accumulated points card to Luo Ning. "Sister Luo, 70% of everyone's points from that day are in this card. Perhaps you should check it."
Just place it there. You may leave now.
However, Zhang Yu remained rooted to the spot, fidgeting like a shy young bride, his hands nervously twisting the hem of his shirt. It appeared he had something to say, yet hesitated to voice it. After a moment of struggle, he finally mustered the courage and, with eyes closed, spoke up. "Miss Luo, may I inquire if you are still accepting younger brothers? I am capable of many tasks. I can gather information, and I am quite adept at managing affairs. If it comes to fighting, I can handle anyone who isn't an ability user. If all else fails, I can safeguard your home. Surely, someone must watch the door while you're on missions, and it would be better to hire someone experienced like me, wouldn't it?" This young man, Zhang Yu, began to promote himself, hoping to gain Luo Ning's favor. Initially engrossed in her apple, Luo Ning finally lifted her gaze to scrutinize him. Memories of her first impression of this young man flooded back. He was the one she had previously perceived as having a spark in his eyes. His rough exterior belied a fundamentally innocent nature. His foray into delinquency stemmed from a simple admiration for strength and power, rather than a history of misdeeds. With that thought, Luo Ning softened her tone slightly, no longer speaking with cruelty. "I can consider your proposal, but there will need to be a probationary period.
For now,
you will be responsible for ensuring the safety of our home while we are on missions. If you prove yourself worthy, I will entertain your request.
Oh,
And regarding the benefits I promised you last time, rest assured they will not be forgotten. You may collect them from Aunt Lee." Zhang Yu, who had been anxiously wringing his shirt, could hardly contain his joy upon hearing Luo Ning's willingness to offer him a chance. He ceased fiddling with his clothing, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you, Miss Luo. I will take my leave now." His words tumbled out in a flurry as he reached the doorway, jumping slightly to touch the upper doorframe. Noticing the others watching him, he awkwardly withdrew his hand, pretending to scratch his nose, then wiped the spot with his already unclean sleeve. Aunt Lee called after him for a while before Zhang Yu finally returned.
Oh,
"I forgot something. Hee." With that, he scampered off, carrying a large bag of goods. "Haha, I am now someone's underling. I shall be the best little brother." "Zhang Yu, come back. I have tasks for you." Zhang Yu, who had been bouncing around just moments before, halted at the sound of his new leader's call. "If Boss Luo has tasks, I shall fulfill them. Anything Zhang Yu, can handle, I will do well. Come inside to talk. This is not the place for discussion." Luo Ning instructed as she turned to head back into the living room, with Zhang Yu trailing closely behind, clutching his bag of supplies. "Why are you standing? You must be tired. Sit down," Luo Ning observed as he remained standing. Zhang Yu scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "Boss, my clothes are a bit dirty, and I haven't bathed in a while. I wouldn't want to soil your sofa." Aunt Lee, noticing his predicament, brought over a wooden stool. "Young man,
sit here.
If it gets dirty, a simple wipe will suffice." Only then did Zhang Yu take a seat. You claim to be well-informed. I happen to have a task for you. Keep an eye on the Jiang family, Lin Yinyin, and Qin Shou. Let me know immediately if they make any moves. Of course, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Luo Ning handed him the torn portion of the photo featuring Lin Yinyin and Qin Shou. No problem. This is a minor task. You can count on me, Zhang Yu replied, not asking further questions. Luo's mother could not bear to see someone so pitiful, particularly one who appeared to be just a half-grown child, possibly not even 18. She picked up a clean apple from the table and handed it to him. Here, eat.
Child.
Zhang Yu wiped his not-so-clean hands on his equally unclean clothes, ensuring there was no dirt before shyly accepting the apple. He examined it but found himself reluctant to take a bite. Eventually, he requested some paper from Aunt Li, carefully wrapping the apple in several layers before gingerly placing it into his already discolored backpack.
Thank you.
Seeing Luo's mother's gentle demeanor reminded him of his own mother, whom he had only seen in photographs but had never met. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve before standing up. Boss Luo, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave.
Wait.
When you encounter us in public, pretend you do not know us. Understood. So, this is a covert operation. He realized the weight of the task at hand. Chapter 31. A storm approaches. Luo Ning cast a glance at Zhang Yu's slender frame, reminiscent of a monkey. She cleared her throat, seemingly casually remarking, Aunt Li, did we perhaps make too many steamed buns for lunch? In this sweltering heat, if they go uneaten, they may spoil. Wasting food in the apocalypse is shameful. You should let him take some with him. She added, I'm not feeling sorry for you. It's just that you seem too weak and not quite qualified to be my little brother. I prefer those who are more presentable. With that, she resumed her enjoyment of the fruits. All right, I will pack some for him, Aunt Li said, glancing at Zhang Yu's gaunt figure, her heart aching for him. Yet, without her mistress's directive, she dared not take action on her own. Since the young lady has spoken, it is only natural to prepare a few more. With a sigh in his heart, he thought to himself that she was indeed tough on the outside but soft on the inside, clearly wishing to assist others. Her words often lacked warmth. After all, how could there be endless steamed buns? It was obvious she had prepared dinner for the night. Zhang Yu took the black bag filled with buns, his eyes growing increasingly red. Thank you, big sister. I will strive to become stronger and ensure I do not hinder your endeavors. Having said that, he tightly grasped the bundles and hurried out without a backward glance. The packages were opaque, making it impossible to discern their contents. He first scanned the surroundings upon opening the door, and seeing that no one was around, he felt relieved enough to slip out.
Yo.
Zhang Yu could not help but continue to bounce around. After closing the door, Luo Ning could still hear his distant shouts outside. Luo's mother chuckled. Just look at him. He's still a child at heart. So, it seems that those who appear wicked aren't always truly malevolent, and those who seem benevolent aren't necessarily good? Qian Duo remarked thoughtfully, perhaps recalling someone specific. Indeed. One cannot judge a person solely by appearances. One must look with the heart, for who knows what lies beneath the facade of a seemingly good person. Luo Ning spoke with deep understanding. Outside, Zhang Yu opened his package and, with care, gently touched a radiant red apple. He resolutely vowed to work diligently. Determined not to disappoint Luo, tomorrow heralded the arrival of the black rain, and Luo Ning gazed out the window at the oppressive, dark sky. The clouds churned ominously. Or rather, black clouds would be a more fitting description, as if someone had overturned a giant ink bottle in the heavens, threatening to drench the world in darkness and return all human sins back to them. How long do you think this rain will last? The heat had lingered for so long that the weather was finally returning to normal. It was about time for rain to fall, lest countless people perish from the heat. Yet, the darkness was somewhat frightening, reminiscent of a horror film. Gu Yunxi, munching on his favorite fruit, did not forget to offer one to Qian Duo, observing as Luo Ning stared vacantly out the window. He sighed, being too clever isn't always beneficial. Overthinking leads to a weary heart. Su Feng had visited Luo Ning the previous day, informing her that the residents of the shantytown had all been relocated to safety, thereby significantly reducing potential casualties. Luo Ning thought to herself that she had indeed not misjudged character. Without the forced interference of a female protagonist's narrative, her mind was clear as a mirror. and she had become adept at discerning people. Furthermore, from early morning, the base had been broadcasting repeated announcements warning of impending heavy rain, which would contain a high concentration of toxins, urging survivors to remain indoors and seek shelter from the rain to avoid infection by the virus and transformation into zombies,
with all consequences borne by them.
Upon hearing the broadcast, Gu Yunxi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, realizing his brother had yet to return, causing the fruit in his hand to lose its appeal. "Hey, woman, come into the space. I have something good for you." The adorable voice of Yunxiao echoed in Luo Ning's mind, interrupting her thoughts. Returning to her room, she locked the door and entered the space. "What is it?" Luo Ning inquired, her mood slightly lifted upon seeing the fluffy white creature. "Thanks to your diligent practice, your abilities have strengthened. The space is bonded with you and will experience some positive changes as well. This time, it has unlocked a tutorial for crafting detox pills. Isn't that wonderful?" Yunxiao proudly presented the book atop its head, approaching Luo Ning. "Does that mean my ability will level up slowly? If the two are tied together, must I exert double the effort?" Luo Ning asked, her expression filled with skepticism as she scrutinized Yunxiao. The fluffy creature wiggled its chubby body and responded with the sweetest tone. "It will have a slight impact. But our master is so formidable. Surely you won't mind, right?" With those sparkling eyes gazing at her in anticipation, Luo Ning felt no desire to argue. She suspected that this spirit was tailored to one's preferences. Moreover, even if your ability level appears low, it does not significantly affect your real strength. Battling across levels is quite normal, Yunxiao added. Now that sounds reasonable. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is not out of the question, and it can also help conceal one's true strength. By the way, what toxins can this detox pill neutralize? Can it purify the toxins in this black rain? Luo Ning found the timing of the detox pill's emergence rather coincidental and thus inquired. Well, that's hard to say since it hasn't been tested. However, it can neutralize various toxins like hemlock, arsenic, venom from scorpion and centipede bites, and mutated pollen toxins. Moreover, the toxins in the black rain are essentially zombie viruses. So, if it can neutralize those, wouldn't you become a savior? Why even bother with the apocalypse when you could just ascend? Yunxiao mumbled, cautious not to voice its thoughts too loudly, fearing that mentioning its favorite food might jeopardize its supply. "What did you say?" Luo Ning asked. Nothing. Just focus on your research," Yunxiao replied. After playing with Yunxiao for a while, Luo Ning then turned her attention to studying the newly unlocked detox pill crafting book. In the core area of the Sea City base, within a luxurious villa, Su Feng. "Do you still recognize the law? How dare you point a gun at me?" Jiang Igua fumed, yet could only counter with a loud voice as Su Feng aimed his weapon at him. "Mr. Jiang, I recall stating that this matter is of utmost importance. Why have you not taken it to heart? Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall take matters into my own hands. Go, continue the broadcast loop, ensuring everyone is relocated to a safe area. No one is to be left behind." Su Feng commanded his subordinate. "Yes, sir," the soldier replied. "If everyone dies, you, as the base leader, will merely be a hollow commander. Whom do you think your authority can command? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Jiang? Do take care," Su Feng said before leading his men away, leaving Jiang Igua to pound his fist against the table in frustration. "Su Feng, just you wait." Outside, the wind howled, dispersing the heat as storm clouds gathered. Chapter 32. The rain has arrived. The rain has indeed come as promised. However, prolonged drought may not always bring sweet relief. It could also herald the arrival of a grim reaper. Hundreds of kilometers away, within a building near a zoo, several men were anxiously discussing, nearly coming to blows. "Our leader has been missing for a day. Are you not worried? If you want to search for him, I will," the blond man shouted furiously. Yet his strength paled in comparison to the towering figure beside him, leaving him to sulk on the ground, his expression displeased. "But the boss told us to wait for him to return. Shouldn't we listen to him?" "I only heed the boss's words. Whatever he says goes," replied the tall man, blocking the doorway, leaving the blond man unable to do anything but mutter, "Stubborn fool." As the two argued, they almost came to blows, but ultimately heeded the advice of the man with gold-rimmed glasses, remaining there to wait patiently. The boss went out to scout. Perhaps he encountered this strange black rain and couldn't return immediately. Maybe he has already found a place to hide. If we venture out and get drenched by this black rainwater, who knows if we might turn into zombies. Even if we don't turn into zombies, we have no idea where the boss is. If he returns and can't find us, it will only cause more trouble, the bespectacled man analyzed seriously. The blonde man finally simmered down, ceasing his insistence to leave. Outside, the black rain fell steadily, showing no signs of abating, threatening to drench the entire world in darkness, leaving only faint traces of light. Just as the golden-haired youth reached out to touch the black rain, he was pulled back by the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. Before the leader departed, he stated, "We cannot step outside this room, not even a single inch, until he returns." The rain, tinged with a sinister black hue, was a perilous invitation to recklessness. The man, possessing an air of scholarly elegance, especially with his spectacles, was rarely seen in such a state of anger. The blonde man sheepishly withdrew his hand, stammering, "I was merely jesting. There's no need to take it so seriously." The black rain fell like needles, a relentless downpour weaving an impenetrable web that disoriented those caught within it, gradually devouring the scant light that existed. This ominous rain seemed to embody nature's wrath, descending upon the world with overwhelming force. Inside a small room, a tall man with furrowed brows gazed intently at the rain outside, lost in thought. Though visibility was poor, his eyes appeared to pierce through the layers of darkness, traversing vast distances to the one he longed to see. He wondered how she and her companions were faring in City C. The rain carried an eerie sensation, evoking a sense of foreboding. He hoped fervently that they remained safe within the confines of the base, far from the dangers outside. Not far away, a pair of glowing green eyes fixated on the small house. A rough tongue flicked out to taste the rain, mingling the dark liquid with its own saliva before swallowing it greedily. The oppressive darkness provided the perfect cover for a predator, concealing its form and the viscous drool that threatened to drip from its jaws. The man in the room felt an unsettling intuition that he was being watched by a pair of naked eyes. Yet, as a space manipulator, he had survived thus far through his formidable combat skills, robust physique, and tenacious will to live. Otherwise, a mere space manipulator would have perished long ago in this apocalyptic world. Thus, he trusted his instincts, a skill honed over years of navigating the mercantile realm. Clutching a dagger tightly, he patiently awaited the appearance of his hunter. The door shuddered violently as it was battered, and as the massive yet agile figure burst through, he sprang into action. The dagger was raised high, and with all his might, he thrust it into the creature's skull. In the darkness, nothing was visible save for the glowing green eyes, revealing that it was a fearsome beast. The darkness enveloped everything, the scent of blood being the only reminder of the recent struggle. The massive form of the beast attempted to thrash in defiance, but the man had no intention of granting it that opportunity. The blade twisted within its skull, and soon the colossal body lay motionless on the ground. Upon inspection, the man discovered it to be a leopard, likely one of the creatures residing near a zoo. With the overwhelming stench of blood, it was imperative to vacate the area swiftly. However, the terrifying black rain outside was a formidable deterrent. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to store the prey in his spatial dimension, thus minimizing the blood scent. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from nearby bushes, a menacing growl shattering the oppressive silence. From the sound, it was evident that another leopard, perhaps an even more formidable one, was in pursuit. Possibly the offspring of the creature he had just slain. Determined, the man tightened his grip on the knife, assuming a defensive stance at the door, prepared to claim yet another predator's life. He was determined to survive, which meant that his adversary must perish. The already dilapidated door splintered under the force of a massive paw, shards flying as the black rain surged inside, a few droplets inevitably falling upon the man's face and lips. He did not flinch, but instead swung the dagger at the beast. When he missed, he swiftly mounted the giant leopard. However, the mutated creature was exceedingly large, and he struggled to maintain his grip amidst its violent thrashing. After several attempts, he finally seized the moment, rotating the dagger and driving it into the glowing eye socket of the leopard. A piercing roar erupted, yet before it could fade, the creature's neck was severed by the blade, blood cascading down the weapon. After a prolonged moment, the man released the lifeless body of the leopard and sat down, resting against its carcass. Unbeknownst to him, outside, a pair of glowing eyes stealthily approached the gaping door. Just as the predator's claws grazed the man's shoulder, a thunderous roar split the sky. With unstoppable momentum, it hurtled toward the crumbling structure. A flash of white light pierced through the omnipresent darkness, momentarily illuminating the scene before being consumed once again by the relentless shadows. Moments later, silence reclaimed the surroundings, as if nothing had transpired. Only the collapsed house remained, a wisp of black smoke intertwining with the inky rain. Time passed, and from the charred wooden beams, an indistinct appendage resembling either a hand or a claw emerged, a harrowing sight against the backdrop of the blackened rain. Chapter 33. A dog cannot change its nature. The rain had persisted for several days, a soft yet incessant patter enveloping the world in darkness. The Guardians, confined to their homes, busied themselves with honing their abilities and contemplating culinary delights. Luo Ning discovered that depleting her powers and allowing them to replenish resulted in a noticeable enhancement of her abilities. The happiest among them was Luo's mother, for her efforts ensured that everyone enjoyed fresh vegetables daily, much to her delight. As the group engaged in friendly competitions to showcase their powers, the doorbell rang. Nowadays, the sound of the doorbell evoked a sense of unease, having become a source of trepidation in recent days. They were uncertain whether to thank or blame Su Feng for this newfound anxiety. Despite his somewhat unorthodox methods, Su Feng proved to be a reliable ally. His unwavering resolve allowed the group to navigate their base freely, even when Z faction dismissed the threat of the Black Rain and opposed the construction of shelters.
Su Feng,
undeterred, took matters into his own hands, securing a structure that kept them dry long before the rain descended. Every advantage comes with its drawbacks. While the shelter provided convenience, it also brought considerable trouble to the Luo family. Without hesitation, they knew who was at the door, reluctant to answer. It was Aunt Li who finally succumbed to the incessant ringing, glancing through the peephole. With a hint of resignation, she announced, "Miss, young Master Jiang has come again." "Let him in," Luo Ning replied, taking a deep breath before slowly exhaling. She composed her expression, forcing a smile that could hardly pass for genuine. "Miss Luo, I hope you're not too busy today. I've brought some fruit, especially for you to enjoy," Jiang Xingyu said, his face slightly less swollen, though still bearing colorful bruises. He exuded an air of self-satisfaction, albeit with a rather unsavory grin, as he was wheeled close to Luo Ning by his bodyguards. He lifted his chin, signaling for the guards to place the precious fruit on the coffee table before her, a look of pride on his face as he awaited her delighted reaction. Truly, the saying "a dog cannot change its nature" rang true in this instance. Just days after suffering a severe beating, he had evidently learned nothing. Luo Ning suppressed her urge to scold him, casting a reluctant glance at the wilted fruit on the table, which was hardly appetizing. Yet, she feigned gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young Master Jiang. It's been quite a while since I've had fruit." Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo stifled their laughter, well aware that they were now spies and had to tread lightly. "Every day, I indulge in fresh vegetables and the delightful fruits hidden away in Luo Ning's cold storage. Such offerings hardly pique my interest. Nevertheless, for the sake of a grander scheme, I must endure. No laughter, no laughter. One must maintain composure. Why be formal with me? We are practically family. After all, who among us is a stranger?" Jiang Xingyu remarked, winking at Luo Ning. Luo Ning's expression stiffened, yet she managed to suppress her reaction, forcing a strained smile that revealed her 8 pearly teeth. Fortunately, she swallowed back her retch, narrowly avoiding the regurgitation of last night's meal. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Luo Ning's parents concocted an excuse to retreat upstairs. "Is this truly acceptable?" Luo Ning's mother asked, a hint of guilt in her tone. "Nonsense, fret not. Our daughter knows what she's about. We merely hinder her performance. As long as she doesn't bring harm to others, that's all that matters. Come, let us ascend to the 3rd floor and see how the vegetables are faring," Luo Ning's father urged, pulling her mother along. Luo Ning thought to herself, "Do you truly believe it's acceptable to abandon me like this? Surely, I am your own flesh and blood, am I not?" Allowing Jiang Xingyu entrance was not without ulterior motives. After all, she was a spy for the J faction, and she must uphold her reputation. This big fool, one must admit, was an exceedingly competent conversationalist. Once he began boasting, he would divulge anything and everything. For instance, the names of the ability user teams they were courting, their stockpiles of resources, and even their current schemes. I wonder if young Master Jiang has heard about the recent peculiar disappearances of ability users from the base? Luo Ning inquired casually, subtly shifting to a position further from Jiang Xingyu under the pretense of pouring water. That. Yes, I have heard whispers, Jiang Xingyu stammered, clearly flustered. What are your thoughts on the matter, young Master Jiang? Luo Ning sipped her tea, pressing on. I've been cooped up at home nursing my health, seldom venturing out. I suspect those individuals must have slipped away from the base. Who knows what fate awaits them outside? Jiang Xingyu replied. Miss Luo, why don't we discuss something more engaging? Perhaps your thoughts or requirements for a future boyfriend. Jiang Xingyu began to ramble, clearly attempting to divert the conversation. Luo Ning was convinced that the Jiang family had a hand in this affair. A boyfriend, you say? He must be handsome, tall, possess abs, and ideally, be an ability user. It would be splendid if he heeds my every word, Luo Ning jested, entering a playful banter.
Oh.
And I have a penchant for those in positions of power, preferably someone influential within the base, she added with a sly grin, resembling a cunning little fox. Who is Gu Yunxi? Upon catching the glimmer in Luo Ning's eyes, she immediately chimed in. Certainly someone as accomplished as young Master Jiang, well-versed in the affairs of the base. Wouldn't you agree, Ning Ning? Indeed, that is only natural, Luo Ning affirmed. Miss Luo, Miss Gu, you flatter me, Jiang Xingyu chuckled, momentarily buoyed by the compliments of two enchanting ladies, his words becoming increasingly thoughtless. Let me share a secret with you, reserved solely for those I consider kin. You must promise not to breathe a word of it. Jiang Xingyu leaned closer to Luo Ning, lowering his voice conspiratorially. My father and his associates plan to take advantage of the fact that nearly all the ability users are currently at the base. On the third day after this black rain ceases, they will act, ensuring that those brutish individuals from the J faction receive their due comeuppance. Then, the base will be ours. Is that truly the case? That sounds astounding. I wonder who, aside from our team, will partake in this endeavor? It would be prudent to have some foresight, lest we inadvertently harm our allies, Luo Ning expressed with a facade of concern. Carrying the list with me, for safekeeping, I can only show you a glimpse. You must not let it slip. We cannot afford to give the J faction any leverage. As he spoke, he fished out a crumpled piece of paper from his suit jacket's inner pocket. He attempted to hand it to Luo Ning, his hand lingering a moment too long on hers. Had Luo Ning not reacted swiftly, she might have been ensnared by that slicked back hair. Internally disgusted yet maintaining her composure, she subtly turned to let Qian Duo see. This girl had earned her place at C University through sheer talent, her memory being nothing short of photographic. Upon seeing Qian Duo nod, Luo Ning returned the paper to Jiang Xingyu. Oh, dear, my head aches. Yunxi, Duo, please assist me. I must retire upstairs. Perhaps I caught a chill from the rain this morning. Surely, I shan't turn into a zombie. After Luo Ning feigned weakness, Qian Duo and Gu Yunxi supported her as she rose. I sincerely apologize, but for safety's sake, you should return home. If I do turn into a zombie, I might not recognize anyone. Luo Ning feigned vulnerability, clutching her chest, and vanished around the staircase corner. Why clutch your chest if you're dizzy? Gu Yunxi could not suppress her eye roll. What did you expect? It's no surprise he has fixated on you. He wouldn't notice otherwise. As Luo Ning regained her composure, she lowered her voice, exuding strength. Jiang Xingyu was merely interested in flirting, not in courting death, and thus summoned his bodyguards to whisk him away without delay. Chapter 34. A woman's revenge is never late. Once Jiang Xingyu and his entourage departed in full force, Luo Ning dashed into the restroom to wash her hands. Having used nearly half a bottle of soap, Luo Ning contemplated how she ought to seek some form of compensation from Su Feng for the emotional strain she had endured, especially since she had sacrificed her dignity in the process. With a sigh, Luo Ning lamented that her hands were meant for Gu, the male deity of her heart. How could she let anyone else touch them so carelessly? Yet, how dare Jiang take advantage of her and lay his hands upon her? Surely, he must pay a price. 10 days may seem neither long nor short, especially during times of comfort. The days slip by swiftly. Even as she felt a pang of reluctance towards the world, the black rain gradually waned, and light seemed poised to reclaim its rightful dominion. The night before the rain ceased, only a few scattered drops remained. Under the cloak of darkness, Luo Ning donned her dark attire, wrapping herself securely and melding with the night. Just as she leapt from the second-floor window, kneeling gracefully upon one knee, She couldn't help but marvel at how stylish her landing was. Practice makes perfect, after all. However, before she could take a step forward, she spotted the front door creaking open, revealing two heads peering out. "What are you two doing up at this hour?" she inquired. "Finally caught you." "Heh, I knew it. I hear noises every night, and even wagered with Duo. I knew you wouldn't let an opportunity slip by. I saw that young fellow take advantage of you the other day. I knew you would sneak out." Gu Yunxi, the detective, adjusted her non-existent glasses as she analyzed the situation. "But Ning, why not use the front door? What's there to fear in your own home?" Qian Duo inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. "ISN, to hone my wall-climbing skills?" Luo Ning replied, feeling slightly embarrassed, grateful for the dim lighting that concealed her expression. She would never admit that she simply thought it added to the thrill of mischief, and looked quite cool. The two decided to reveal themselves, and upon seeing their attire, Luo Ning was astonished. They were clad in black tactical gear that looked far more professional than her own. "Need a black mask?" Gu Yunxi offered, producing one from her belongings. Luo Ning accepted it but shook her finger. "What do you mean?" Gu Yunxi asked, perplexed. "Wearing a mask is fine, but I do prefer a helmet." "I also have a voice modulator," Luo Ning replied, producing a compact device and shaking it for emphasis. "Sisters, I feel utterly inadequate." Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo echoed in unison. "Let us return and don some men's attire. We must commit to the charade." The group promptly returned to the villa to change into male clothing. With helmets obscuring their faces, they once again plunged into the darkness. With the seasoned Luo Ning leading the way, the trio, thoroughly bundled up, navigated their way toward the core area with practiced ease. "How do you know your way around here?" Gu Yunxi inquired, perplexed by Luo Ning's familiarity with the place, especially given that they had all recently moved in. She had scarcely seen Luo Ning venture outside. "It's the map from Su Feng," Luo Ning replied succinctly. As they approached the vicinity of the villa, the group fell silent. In accordance with their prior agreement, Qian Duo would keep watch, ready to squeeze the little yellow duck if any situation arose, as it was their sole source of sound, or so Gu Yunxi had claimed. Luo Ning, meanwhile, accompanied Gu Yunxi inside, feigning a vendetta against Jiang Xingyu for stealing their girlfriend. This way, they could distance themselves from any potential inquiries later on. Upon arriving at the garden behind Zhang's villa, tranquility enveloped them. According to Su Feng, the guards changed shifts every 2 hours. The group concealed themselves within the underbrush, awaiting the moment for the handover. At the stroke of 2 in the morning, when the world slumbered most deeply, the guards would also be changing shifts. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Ning and Gu Yunxi sprinted to the base of the villa's wall. They propelled themselves up the drain pipe, clinging to the eaves of the second floor. Just then, the guard on duty happened to pass by below. Gu Yunxi signaled an okay with her hand, indicating to Luo Ning that it was time to proceed. The two stealthily crept onto the second-floor balcony. Confirming that the area was unoccupied, they cautiously opened the glass door to slip inside. At this hour, one would expect all normal individuals to be in the deepest of slumbers. They tiptoed around, moving furtively, like thieves in the night. "Why must we creep along the wall? Tiptoeing like common burglars?" Gu Yunxi mouthed to Luo Ning, her face exposed. "Because we are indeed sneaking in. Isn't it more atmospheric this way?" Luo Ning replied with utmost seriousness. Pulling back her helmet, Gu Yunxi retorted, "I wish to walk normally. Can't we just be quiet without tiptoeing?"
It's exhausting.
In her mind, Luo Ning conversed with the little snowball, pondering which room housed a resident. "The first room on the left. It's the only one occupied upstairs," Luo Ning relayed, tugging Gu Yunxi's arm towards that direction. Gu Yunxi, unable to speak, gave a thumbs up. "Sister, you've gathered quite a bit of intel," she remarked. With a hand motion, Luo Ning urged her to be discreet. Upon reaching the door, Gu Yunxi spread her hands, signaling to Luo Ning that she lacked the ability to pick locks. Luo Ning rummaged through her pockets and, after a moment, produced a key, gently inserting it into the lock. To her surprise, the door was unlocked. "So, I've been shortchanged?" Luo Ning mused internally, contemplating whether she could return it to Su Feng for an exchange, as she certainly could not afford to incur losses. They successfully entered the room, only to be met with a pungent aroma of alcohol. Had Jiang Xingyu been soaking in a vat of liquor? Gu Yunxi gagged, unable to endure the acrid, fermented scent. Thankfully, she had brought a mask. Luo Ning retrieved a rag from her backpack and handed it to Gu Yunxi, signaling her to stifle Jiang Xingyu's mouth. Meanwhile, she produced a burlap sack to cover his head. Still inebriated, Jiang Xingyu was jolted awake by punches and kicks, yet found himself blindfolded and silenced by an unknown object in his mouth. He writhed in pain, unable to vocalize his cries, only managing muffled sounds. Luo Ning, equipped with a voice modulator, continued her assault, muttering, "You, Jiang, dare to sleep with my woman? Let us see if I can't finish you off today." With that, she chose not to say more, for words could invite trouble. Jiang Xingyu, suffering immensely, pondered which of the many women he had taken belonged to the person assaulting him. The agony was unbearable, and he thought to himself, "Once I discover who this is, I shall make them pay." As tears and snot streamed down his face, Jiang Xingyu felt utterly desolate, helplessly curling into a ball, his hands too pained to lift. Seeing that she had vented her frustrations, Luo Ning signaled Gu Yunxi to cease the beating. With a swift chop, Gu Yunxi struck the nape of Jiang Xingyu's neck, rendering him unconscious. In that fleeting moment before darkness engulfed him, Jiang Xingyu felt a strange relief. The pain had become too unbearable, and losing consciousness seemed preferable. Before departing, Luo Ning couldn't resist delivering a swift kick to a certain spot. The unconscious Jiang Xingyu was jolted awake by the pain, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. After tidying up the scene, Luo Ning and Gu Yunxi retraced their steps and rejoined their companions, returning home silently. It is often said that a gentleman's revenge takes time. Yet Luo Ning felt that as a woman, she need not wait so long. 10 days would suffice. Chapter 35. After the rain, the sky clears. Raindrops dripped rhythmically from the eaves. The last few stubborn black droplets clung to the edge of the roof and the leaves, ultimately succumbing to gravity, merging with the earth. A faint glimmer of light began to pierce the horizon, heralding the long-awaited return of the sun, reclaiming its glory in the sky and bestowing warmth and brightness upon the world once more. With the rain cleared and the skies brightened, the Guardian Squad emerged early to bask in the sun's long mist rays. Gu Yunxi, upon hearing of a market with stalls, eagerly pulled Luo Ning and Qian Duo along to explore. If she remained cooped up any longer, she would surely lose her sanity. Thus far, there had been no news of Jiang Xingyu's beating, but that was of no concern to them. After all, it was merely a matter of revenge against a rival. Was it not? Besides, if they had any sense of shame, they wouldn't be spreading tales of their son being assaulted for stealing a woman, would they? The villa complex, encircled by towering walls, resembled a vast prison, protective yet confining for its inhabitants. Once a relatively tranquil place, the clearing weather brought an influx of people, mostly venturing out in groups to hunt zombies or scavenge for supplies. Upon reaching the small square in the villa area, Gu Yunxi noted the sparse crowd, with only a few scattered vendors present in the morning sun. This was a recent development. Some individuals, fearful or incapable of battling zombies, resorted to setting up stalls to trade goods for survival. Gu Yunxi explained to Luo Ning. The area revealed a clear view, and Luo Ning felt little inclination to linger. Just as she was about to leave, the excited voice of the little snowball echoed in her mind. Hey, master, don't go. Buy that green one. Hurry. The urgency in its tone was palpable. What use is it? Luo Ning replied, unhurried, opting to communicate with it mentally. For an upgrade. Without waiting for further prodding, Luo Ning squatted down, pretending to casually peruse the items. How much for this? She asked, picking up a red gem. 2 pounds of rice or flour, the vendor replied. The woman seemed to have once enjoyed a life of luxury, now reduced to this fate. Yet Luo Ning felt no sympathy. There were too many pitiful souls for her to assist. That a bit steep? 2 pounds of rice for this? Gu Yunxi interjected. Indeed, sister. This one tea fetch you 2 pounds of grain in its current state, Qian Duo concurred. Then I shall throw in another item, the vendor hastily added. Fearing Luo Ning would refuse, she had been manning her stall since dawn, but this item, being inedible and unquenchable, had attracted little interest. After much difficulty, someone inquired, and it became imperative to sell something for sustenance. Very well. I'll take these 2, said Luo Ning, as she picked up the green one. It wasn't that she was miserly or unwilling to part with more provisions, rather, with so many eyes upon her, She feared that not haggling might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, who might perceive her as naive and overly generous, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. She retrieved a bag of grain, precisely 1 pound, prepared by Gu Yunxi, and handed it to the woman. Thankfully, Gu Yunxi was experienced and had foreseen the situation, making the necessary preparations in advance. Luo Ning tossed the green gem into her space, intending to inquire about it later with Xueqiuer. As she and her companions made their way back, a woman dressed provocatively, perhaps more aptly described as a girl, suddenly collided with Luo Ning. Caught off guard, she found herself embracing the girl. Noticing that the girl seemed unintentional in her approach, Luo Ning instinctively steadied her. 2 robust men followed closely behind the girl, silently standing to the side, without uttering a word. The girl looked up at Luo Ning, her eyes filled with relief. Luo Ning felt a sense of familiarity regarding this girl, as if they had crossed paths before, yet she could not place her. Perhaps it was merely the sensation of recognition. Still, Luo Ning remained uneasy, glancing back at the girl and inquiring, "Do you need assistance? Mind your own business. You've lingered long enough. Are you intending to keep Mr. Jiang waiting?" One of the burly men interjected, his tone impatient and dismissive, lacking any semblance of respect. "Thank you, kind miss. I am fine. My name is Chen Xiaolu. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Farewell," the girl replied, not waiting for Luo Ning's response before following her 2 bodyguards away. "Chen Xiaolu," Luo Ning repeated silently in her mind, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu. She dismissed her thoughts and hurried home. Upon arriving, Luo Ning promptly unwrapped the note that Chen Xiaolu had slipped to her during their encounter in the square. Surprised at the time, she now understood its significance upon reading its contents. "Miss Luo, my name is Chen Xiaolu. Before the apocalypse, I was a waitress at a hot pot restaurant. You may not remember me, but I have never forgotten your kindness. I am currently the lover of Zhang Aigua. By chance, I overheard your name and paid closer attention. To my astonishment, I uncovered a shocking secret. Zhang Aigua has never trusted you. As he knows of your contact with the J faction, he deliberately used his son to relay false information to you. Therefore, the operation that was said to be postponed for 3 days is a ruse. They will act tonight. The list of abilities is also partially true. So, do not trust it entirely. I have been searching for a trustworthy person but found none.
You are the only one I know and trust.
Remember, tonight at midnight, they will conspire with certain abilities to launch an assault on the upper echelons of the J faction to seize power. There is a sedative in the dinner.
Do not eat.
I have descended into hell and do not wish for survival, but I implore you to look after my younger brother. He is by a tree near the southern city wall in the tent area, and his name is Qin Xiaojun. He is 8 years old. I know you are a good person, and I would be eternally grateful. If I survive, I would willingly give my life for you.
Please, you must believe me."
Luo Ning furrowed her brow as she read through the letter, her heart heavy. It seemed Zhang Aigua was indeed a cunning fox, capable of exploiting even his own son. She was fortunate to have confronted him yesterday, otherwise, she might have fallen victim to his schemes. No wonder Zhang Yu had mentioned that they had been unusually quiet lately. It appeared they had been plotting long before the Black Rain. Such audacity! Though anger coursed through her, the most pressing matter was to take action immediately. The Guardian Squad would work in coordination, with the unassuming Zhang Yu reaching out to Su Feng's contacts. Thankfully, they had established channels of communication previously. Otherwise, finding anyone now would be nearly impossible. Gu Yunxi and Qian Duoduo proceeded to the tent area, guided by Zhang Yu's subordinate, to locate Qin Xiaojun and discreetly bring him back. Luo's father and mother would stay home to consolidate information, ready to relay any issues promptly via short-range walkie-talkies. Luo Ning had more critical tasks at hand. She needed to create antidote pills. It truly was a case of being fortuitously prepared. Just as she had mastered the technique, it became essential. Time was of the essence, and the quantity required was substantial. Fortunately, time flowed 3 times faster in her space, allowing her ample opportunity. With the dinner laced with sedatives, it would be too conspicuous to abstain from eating. Consuming it would lead to unconsciousness, so she planned to take the antidote in advance, feigning incapacitation, and await the opportune moment to catch them in the act. As the rain subsided and the darkness lifted, it was shocking to realize that the darkest aspect was indeed the human heart. Chapter 36. Jade, Crystal Core? Upon returning home, Luo Ning threw herself into her space to concoct the antidote pills. Once inside, she collected the medicinal herbs that Yunxiao had previously cultivated, washed them thoroughly with spiritual spring water, and began her preparations in the kitchen with a large bundle of herbs. This young lady, Luo Ning, exhibited no lack of skill in the art of boiling and brewing, thanks in part to the ample time afforded by the space to hone her various skills. Crafting potions was among them. Yunxiao, why do I feel that my speed in making antidote pills has increased? Luo Ning noted that her movements had become more fluid and quicker than before. Of course. You did toss a green gem into the space, didn't you? Naturally. The space absorbed it, which has enhanced your capabilities, Yunxiao replied with an air of mystique, resembling a sage. But how could one discern profundity from a mere cat? Luo Ning thought, relying solely on her intuition. Isn't it a green gem? So the space can absorb it too? Luo Ning's eyes widened slightly, surprised. Oh, about that. You may not be aware, but what you humans refer to as gems are essentially ancient crystal cores. Time is cyclical, endlessly repeating. Your past may well be someone else's future. All those cultivators, dinosaurs, and even humanity, they are all part of the cycle. There have been occurrences of what you term zombies before. The terminology merely varies. In ancient times within your country, they were referred to as juncture, while abroad they are known as vampires. In even more distant times, they were labeled as demon tribes. They rise and fall, and as time accumulates, they become mineral deposits buried deep underground. Only when an intelligent species emerges can they be discovered and utilized. Otherwise, they become mere decorative items, which is a gross misallocation of resources. When you humans unearth them, you presume them to be mere stones. How foolish. Yunxiao had gone further down the path of jest. I recall that those with abilities can absorb crystal cores. Henceforth, these should not remain in the space. If I am not mistaken, when the space upgrades, you, as a spirit, will also grow stronger, right? Therefore, I won't be placing any crystal cores inside anymore. You can take your time with them. I have enough capacity in this space anyway. Luo Ning commented nonchalantly while preparing the medicine. Those delectable treats outside. Surely someone, oh no, some certain spirit, will be unable to partake. Luo Ning quipped, aiming a playful jab at the spirit's heart. Spirit. Women are truly creatures one must not provoke. Is she really this petty? Knowing Yunxiao's penchant for food, Luo Ning had effectively hit a sore spot.
Wait.
I was wrong. Is that not enough? Master, please ensure you collect jade stones and store crystal cores, so your space can become larger and more functional. I am thinking of you, not out of greed for good food, absolutely not.
Yunxiao quickly backtracked.
As being an artifact spirit, it could not venture out. Offending Luo Ning would mean a future devoid of delightful sustenance. Living like that would be worse than remaining in slumber. Luo Ning merely found herself feeling rather bored with the tedious task of concocting medicine and sought to amuse herself. For there was a certain ease in her companionship with it. She did not take it too seriously. It was merely a diversion to pass the time. How delightful it would be if this space were graced by a gentle breeze, adding a touch of realism. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than a warm zephyr caressed her face. This space can shift at will, flowing as one desires? As the master, of course. Haha. It does, however, consume a bit of crystal core energy. But for the master, that must be a trifling matter, wouldn't you agree? The flattery from Snowball rolls off the tongue with such ease. One is quite determined for a morsel of food, after all. Luo Ning increasingly perceived that this so-called spirit master was a tad foolish, somewhat dog-like, and rather timid. Yet, why did its tone of speech so closely resemble that of a certain person? Outside, Gu Yunxi, drenched in sweat from the labor of searching, suddenly sneezed. Touching her nose, she wondered who might be thinking of her. Surely, someone must be reminiscing about this little fairy. It must be so. But who could it be? Luo Ning exerted considerable effort, producing 2 large sacks of detoxification pills. The pills themselves could scarcely believe they were being so extravagantly packaged. Luo Ning mused that she ought to hurry and deliver them to Su Feng and the others. Her role as an undercover agent was indeed taxing. Yet she had her own considerations. Although she would not remain at the Sea City base indefinitely, having a reliable sanctuary instilled a greater sense of security within her. Moreover, the The faction represented by the Jiangs was utterly repugnant. In her past life, had she not intervened, it would have taken a year for conflict to arise between the two factions. The J faction had secured a precarious victory at the cost of many brave soldiers' blood, while during that time, a portion of the Z faction had committed innumerable vile acts, leaving the common populace to suffer greatly. In this lifetime, her meddling had accelerated the enmity between the two sides. Luo Ning felt a swell of pride. After all, Sea City was her hometown, and being able to contribute in any way, even if it was just to eradicate a pest, brought her joy. In her reverie, Luo Ning thought of Chen Xiaolu, the gentle and slender young woman who served as one of her motivations. An ordinary person, she remained steadfast in her principles, even at the risk of her own life, determined to rid the world of evil. What reason did Luo Ning have not to give her utmost? In this tumultuous apocalypse, she wished to hold firm, to remain true to herself, an entity unbound by the constraints of narrative. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts in her mind, she hastened to package the detoxification pills and exited the space. After exchanging a few words with her parents, she mounted her small electric scooter, laden with 2 heavy sacks of pills, and braved the scorching sun to reach the door of a makeshift, dilapidated structure. Despite her industriousness in the space, only 2 hours had passed. At this hour, when the sun was at its zenith, there was not a soul in sight. Luo Ning had chosen a secluded path, shielded by greenery, which offered a semblance of safety. Throughout her journey, she remained vigilant, checking for any signs of followers, only to be reassured by Snowball that her worries were unfounded. Not a single shadow lurked behind her. Even if there had been someone tailing her, they had likely grown weary and taken a break. Following the agreed-upon signal, she knocked 3 times, waited 3 seconds, then knocked 3 more times. Someone approached the door and inquired what they had for lunch that day. Though it was rather awkward, Luo Ning replied, "Stir-fried wilted cabbage." She found the chosen code rather childish. The door swung open to reveal Zhang Yu, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. She had anticipated his arrival. Did he truly think to employ a code after recognizing her voice? Her position as the leader warranted a lesson for him. A subordinate should possess the awareness befitting their role. "Miss Luo, thank you for your hard work. Please come in." Su Feng emerged from behind Zhang Yu. In truth, there was no need for him to step forward. Luo Ning had noticed in the moment the door opened, for Zhang Yu barely reached her chest in height. Chapter 37. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. The 2 heavy sacks landed with a resounding thud on the rickety table, causing Su Feng and Zhang Yu to stare in astonishment. They had genuinely intended to assist, but had yet to find the opportunity. Luo Ning swiftly grabbed one bag and hurried inside, appearing remarkably unfazed.
"Su Feng the ma?"
"I seem to be overlooked. I could be of assistance." Zhang Yu exclaimed, "No wonder you are my boss. Even your strength embodies what a leader should possess." Could this be the antidote Miss Luo mentioned? Su Feng raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with hesitation, casting a questioning glance at Luo Ning.
"Indeed.
I have labored over these for quite some time. General Su, surely you must offer me some form of compensation?" Luo Ning's eyes gleamed with shrewdness, her mind racing with calculations. In this apocalyptic world, Luo Ning felt increasingly like a miser. Despite possessing a wealth of resources in her space, she still yearned for more. Perhaps a lingering fear from her past life of poverty and hunger. "I am a miser, and it brings me joy. Stockpiling supplies fills me with delight. Rest assured, we will provide compensation that satisfies Miss Luo. However, our primary focus now must be on the matters of the evening. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Luo?" Su Feng inquired with a smile. "I trust General Su's character, so let us first deliberate on tonight's affairs. As for compensation, I am in no hurry. As long as there is a reward, that suffices. I will ensure you do not forget," Luo Ning added silently. "Are you not curious to test the efficacy of the antidote?" Such trust in a newcomer. Luo Ning offered a gentle reminder for the sake of caution. "I have faith in Miss Luo's integrity. However, I will have someone verify it," Su Feng replied candidly. "I have several teams of able supernatural beings here, all retired soldiers from before the apocalypse. I hope Miss Luo can join them in launching an attack from the perimeter while we engage from within." Su Feng laid out his plan, awaiting Luo Ning's response. "My thoughts align closely with yours. However, I believe it prudent to retain a backup plan. Jiang Aigua, that old fox, gives me psychological shadows. I can't shake the feeling of unease, Luo Ning said, her expression brightening as she glanced at Zhang Yu, her smile captivating. Under the gaze of the formidable leader, Zhang Yu felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively retreating 2 steps, distancing himself from Luo Ning. Why did he have a foreboding sense of dread? That evening, during dinner time, the key figures and soldiers of the J faction inexplicably displayed signs of fatigue after their meal, yawning one after another. They were retiring unusually early that day. The patrolling personnel within the J faction base did not appear at their usual hour of 10:30 p.m. At 11 o'clock p.m., within a lavish villa, approximately 70 to 80 individuals gathered, making the living room feel exceedingly cramped. A middle-aged man stood at the head of the table, raising his hand to signal for silence. The previously buzzing crowd fell silent instantly. Esteemed supernatural beings and honored officials of the Z faction, today we are fortuitous to gather and discuss our grand strategy. This shall be a historic moment, and you shall all be etched in the annals of history, the man proclaimed, his voice deliberately lowered, yet clear enough for all to hear. Some among the crowd wore expressions of unrestrained joy, brimming with ambition, while others remained as impassive as ever. This morning marks the true moment we seize control of the base. I trust you all will give your utmost and showcase your abilities. At that time, you will all become the elder management of this base. For the collective benefit of all, let us strive to ensure our independence in decision-making, free from the meddling of those brutish individuals from the J faction, and to forge a radiant future for our base. The middle-aged man spoke with fervent zeal, instantly uplifting the spirits of those present. The diverse group of abilities stirred with anticipation. At 11:45, the gifted individuals in the villa, along with some officials from the Z faction involved in the matter, dispersed into the shadows. Under the guidance of a trusted leader, they stealthily infiltrated the residences of key figures from the J faction and several dissenters from the Z faction. Naturally, the foremost target, Su Feng, was of particular interest, prompting Zhang Aigua to personally lead a formidable team of 20 gifted individuals toward him. Today marks your demise, Su. Zhang Aigua's heart swelled with joy, convinced that his son's beating was inextricably linked to this Su. A young man, nearly the same age as his son, had long been a thorn in his side. Today, that vexation would finally come to an end. Zhang Aigua, usually adept at concealing his emotions, allowed a sinister gleam to surface in the darkness. Su Feng feigned unconsciousness so convincingly that he nearly succumbed to slumber, awaiting the arrival of Zhang Aigua and his entourage. All of Su Feng's guards lay incapacitated on the ground. Zhang Aigua and his gifted team entered, as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, making a beeline for Su Feng's bedroom. With a resounding crash, a heavily built mutant effortlessly kicked open the tightly shut door. A smirk danced upon Su Feng's lips. At last, they had arrived. Bring our Major Su to us. The command was laced with barely concealed animosity. 2 gifted individuals complied, swiftly binding Su Feng and dragging him to the living room. Suddenly, a cacophony of drums and gongs erupted from outside, startling everyone present. The 2 gifted individuals instinctively assumed a defensive posture, roughly tossing Su Feng to the ground. Seizing the momentum, Su Feng rolled to mitigate the impact, though no one paid him heed. Who dares to create such a ruckus at this hour? Zhang Aigua seethed, veins throbbing on his forehead. Just as his grand scheme was nearing fruition, an unwelcome interruption threatened to derail him. They've come, Major Su, we are here. Zhang Yu, brandishing a battered iron pot and a serving spoon reminiscent of those used in canteens, banged and shouted. Why would anyone intrude upon the core area at such an hour with such audacity? Zhang Aigua teetered on the brink of rage. I cannot say for certain, a feeble voice piped up from behind him. The J faction members indeed fell into a deep slumber after dinner. I can assure you of this, but beyond that, I am at a loss. Come, esteemed representatives, this is the residence of Major Su. He shall personally address the challenges you face in your lives and hear your suggestions for our base's development. Zhang Yu's voice boomed, as if desperate to ensure no one missed his proclamation. Who are these individuals? Someone queried. Did Major Su extend invitations to other representatives of the populace as well? Is that not our Major Su bound and lying on the floor? What has transpired? One of Zhang Yu's companions, upon spotting the incapacitated Su Feng, exclaimed in surprise. Eliminate them. Jiang Aigua hissed through gritted teeth. Who dares? Retorted Su Feng, effortlessly freeing himself from his bonds. Brushing off the dust, he rose to stand behind Jiang Aigua. You were unconscious. How are you unharmed? Jiang Aigua stammered, his finger trembling as it pointed at Su Feng. The gifted individuals who had previously shielded Jiang Aigua swiftly drew their firearms, turning to aim at him instead. The soldiers who had previously been rendered unconscious sprang to their feet, weapons drawn, and trained on Jiang Aigua's group. The living room reverberated with the sound of bullets chambering in unison. Jiang Aigua has destabilized our base and incited internal conflict. Arrest him. Su Feng commanded with unwavering authority. You traitors! Jiang Aigua spat, desperation creeping into his voice. I offer you one last chance. Kill these individuals, and your reward shall be doubled. Jiang Aigua, now at the end of his rope, clung to the last vestiges of his power, attempting to bribe the gifted individuals with promises of reward. Do you believe a mere pittance will sway us? I seek not material gain, but rather a different form of assistance, a defector retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Aigua's hope ignited. He would offer anything to preserve his own life. State your demands, and rest assured, I shall fulfill them. His eyes glinted with a glimmer of hope. Then let my sister live, and condemn your son to death. Can you promise that? The bald gifted individual taunted. That was all my worthless son's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Aigua seethed, consumed by resentment, wishing he could rid himself of his half-dead son.
Then,
Mr. Jiang, what of my wife? I left for a day on a mission, only to return and find her missing. I heard she was employed at your residence. Why has she not returned? She entered your home and vanished. A man, his demeanor refined yet filled with anguish, unleashed his fury. In this apocalyptic world, he had lost his only love, his wife, within the confines of Jiang's estate. His voice trembled with desperation, his eyes reddened. Jiang Aigua's nearly bald head glistened with sweat, his wig precariously hanging off to the side, an absurdity in the tense atmosphere. Who could have imagined our base leader to be such a person?
today,
We are fortunate to witness his true nature. One who thrives on bloodshed and internal strife is unworthy of leading our base. Jiang Aigua must resign. Jiang Aigua must resign. Jiang Aigua must resign. As the tension reached a fever pitch, Zhang Yu seized the moment to incite the ordinary citizens he had rallied, alongside several uninvolved gifted individuals. The crowd echoed with cries of Jiang Aigua must resign. Jiang Aigua's sweat streamed down his greasy cheeks, his eyes darting nervously, revealing his nefarious intent. He plotted, believing that with so many individuals present, he could manage the situation until the other gifted individuals returned. You must not be swayed by mere rumors. While I may lack accolades, I have certainly labored tirelessly for the construction and establishment of this base. You cannot disregard my contributions. This is merely a ploy by the J faction to undermine me. Do not be fooled. Just as Jiang Aigua endeavored to stall for time, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his ramblings. Mr. Jiang, your fabrications are impressive. However, there is no need for further delay. I have brought those you were waiting for. Luo Ning's alluring figure appeared at the entrance, leaning against the doorframe with a captivating smile. You do not be modest, after all. The 2 trucks of supplies sent by young Master Jiang should not come without recompense. Allow me to assist with this trivial matter. Luo Ning articulated each word with precision, striking at Jiang Aigua's core. Jiang Aigua felt a bitter taste in his mouth, a lump of anger lodged in his throat. Throw them in. With a commanding voice, Luo Ning ordered Zhang Yu's subordinates, who swiftly deposited the bound individuals onto the ground, forming a disheveled pile. A young subordinate, feeling dissatisfied with the aesthetics, arranged the poses of each bound individual to be uniform. The young subordinate mused, I truly am a clever little rascal. Perfection. The onlookers reacted with silence, while those in the posed positions remained equally mute. Mr. Jiang, one remarked, you've sung your part in this play. Now, will you walk in peace? Or shall I summon assistants to escort you? Seeing the inevitable defeat, Jiang Aigua was engulfed in despair. Yet a flicker of cunning glimmered in his eyes as he contemplated something. He was silently escorted to a temporary holding facility at the base, where his half-dead son and loyal confidants, Qin Shiyu and Lin Yinyin, were also imprisoned. To prevent these extraordinary individuals from concocting schemes, They had specifically stationed those capable of restraining their abilities outside. However, this was merely a precaution, as they had all been administered the same sedative, provided by themselves, and were left parched and famished, likely too weak to utilize their powers. The following day, at the base square, the sun blazed fiercely, leaving many with parched and cracked lips. Nearly everyone congregated here, engaging in fervent discussions and pointing fingers, all directed at the central figure of Jiang Aigua and his group. Bound and exposed. This idea had originated from Luo Ning, for settling matters privately would only afford these individuals the opportunity to rise again. Her intent was that they should remain powerless to inflict further harm upon others. She firmly believed that no conspiracy could surpass absolute strength and overt strategy, a strategy they fortuitously possessed. As Su Feng relayed the current situation, the crowd was filled with indignation, and had they possessed rotten vegetables or eggs, they would have hurled them in protest. Alas, such items had likely been consumed long ago. With nothing but dry saliva to moisten their throats, they settled for a few cursory insults and tossed some worthless pebbles.
Consequently,
a few individuals in the center bore bruised faces. Jiang Xingyu, sporting a swollen visage, twitched in pain but remained oblivious to his surroundings. Just as Su Feng prepared to announce the punitive measures for this group, an elderly man struggled through the crowd, appearing remarkably frail, and raised his hand for silence. A few recognized him, and amidst the aged voice, tinged with decay, he spoke, "I am Jiang Qianxiu. I have dedicated my life to Sea City. I wonder if Major Su and all of you might consider sparing their lives for the sake of an old man. My face may be weathered, but I implore you, allow my family a chance for redemption." He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. The elder, with his white hair and traditional attire, leaned on a cane, trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. Jiang Qianxiu was a household name in Sea City, a venerable figure credited with countless achievements for the city. However, the truth of his character remained obscured, and while he commanded respect on the surface, Su Feng found himself wavering. Inside Luo Ning's mind, a curse erupted. MMP. The old fox is still as crafty as ever. How could I have forgotten this cunning man? Ultimately, Su Feng sought the public's opinion and decided to treat this group with leniency. However, the position of base leader would remain forever out of reach for the Jiang family. That evening, Su Feng received reports indicating that the office had received 30 pounds of provisions. Furthermore, it was noted that members of the Jiang family had been subjected to rough treatment, with even the elder not spared. Su Feng paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "I see. Just keep this quiet." Chapter 39. Welcome to the Primitive Forest. Despite Luo Ning's internal frustrations, she could not alter the outcome. Su Feng, with his stubbornness and rigidity, remained unyielding. The elder had deftly manipulated the situation with mere words. Forget it, she thought, the more I dwell on it, the angrier I become. He can taste the bitter fruit of his own actions later. I've done what I needed to do, and I have no regrets. Nevertheless, the information that needed dissemination was still shared discreetly with Su Feng, for it pertained to the very survival of the base. And she could not afford to let her momentary emotions jeopardize the lives of the few survivors left in this post-apocalyptic world. Su Feng, perceptive as he was, promptly ordered the removal of all plants within the base, and the surrounding area was thoroughly cleared as well. Following the black rain, on the third day of sunlight, both flora and fauna, as well as zombies, exhibited signs of mutation. Plants grew wildly as if infused with growth hormones, some even displaying carnivorous tendencies. Animals became robust, with instances of atavism emerging, and it was not uncommon for them to develop abilities or heightened intelligence. As for the zombies, their speed and reflexes had greatly improved, their bodies tougher than before, no longer easily dispatched as one would slice through a watermelon. Moreover, evolved and intelligent zombies were now a reality. Fortunately, most still lacked the speed of a normal human, which provided a modicum of reassurance. Luo Ning contemplated these developments with gritted teeth, feeling an urge to confront the author of this tale with a fierce reprimand. Why can't it be simple? Just battling zombies and exploring romance. Why must they endure such torment? Though she wished to avoid violence, circumstances had forced her hand. Despite her grievances, survival remained paramount. Resources needed to be gathered, and zombies could not be allowed to escape.
"Do not hinder me.
I am off to hunt zombies," she declared. Dear little ones, wait patiently for your sister to collect some crystal nuclei. They will be the currency of the future, and I must save some for when I might need them for my future children. The Guardian squad was thrilled, finally liberated from the confines of the base. Outside, on the road, in their vehicle, Gu Yunxi exclaimed, "At last, I am free. Little zombies, await me." She disregarded Luo Ning's disapproving glance. Although she too felt the urge to shout, she refrained, mindful of her unmarried status. This time, the group included a young boy named Yunxiao, an 8-year-old with a quiet demeanor, burdened by heavy thoughts and a solemn expression. His sister had mysteriously disappeared that very night, and despite searching the base, she remained lost. The implications were clear. Since joining them, the boy had been unusually compliant, his silence unnervingly profound, even more so than Gu Yunxi. Luo Ning considered this a necessary adaptation for survival in the apocalypse, albeit a harsh one. The squad's mission was clear: eliminate zombies, harvest crystal nuclei, and gather supplies. After today, any remaining resources from the pre-apocalyptic world would likely be either treetop treasures, or ensconced in the lairs of mutated beasts, or buried underground. Such wastefulness was unacceptable. Arriving near the supermarket where they had previously procured supplies, they found not only food but also clothing and jewelry stores, everything she desired. She had no disdain for the resources others overlooked. After all, her imposing 1.8-meter-long blade had yet to taste battle. It was high time for an opportunity. A knife shop would be perfect. However, they soon found their vehicle obstructed at an intersection, as zombies had caught wind of their presence and were approaching with alarming speed, far quicker than before. Perhaps this time, they would possess some crystal nuclei. In novels, isn't this how it is often written? I'll go take down a few and see. After shouting, Luo Ning was the first to rush out, engaging in combat with the zombies. This was far more challenging. At least they would dodge and move faster. Upon hearing about the crystal cores, Gu Yunxi felt a surge of determination. How could she miss out on such an opportunity? Without hesitation, despite her disgust, she resolved to obtain the cores. Luo Ning's parents, though unaware of what a crystal core truly entailed, trusted their daughter implicitly. Listening to her was undoubtedly the right choice. Without further delay, they joined in. Qian Duo continued to work in tandem with Luo's mother, forming a remarkable duo. One ensnared the zombies with vines while the other wielded a blade with precision. Their cooperation was harmonious enough to provoke a twinge of envy in Luo's father, who watched from the sidelines, feeling left out as his wife paid him no mind. Even Yunxiao, the timid lad, refused to be outdone. He grasped a slightly smaller machete given to him by Luo Ning and charged forward. "Ha! Just watch me take you down. Come at me if you dare. You can't eat me, can you? If you can't, then I'll be the one to slay you." The others exchanged glances, bemused. This little boy, so aloof when silent, revealed his comical side the moment he spoke. Who had he learned such antics from? They all silently mused. This has nothing to do with me. Watching him vent his frustrations was somewhat warranted. Having lost his only family, he deserved to have the motivation to survive, Luo Ning reasoned. The group instinctively shielded him from part of the onslaught. His small face flushed with exertion, his hair damp with sweat, yet he uttered not a single complaint. He methodically severed the zombies' arms, then their waists, and finally delivered the fatal blow to their heads. Though his pace was slower than some, he exhibited far greater skill and bravery than many ordinary people cowering in the safety of their bases. While Luo Ning battled, she occasionally cast glances at him. If he couldn't stand on his own and wield a weapon, she wouldn't always carry him, though she had promised his sister. Ensuring he had a comfortable life within the base was also a form of care. It didn't necessarily mean taking him along. Observing his tenacity, Luo Ning felt assured in her judgment. He was just like his sister, stubborn and filled with vigor. After what felt like an eternity, the group finally cleared the zombies congregating at the intersection. They proceeded to dissect one of the fallen, stirring its brain with the tip of a knife. After some effort, they uncovered a pearlescent, luminescent crystal, no larger than a broad bean. Yet its luster was exquisite, radiant and translucent, truly beautiful. This was indeed a crystal core. "Come on, Duo. Let us go dig some up," Gu Yunxi exclaimed, rushing to pry open the zombie skulls, one after another, in search of more. The scene was undeniably grotesque. Yet the group gradually acclimated to it. After retrieving the crystal cores, they dispersed to rummage through various shops, first scavenging the outskirts before venturing deeper inside. Luo Ning teamed up with her mother for convenience in gathering supplies. They visited jewelry stores, down jacket outlets, and knife shops, collecting everything into their spatial storage, leaving Luo's mother momentarily bewildered. However, she asked no questions. She was not one for decisions and simply placed her trust in Luo Ning. That evening, the group took refuge in a small corner shop on the first floor of the mall, resting and preparing to continue their endeavors the following day. Suddenly, a cacophony of noises disrupted their slumber. "What is that sound?" Gu Yunxi mumbled, yawning. "Welcome to the primeval forest," Luo Ning declared, standing by the window, gazing out at the lush green world that resembled a prehistoric jungle. Chapter 40. Run. That pack of crazed women is coming again. Oh mi god, Ning Ning. It's so magnificent outside. I feel as if I've stepped into a tropical rainforest. Qian Duo marveled at the jungle, the flying birds, and even the lakes beyond. Goodness. I mean, let's start over. My heavens. Gu Yunxi couldn't help but let out an expletive, quickly realizing that it was inappropriate with Ning Ning's parents present. Slip of the tongue. I take it back. She chuckled awkwardly. I almost fell. Ning Ning, you could have warned me. Gu Yunxi stepped back, patting her small chest in a moment of fright. Qian Duo chimed in. What happened to that promise to be cautious? Are we really perched high up in the branches of a tree? This entire building is supported by tree limbs, giving it the vibe of a treehouse. Luo's mother glanced down and concluded. Upon hearing treehouse, Chen Xiaojuan's eyes sparkled. Though he said nothing, his small frame squeezed to the window for a better view. How high up are we? It must be at least 10 meters. How are we going to get down? Gu Yunxi began to fret, gazing at the vibrant greenery of the primeval forest. The skyscrapers and concrete structures were nearly engulfed by the trees, with only a few solitary buildings standing defiantly, a testament to their former glory. Luo Ning felt a profound respect for nature blossom within her. The apocalypse might be Earth's way of self-preservation, as if humanity were merely pests threatening its existence. Without human interference, the planet began to reclaim its vitality. There's no rush. The entire mall has been lifted. We might as well explore and gather some supplies before we leave. Otherwise, what a waste. I doubt many would dare to climb up here, Luo Ning contemplated. It was time to reveal her spatial abilities to the others. After all, they had been together long enough for truths to be laid bare. As for Chen Xiaojun, she glanced at the boy she had known for only 2 days. Her observations over that time had rendered him temporarily trustworthy. However, if he dared to betray her, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. After all, he was different from Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo. Those two were individuals she owed a debt of gratitude to, people she vowed to protect for life. Hence, she would remain cautious. Despite her reservations, she believed that Chen Xiaojun, raised by his sister, wouldn't be lacking in capability. At the very least, she would afford him the chance. Whether he could seize it was up to him. This morning, I discovered I possess spatial abilities just like this. As Luo Ning spoke, the bone-cutting knife in her hand vanished. In an instant, without hesitation, she summoned it back into her grasp. Throughout this demonstration, Luo Ning keenly observed their expressions. Even the slightest hint of doubt would not escape her notice. After a brief moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they did not disappoint her. Gu Yunxi was too busy being astonished, her thoughts etched clearly on her face. Qian Duo wore a look of concern. Chen Xiaojun maintained a calm demeanor, his surprise fleeting before he returned to his former composure. Ning Ning, you must keep this secret. Do not disclose it to anyone. After all, possessing such a treasure can invite danger, Qian Duo, the academic, cautioned wisely. Ning Ning. This is a quintessential trait of a female protagonist. It's just like in the novels. Gu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. I must say, sister, you've inadvertently stumbled upon something remarkable. What about you? What do you think? Luo Ning inquired, turning her gaze toward Chen Xiaojun, his eyes unwavering. He met Luo Ning's gaze. We are teammates. Your strength increases our odds of survival. I wouldn't be foolish enough to share this with anyone.
Besides,
I have no one else to rely on, he replied, lowering his head. Luo Ning was pleased with his response. He demonstrated the ability to assess situations, a clever individual. Let us all keep this under wraps. This is our secret, and I wish for no one else to know. Rest assured. I am aware of the gravity of the situation, Gu Yunxi replied seriously, her whimsical demeanor momentarily set aside. She was perceptive enough to understand the implications of such matters. One by one, they all nodded in agreement. The secrets of the space were revealed, prompting the group to venture into the shopping mall to scavenge for supplies. Luo Ning felt a sense of liberation, finally able to hoard items without the need for secrecy. Her mood could be summed up in 2 words, elated beyond measure. This mink coat is mine. Exclaimed Luo Ning. Luo Mu shared in the joy, experiencing the thrill of shopping. I'm taking everything from this store. It's all yours. Luo Ning declared. Ning, I absolutely adore this plush blanket. It's so cozy. Gu Yunxi cooed, despite the heat. Take them all. You can choose whatever you like later. Luo Ning replied. Can I take a few books from the shop? Qian Duo asked, clutching several volumes with affection. They're all yours. Take them. Luo Ning assured her. Luo Fu and Qin Shaojun observed with a wry smile. Ah, women. There's no mercy when shopping. During their excursion, Luo Ning and her companions encountered a horde of zombies. Although their movements had become swifter and more agile, fortune was not on their side. They stumbled upon a frenzy of women shopping. The outcome was inevitable. The only contribution would be their crystal cores.
Run.
A mob of crazed women is approaching. The zombies would surely have exclaimed if they could think and speak. Ning, can your space accommodate all these items? We've gathered so much. Luo Ning mused half-jokingly. I believe my space has evolved. It's vast. Without the need for upgrades, she added, not entirely lying, for her space had indeed transformed, capable of producing sentient beings. Are you polite? You've merely evolved, your entire family has. The spirit of the space chimed in. Please refer to me as the esteemed spirit master. How could I be compared to those primitive creatures? Then I'm relieved. Let us continue shopping. Gu Yunxi's spirits were lifted further by Luo Ning's words. It had been ages since she last indulged in a shopping spree. Thus, within a mall supported by a colossal tree, a peculiar sight unfolded, a group of women wielding large machetes, cornering the zombies. The undead, drawn by the scent of the living, approached with a limping run. But the women were anything but reasonable. Generally appearing fragile and soft-spoken, when provoked, they unleashed a fury that could only be described as the wrath of fierce women. Even the zombies sensed a primal fear, and in the moment of having their skulls cracked and cores extracted, they surely regretted their choices. After all, they had sought flesh, but instead faced a counterattack. If I could do it all over again, we would never choose women for lunch. We deselect men instead. Among the men present, their sole role was to extract crystal cores and clear obstacles. The zombies internally lamented, I've never felt so humiliated. Run, siblings. The madwomen are coming again. Chapter 41. Return to the base. The zombies in the mall were nearly eradicated by the Guardian Squad. Prior to their arrival, survivors had already ravaged the supermarket, leaving scant supplies, mostly daily necessities and bedding. Consequently, the zombies were already diminished. Naturally, gems and jewelry went unnoticed. Luo Ning tossed them into her space while Xueqiu, cradling a pile of crystal cores, rolled around in glee before dozing off. Indeed, a guardianess' joy is uncomplicated. Due to the earlier sweep for supplies, many zombies had either been dispatched or fled, making their task considerably easier. The group moved through the mall like locusts, seizing everything in sight, even items they didn't require but found visually appealing. After laboring for the better part of the day, hunger set in. Utilizing an abandoned pot found in the supermarket, Gu Yunxi lit a fire while Luo Ning retrieved ice, preparing to cook instant noodles. The temperature had shifted. No longer oppressively hot, thanks to the plants that had surged overnight, rendering the atmosphere more bearable. As the pot bubbled, the aroma of spicy chili oil, tangy pickled vegetables, and added hem wafted through the air. The enticing fragrance of the noodles enveloped them, causing mouths to water and stomachs to growl. Luo Mu, unexpectedly smitten by junk food, realized she had missed out on many joys. Gu Yunxi, perspiring from exertion as she wielded her fire abilities, couldn't help but keep glancing at the pot. Is it almost 3 minutes? The moment Luo Ning finished washing the dishes, the group swiftly grabbed chopsticks and dove into the noodles. Spicy beef noodles paired with pickled vegetables, an exquisite combination. Gu Yunxi took a bite and felt capable of battling zombies for another 300 rounds. Just as she felt something was lacking, Luo Ning distributed chilled cola to everyone. Luo Fu and Luo Mu savored their noodles along with a fizzy drink, their eyes lighting up. As Luo Fu munched on ham, he remarked, "We should limit our intake of such food. It's prone to cause heatiness. Occasional indulgence is acceptable,
though."
He slurped the noodle soup again, unwittingly drawing his parents into the indulgence. A little voice in Luo Ning's mind celebrated, "From now on, I can enjoy snacks without interference. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I merely wish to share the joy of flavors."
Luo Ning replied.
The pot. Having cooked 10 packages of noodles, left no broth behind. An astounding feat. I wonder if I might gain weight from eating so much every day, Gu Yunxi pondered. Finishing off her last sip of soda. You're overthinking it. Ability users consume more calories. Not losing weight is a victory, Luo Ning pointed out, glancing at her own flat figure, feeling quite satisfied. I can't afford to lose weight. Why are you looking at my chest? I'm still young and growing, Gu Yunxi retorted. Luo Ning retrieved her custom-made 1.8-meter machete from her space, brandishing it. I found this at a knife shop while you were selecting items. The quality is exceptional, perhaps even a hidden treasure. Qian Duo looked on enviously. If only I were taller, I might handle that. Wow, I want one too. Gu Yunxi tugged at Luo Ning's sleeve.
Go ahead and try.
Maybe I should pass. Gu Yunxi attempted to lift the blade, but nearly stumbled. Sighing, she resigned to her own
1.5-Meter Machete.
After a brief rest, the group prepared to tidy up and return to the base. This outing had not been in vain. Gazing at the towering trees, they acknowledged the challenge of retracing their steps. They descended using ropes, with Chen Xiaojun surprisingly being the most adept at climbing. Luo Ning descended first, ensuring the surroundings were safe before the others followed suit. As they departed, Luo Ning didn't forget to collect the ropes. After all, resources should never be wasted. Could you possibly be any more frugal? The group jested. Yunxi, you cooked at too low a position. There is still a large portion left. You're right, sister, you win. They located their previous vehicle, which fortunately lay hidden within a thicket of grass. Thanks to Luo Fu, the power-type mutant, they managed to extricate it with relative ease. However, the sight of the road ahead left them feeling troubled. The path was obstructed by the roots of various plants, some of which had been damaged due to their growth. Fortunately, it was still passable. A relief compared to the prospect of walking back. Driving the battered little car along this rough road, the jarring bumps made it feel as though the instant noodles I had just consumed might come back up. The thought of scarce supplies in this apocalyptic world lingered in my mind. Who knew when I would have the chance to enjoy instant noodles again? I swallowed hard, resisting the urge to expel them. When encountering areas dense with vegetation, Luo Ning decided to stow away the vehicle, only to retrieve it once they reached more level ground. Along the way, they had encountered zombies emerging from the underbrush, eager to attack. However, the lavish instant noodles I had for lunch were not to be wasted. A fireball, an ice spike, and a vine taught the zombies a lesson. Oh no, rather, they taught them how to be zombies. Had they not noticed the humans were already on edge? Despite the slow pace, they managed to remain relatively safe until dusk. In the distance, the entrance to the base came into view, concealed by the dense foliage. Luo Ning parked the vehicle. Thankfully, a large swath of vegetation surrounding the base had been cleared in advance. It seemed Su Feng had ensured that not a blade of grass remained, likely having employed earth-based abilities to uproot everything. Otherwise, it was possible that the base would have been overrun by plants. While queuing at the entrance, Luo Ning listened attentively to the discussions of other teams. Out of 10 who had ventured out, only 5 returned. The apocalypse was becoming increasingly dire. Without food, how would they survive? An injured ability user sighed heavily. Luo Ning mused that it wouldn't be long before mutated animals were discovered. Some meat would certainly be delectable. She resolved to ask Su Feng upon returning if there were any new developments. Around this time, it seemed a base had developed an ability suppressor. Such a harmful contraption. She wondered if the Sea City base was secretly engaging in such nefarious activities. As Luo Ning pondered, an icy gaze pierced through her, as if someone intended to carve a piece of her flesh. Casually glancing over, she only caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure fleeing in panic. Chapter 42. Peril at the Food Factory. Despite a few pests persistently hopping about, Luo Ning chose to ignore them. After all, the narrative was still quite compelling. It seemed they couldn't kill her, but one could only wonder when she might get the chance to vent her frustrations. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Ning felt an overwhelming sense of joy, having received a bounty of supplies promised by Su Feng. It appeared that the young general was quite astute, recognizing her disapproval of his handling of matters at the Jiang family, thus providing her with an abundance of resources. Given his perceptiveness, she decided not to dwell on trivialities. On the outskirts of Sea City lay a once thriving food processing plant. Several modified military trucks barreled through, scattering a few solitary zombies before coming to a halt at the factory entrance. It was evident that someone had cleared the road in advance, allowing them to drive through. This area, once dominated by steel and concrete before the apocalypse, had spared them much trouble. Team 1, divert the horde of zombies gathering on the right. Once finished, return for assistance. The Guardian team and Team 2 will infiltrate the factory from the left to transport supplies while I lead Team 3 to provide cover and eliminate any approaching zombies. Su Feng commanded with meticulous organization. Luo Ning had led her team in dispatching the repulsive zombies daily, yielding significant results. Though everyone was exhausted, their stomachs empty, their efficiency was undeniable. Even Chen Xiaojun, the weakest member of the team, could now face zombies with unwavering resolve, decapitating them and extracting crystal cores in one fluid motion. Luo Ning felt her strength had indeed improved, yet her level remained stagnant. This mission led by Su Feng aimed for a food processing plant far from the base. Acquiring supplies was paramount, as more and more survivors gathered at the suburban base. Although food was currently sufficient for the elderly, women, and children, failure to seek out more resources would only lead to depletion. No matter how much stockpiling there was, it would eventually run out. They also aimed to retrieve machinery to ensure the base could function properly. Following Su Feng's instructions, Luo Ning and her companions stealthily trailed Team 2, keen to avoid detection by zombies. They awaited Team 1 to lure the zombies away from the factory entrance, seizing the moment to rush inside. Come on, come on. Your mother is calling you home for dinner. This ridiculous taunt had been concocted by one of the team's jesters. Could they not utter something more sensible? As the zombies at the entrance were drawn away by Team 1's loud calling, the group seized the opportunity to approach the factory. Having gained experience in lockpicking, Luo Ning quietly and deftly picked the lock to avoid alerting any zombies that might be trapped inside. Gu Yunxi watched in astonishment. Miss, we were once affluent. Where did you acquire such lockpicking skills? You're acting like a seasoned criminal. Without further contemplation, Team 2 entered first, guns drawn, scanning their surroundings cautiously. However, it appeared they had overthought the situation. The interior was devoid of any threats. After a thorough inspection, confirming the absence of zombies, the captain of Team 2 signaled for Luo Ning's team to stand guard while they began transporting the canned food. This was all meat. The glimmer of desire shone in the eyes of the 10 or so members of Team 2. Though meals were plentiful during missions, it had been over 10 days since they last encountered the scent of meat. The sounds of swallowed saliva echoed through the air. Qian Duo and Gu Yunxi chatted contentedly, pondering whether they might share some canned meat upon their return to change things up. In stark contrast to their carefree banter, Luo Ning's eyes narrowed, a gnawing sense of foreboding creeping into her thoughts. The day the apocalypse erupted was a weekday, making it improbable for the factory to be closed. The equipment appeared to be operational. However, the doors were locked. It was quite possible that, similar to their previous encounter at the mall, someone had intentionally locked the doors to prevent zombies from escaping. Thus, the absence of any zombies inside felt exceedingly unsettling. Be cautious. I have a bad feeling about this. Seeing Luo Ning's serious expression, the team fell silent, their demeanor shifting as they readied their weapons. Luo Ning surveyed the expansive, echoing warehouse. The feeling of unease intensified, as if a hunter's gaze ensnared her in an intricate web, compelling her to keep her knife at the ready, her other hand gripping the gun Su Feng had given her. Just as the task of transporting supplies neared completion, and everyone let their guard down, a warning cry erupted from Luo Ning. However, it was too late. Boxes of canned goods tumbled to the ground. A headless corpse of a soldier remained frozen in the act of carrying supplies, crashing to the floor with a resounding thud, echoing in the hearts of all present. It felt as though their very heartbeats were stolen away in that moment. Seconds passed before they regained their senses. The commotion alerted those outside, who immediately readied themselves for action. Su Feng and a portion of the team rushed in, their eyes widening at the scene before them. He sought an explanation from Luo Ning, who shook her head, indicating she hadn't seen clearly. The factory had long since lost power, leaving only the feeble beam of their flashlights to offer a glimpse of the circumstances. After searching the area and finding no zombies, a chilling thought crept into their minds. Could zombies somehow be invisible? The realization sent a shiver down everyone's spine. A gunshot rang out, startling everyone present. One of the armed members of Team 3, perhaps overcome by fear, had instinctively pulled the trigger in self-defense. Yet it was too late. Before the watchful eyes of all, in the midst of the ranks, under a state of heightened vigilance, that monstrous entity, akin to a demon wielding a scythe, claimed yet another innocent young life. To strike in such plain sight and then vanish without a trace, could this truly be the same slow-moving monsters from the outside? Su Feng gazed at his fallen brother, his eyes reddening with unshed tears, yet he could only grit his teeth and suppress the pain. Humanity had mutated, gaining extraordinary powers and continually growing stronger. Perhaps even the zombies had evolved. Luo Ning pondered for a moment and spoke. Xueqiu, can you discern where that monster is hiding? She inquired mentally. I'm lacking energy at the moment. I can see ordinary people, but higher-level beings remain beyond my perception, Xueqiu replied weakly. I cannot. But you ought to be able to. If sight fails, then let us not rely on our eyes, Xueqiu reminded her in her mind. Receiving this prompt, Luo Ning closed her eyes. She concentrated, and it felt as though a delicate white thread extended from her mind, flowing through the air, sensing the unusual fluctuations around her. Though her eyes were shut, she perceived more than she could with them open. She could distinctly feel the presence of those wielding firearms around her, their breaths, their heartbeats. Traversing through layers of obstacles, Luo Ning's consciousness glided towards a glimmering orange Massachusetts. Though its hue was striking, it radiated a sense of death and chill. It appeared she had found it. Luo Ning suddenly opened her eyes, clarity washing over her. Beware of what's above, she cautioned, while simultaneously launching an ice spear towards the shadow. Yet, the figure moved even faster, darting away at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. It seemed the zombies had indeed evolved to possess such swift capabilities. Captain Su, you should lead the others out. The sheer number of people here will hinder my efforts, Luo Ning stated calmly. However, Su Feng hesitated, the thought of his fallen brothers weighing heavily on him, before ultimately conceding. Squad leaders, take your teams and proceed outside. Find a small unit, and ensure the supplies return to the base safely. He commanded others, yet remained still himself. His intentions were evident. Captain, several soldiers voiced in unison, their concern palpable. They feared not death, having sworn an oath the day they donned their military uniforms. If the captain could face this, so could they. Though in this apocalyptic world, lives were as fragile as grass, they held steadfast to their beliefs, willing to sacrifice everything, even their lives, for them. This is an order. Su Feng's voice took on a sterner tone. Without powers, they would only be walking to their demise. Understood. We will fulfill the mission. The two squad leaders replied in unison, their voices choked with emotion. Military orders were as immovable as mountains, and without looking back, the two led their teams in a swift retreat. Under Luo Ning's subtle gaze, the members of the Guardian squad hesitated. Yet, knowing their daughter had a space to hide and save herself, Luo's parents did not insist on keeping her behind. They pulled a reluctant Gu Yunxi and others to exit. Luo Ning glanced at Su Feng, seemingly questioning his lingering presence. Su Feng smiled gently, explaining, I am a man, a soldier. How could I allow you, a young lady, to charge ahead alone? If it comes to it, at least you won't be alone. No longer bearing the solemn expression from before, Su Feng wore a playful grin. Luo Ning shot him an exasperated look. She had no desire to perish. It was merely that the crowd was an encumbrance, feeding the zombies instead. She intended to fight if she could, or retreat into her space if she could not. Allowing them to leave was simply a convenience for her escape. Though she wished to be a good person, she needed to be a living, breathing individual first. What good was being virtuous if one were dead? She wasn't foolish. Su Feng was obstinate, and Luo Ning ceased her struggles. Once the area was cleared, the two stood back to back, providing mutual cover while also scanning the overhead space. The warehouse was mostly open, the ceiling obscured in darkness, rendering visibility poor. Luo Ning closed her eyes again, sensing the orange energy fluctuations. Just as she detected it, the luminous mass shifted. In that fleeting moment of movement, Su Feng pushed her aside. Where she had stood, a large crater formed in the ground, black smoke billowing upwards. That was close. Luo Ning patted her chest, well, her ample bosom, her heart racing. However, a glance at Su Feng revealed his right arm hanging limply. He was injured. With her eyes still shut, Luo Ning skillfully unleashed her mental threads. Before she could even make contact with the orange energy mass, 6 ice spears shot forth. The energy mass was far too swift. It evaded her aim, resulting in only a severed limb. This, in turn, provoked the mutated creature. With a deafening roar, the mutated zombie ceased its concealment, clawing towards Luo Ning's head. Luo Ning rolled away just in time. The zombie seemed fixated on her as its delectable prey, ignoring Su Feng's attempts to distract it. With a stomp and a swipe, when the opponent was neither human nor slow, and possessed formidable resilience, the combat techniques Luo Ning had learned became futile. Only evasion remained. She had attempted to fire her weapon, but her aim was off, causing her shots to land elsewhere, inflicting no damage while wasting precious ammunition. Su Feng, using his broken right hand to fire, achieved little success. Barely dodging, he picked up Luo Ning's large machete, wielding it with his left hand to share some of the burden of the attacks. Su Feng, distracted for 2 minutes. Luo Ning had a bold idea. They had no choice but to go all in, or both would perish here.
All right.
Su Feng exerted himself to hinder the zombie, preventing it from approaching Luo Ning. With her eyes closed, Luo Ning concentrated, releasing more threads that coiled around the orange energy mass, ensnaring it tightly. The energy mass sensed Luo Ning's intent and struggled with all its might. Yet Luo Ning was more relentless, forming her entire mental thread into a needle that drove towards the energy mass. The orange energy mass became glaringly bright and intensely hot. Its energy surged uncontrollably into Luo Ning's mind, flooding her consciousness. A tremendous surge of energy flooded into her head, causing excruciating pain, as though her skull might burst. What the hell is this? Am I going to turn into a zombie? Luo Ning's mind remained alert as she questioned Yunxiao. It appears you've forcibly absorbed its core energy. You need to stop. Your space is about to upgrade. Continuing this will overwhelm you, Yunxiao urged anxiously, bouncing around in the space. Luo Ning, exasperated, lamented her lack of experience. In her past life, she had no powers and to date had never absorbed a core. She wished to stop, but she didn't know how. Determined to seize that energy, she aimed to rip it from her mind and toss it far away. You wretched thing! How dare you inflict such pain upon me? I'll crush you! Luo Ning thought fiercely, and her white threads acted accordingly. An invisible thread twisted and squeezed the glowing mass, kneading and flattening it, forcefully attempting to yank it from the zombie's mind. The zombie, having recently evolved after the Black Rain, believed itself invincible after vanquishing all the other zombies in the food factory. Just as it brushed against the blurry edges of consciousness, it was challenged by a human. This self-proclaimed invincible zombie could not tolerate such provocation, attempting to seize the glowing mass from Luo Ning's mind. Yet, this woman was far too ferocious. She directly squeezed and rubbed its energy into submission. Luo Ning endured the torment of time, feeling as though each day stretched into an eternity, though in truth, it was merely a fleeting moment. Su Feng stood in stunned silence, for he beheld both the zombie and Luo Ning frozen in place. Luo Ning, with her eyes closed, wore an expression of profound anguish. Strangely, he discerned a flicker of unwillingness and fear upon the decayed visage of the zombie. He refrained from intervening, fearing it might disrupt Luo Ning's concentration, until both Luo Ning and the zombie remained utterly still, as if suspended in time. Luo Ning felt as though her head might burst. Her consciousness began to fade. Unable to control her body, she crumpled to the ground. Finally, it was over. Damn it. If it seeks to consume me, then I shall devour it first. I've told you repeatedly, This crystal core cannot be absorbed for the time being. You refuse to listen even in death. What is the point of arguing with a zombie? Xueqiu sighed helplessly. Why does my head feel so heavy? Luo Ning's awareness began to blur. If only I had this crystal core, the space would upgrade, and you'd need to rest for several days, Xueqiu remarked with a weary expression.
Damn.
Why didn't you say so earlier? 3, 2, 1, down, Xueqiu silently counted. There was no pain from the anticipated fall. Instead, she found herself enveloped in a warm, solid embrace. Luo Ning could not make out who it was, but she had done her utmost. Surely the zombie was dead. Faintly, she heard someone whispering in a low tone beside her ear, and it was then that she completely lost consciousness. Chapter 44. Miss Luo, I have returned. Luo Ning felt as though she had been asleep for an eternity, so deep in slumber that she wished never to awaken. It seemed she had been trapped in a dream filled with sin and darkness. Everyone was gone. Those she loved and those who loved her vanished. She had no desire to confront the zombies or the grotesque individuals. Sleeping like this was quite satisfactory. Everything felt detached from her existence. Ning Ning, my brother has returned. He has come to find us. Why are you still not awake? It has been 3 days. I slipped in quietly. Let me tell you. Qin Chuan is such a bully, always saying I've put on weight. If you don't wake up soon, I will starve thin. And if you don't get up, no one will join me for spicy hot pot. Gu Yunxi chattered incessantly, oblivious to whether Luo Ning could hear her. All Luo Ning could perceive was the incessant buzzing around her ears, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes. Her hand instinctively moved, lifting her heavy eyelid. After such a prolonged slumber, she squinted against the light, gradually acclimating to her surroundings. Ning Ningisawake. She is awake. Gu Yunxi, the loudmouth, bellowed upon seeing Luo Ning's eyes open, her voice echoing through the entire villa. Meanwhile, a tall man, busy preparing porridge, halted abruptly. With an agility beyond ordinary reach, he appeared at the entrance of Luo Ning's bedroom in an instant. He paused for a moment, yet remained just outside the door, watching as Luo's parents hurried inside. They dashed back downstairs after a brief absence, having heard news of their daughter's awakening. Luo's mother gently brushed Luo Ning's forehead, pushing aside the long strands of hair, while holding her hand, reluctant to let go. Are you uncomfortable? Is there any pain? Luo's mother inquired with deep concern in her eyes.
Mom, me fine.
I just exhausted my abilities, Luo Ning replied, surprised by the hoarse and unpleasant sound of her own voice. It's good that you've awakened. Don't overwhelm her with too much conversation right after waking. Let her take her time, Luo's father advised, standing by the bed, observing his wife's anxious demeanor. Oh, right. Then I won't say anything more. I'll go fetch you some water, Luo's mother flustered, just as someone handed her a cup of warm water. Luo Ning accepted the water, sipping slowly to soothe her throat. As she sat up, her gaze unintentionally fell upon a tall figure among the crowd. Their eyes met, and she was momentarily entranced. Gu Yunxiao, he is back. Mr. Gu, you've returned? Luo Ning instinctively exclaimed. After a moment's realization, she mentally berated herself, questioning the inadequacy of her greeting. What a dreadful opening line. He is right here. If he hadn't returned, would it be a ghost? Regardless, she felt joy, and any words would suffice. Miss Luo, I have returned. His deep voice jolted Luo Ning's still somewhat hazy awareness. Clarity surged within her. He had returned. Gu Yunxiao was back, and her heart, which had been in turmoil, gradually settled. Luo Ning's happiness radiated unabashedly across her face, a brilliant and resplendent smile that imprinted itself upon Gu Yunxiao's memory, seeping into his mind, ultimately leaving an indelible mark on his heart, one that could never be erased. She smiled at herself. His heart raced, pounding faster and faster, as though it could no longer be contained within his chest, yearning to leap forth. This sensation was overwhelming. However, he exerted every ounce of his mental fortitude to suppress the internal voice, dismissing the uncontainable feelings that stirred within. He was not an ordinary man. Being too close to her might endanger her. He was unwilling to let the only light in his heart fade away, preferring to remain by her side at a safe distance, merely observing and ensuring her safety. That alone sufficed. Luo Ning's gaze remained fixed on Gu Yunxiao. while the surrounding teammates exchanged glances. Gu Yunxi chuckled mischievously. Wow. Take a whiff. What is this? It smells like an affair. Upon witnessing his daughter's demeanor, Luo's father sighed. He knew his daughter well. She had grown up. It was time to let go. With that thought, he took Luo's mother by the arm, ready to depart. Didn't you say you would prepare something nourishing for our daughter? Hurry up, or you'll miss your chance to eat. Luo's father urged. When did I say that? Luo's mother began to retort, but upon catching Luo's father's glance, she instantly understood. Oh, right, I should prepare something to eat. Ning, I'll go cook some nutritious soup for you. You young people can chat. Take your time, no rush. All right, uncle and auntie, you go on. I'll take care of everything here. Don't worry. Gu Yunxi, lacking in awareness, squeezed into the space closest to Luo Ning, beginning to chatter away. You're interrupting her rest. Gu Yunxiao's voice, as melodious as ever, filled with magnetism, was irresistible, drawing one into its depths. This familiarity brought a sense of comfort to Luo Ning. Surely, this voice had etched itself into her memory from a past life, she mused. Without awaiting her response, Gu Yunxiao grasped Gu Yunxi by the collar and unceremoniously placed her at the door, before turning to sit beside Luo Ning. Gu Yunxi, dismissed. Bring me the porridge. Gu Yunxiao instructed, as Qin Chuan handed him a bowl. Didn't you say you wanted hot pot? Why aren't you going? He shot a glance at his sister, making his intentions clear. I'm not hungry yet. I want to talk to Ning. Gu Yunxi retorted fearlessly, her little eyes darting about. No, you're hungry? Qin Chuan insisted, pulling Gu Yunxi along, disregarding her flailing limbs as they exited the room. Oh, I think I forgot to do the laundry. I'll just be going now. Ning, Qian Duo, the single dog, finally realized something was amiss and hastily concocted an excuse to leave. As she departed, she remembered to take Shin Xiaojun, the quiet little turnip in the corner, along with her, and made sure to close the door gently. As Luo Ning opened her mouth, she found her throat parched and hoarse, unable to believe it was her own voice. She felt that her voice was unbearably harsh, tarnishing her image. So she finished a cup of water before feeling somewhat better. You haven't eaten for several days, and it just so happens that I made porridge today. You should have some, Gu Yunxiao said, scooping a small spoonful and bringing it to Luo Ning's lips. Luo Ning felt a bit uneasy, clearing her throat softly as she shifted her position slightly. Gu Yunxiao, however, swiftly adjusted the cushion for her. It was then that she truly noticed the man before her, dressed in casual attire, a stark contrast to their first meeting when he was clad in a formal suit. He appeared somewhat darker, leaner, and his hair had been cropped short, which only served to accentuate his chiseled features with greater intensity. His demeanor was sharper, reminiscent of a blade honed to perfection, exuding an air of cold determination. Yet, the innate aura of a leader remained undiminished. It seemed he deliberately tempered his presence around her. But Luo Ning still felt an undeniable sense of pressure. She couldn't help but wonder how he had fared during the past month since the onset of the apocalypse. She gazed at him in a daze, and he remained patient, waiting for her to collect her thoughts. I can eat by myself, she asserted, extending her hand for the bowl and spoon. Although her heart yearned to flirt with her idol, she pondered whether feeding her directly was too hasty. After all, apart from their engagement, she had yet to even hold hands with a man. The thought of her hand made her want to confront that Jiang fellow. That didn't count. But Gu Yunxiao continued to watch her intently, stating, You lack strength right now, I will take care of it. Luo Ning found his behavior rather peculiar. How so? He seemed so gentle and courteous before the apocalypse, like a true gentleman. Though cold, he was still bearable. It was merely a matter of personality. Now, however, there was an unmistakable chill about him, a palpable do-not-approach vibe. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Luo Ning could still sense it. What had he encountered? Though she longed to inquire, she recognized that the moment was not right. Perhaps he would reveal it when he was ready. Indeed, she lacked strength. After 3 days of hunger, it was a miracle she could muster any energy at all. With that, he began to feed her the porridge. It was neither too hot nor cold, just warm enough to provide comfort. However, the silence in the room was somewhat oppressive, only broken by the soft sound of her sipping the porridge, creating an awkward atmosphere. How did you know I would wake up today, and even prepared porridge? Luo Ning ventured to alleviate the tension. It was a coincidence. Aunt Li made porridge today. Gu Yunxiao replied nonchalantly. Outside the door, Gu Yunxi, Qin Chuan, Qian Duoduo, and Qin Xiaojun listened in, scoffing men. Such tall tales. What a coincidence indeed. Gu Yunxi rolled her eyes to the heavens. Who else would coincidentally prepare shredded chicken porridge every day without sharing it? Not even their sister. Always lingering at the door, ready to bring her porridge at the slightest sound. You must have had a hard time coming from city, eh? Luo Ning could not resist probing further. Not really, just some zombies. The forest paths became a bit tricky. That's all, Gu Yunxiao replied with an unruffled demeanor. Not a big deal? Who nearly died? The scars are still there. Qin Chuan interjected. Luo Ning, without suspicion, continued to gaze at Gu Yunxiao's handsome face as she ate. My goodness, he was truly delicious. Gu Yunxiao maintained his stoic expression, not flinching under her gaze, though his eyes never met hers directly. Chapter 45. The team grows stronger. Once you finish eating, I will take you downstairs to meet our new teammates, people I can trust in this apocalypse, Gu Yunxiao announced. When did she recruit anyone? Our new teammates? Are they part of the same team? Luo Ning wondered, feeling disoriented. She had only been asleep for a few days. She wasn't incapacitated. As Luo Ning regained her senses from Gu Yunxiao's words, the scene before her left her somewhat astonished. This was a gathering place for abilities. People stacking dirt, wielding hammers, nurturing plants, and even meditating. This was indeed a haven for those with supernatural powers. Upon her descent, the crowd paused their tasks and collectively turned their attention to her, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sensing their lack of malice, Luo Ning found no issue with their scrutiny, calmly taking a seat in the main spot on the sofa. Once everyone settled, Gu Yunxiao began the introductions. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Gu Yunxiao, 26 years old. Before the apocalypse, I was a businessman, somewhat affluent. Fortunately, I have managed to stockpile some supplies. I possess space and psychic abilities, and I have a few trustworthy allies in other locations, Gu Yunxiao stated earnestly, delivering statements that astonished those in the know, prompting eye rolls from them. A bit of money? Enough supplies to last decades? Why not share the full story? This was hardly a humble brag. Brother, this isn't going to work, Gu Yunxi sighed inwardly, feeling the need to worry for her older sibling. He was unmarried, childless. Had never been in a relationship, had no vices, and his preferences were normal. He had an impressive physique, with well-defined abs, and perhaps a muscular chest as well. He neither smoked nor drank, maintaining a regular routine. However, he was a tad strict with his only sister, which she promptly noted. The group collectively thought, your sales pitch is too transparent. Seeing Luo Ning smile brightly, Gu Yunxiao felt a bit flustered. Thankfully, his tan concealed any hint of a blush. Qin Chuan, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Miss Luo, we've met before. I am Qin Chuan, the second in rank, with wind abilities. Luo Ning nodded, recalling the tall, slender man with pale skin and dark eyes. They had crossed paths in their previous lives. Hello, sister-in-law, I am Chu Bufan, the third in rank with metal abilities. I grew up alongside Brother Gu. My name speaks for itself. I am quite formidable, although perhaps not quite as much as my elder brother. He scratched his head sheepishly. Nonetheless, I am a fine young man. If there are any younger sisters, do introduce them to me. The group collectively scoffed at his self-promotion. Luo Ning glanced at the exuberant blonde youth and nodded. You might be mistaken. I am not his girlfriend. Just call me Luo Ning. She clarified after a moment's hesitation. After all, while she felt elated, her parents were still in the kitchen, and it would not do for them to overhear. Hello. Sister-in-law, I am Jiangzhen, the fourth in rank. Before the apocalypse, I was the personal doctor of the boss. After the apocalypse began, he saved my life on his way back, and now I have no family, so I follow him. I possess healing abilities. Luo Ning nodded, observing the quiet, refined man with a cool demeanor. She remembered him well, for in her previous life, he had met a tragic end, leaving a lasting impression on her. It seemed the group was resolute in calling her sister-in-law, so she refrained from further protest, unable to suppress her curiosity about Gu Yunxiao's reaction. Please refrain from such titles. It may affect Miss Luo's reputation in the future, Gu Yunxiao interjected with a frown. The group, not understanding his sudden change in demeanor, but sensing his irritation,
Cease their teasing.
After all, his concern was too apparent. Anyone would misunderstand. Hello, Miss Luo, I am Yuan Li, but everyone calls me Dazhuang. I possess earth abilities. I admire the strong. Wherever the boss goes, I follow. This sturdy man with a simple demeanor seemed to harbor a delicate heart beneath his robust exterior, evident in his bashful expression. Having listened to their introductions, Luo Ning understood their good intentions, but felt the need for caution. As everyone had introduced themselves, she could not be left behind. I am Luo Ning, 20 years old, with ice and space abilities. These are my teammates, Gu Yunxi with fire abilities. She then gestured to the corner where Chen Xiaojun stood, and my other two teammates, Chen Xiaojun, who is yet to awaken any abilities, and Qian Duoduo, who possesses healing abilities. However, I hope everyone can keep Duoduo's healing abilities confidential for now, as we have not disclosed this information. After all, healing abilities are quite rare. Yunxi has yet to reveal her identity as a supernatural being. Luo Ning cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Zhen. Gu Yunxiao and Jiang Zhen exchanged knowing looks. Understanding Luo Ning's goodwill, Jiang Zhen offered a grateful smile. Chen Xiaojun, who was called out by Luo Ning, felt deeply moved. In comparison to these formidable figures, he appeared exceedingly insignificant. Not only did Luo Ning not disdain him, but she also generously acknowledged him as her teammate. He secretly resolved to work diligently to slay zombies and not hinder the esteemed Luo. I will join your team with a few brothers, and my demands are modest. Just provide food and shelter, Gu Yunxiao stated calmly, without a hint of embarrassment. The crowd reacted. You just said not to tarnish anyone's reputation. Who is that person? Step forward, and we shall not spare him. However, Luo Ning interjected. Gu Yunxiao's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing once more. Did she find him wanting? Was there something he had done inadequately? Perhaps it was best to maintain a distance from her. He had been contemplating that anyway. You are all supernatural beings. Why not form your own team? Luo Ning mused inwardly, recalling that in her previous life, they had not sought her out for a team. Perhaps now they had taken a liking to her sister? Let us speak plainly, being all men, we are not adept at cooking. And I have heard from Yunxi that Aunt Li's culinary skills are exceptional. Furthermore, my abilities are currently rather weak, and most of our supplies are stored in City A. The journey is long, so I did not bring much with me. The team members nodded in unison, indicating their agreement. Was this a request for a free meal? Though the reasoning was quite sound, there was an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Naturally, Luo Ning was amenable, after all. How else could she cultivate a bond with the god of death? I hope I haven't disturbed you during this time, Yunxi. Suddenly called upon, Gu Yunxi straightened her posture, her eyes darting around. Brother, I am very obedient. I do not wish to go next door. I want to stay with Ning Ning. Ning Ning. Please let my brothers join. They are trustworthy. The last remark she whispered closely to Luo Ning, leaving it uncertain whether others heard. Very well, Luo Ning acquiesced. For physical labor, you must take on some responsibilities, as it is inconvenient for us girls. She probed. Agreed. There will be times when girls may feel unwell. We should have special leave, Luo Ning declared without an ounce of embarrassment. What a joke. Would she feel shy? However, while we fight zombies together, it is we who shall handle the cooking. Surely, you must contribute some food expenses? Luo Ning spoke with a tone of official business. What a clever little rascal I am. Not only have I secured a source of supplies, but Gu Yunxiao will undoubtedly praise my domesticity in the future. Agreed. Gu Yunxiao replied without a second thought, acquiescing to whatever she said. Thus, the Guardian team grew stronger. Chapter 46. Gu Yunxi has been swayed. Yunxi, did you not say you had something to discuss with us? Let us return first, and once finished, you may join us. Qin Chuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, smiling with a gentle restraint that left Gu Yunxi dazed, nearly drooling. Luo Ning could hardly bear to watch. Sister, wipe your drool. Gu Yunxi, you have fallen. Qin Chuan, the big bad wolf. Yet, her own male idol was the best. Luo Ning thought with bias, tender, considerate, and handsome, not to mention abs. Oh, all right. Gu Yunxi, mesmerized by the handsome man, agreed before fully comprehending the conversation. Oh, what? What did you say? Luo Ning Gu Yunxi suddenly snapped back to reality. Had she said anything? She cast a glance at Qin Chuan, her eyes failing to meet Luo Ning's. Yes, there is something to say. Gu Yunxi was led home by her brother to a place she had never lived, albeit just next door. Have you encountered any matters recently? No matter how trivial. Please share, Gu Yunxiao said, his previously mild demeanor replaced by an icy gaze directed at Gu Yunxi. The imposing presence was no longer subdued. Gu Yunxi felt a twinge of fear. Why did her brother seem so intimidating? She was anxious, especially since why were 4 pairs of eyes fixed upon her? She had not committed any transgressions recently. She guaranteed it with her character. After all, character cannot be consumed. Swearing was no issue. Boss, I shall inquire. Qin Chuan greeted Gu Yunxiao with a smile and took a seat opposite Gu Yunxi, gently ruffling her hair. Your brother wishes to know what events transpired during your time with Luo Ning. Whether significant or minor, it would be best to share everything with us. This will help us understand the situation of this newly joined team, would it not? Qin Chuan's tone was gentle as he clearly conveyed the thoughts of the cold-faced killer.
Gu Yunxiao.
The two had become accustomed to this partnership. With just a glance, Qin Chuan could anticipate Gu Yunxiao's thoughts. Oh, I see. You scared me. I thought you were interrogating me. Gu Yunxi sighed in relief. Well, we haven't encountered much. We undertook a mission recently, and then Ning Ning fainted. It was you who carried her back. Also, we once went on a supply run without encountering any danger. Then, I was injured, but I awakened my powers. And they're fire-based. Gu Yunxi proudly demonstrated to the group. Get to the point. Gu Yunxiao interrupted her rambling with a cold tone. Oh, understood. Gu Yunxi ceased her chatter and began to divulge honestly. I know what you wish to know. It's whether anyone has provoked Ning Ning, right? I understand. The first is Su Feng, who is not only handsome but also a powerful figure in the base. And when he looks at Ning Ning, his eyes sparkle, similar yet different to yours. It's hard to explain. Quite dangerous, brother. The second is Qin Xiuo, Ning Ning's former fiancé, who still harbors feelings for her. However, Ning Ning no longer holds any interest in him. The third is Jiang Xingyu, who made advances towards Ning Ning during a mission, but we have quietly dealt with him. His father was also removed from power. They were merely fortunate to escape with their lives. All thanks to Su Feng, who was too obstinate. But we took the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Well, that should be all for now. Unless we count the male alumni and new recruits cheering for Ning Ning, then that would be it. Gu Yunxi pondered, stroking her chin. Gu Yunxiao's gaze grew colder, nearly exuding ice shards. The silence in the air became palpable. Qin Chuan coughed lightly, reminding Gu Yunxi that it was time to stop, or else she might not return home. Gu Yunxi finally regained her senses, shifting closer to Qin Chuan to distance herself from her brother.
Mommy.
I want to return to Ning Ning's side. My brother is too dangerous. Gu Yunxi sat upright in the living room, daring not to move an inch. Her little eyes occasionally darted towards her brother and Qin Chuan, who stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. The golden-haired man smiled unkindly at Gu Yunxi, who ignored him, primarily out of fear. I am going to explore the base to gather information. Yunxi, allow me to escort you home, Qin Chuan said, smiling warmly at Gu Yunxi.
All right.
Gu Yunxi felt as if a great weight had been lifted. She hurriedly stood up to respond, quickly shuffling to the door. Brother, I will visit you again when I have the chance. Her tone was sweet, though if her steps had been slower, perhaps her words would have seemed more credible. After all these years, she still felt frightened in her brother's presence, though she could not fathom why. Qin Chuan, I wish to accompany you on a stroll to the base. As Gu Yunxi stepped outside, she became quite audacious, pulling at Qin Chuan's arm and pouting playfully. Very well, Qin Chuan responded, gently ruffling her hair with a warm smile. They soon arrived at a makeshift restaurant set in a post-apocalyptic world, where Qin Chuan advised her to take a seat while he conferred with the proprietor in a back room. To call it a restaurant was rather misleading. It was merely a place where foraged vegetables and scarce grains were combined with some wild game, thus barely resembling a dining establishment. In truth, it served more as a hub for information than a culinary venue. Who could say for certain? Gu Yunxi sipped on the precious tea, lamenting in her heart Qin Chuan's extravagance. That tea had cost 2 pounds of rice, enough for several meals. Suddenly, her reverie was interrupted. Miss Gu, I hear your brother has returned. Congratulations. It's a rare joy to reunite with family in these dire times, chimed Lin Yinyin. clad in her signature little white dress, a beaming smile gracing her face as she settled across from Gu Yunxi. "What concern is that of yours?" Gu Yunxi retorted, finishing her tea in one swift gulp and dismissing her. "I know Mr. Gu is a capable individual, managing to return safely from such a distance. His prowess must be exceptional. Yet, I've heard that aside from that child, you're the only one in the Guardian squad without any special abilities. I wonder if that might lead to your exclusion? After all, Ning was once a young lady of privilege and may have a bit of a temper." "You ought to prepare for that," Lin Yinyin offered, feigning sympathy. At this, Gu Yunxi finally met her gaze. Lin Yinyin possessed a rather unremarkable appearance, leaving Gu Yunxi to wonder how Ning's former fiancé could have found her appealing. Observing Gu Yunxi's scrutiny, Lin Yinyin puffed up her chest with pride, displaying her 34C assets. "What's so impressive about having breasts? Everyone has them. I'm still young and growing." Gu Yunxi shot back defiantly.
Besides,
Lin Yinyin truly had the resilience of a cockroach, having recently received a beating yet showing no signs of learning her lesson, boldly attempting to sway her. "If Miss Gu wishes to collaborate, she may always find me at the Thunder Squad," Lin Yinyin stated, adjusting her dress with what she deemed an elegant flair before rising to depart. "Miss Lin," Gu Yunxi called out to Lin Yinyin's back. "Have you made up your mind so quickly?" There was an unmistakable hint of surprise in her tone. In truth, Gu Yunxi was glancing behind Lin Yinyin, debating whether or not to speak up. "Whatever it is, Miss Gu, feel free to voice it boldly. I trust your judgment." Lin Yinyin encouraged, her expression one of encouragement. Was she so easily swayed? This so-called friend of the protagonist was rather unimpressive. "Your dress is sticking to you. It hasn't been pulled down properly."
"Oh.
"And I can see your brownish-yellow underwear," Gu Yunxi interjected. Lin Yinyin, basking in her pride, was struck dumb by Gu Yunxi's words, her face flushing crimson, reaching all the way to her neck and ears. She hastily tugged at her dress, noticing the leering gazes of some ability users approaching from downstairs, their intentions unmistakably lewd. With an unladylike speed, Lin Yinyin vanished from sight at the stairwell. "Yunxi, who are you talking to?" Qinchuan emerged from his discussion, smiling as he approached Gu Yunxi, noticing her irate yet somewhat triumphant demeanor. Unable to resist, he inquired. "No one, just myself," she replied, feigning nonchalance. "Let us go home, Qinchuan." Chapter 47. A Contest Among Men. Gu Yunxi entered Luo Ning's home like a proud little rooster, head held high. "Ning, duo, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Initially, she had called to her companions in a rather mischievous and unrefined manner. However, upon noticing her brother and his entourage present, her voice diminished in volume. Nevertheless, today she was the hero of the hour. She would not cower. Luo Ning and Duo soon gathered around Gu Yunxi, the three of them chattering excitedly for a considerable time, leading the pair to nod, shake their heads, and eventually burst into laughter. Chen Xiaojun had wanted to listen in. "This is not suitable for children. You should go exercise instead, be a good boy," Luo Ning said, nudging him toward a group of new teammates who were diligently honing their abilities. Gu Yunxiao's expression soured the moment Gu Yunxi entered. He had managed to find a pretext to arrive early for lunch and linger beside her, only to have his oblivious sister return. With a cold glance cast at Qinchuan, who stood nearby, observing with a smirk, he huffed in irritation. Qinchuan, astute as he was, understood his leader's unspoken sentiments, but chose to remain silent. Knowing how genuinely happy Yunxi appeared, why disrupt the atmosphere? The unnoticed Gu Yunxi pondered whether it was time to consider marrying off his sister. This was indeed a matter worth contemplating. "So you've been usurped, but thankfully I was clever enough to keep your abilities under wraps." Luo Ning reclined on the sofa, a smug smile adorning her face. Due to the angle, the delicate curve of her jawline and slender neck drew the attention of a wandering gaze. Unbeknownst to her, this display might be perceived as an overt invitation by someone. Even if she were aware, it would likely only serve to amuse her further. "Don't think I'm unaware of your wandering eyes. I'm doing it intentionally. If you have the audacity, don't look at me. Humph. Let us see how long you can keep up that act. Today's outfit is quite splendid. The exposed neck looks particularly lovely." Gu Menhu coughed awkwardly, turning his gaze toward the window. But in less than 3 seconds, he stiffly redirected his attention back, maintaining a frozen posture. If anyone were to observe closely at that moment, they would undoubtedly notice the faint blush on Gu Xuanxiao's ears. However, recent sun exposure had darkened his complexion, making it difficult to discern unless one were quite close. Suddenly realizing his lapse in composure, Gu Yunxiao promptly stood and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, returning to a position that conveniently shielded him from the gazes of his brothers. Yet, whether this was intentional or accidental remained questionable. As the brothers exercising their abilities remarked, "Boss, why are you standing there?" Just as Luo's mother and Aunt Li prepared to call everyone for dinner, the doorbell rang. Aunt Li went to answer it. Mr. Su is here." Luo Ning stood up.
Mr. Su Feng?
What could he want at this hour? She pondered, already aware he was at the door. "Major Su, I wonder if your visit at this hour is urgent?" Luo Ning greeted him with a smile. Though, internally, she suspected he might be there to mooch a meal. "Miss Luo, will you not invite me in to speak?" Su Feng inquired with a friendly demeanor, having already noticed the additional guests within. "Of course, please come in, Major Su." Luo Ning warmly invited him inside. Gu Yunxiao was discreetly assessing the man at the door. Su Feng was the one Gu Yunxi had warned was the most dangerous? He appeared competent. The thought of entrusting Ning Ning to him was troubling. If only it were possible, how could he bear to do so? "Please, have a seat. What brings you here, Major Su?"
Luo Ning inquired.
"I'm unsure if these individuals," Su Feng glanced at Gu Yunxiao and the others, his hesitation evident, "are privy to the discussion." "There's no need for concern, Major Su. These are Yunxi's brother and trustworthy friends. Feel free to speak candidly," Luo Ning interjected, understanding his implied request. "Miss Luo did mention that she would inform you promptly if there were any updates. Today I received news from another base and coincidentally, I found myself available to relay this information. I wonder what aspect it pertains to?" Luo Ning was quite intrigued, eager to discover if it aligned with her previous speculations. The development of the ability suppressants has indeed come to fruition. Su Feng merely stated this, and then cast a glance at Luo Ning. As she anticipated, the ability suppressants had emerged around the same time. Luo Ning even began to suspect that the Sea City base had already developed the substance, albeit without public acknowledgement. Thus, it remained uncertain whether she truly did not awaken her abilities in her past life or if it was due to these suppressants, an enigma yet to be unraveled. As for the Sea City base, Luo Ning hesitated to inquire further, aware that this matter was likely classified information. She was unsure whether Su Feng would speak candidly. While uncertain, he expressed a strong likelihood that it had indeed surfaced. Su Feng did not withhold his thoughts, stating plainly what he believed. "What are your plans, Major Su?" Luo Ning sought to ascertain Su Feng's stance to inform her own course of action. Such a detrimental substance should not proliferate. The base will exert every effort to prevent its spread. Su Feng's words were earnest, lending them an air of credibility that reassured Luo Ning somewhat. As it was now mealtime, Luo Ning politely suggested that Major Su stay to share a simple lunch together. Her meaning was clear, it was time to eat. And they should not linger. "Thank you, that sounds good. I happen to be hungry as well," Su Feng readily agreed, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar glint in Luo Ning's eyes as he seated himself at the dining table. "Serves you right for being so talkative. My food." Luo's parents, upon hearing them finalize their discussion, promptly beckoned them to sit down for the meal. Though he understood their conversation, Gu Yunxiao felt like an outsider, unable to interject. He despised the feeling of being out of control, yet with Luo Ning, he was left with a sense of helplessness. Gu Yunxiao's expression was as frigid as ice, emanating an aura that deterred others from sitting near him. Consequently, only the seat beside Luo Ning remained vacant. After a moment's hesitation, he took a seat next to her, his expression slightly thawing. "Miss Luo, do eat more vegetables. After all, such delicacies are rare. Girls should consume them for the sake of their complexion," Su Feng remarked, placing a serving of greens into Luo Ning's bowl. "Why the sudden change in demeanor? It's quite shocking. Are we that familiar? You're not here to vie for my food, so why offer it to me?" Luo Ning shot Su Feng a warning glance, quickly casting a look at Gu Yunxiao. "I haven't even made my move yet. Su Feng, don't stir up trouble for me." Gu Yunxiao maintained a calm demeanor, suppressing his earlier chill. He then placed a chicken leg into Luo Ning's bowl. "Didn't we agree to keep our distance from her?" Qin Chuan interjected. "Brother, just go for it. Don't hesitate," Gu Yunxi urged. "I knew it would come to this. Jiang Zhan remarked. Stop dawdling and grab some meat, urged Yuan Li and Chu Bufan. Ning starum is truly remarkable. She won't have trouble finding a partner, commented Luo's parents and Aunt Li. The adult world is so complex. Can't we just eat? If it comes to it, I'll take some too, Chen Xiaojun added. Thus, the meal unfolded amidst the silent competition between Gu Yunxiao and Su Feng, while the others enjoyed their food heartily. Initially, Luo Ning only ate what Gu Yunxiao served her. However, Su Feng seemed to be in a playful mood, challenging her. Eventually, she grew irritated and decided to eat only what she had taken for herself. Gu Yunxi leaned in close to Luo Ning, whispering, Sister, do you see? This is a contest between men. You two should just get together already. Humph. And then I'll have to pamper you myself. Why is it so troublesome just to win over a man? Chapter 48. Upset, and yet I must console him. Qin Chuan, I won't be joining for dinner tonight. Please explain to Miss Luo, Gu Yunxiao declared before hastily disappearing at an extraordinary speed. Qin Chuan sighed, shaking his head, feeling helpless. The boss was indeed a pitiful figure. Having finally encountered someone he cherished, he was now plagued by this strange ailment, leaving one to wonder if he and Miss Luo were fated. Descending the stairs, Qin Chuan explained that the boss was unwell and took a group of comrades to the Luo residence for a meal. Where is Gu Yunxiao? Luo Ning had already been craning her neck in the living room, eagerly awaiting his arrival, only to find disappointment when he did not show. She felt a twinge of sadness, especially after reflecting on her less than pleasant demeanor during lunch, prompting her to reconsider her attitude. With Su Feng absent that evening, she aimed to present herself favorably. Yet, he simply did not appear. He wouldn't be so petty as to sulk, would he?
Luo Ning venture tentatively. No.
The boss specifically instructed me to inform you. He is not in a bad mood. He is just feeling unwell. He overindulged during lunch and is experiencing discomfort due to his previous injuries. He merely won't be joining us tonight. Qin Chuan conveyed Gu Yunxiao's message appropriately. As for any embellishments, that remained uncertain. Luo Ning sighed inwardly. He was upset, undoubtedly brooding in silence.
Had she known it would come to this,
she wouldn't have acted so petulantly at lunch. Why had she been so reluctant to deal with things, so heedlessly carefree? Now, alas, he wouldn't even join for dinner. What if she lost her boyfriend and the father of her future children? Who would she turn to for solace? However, Luo Ning did glean an important piece of information from Qin Chuan's words. Gu Yunxiao was injured and still not fully recovered. Wasn't there a healer among them? How serious could his injuries be? With such thoughts racing through her mind, her anxiety began to mount. Yet, would it be too hasty for her to visit him now? She reasoned that she should let him be stubborn. After all, one shouldn't indulge men. Perhaps she should leave him be for a while and address it after dinner. Luo Ning barely touched her meal, lacking any appetite, and departed early to her room. Though she intended to let him stew, she couldn't shake the discomfort in her heart. After all, she had made a rather poor first impression, and how could they move forward from here? Upon entering her space, Luo Ning checked on the supplies collected by Snowball. Piles of glimmering, golden grains awaited her. But it was not the grains that sparkled. It was the gleam in Luo Ning's eyes, a glimmer of avarice. She mused that once she upgraded and cleared more land, she would be able to cultivate an abundance of grains and various vegetables. At this rate, sustaining a base would be a breeze. Her spirits lifted significantly. Indeed, material wealth brings joy. She regretted not stocking up more earlier. Why had she been so stubborn? Simply paying a deposit would have sufficed. Why the full payment? How much grain could she have acquired otherwise? It felt as though she had squandered an opportunity to become wealthy. Fortunately, the output from her space was quite impressive. Snowball nudged Luo Ning's arm affectionately, seeking praise, and she indulged him with a gentle stroke of his head, offering him a serving of braised meat rice. Snowball scampered off eagerly to enjoy his meal. Thinking of Gu Yunxiao's injury, she prepared to fill some of the spring water to cook a nourishing bowl of noodle soup for him. It would be comforting and thoughtful. Truly, she was the ideal future girlfriend. Reflecting on her predicament, she felt like the most beleaguered individual in her rebirth. Why were other women's men so readily available, or even proactive, while hers had to expend effort just to engage? The most vexing part was that the object of her affection seemed intent on maintaining a distance. Did he fear she might consume him, or something of the sort? However, one must refrain from progressing too swiftly, lest one frighten him away. What to do? It is perplexing. In her previous life, she had done absolutely nothing, yet he treated her with such unwavering kindness and devotion. Could it be that he only harbors affection when she displays a degree of indifference? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. Could he possibly be a masochist? Perhaps she should experiment with a gentle, demure demeanor first, followed by an aura of aloof nobility. If all else fails, and he truly is of that disposition, she might begrudgingly resolve to accept it. If that approach proves ineffective, she could gradually alter her style. After all, she genuinely owes him so much. Having tidied her belongings, Luo Ning descended just as Su Feng and the others were finishing their meal. She ventured into the kitchen, intending to prepare a bowl of heartfelt noodles, informing Qin Chuan that she would deliver it shortly and advising them not to prepare any food. Qin Chuan readily agreed. Boss, I can assist you only to this extent. The rest is up to you. For your lifelong happiness, I am truly exerting both mind and body. But then again, he will be my future brother-in-law. While Luo Ning was lost in her thoughts, in the neighboring villa, within a shadowy room, a man struggled to suppress his violent impulses, seemingly enduring some torment. He sat on the floor, one leg drawn up, leaning against the edge of the bed. Sweat drenched his clothing, clinging tightly to his form, revealing the contours of his muscles. Gone was the cold demeanor of the day. The usual air of superiority was absent. The man's brow was furrowed tightly, and his complexion was nearly ashen. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Despite being drenched in sweat, his lips appeared frightfully pale. The sound of his clenched jaw echoed as he bit down on a towel. Prominent veins bulged on his forehead and neck from exertion. Suddenly, the towel in his mouth was torn to shreds by his bare hands, and his eyes, previously shut in agony, flew open. His green eyes glimmered ominously in the dark room, the absence of light rendering them haunting. A closer inspection revealed an abnormal redness around his eye sockets. Within mere moments, those green irises transformed into a blood-red hue, evoking thoughts of bloodshed and relentless violence. Unable to contain himself any longer, in the final vestiges of lucidity, he leapt with a ghostly speed from the third floor, vanishing through the window. Save for the gently swaying curtains, the room was devoid of his presence. The night served as the perfect veil, concealing all sins and miseries. Thus, it is no wonder that some find solace in the darkness. Luo Ning, holding the lovingly prepared chicken noodle soup, arrived at the entrance of the neighboring villa. Clearing her throat and adjusting her expression, she smoothed her clothing before ringing the doorbell. With a soft click, the door swung open. "Miss Luo, please come in," Qin Chuan greeted her with a smile, ushering her inside. Upon entering, she was met with several pairs of bright eyes gleaming with curiosity, all seemingly wide awake and not inclined to sleep. "Gu Yunxiao, are you awake? I've brought you something to eat. Please open the door," she said softly, striving for a gentle tone. After a brief pause filled with silence, she knocked again, undeterred. This time, the door creaked open, revealing Gu Yunxiao clad in a bathrobe, his hair still damp, droplets trickling from the tips down to his forehead, cascading along his cheeks to his collarbone, and ultimately disappearing into the loosely fastened robe. Luo Ning's gaze followed the droplets, inadvertently fixating on his chest, and she swallowed hard. Realizing her lapse in composure, she cleared her throat. "Mr. Gu, I heard you were unwell. I made you chicken noodle soup. Please enjoy. I must leave now. See you tomorrow." With that, she thrust the food container into Gu Yunxiao's hands and turned on her heel, hastening her steps until she burst out the door and began to run. "Boss, about that soup," Chu Bufan, with his tousled golden hair, poked his head out from another room, his gaze fixed intently on the food container in Gu Yunxiao's grasp. Gu Yunxiao shot him a cold glance, and the only response he received was the urgent sound of the door slamming shut. Chapter 49. The Gu family farm. Early the next morning, the Guardian Squad convened. Luo's parents had chosen to stay behind to tend to the household and care for the ailing Aunt Li. Zhangyu, being somewhat frail, necessitated the presence of a capable supernatural being for security. Although the house lacked material resources, most of which resided in the spatial realm, appearances still needed to be maintained to deter any malicious intent, especially from Lin Yinyin, who had recently been rather active and had even dared to incite her friends. Luo Ning harbored thoughts of eliminating her adversary outright. Just as she contemplated the feasibility of such drastic action, a low voice interrupted her reverie. "Miss Luo, I wish to speak with you." Gu Yunxiao stood 2 paces away. Addressing her, "Go ahead," she replied absent-mindedly, suddenly aware of how captivating his voice was. Her heart raced. Could it be that her idol, Gu Yunxiao, was finally about to confess? This was rather sudden. Yet, if that were the case, she could hardly object. Seeing the eager glimmer in Luo Ning's eyes, Gu Yunxiao felt a tinge of awkwardness. Why did she appear so expectant? Was she truly eager to hear him speak? A fleeting sweetness washed over him before fading away. "I advise you to keep the secret of your spatial abilities to yourself for the time being. It would be prudent to wait until other spatial beings emerge before revealing it. If it must be disclosed, let it be my secret instead." As a young woman, possessing such a power is not entirely safe. Gu Yunxiao stepped closer, speaking in a tone only they could hear.
Understood, Luo Ning responded,
albeit with a hint of disappointment at the absence of a confession. Yet, the concern he expressed for her well-being warmed her heart. It was evident that to capture a man's heart, one must first reach his stomach. Her delivery of chicken noodle soup had evidently been a success. As they distributed seating arrangements, Gu Yunxiao naturally claimed the passenger seat next to Luo Ning. "That used to be my seat," Luo Yunxi muttered under her breath, but was swiftly pulled into the back seat by Qin Chuan. The area surrounding the base was regularly patrolled, minimizing encounters with zombies. Though the roads were somewhat damaged, they remained navigable, far more efficient than running on foot. Their mission was to retrieve supplies from the Gu family's subordinate farm, as mentioned by Gu Yunxiao. Luo Ning was curious about the nature of the Gu family's enterprises. Why did they dominate in every sector, even farming? Moreover, what prompted them to stockpile supplies? Could it be that he, too, had experienced a rebirth? Gu Yunxiao seemed to sense her unspoken questions and took the initiative to explain. The Gu family's primary focus is on artificial intelligence and biotechnology. Our ventures span various industries. We engage in anything that proves profitable. As for the supplies, we received some intel prior to the apocalypse, which, while not entirely reliable, prompted us to prepare. Better safe than sorry. Luo Ning fell silent, reflecting on the realization that perhaps she had merely pretended to be affluent. Had she not experienced rebirth, she would have remained oblivious. Throughout the journey, they encountered obstructing vines and trees, prompting Gu Yunxiao to store the vehicle in the spatial realm and continue driving once they reached a passable area. Upon arrival, the atmosphere shifted. Laughter was replaced with a somber seriousness, weapons gripped tightly. Gu Yunxiao instinctively positioned himself in front of Luo Ning, shielding her with his body. A fleeting sensation of unease flickered through her mind, but she quickly regained her composure. Due to the rampant growth of vegetation, the farm's entrance and walls were obscured by dense vines. "Leave this trivial matter to me," Gu Yunxi exclaimed cheerfully as she hurried forward, igniting the plants on the gate with a fierce flame until nothing remained. Observing the firmly shut gate, Gu Yunxiao gestured for the third member, Chu Bufan, to step forward. Chu Bufan, shedding his usual carefree playboy demeanor, focused intently on the multiple iron locks securing the gate, employing his unique abilities. After more than 10 minutes, he managed to open 3 locks, yet one remained. Who could be so dastardly? What kind of fool would lock it up like this? Gu Yunxi complained. "This farm belongs to your family, Miss Gu," Yuan Li reminded her fearlessly. Gu Yunxiao, the big fool, didn't even spare a glance at his sister, who was prone to causing trouble. Previously obedient, Gu Yunxi retorted, "It's ours, so it's my brother's." Luo Ning stepped forward, utilizing her ice powers to freeze the lock, lowering its temperature to a frigid degree, and then struck it with her blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and the lock shattered in mere seconds. The team members marveled. So why did we have Chu Bufan use his metal abilities when sister-in-law could have just chopped it a few times?
"No worries.
If you wish to be as formidable as Miss Luo, just practice more next time," Qin Chuan encouraged, patting Chu Bufan on the shoulder. The previous day's banter about sister-in-law had been too cunning, and now that an opportunity to show off had finally arrived, he couldn't be left behind. One by one, the others patted Chu Bufan on the back, moving ahead of him. Chu Bufan grumbled, "If I'm weak, it's my fault for breathing wrong." Upon entering the farm, Gu Yunxiao led the group toward the warehouse. despite the myriad of plants obstructing their path, sprouting both inside and outside the walls. There was not a single soul in sight, not even a zombie. Theoretically, the outer gate was locked, yet there should have been guards inside. This absence only heightened Luo Ning's unease, reminiscent of their previous encounter at the food factory. Could there be mutated zombies here? Like breeding poison. If many zombies are confined in one place, they might start devouring one another, and the last one standing could evolve rapidly, becoming extraordinarily powerful, just like that mutated zombie I encountered last time, Luo Ning warned. Surely, our luck can't be that dire? I think zombies are manageable. But if there are mutated rats or something in this farm, that would be disastrous. I absolutely detest rats. They make me sick, De Zhuang exclaimed, his expression one of horror as he clutched his chest. Despite his imposing stature, he harbored the delicate heart of a princess, unafraid of zombies, but terrified of cockroaches, rats, and snakes. Under normal circumstances, evolution wouldn't happen so swiftly, but in a closed environment, anything is possible, Yunxiao replied solemnly. No sooner had he spoken than a rat the size of an adult cat appeared before them, locking eyes with several members for a few seconds. The air thick with tension.
Run!
Yunxiao shouted, grabbing Luo Ning and dashing in the opposite direction. One rat could be a crystal core, but it was not alone. Behind it emerged a horde of countless rats, surging forth like a tide. No wonder they hadn't encountered anyone. Logically, there should have been at least a few guards. The absence of any human presence suggested they were either devoured by the rats or had fled in advance. The former was far more likely. Help! I'm terrified of rats. De Zhuang cried out as the group scattered, seeking refuge in the nearest building. It's all your fault, De Zhuang, you jinx! Chu Bufan shouted while running. Each individual was too consumed with their escape to pause, fearing that a mere glance back at the rat tide would betray their fear and sap their strength. Luo Ning, having run for a while, remembered Chen Xiaojun, the powerless boy, and worried he might become rat food.
Ah!
Chen Xiaojuan's scream pierced the air as Luo Ning, without hesitation, turned back to help. Her powers unleashed like a torrent towards the swarm, 20 icy needles intercepting the mutated rat at Chen Xiaojuan's feet. With her other hand, she pulled him up and fled. The sheer number of rats was overwhelming, and even exhausting her powers wouldn't suffice to eliminate them all. You all hide. I'll cover you, Yunxiao commanded, gripping Luo Ning's hand and pressing something into it before he blocked the oncoming mutated rats, allowing Luo Ning and the others to escape first. Not daring to inquire, Luo Ning tightened her grip on the object and urged Chen Xiaojun to keep running. Once she confirmed Luo Ning was safely inside the building, Yunxiao swung his hands, seemingly unarmed, yet the rats fell as if cleaved by sharp blades, halting the first wave from surging through the door. The fallen rats were quickly consumed by their kin, leaving nothing but bones behind. Yunxi also employed her fire abilities to assist in the blockade. Yunxiao swiftly turned and locked the door. The rats charged with ferocity, their relentless pounding on the door sending shivers down their spines. After ensuring there were no significant gaps or holes and that the ceiling was solid concrete, the group collapsed against the wall, panting heavily. The room resembled a storage chamber, empty and bare. Counting heads, they were relieved to find everyone accounted for. Otherwise, they might never have reunited. Chen Xiaojun, visibly shaken and trembling, received a comforting pat on the back from Luo Ning. I thought, if I were a bit braver, I could grow stronger and not be a burden to the captain. But perhaps there's no chance for that now, he lamented, his voice quivering with fear as tears streamed down his face, fixated on a particular spot. Following his gaze, Luo Ning noticed the blood oozing from a wound on his calf. Chapter 50, An Affair. I'm sorry, I haven't had the chance to repay you, Chen Xiaojun murmured, his sobs echoing the innocence of a child not yet 10 years old. The playful bickering between Chu Bufan and De Zhuang came to an abrupt halt as they turned to observe the scene. It's hot. You should apply some ice to staunch the bleeding, Luo Ning suggested, her demeanor as cold and detached as when she first met Chen Xiaojun, lacking any trace of concern. Yet her actions belied her urgency. She infused the ice with spring water, uncertain of its efficacy, but willing to try even the slightest chance. It's nothing to worry about, he won't die. They're just mutated rats, not zombie rats. Don't novels say that only bites or scratches from zombies can turn you? Yunxi interjected. Luo Ning disliked the idea of everyone leaving one by one, deeply unsettled by it. Although she had only known Chen Xiaojun for a brief time, this seemingly brave yet terrified boy reminded her of herself. She felt an irresistible urge to ensure his survival, especially since she had promised his sister to protect him. Your blood is still red. They're merely mutated rats. Not zombie rats. Properly disinfect the wound, and you'll be fine, Luo Ning assured, pulling out alcohol for sterilization. Chen Xiaojun, upon hearing her words, ceased his tears. In this world, every additional minute of life was a gain. She efficiently bandaged his wound. Jiang Zhen, typically aloof and reserved, approached them. Have you forgotten that there are healing abilities? He asked rhetorically, not waiting for a response. He extended his hand over Chen Xiaojun's injury. In just a minute, the wound healed completely, leaving only a deeper bloodstain on his dark pants. Chen Xiaojun shyly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Jiang Zhen simply nodded, choosing a corner to sit and rest in silence. I don't have to die anymore, sob. I don't have to die. You scared me to death. Luo Ning gazed at him, whose face was smeared with tears and snot, reminiscent of a kitten from her childhood that would look at her with its round, glistening eyes. She handed him a tissue and, unable to resist, gently ruffled his hair. Yes, the texture was quite similar. Luo Ning's eyes brightened.
Du Yunxiao directed que Buffon.
The metal ability user, to reinforce the doors and windows, sealing every crack in the walls tightly. The previously frantic rats, which had been violently banging against the door, seemed to lose their prey and gradually quieted down. We can't just hide here. We need to devise a way to escape, Yuanli spoke up. Going out now would be courting death. I wish to survive a little longer. Chu Buffon shuddered at the thought of the rat swarm resembling a river, goosebumps prickling his skin. Luo Ning instinctively glanced at Gu Yunxiao, only to find him looking back at her. Their gazes met, and this time, Gu Yunxiao did not shy away, as if comprehending each other's thoughts. The rat swarm has a clear target. All the rats seem to be commanded towards us. Therefore, I suspect they have a leader.
Luo Ning said.
To capture the thief, one must first seize the king, Gu Yunxiao concurred. Qin Chuan, take the others on guard. He commanded. Understood, Qin Chuan replied without question. In perfect harmony, Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao simultaneously closed their eyes and sat cross-legged, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? What did they mean by seizing the king while meditating? The two strands of mental energy, as if tangible, penetrated the walls, traversing one glowing red after another, steadily advancing. They pressed forward in unison, refusing to retreat. They navigated through walls and fences, encircling the farm without encountering any anomalies. Suddenly, the white thread seemed to be drawn towards something, following a small hole in a corner downwards. The silver thread closely followed suit. The two faint lights burrowed deeper, into the dark, damp, and foul-smelling underground, where a pit of bones emerged. These must be the employees of the farm. No wonder they had vanished without a trace. Deep within the shadowy, putrid pit, two invisible strands of energy continued to probe forward. Finally, after countless twists and turns underground, they found the larger orange light in a deep pit. It turned out to be merely a second-tier mutated rat hiding here. Found you.
Luo Ning climbed.
Just a second tier, yet you've caused us so much trouble. I shall not rest until I avenge this insult. Even as a woman, I cannot allow such bullying. Watch as I obliterate you. The mutated rat king instinctively recoiled at the palpable malice emanating from the two humans. Learning from past experiences, Luo Ning had consulted Xueqiu, confirming that it would not evolve at this moment, which allowed her to proceed. Luo Ning's white thread transformed into a silver needle, piercing directly into the orange light, while Gu Yunxiao's silver thread morphed into a binding rope, ensnaring the light that attempted to flee. The orange light scurried wildly about the underground pit, as if driven mad. Mommy, two perverts are bullying me. The mutated rat king lamented. Why do you have to team up? Shouldn't we fight one-on-one first? If it were a human, its face would contort in agony, pleading on its knees. Mommy, they are ganging up on a weak, innocent little rat. The sensation of power being gradually siphoned away filled it with not just rage, but a profound blend of terror and helplessness. Yet it was merely a second-tier mutated creature with a smidgen of intelligence. After relishing a few days of being the king of the rats, it now faced these two perverts. With no options remaining, It could only submit to the relentless torment and violent oppression from these two ruthless humans. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 3 minutes passed, and finally, the orange light lay still. You absorb it. You've been more instrumental, Luo Ning said, her clear eyes meeting Gu Yunxiao's. You exerted more effort. This is rightfully yours, Gu Yunxiao calmly declined. The crowd murmured, what are these two keeping from us? What are they discussing? What's going on? If you truly don't want it, you can give it to me. I won't be picky. Chu Bufan grinned mischievously, winking at Luo Ning and Gu Yunxiao. Scram. They replied in unison, their tone placid. Ignoring the literal meanings, it was a rather harmonious scene. Then let us split it in half, Luo Ning suggested, seeing Gu Yunxiao's determination not to accept. All right, I'll heed your words. A rare smile appeared on Gu Yunxiao's face. Ning ningis concerne da me. The light gradually diminished, shrinking until it vanished completely, and the strands of energy retracted in kind. The crowd exclaimed, so when did you two develop a secret? Is there some illicit affair? We noticed. The mutated rat swarm, now bereft of their leader, looked around in confusion.
Who am I?
Where am I? What am I doing? While the bewildered rats were still trying to comprehend their situation, they suddenly experienced the treachery of human hearts. Luo Ning hurled a bucket of gasoline into their ranks. Gu Yunxiao quickly followed with a fireball, while Qin Chuan controlled the wind to direct the flames toward the denser clusters of rats. Yuan Li raised a dirt wall to block the rats charging toward them. The rats lamented, King, it's your time to shine. Where have you scurried off to? Why don't you make a move? Your subjects are in peril. In the end, these rats never awaited their king's rescue, for he had already. Only a few scattered mutated rats remained, staring up in confusion. What happened? Why is everyone frozen? But soon they understood, though it was too late. Chu Bufan's metallic flying knives ended the lives of the last few rats. The remnants feebly twitched their legs before collapsing to the ground in surrender. Chapter 51. A Bountiful Harvest. As the dirt walls were removed, the sight outside was truly distressing for those with a fear of crowded spaces. The mutated rat swarm, once so brazen, now lay scattered across the ground, awaiting their crystalline cores to be harvested. Why were you two exchanging glances earlier? I saw it. Gu Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, grinning slyly as she crept beside Luo Ning, her words laced with implication. You look quite lecherous, Luo Ning retorted, ignoring her question and delivering a heavy blow to her youthful spirit. Who will collect the crystalline cores? Luo Ning inquired. I will. Chen Xiaojun was the first to raise his hand, brandishing his small cleaver and striking down at the few rats still making a final struggle. The crowd remarked, Are you sure you just want to collect the cores, not seek revenge? Qian Duoduo and Chu Bufan also volunteered to harvest the cores. Isn't this little rascal just seeking vengeance? With that cleaver strike, the nauseating Gu Yunxiao nearly retched. He's really chopping. Kids, we mustn't be led astray by Luo Ning. Remember, we are the adorable little boys. Luo Ning remarked. What does that have to do with me? Just look at that violent scene. Forget it. It's probably too late. Just chop it up. Miss Gu disregarded her internal mutterings and joined the team collecting the cores. After all, her fire ability was quite useful for burning and directly retrieving the cores. Unbeknownst to her, others viewed her as a brutal and violent little girl. The others proceeded to the warehouse location, where they encountered yet another 4 locks. They all turned to Luo Ning expectantly. Luo Ning was not one to be coy. Her ability and cleaver struck simultaneously. In an instant, the locks lay scattered across the ground. In the hearts of the onlookers, a silent thought echoed. It appears that the future sister-in-law not only excels in culinary arts, but also possesses a hint of ferocity. One couldn't help but fear that the eldest might find himself at a disadvantage in the future. The treasures within the warehouse dazzled several pairs of titanium alloy eyes. This stronghold could be likened to an impregnable fortress. It was no wonder that the mutated rats could not breach its defenses.
Inside,
sacks of grain weighing 50 pounds each were piled high like small mountains, accompanied by an assortment of miscellaneous foods and an array of vacuum-sealed marinated meats. Can you still fit more? Gu Yunxiao inquired tentatively. Absolutely. Luo Ning replied, her smile radiant enough to conceal her eyes. As long as it supplies, just say the word. And not a single grain will be left behind. Upon collecting the grains, they discovered an iron door beneath the pile. The group had grown accustomed to stepping aside. Luo Ning had no choice but to demonstrate her lock-breaking skills once more. To her surprise, her strike did not yield the expected results. What's going on? Just then, Gu Yunxi and the others returned. Oh my Ning Ning, is there really a lock you can't break? The tone was rife with schadenfreude. Indeed, it was schadenfreude, and she felt an irresistible urge to pat her on the head. At that moment, Gu Yunxiao approached leisurely, producing a key from his pocket. He waved it in front of them. This is specially crafted from meteorite material, harder than steel. It typically cannot be opened by brute force. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it a few times. With a click, the lock released. The assembly responded, "You have a key? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Who is this exceptionally clever and charming little genius?" Gu Yunxi suddenly recalled that this was the handiwork of her brother and immediately showered him with praise. Gu Yunxiao shot her a sidelong glance before swinging open the heavy iron door. Luo Ning trailed behind, casting a few glances at the obsidian black lock. Just before entering, she casually picked it up to inspect, then nonchalantly tucked it into her pocket. Beyond the iron door lay a dark corridor. The group retrieved their flashlights and descended one by one. Upon arriving below, they found the spacious underground room filled with black boxes. What could this be? Surely it wouldn't be arms and ammunition? The seer, Dazhuang, ventured to guess. As Gu Yunxiao lifted a lid, the truth was revealed. Indeed, it was ammunition and gunpowder. The group regarded Dazhuang with admiration, giving him a well-deserved thumbs up. Well predicted, but let us refrain from further prophecies. We wouldn't want to invoke a zombie king or something equally catastrophic, Chu Buffon grumbled, irritated by the collective head pats he had received earlier. Little did they know, he too was a seer. His current thoughts would indeed come to fruition, but that was a tale for another time. Brother, you haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? Gu Yunxi asked, feigning unfamiliarity with her brother. Merely legitimate trade, he replied, as if explaining to Gu Yunxi, while glancing towards Luo Ning. Miss Luo, can your space still accommodate more? Of course, she affirmed. But wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to take so much? Although this can be considered our squad's joint property, you also have your own space. Would anyone have objections? I don't lack for supplies. You should keep it, Gu Yunxiao stated candidly. Besides, we are all part of the same team. There's no need to divide things so strictly. Gu Yunxiao's companions chimed in. Regardless, you will be our sister-in-law in the future, so it's all in the family. The members of Luo Ning's small squad added. Your leader will also be our esteemed husband, so what difference does it make? No one harbored objections towards either of them, resulting in a calm and amicable atmosphere. Luo Ning recalled that Gu Yunxiao had previously left in search of arms and was curious about how much he had stored. However, she kept her thoughts to herself and did not intend to ask directly. Nevertheless, she was more than willing to claim the luminous treasures before her. Initially planning to leave directly, it dawned on her that it was midday, and without replenishing her energy with some food, she would feel as feeble as Lin Yinyin, lacking the strength to combat zombies. A consensus emerged among the food-loving group, deciding to arrange a picnic, especially since the farm boasted a dedicated pasture for raising cattle and sheep. If they could find some edible meat. However, it seemed that no cattle or sheep were in sight. Perhaps they had been ravaged by the mutated rats. Gu Yunxiao produced pots, bowls, condiments, and food from his space. Luo Ning, ever eager to cook for her idol, took the initiative, while Qian Duo, who also had some culinary skills, joined her efforts. The others sought refuge in the shade of trees. Some even ventured to locate cattle and sheep to augment their meal. Luo Ning placed a bucket of ice under the blazing sun, but within half an hour, it had already melted into water. Gu Yunxi could only start a fire. No wood needed, no smoke involved. Just as Luo Ning was about to steam rice and prepare vegetables, Gu Yunxiao and Qin Chuan returned unexpectedly, carrying a large chunk of beef. You didn't just catch a cow, did you? They exclaimed, realizing their luck. The base had just announced that certain animals were now permissible for consumption, and today they had encountered one. Remarkably, they had stumbled upon a type of mutated animal meat devoid of toxins. In her previous life, she recalled that most mutated meats were toxic. But mutated livestock contained the least toxins, often virtually none at all. Moreover, the quality of meat from mutated livestock was notably superior. In her past life, She had suffered from a lack of meat, perhaps due to her own inadequacies. Gu Yunxiao dragged back a mutated cow, its pitifully beaten appearance eliciting a moment of sympathy from Luo Ning, quickly followed by her elation. I wonder if keeping it in my space would be appropriate? It would undoubtedly be suitable, she mused. Upon hearing that she wished to keep a living mutated cow, Gu Yunxiao, without hesitation, turned back to retrieve it. By the way, Miss Luo, this raw meat is rather unclean. Could you please use your abilities to freeze it before I place it in my space? I'd rather not store it with you. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, he admitted, his brow furrowed in hesitation. Will she think I'm delicate or fussy? Will she find me off-putting? Gu Yunxiao pondered. Sure, that's fine, Luo Ning replied. The addition of beef delayed their lunch by nearly half an hour, yet no one complained. Instead, they were all filled with excitement. This was fresh meat. Once it was ready, they didn't need to be called twice. They instinctively gathered around the large pot to savor the delicacies. This beef is even more tender than before the apocalypse. I told you, the cows must have mutated a bit, enhancing the flavor. Let us put the wagyu aside. Gu Yunxi exclaimed dramatically. The fresh beef, cooked in a spicy hot pot, burst with juice, and was exceptionally tender. Served with rice, it was nothing short of perfection.
Indeed.
The cow had mutated, growing larger and boasting superior meat quality. The meal left everyone feeling immensely satisfied, eliciting contented burps. Luo Ning was particularly delighted, for she now had access to delicious meat. With bountiful supplies of grain, gunpowder, and crystal cores, the group cheerfully made their way out of the farm. Chapter 52. What kind of cousin is this? The Guardian squad concealed several bags of grain in their vehicle as a ruse and hurried back to the base before darkness fell. Can I still take half a bag of rice? Are we handing over a bit too much? Miss Luo, with so many of us, we must contribute something when we go out. Besides, this isn't all. We're only giving away 30%. 70% remains ours. The squad's chief steward, Qin Chuan, appeared somewhat exasperated. How should I put it? This Miss Luo is quite adept at managing her resources. Indeed, that phrase was exceedingly apartment. Qin Chuan and Yuan Li exerted considerable effort to pry the two corners of the rice bag from Luo Ning's grasp. Qin Chuan, Yuan Li, she asked remarkably strong. We almost couldn't pull it away. The matter was about preserving their dignity as men. They certainly did not want to offend her. As the two drove to deliver a portion of their grain, Luo Ning gazed longingly at the sacks, reluctant to part with them. It was only when the vehicle disappeared from sight that she averted her gaze. Miss Luo, is there a significant shortage of grain? I could spare some for you. Gu Yunxiao remarked, though he wished to maintain a certain distance from Luo Ning, yet, witnessing her evident reluctance, he could not help but speak up. There's no need. Luo Ning firmly declined, thinking to herself that he should keep it for his dowry, for it would eventually belong to her family anyway. We can't be wasteful. Just as they were queuing to enter, a disheveled woman, with strands of hair clinging to her scalp, suddenly rushed towards Gu Yunxiao. Cousin!
Cousin!
At last, I've found you! She wailed. Gu Yunxiao furrowed his brow and swiftly recoiled 3 meters away. What kind of madwoman is this? So filthy, it's revolting. I'll have to wash for an extra long time tonight. The filthy woman, who had anticipated leaping into Gu Yunxiao's arms, instead fell flat on the ground as he sidestepped her. It was akin to a horse tumbling over, or more colloquially like a dog digging in the dirt. The sun-baked ground at the base's entrance was covered in dust, and as she landed, a cloud of yellow dust was stirred up. Luo Ning instinctively covered her nose with one hand while using the other to disperse the dust. The woman's already indistinct features became even less recognizable, and Luo Ning raised an eyebrow, glancing at Gu Yunxiao from 3 meters away. So he truly has a severe case of obsessive cleanliness? She pondered. Am I dirty today? Turning to Gu Yunxi, she inquired, is this your relative? I don't know, Gu Yunxi replied. Since I can remember. It's just been my brother and me. There haven't been any relatives. Even if there were, we've never had contact. The woman, having missed her leap, dusted herself off and awkwardly stood up, rubbing her knee as she gazed at Gu Yunxiao with a pitiful expression. Cousin, how could you treat me this way? It's me. Ching Ching. Don't you remember Qin Qing? We met when we were children. I have no relatives in the Gu family. Which branch of the family do you belong to? Gu Yunxiao retorted without a moment's hesitation. After the death of his parents, he and Gu Yunxi had relied solely on each other. While it was true that there were a few distant relatives on his mother's side, they were so remote that they would require an immense effort to reach. What did that have to do with him? They had never met before the apocalypse, so why would he acknowledge them now? Really, look at me. Your grandmother is my mother's aunt, so that makes you my cousin, doesn't it? I caught a glimpse of you outside the base a few days ago, and thought I had mistaken you. But here we are. Fate has brought us together again. The filthy woman, Qing, said with a shy smile. I apologize for the interruption, but I am Gu Yunxi. However, I don't live by the sea. So I don't just acknowledge every stray cat or dog that claims kinship with us, Gu Yunxi replied, determined to stand her ground. Cousin, you truly don't remember me? Qing gazed at Gu Yunxiao with hopeful eyes, completely disregarding Gu Yunxi's mocking tone. Do you think you possess a visage that is memorable? Gu Yunxiao stated flatly, delivering a blunt comment that struck home. The other team members murmured, no wonder. Even if she were indeed a relative, after so many years since their parents' passing and never having visited them, such relatives were better off dismissed. Brothers capable, brothers handsome, brothers exceptional at retorts. No wonder he's my brother. Gu Yunxi cheered, drawing the attention of those around them. Amidst the apocalypse, did such an atmosphere truly fit? Luo Ning muset. Recalling that this character did not exist in her previous life. Perhaps there were relationships in the novel she was unaware of. After all, she had only lived for 3 years before meeting her demise. Her understanding of the story's plot was limited to Lin Yinyin, Jin Shi, and O's connections. Primarily, those they had revealed themselves. I am still quite distinctive, at least I can be considered a beauty. How could you possibly forget me? Qing attempted to approach Gu Yunxiao, but halted at the jibes from the siblings. However, Qian Duo tilted her head and scrutinized Qing's face for nearly a minute. Your features are all over the place, none of them in harmony.
Well,
it certainly is distinctive, but perhaps a touch too unconventional. Don't tarnish the term beauty, Qian Duo concluded.
Huh?
I apologize, I simply couldn't hold back. I'm truly sorry, no offense intended. Chu Buffon burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. The crowd remarked, we didn't realize you had any shame. I was merely laughing for the sake of it. Chu Buffon continued. Luo Ning interjected, what a surprise. Our little team is filled with masters of retorts, but that has nothing to do with me, the half-hearted leader.
Excuse me, miss.
Could you possibly move over a bit? We need to continue our cue, Luo Ning suggested, noticing the crowd behind them pressing forward. Don't cut in line. Don't delay us from returning home for dinner.
Cousin.
Qing called out sweetly, her voice dripping with false affection. Gu Yunxiao felt utterly uncomfortable. A chill settling on his face as goosebumps prickled his skin. His expression darkened as if he might weep from disgust. Don't speak to me. I have a cleanliness obsession. If you say another word, I will kill you. His words were spat through clenched teeth as he struggled to contain his irritation. The spatial blade, he commanded, had already been unleashed, slicing across Qing's arm, causing blood to flow freely. Seeing Gu Yunxiao was genuinely on the verge of anger. Qing, fearing he might truly attack her, refrained from further conversation, instead casting him a mournful glance, as if he were a heartless betrayer. Luo Ning thought, dare to gaze at my future partner so brazenly? Do you take me for a fool? Where is my knife? Chapter 53. Disfigurement. Luo Ning brandished her imposing blade, raising it above her head with both hands, then thrusting it into the ground with force, creating a deep crater. The onlookers gasped, Sister Ning is truly furious. The barren earth stirred up a cloud of dust, causing those nearby to cough. I truly am your cousin. Come over and stand behind me. Luo Ning treatenet, dragging the blade across the ground with a menacing scrape. Dare to come near and test me. I shall cleave you in two. My mother is deceased. And my grandmother has also passed. If you seek kin, go find them. I do not recognize you. Gu Yunxiao retorted, retreating behind Luo Ning without a hint of shame. Yet Qing, unwilling to concede, attempted to press forward, unconvinced that Luo Ning would dare to kill. Moreover, the base had strict regulations against murder. My blade has slain zombies and even rats. The blood upon it is fresh. In mere minutes, you could acquire many undead relatives, Luo Ning teased, her voice soft yet menacing. Upon hearing this, Qing immediately recoiled, her bravado shattered. She had originally come seeking kinship, whether successful or not. hoping for a share of grain. Now, fearing for her life, she contemplated escape. Did I permit you to leave? Luo Ning raised her blade, blocking Qin Qing's path. Then what do you intend to do? I have no supplies. You cannot rob me. Who invited you here? Luo Ning thought the woman too transparent in her intentions, abandoning her pursuit the moment it seemed futile. If you do not speak, I shall mark you with a wound. I have not killed anyone, merely injured you. A fine at worst, as it is not I who will turn into a zombie, Luo Ning said, her smile radiant, her tone deceptively sweet as she threatened. As she spoke, the cold glint of the blade had already reflected upon Qin Qing's neck.
I
said, isn't that enough? She stammered. Yes, yes. A woman in a white dress approached me, urging me to entice my cousin, preferably infiltrating your team, to disrupt your camaraderie. Whether successful or not, she promised me supplies. The main objective was to create trouble for that short-haired woman, the filthy woman explained, her voice gradually weakening under the increasingly perilous gaze of Luo Ning. What a coincidence. That short-haired woman is part of the team. She furtively glanced at Luo Ning's formidable blade before diverting her gaze elsewhere. Do not dare to call him cousin. Is he someone you can address so casually? Even Mr. Gu cannot. He claims you are not his relative. Do not let me catch sight of you again or hear you utter words unbefitting. Otherwise, I shall make you understand why flowers bloom red. The blade hovered merely a millimeter from Qin Qing's neck, poised to sever her from seeing the sun of tomorrow with just the slightest touch. Qin Qing trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground the moment the knife was withdrawn, paralyzed with terror in her eyes. Where did this deranged woman come from? Wasn't she supposed to be soft-hearted towards that short-haired woman? What nonsense. Almost costing me my life. The members of the Guardian team continued to queue as if nothing were amiss, while onlookers merely reveled in the spectacle, indifferent to the plight of others. As they struggled to survive themselves. Ning Ning, have you heard? The northern road seems to have been cleared by some well-meaning person. Just yesterday. It was completely blocked by a few large trees, and today someone discovered those trees have been mysteriously chopped down. There was no thunder. So it must have been some unidentified ability user doing a good deed anonymously. Gu Yunxi remarked to Luo Ning, resuming her interrupted conversation. I wonder, Mr. Gu, do you know who it might be? Luo Ning inquired sweetly, directing a smile towards him. I don't know. Haven't he heard anything? Gu Yunxiao replied hastily, his gaze drifting elsewhere, avoiding Luo Ning. Good-hearted Gu Yunxiao, don't look at me, I have no idea. In a corner of the refugee zone outside the Sea City base, Lin Yinyin scowled, her voice low and displeased. Fool, you've exposed me. Expect nothing in return. But you promised that regardless of success, you'd provide me with some food, Qin Qing interjected, blocking Lin Yinyin's path and preventing her escape. If you continue to obstruct me, I shall summon the patrol team and accuse you of not delivering supplies and infiltrating the base. Lin Yinyin wore a smug expression, even if I act shamelessly.
What can you do about it?
Driven to desperation, Qin Qing lunged forward, landing a blow on Lin Yinyin's relatively decent-looking face. In her mind, she thought, you are untrustworthy. Yet you flaunt a clean visage. Why? Why deny me food? You shall not have it easy either. If I am to starve today, I might as well take you down with me. She pressed hard enough to nearly tear a piece of flesh from Lin Yinyin's face. Despite Lin Yinyin's attempts to beat and struggle free, she dared not push too forcefully for fear of harming her own face. Murder! Murder! Lin Yinyin's cries were heart-wrenching and piercing. Soon the patrol team was alerted. Luo Ning, enjoying dinner in her villa, glanced out the window. I think I heard the sound of pigs being slaughtered. You know, sometimes people secretly raise pigs to kill for food. A gleam flickered in her watery eyes. You're overthinking it. It's only you who is cattle, all right? Gu Yunxi continued to focus on her meal. Then it must be my ears that are faulty. Perhaps it's because I had beef and not pork, Luo Ning mused. The footsteps of the patrol team grew closer. Hearing their approach, Qin Qing abandoned the wailing Lin Yinyin and vanished into the shadows. However, even with the patrol team arriving, Lin Yinyin could not restore the piece of flesh hanging from her face. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her face, moaning in agony. Blood dripped down her cheek, staining her white dress with crimson splotches, resembling blooming red plums. The stark contrast of her disheveled hair against the dim moonlight rendered her a ghastly sight, akin to something crawling out of a horror film. Upon spotting the approaching patrol team, She immediately raised a bloodied hand in their direction. Help me. The pain in her face rendered her voice light and carried an eerie undertone. Under the night's cloak, even if you extend a helping hand, you shall not summon aid. Goodness, a ghost. The first arriving patrol member exclaimed, startled into a leap back. After hesitating and examining closely to confirm she was human, he cautiously approached with several team members to inquire about the situation. A woman from outside the base bit me. You must capture her. Her name is Qing. Hurry. Lin Yinyin, who had always cherished her looks, was furious at her disfigurement, directing her rage towards the patrol officers. Patrol team leader Xiaoyu thought to himself that perhaps he should have checked the almanac before heading out that day. What kind of lunatic are you? He questioned, incredulous. Are you commanding us? Teaching me how to do my job. We will try our best to find her, he replied dismissively, assigning someone to escort her back while he took his team to investigate. Though he said so, he had no intention of truly searching for her. In this apocalypse, under the cover of darkness, a woman in a white dress wandering about, having been bitten in the face, she was undoubtedly a third wheel. But she would likely be discarded later. Chapter 54. Face change within the residence of the Thunder Team, a modest two-story building. Brother Sure, oh, you must avenge me. I have been bitten. Lin Yinyin cried from outside, wailing like a banshee. Qin Sure frowned. This Lin Yinyin is becoming increasingly unreasonable. I am in the midst of discussing important matters, and she is making such a ruckus. Goodness, a female ghost. One team member exclaimed, jumping up in fright. I am not a ghost. I am Lin Yinyin. She revealed herself in the candlelit room, sending chills down everyone's spine. Captain Qin, this is quite a unique taste, another remarked. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. He quickly exited, taking his subordinates with him. One even leaving behind a shoe in his haste. Qin Shuo's temper flared as he unleashed a lightning ball at her. The acrid scent of burning protein filled the air. How many times must I say, do not interrupt my discussions.
Get out.
Qin Shuo's displeasure was palpable. His day had already been fraught with misfortune. His grand ambitions remained unfulfilled, and this woman, who only concerned herself with her appearance, had now disrupted his negotiations. In times past, he could have spoken kindly to her, finding her relatively clean face in this apocalypse somewhat appealing. But today, in this ghastly state, how could he maintain his standing in the base? His reputation was in shambles. Lin Yinyin, undeterred, prepared to shout yet again. I said for the last time, get out. Qin Shuo glared at her, his patience wearing thin. With a heavy heart, Lin Yinyin retreated to her room. Under the moonlight, she gazed into the mirror at her bloodied face, filled with resentment. Outside the Sea City base in the refugee zone. I shall provide you with 5 pounds of grain if you deliver your daughter to me, a woman, entirely enveloped in a shroud of black fabric, proclaimed to a gaunt couple within the tent, her eyes glinting with malice. Is this truly so? The man of the couple inquired, his expression one of astonishment, showing no hesitation at the prospect of trading his daughter for mere grain. Certainly. The woman draped in black replied with a chilling smile, her eyes flashing with a menacing light. In a rush to finalize the deal, the man eagerly agreed, disregarding the protests of the woman who clutched at his sleeve. Do you wish to perish from hunger? What use is a daughter who has never shown us filial piety? Now she has the chance to repay us. Should we not take it? If you continue to dither, I shall sell you as well, he threatened. Though the woman displayed signs of hesitation, she uttered no further objections, retreating into a corner to weep softly. In a dimly lit room within the base, a woman, her hair matted against her scalp, struggled futilely, emitting only muffled whimpers. Gagged and bound to a rickety wooden bed, her efforts were in vain. Terror gripped her as her wide eyes reflected the approach of a figure draped in black, brandishing a sharp surgical knife, inching closer to her recently cleansed visage. The cold metal sent shivers coursing through her body, and tears streamed down her cheeks.
Do not weep.
You have just been cleaned. If you cry, you will soil yourself again and waste my precious water, the woman in black admonished, producing a clean towel to gently wipe her face, followed by careful disinfection with alcohol. As the knife grazed her scalp, she felt her hair being shaved away. It may be a bit dirty, but it can be washed and used. I happen to need a wig, the woman remarked. Before long, the woman lay transformed into an irregular bald figure. Are you still not ready? Are you waiting for the new year? The woman in black snapped at an elderly man, resembling a doctor, who lingered behind her. The elderly figure fastened his apron, donned a mask and cap, and even put on rare sterile gloves, hesitating as he approached the bound woman. My dear, in this environment, sterility is unattainable, and the risk of infection is high, he warned, though unvoiced were his thoughts of the morality of performing surgery on a living face from which skin would be flayed. Let us commence, the woman in black declared, shedding her encompassing shroud and lying beside the bound woman, revealing her grotesquely swollen and half-rotting visage, like a specter risen from the depths of hell. With a resigned sigh, the elder approached the restrained woman. His own grandson was at stake. Without the surgery, the child's life would also be forfeit. Inwardly, he murmured, "Forgive me, my dear." The bound woman's eyes were filled with the image of a gleaming white blade drawing nearer. Even with her mouth gagged, a primal roar akin to a beast echoed through the base, but who truly cared? In this apocalyptic world, life was as insignificant as grass. In the grand tapestry of existence, humanity was but an ant. Countless souls perished daily. The difference was merely one more or one less. After the anguished cries subsided, the woman fainted from the pain, only to awaken moments later, still racked by agony. Hours later, she lay barely clinging to life, a mere puddle of flesh upon the bed, motionless. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of her nostrils, one might assume she was already among the dead. Meanwhile, the woman who had undergone surgery, aided by the elderly healer with healing powers, bore no trace of her former horrific countenance. She appeared transformed, as if she were an entirely different person. Despite the elder's advanced age and waning powers, the woman had found him. It seemed inevitable that she would have to align herself with the base, with her grandson in tow. It was only a matter of time before someone with ill intentions would take notice. Although her skin was not smooth and bore the pallor of malnutrition, it was free from ghastly scars and decaying flesh. At the very least, she possessed the features of a normal human being. Lin Yinyin touched her new face, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Within a restaurant frequented by Qin Chuan and Gu Yunxi sat across from a woman, studying her intently. After several furtive glances, she sensed an unsettling aura emanating from the woman, reminiscent of the decay of the dead. It appeared Miss Gu was astute, understanding how to choose what was best for herself. Lin Yinyin maintained a rigid smile, her recent surgery limiting her range of motion. So if we were to collaborate, what benefits would I gain, and what would you require from me? Gu Yunxi asked, her demeanor serious and devoid of her usual whimsicality, a hint of cunning lurking beneath the surface. Indeed, Miss Gu is a forthright individual. To speak plainly, should we join forces, you could become the most esteemed woman in this apocalyptic landscape, second only to myself. I can even assist you in awakening your abilities, Lin Yinyin declared, her expression one of pride, as though she were offering a divine gift. Gu Yunxi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is this person truly deranged? What gives her the audacity to be so confident? And what precisely must I do? Gu Yunxi inquired tentatively, suppressing the myriad of thoughts racing through her mind and attempting to maintain a composed facade, even resorting to her brother's stoic demeanor, if necessary. Administer this to Luo Ning. She must consume it for a month, and her powers will be nearly permanently suppressed. As an ordinary person, you will no longer need to fear being dominated by her, Lin Yinyin instructed. Gu Yunxi's eyes slightly widened before returning to normalcy. Very well, it's a deal. May our collaboration be pleasant. Who knows? Perhaps we shall be relatives in the future, Lin Yinyin added with an insinuating tone. Relatives? I'd rather not be associated with a lunatic, Gu Yunxi retorted, repulsed. Once Lin Yinyin departed, Luo Ning and Qian Duo emerged from a nearby booth. What score would you give my performance today? Gu Yunxi asked, her expression eager for praise. 99 points, leaving you a single point for improvement, Qian Duo complimented, patting her shoulder. Luo Ning, however, was lost in thought, examining the small vial. In her previous life, she had no abilities. Perhaps it was not that she was merely an ordinary person. It seemed this green-haired woman, Lin Yinyin, was at play. Her hands itched with anticipation. What mischief would she concoct for the following night? Chapter 55. Mr. Gu, what is your impression of me? One afternoon within the Sea City base, Luo Ning, Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo had just returned from a mission and were eagerly heading to the trading market to seek treasures. Luo Ning was addicted to scavenging in the market, always looking for opportunities to procure valuable gemstones, crystal nuclei. Having had a fruitful day yesterday, where she found several high-tier crystal nuclei, she was back again, eager to increase her strength and perhaps find the opportunity to confront the person who irked her. As Gu Yunxiao and his entourage made their way back, a young boy suddenly dashed out in front of them. "Someone asked me to give this to you," he said, shoving a note into Gu Yunxiao's hand before bolting away, indifferent to whether he received it or not. Furrowing his brow, Gu Yunxiao suppressed his aversion and picked the note off the ground. The note read, "Meet me at the competition venue at the base tonight at 9 o'clock. I have secrets regarding Miss Luo to share. If you do not come, I will make her secrets public." "Boss, what are you writing?" Just as Chu Bufan reached out to grab it, Gu Yunxiao swiftly snatched it away, reducing it to mere dust that scattered into the air. "It's nothing. Just an inconsequential person." Having said that, he continued walking without so much as a backward glance. "So stingy, not even a glance." Chu Bufan and the others followed along, casting the matter aside. As night approached, nearing 9 o'clock, at the competition arena, Lin Yinyin strolled in a secluded corner. Adorned in a white fairy dress of which she possessed several identical pieces. Her hands clasped together, she rubbed them in excitement, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Even amidst the dim moonlight of the night, if she could manage to engage with Gu Yunxiao, the most formidable antagonist from her book, she would gain a powerful ally. With such thoughts, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. "I'm here, speak." Gu Yunxiao appeared suddenly behind Lin Yinyin like a specter. Startled by his sudden voice, Lin Yinyin nearly stumbled over her own feet. In an attempt to fall into his embrace, she leaned towards him, expecting at least a supportive hand, if not a full embrace. To her dismay, Gu Yunxiao swiftly sidestepped, distancing himself by several meters. She ended up collapsing onto the concrete ground, her recently mended cheek making painful contact with the surface, leaving behind several crimson scratches. A foul odor emanated from her, drifting with the wind. Gu Yunxiao, several meters away, wrinkled his brow slightly, covering his nose with his hand. "I dislike being too close to others. I have a cleanliness obsession. Now, tell me what secrets you hold regarding Miss Luo," he questioned with a cold, indifferent tone, suppressing his discomfort. Lin Yinyin, seething with anger at her misfortune, suppressed her fury to prevent Gu Yunxiao from feeling repulsed. With a gentle tone, she replied, "She possesses a space, one that can elevate a person to the pinnacle of power." Without a hint of embarrassment, Lin Yinyin hurriedly revealed her astonishing secret. Her eyes filled with hope as she gazed at Gu Yunxiao. "That's all you know?" Gu Yunxiao scoffed disdainfully. "I expected something more substantial to be a cause for concern. Moreover," she continued, "this world is actually a fictional realm, and I am the heroine, while you are the greatest villain in the narrative. You will bring about the world's destruction after I unite with the male lead, Qin Shu. I hail from the real world, and I have read this novel. Thus, if you align with me, I can assist you in becoming the supreme ruler." Looking down upon all, Lin Yinyin felt a sense of absolute advantage in persuading Gu Yunxiao to stand by her side. If the male lead was unreliable, she would support the second male lead instead. Fortunately, she had not divulged anything to the male lead, or she would have found herself in a precarious position. A fictional world? Gu Yunxiao was taken aback. It was impossible not to be surprised. Anyone told that their world was merely a fabricated narrative would likely experience a fracture in their mindset. However, Gu Yunxiao was no ordinary individual. He was a peculiar being who cared only for those and matters he valued, regarding everyone else as mere pawns. In an instant, he regained his composure, his gaze resolute. "And so what? As long as I exist, Ning Ning will live another day. Who can declare that our world is not real, even if it is false? Why can't I live my life in this illusory realm? I am simply myself. Qin the Beast? Then you are Lin something, right?" Gu Yunxiao recalled that Yunxi had mentioned Ning Ning's desire to eliminate these two. "So, it is you." The opportunity had presented itself. Should he sever the head or not? The answer was clear. Would Ning Ning be pleased to learn of this? "Besides me, who else have you confided in about this?" Gu Yunxiao inquired calmly. "Rest assured, I have only shared this with you thus far. Even the male lead is unaware. However, if you do not accept my proposal, I cannot guarantee that will remain the case. Observing Gu Yunxiao deep in thought, Lin Yinyin felt a surge of pride as her smile widened.
Indeed.
All men were alike. Power was of utmost importance to them. What of Qin, the male lead? Does he treat Miss Luo well in the end? Gu Yunxiao pressed further. Intrigued. Seeing Gu Yunxiao's interest, Lin Yinyin felt a thrill of excitement. Hope was kindling within her. Initially, the male lead treats the heroine well, but only as a means of revenge. Once Luo Ning falls in love with him, he reveals to her parents the truth, that he was the one responsible for their demise. The heroine is left heartbroken. Moreover, the male lead's harem is comprised of more than just Luo Ning. Gu Yunxiao, concealed in the shadows, wore an expression as grim as the darkest abyss, yet his tone remained eerily calm. In the end, did they all perish? Theoretically, yes, at least. That is how the novel describes it. However, with my presence, it shall be different, Lin Yinyin declared triumphantly, her voice betraying her delight. So, Mr. Gu,
What are your thoughts on me?
Lin Yinyin smiled seductively, even lowering her already modest neckline to flaunt her assets. I think you should perish. Gu Yunxiao unleashed a space blade, and Lin Yinyin instinctively dodged, only for it to inadvertently graze her freshly mended cheek. The injury was instant, the stench intensifying.
Ah!
Lin Yinyin let out a piercing scream. Who is over there? A patrol team, consisting of 12 members, rushed towards the source of the scream. Gu Yunxiao unleashed several space blades, severing Lin Yinyin's tendons and slicing her tongue. Ning Ning would likely prefer to deal the final blow herself, leaving her a breath for vengeance. As the patrol team approached, Gu Yunxiao had long vanished from his previous position.
Goodness, a ghost!
Exclaimed one of the patrol members, echoing the same terrified cry from the previous day. Damn it, why is there always someone in a white dress haunting the base at night? Captain, this ghost looks oddly familiar.
Familiar?
What nonsense. It's just a woman. This one seems even worse off than yesterday's. Another patroller remarked. Clearly, she's in worse shape. All her limbs are severed. An expert. Another member chimed in. Stop gossiping. It's just some mistress getting her comeuppance. Get her out of here. She's terrifying and smells foul. Help me, please. She cried silently within, but no one paid her any heed. Lin Yinyin's eyes widened in horror, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she remained unable to move or utter a sound. The scene was eerily reminiscent of the moment when she had abducted Qin Qing. Chapter 56. The Demise of the Supporting Character. Boss, back from your stroll? Chu Bufan and Da Zhuang exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions suggestive. Stroll? You really expect me to believe you went for a walk? You must have been secretly dating Miss Luo. We understand. We all understand. As loyal subordinates, they knew better than to pry into matters that were not their concern. If the boss said it was a stroll, then it was a stroll, just the two of them. Gu Yunxiao paid no heed to their antics, retreating to his room. He sat in the darkness, lost in thought. After a long pause, he rose and leaped from the window, the 3 stories feeling as flat as the ground beneath him. In mere moments, he had disappeared into the night. With the moonlight hazy and the night dark and windy, it was a perfect time for action. Luo Ning wrapped herself tightly and soon stealthily slipped out of her family villa. To avoid drawing the attention of the 2 detectives, Gu Yunxiao and Qian Duoduo, she refrained from showy acrobatics and instead quietly descended the stairs in darkness. Stealthily, like a thief on the prowl. Alas, how stifling. Climbing through the window seems far more pragmatic and rather dashing too. Meanwhile, within the quarters of the Thunder Squad, in the room of Qin Shiyu, Gu Yunxiao wielded his mental prowess to ensnare everyone present, casting them into a deep slumber. As for Qin Shiyu, allowing him to dream was of little concern. After all, the protagonist? Every individual harbors vulnerabilities and fears. The guards, oblivious to his presence, engaged in idle chatter, only to be suddenly besieged by drowsiness, collapsing into a profound sleep. Seeds scattered across the floor. Gu Yunxiao, having scanned the area with his mental energy, swiftly pinpointed Qin Shiyu's room. Approaching the door, he took a couple of steps back and delivered a powerful kick that sent the flimsy wooden door crashing to the ground, retiring in glory. A small portion, still attached to the hinges, swayed precariously in the breeze. In the midst of his slumber, Qin Shiyu dreamt of figures he had nearly forgotten, his adoptive parents, who smiled at him with the same warmth as when they first met him, patting his head and proclaiming how obedient he was. How he would surely be filial in the future. A pang of nostalgia washed over him. Though he harbored resentment towards them, they represented a rare warmth in his memories. Yet, they were no different from the Luo family. Their act of adoption was merely a means to secure their own old age. Had he possessed no value, would they have even spared him a glance? Within him, hatred swirled like a dark fog, clouding his heart as he gazed upon the smiling faces of his adoptive parents, their expressions now dripping with sarcasm. Abandoning his biological parents, forsaking the Luo family, let them all perish. Suddenly, the kind smiles of his adoptive parents morphed into monstrous visages, their impossibly long tongues coiling around his neck, choking him, rendering him breathless. Why did you cause our deaths? Why are you so heartless? The sensation of suffocation sent cold sweat cascading down his brow, his face turning a sickly hue. In that moment, a chilling realization struck him. They were long dead. He was certain of it. No one could kill him. Awakening abruptly from the nightmare, Qin Shiyu found his clothes drenched in sweat. As he sat up, the door was violently kicked open with a resounding bang. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, seizing the weapon at his bedside, directing it towards the entrance. The floor, long neglected, was coated in dust. The impact of the door's collapse sent plumes of dust swirling into the air, causing Gu Yunxiao to instinctively take a couple of steps back. The protagonist's living conditions were decidedly unsanitary, such habits hardly befitting someone who sought to court Ning Ning. As the dust settled, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, a tall figure emerged in the doorway. "Who are you?" Qin Shiyu inquired, though his grip tightened around the gun. One hand already discreetly channeling his thunder-based abilities, poised for action. "Do you have feelings for Miss Luo?" Gu Yunxiao retorted with a question of his own. Backlit by the darkness, his expression remained obscured. Qin Shiyu paused, momentarily taken aback. What was this inquiry about Miss Luo? What connection did he have with her? He initially presumed Gu Yunxiao to be a suitor of Luo Ning, come to provoke him, the former fiancé. The tension on his face eased slightly. "What business is it of yours whether I like her or not? If I do not, someone as cowardly as you, who resorts to provoking a former fiancé, stands no chance." Qin Shiyu smirked, delighting in his own bravado. "Then why do you continue to vex her?" Gu Yunxiao's icy aura enveloped the room, an oppressive chill washing over. Just as Qin Shiyu contemplated unleashing his thunder abilities to obliterate Gu Yunxiao, both his hands were seized, tendons severed with a swift motion. He stared in disbelief at the man before him, terror eclipsing even the pain. How could he, a thunder user armed with a firearm, fail to land a single blow against this formidable opponent? What kind of grotesque power was this? Lin Yinyin had once mentioned he was the son of fortune in this world. He could not perish like this. He simply could not. Unwilling to accept defeat, he yearned for greatness yet to be achieved, to dominate the world. He had to find a way to survive. Before he could even utter a cry for help, an invisible force gripped his throat, tightening mercilessly. To his horror, it felt as though something was invading his mind, slowly eroding his thoughts, rendering them hazy. "I am the son of fortune in this world. I cannot die." Meanwhile, Luo Ning sprinted, feeling the surge of energy from the crystalline cores she had gathered recently alongside her team. Every metric in her body soared. Running felt effortless, as though she might take flight. "Xueqiu, you've been rather quiet lately. Unlike before, you haven't clamored for food at mealtime. Are you unwell?" Luo Ning musedalot, communicating with her spirit companion. "No, not at all. I am the magnificent spirit being. Illness is a plight of mere mortals." Xueqiu protested, albeit with a hint of insecurity. "I've been diligently cultivating crops and storing provisions in the spatial realm. How could I possibly have time to ponder food? Well then, tomorrow I shall prepare braised beef for you, as I happen to have some on hand," Luo Ning decided, not wishing to dwell further on the matter. Upon arriving at the Thunder Squad's residence, she sensed Lin Yinyin's presence on the first floor. Cautiously approaching, she felt an unsettling stillness, a silence that was almost excessive. Something was amiss. Yet, having come this far, she climbed through the window into Lin Yinyin's room. Upon entering, she was taken aback. What was this situation? Did someone harbor a greater hatred for Lin Yinyin than she? The sight of her barely clinging to life was both shocking and exhilarating. To think that she had once assumed vengeance would take ages to achieve. With newfound determination, Luo Ning launched an ice spike toward her, and to her astonishment, it pierced through. The sound of the blade sinking into flesh was music to her ears. Curse this plot, I shall have my revenge. Drawing forth a massive cleaver from her spatial realm, its cold glint reflected in the dim light, causing Lin Yinyin's fading consciousness to flicker back to life. As if by a last gasp, rendered immobile by excessive blood loss and now feverish from infection, Lin Yinyin's helplessness was further exacerbated by Luo Ning's sudden resurgence. Wait. Before you die, shouldn't you inquire about the events 3 years on? Who knows what calamities or misfortunes may await?
Can you speak?
Luo Ning asked, puzzled by Lin Yinyin's apparent muteness, as it was clear she had been silenced.
Who is it?
Lin Yinyin rasped, her voice barely audible. Whoever has taken the initiative to fulfill your desires need not be spared any longer. With that, the cleaver was raised once more. Should she deliver a parting taunt? Perhaps not. Experience dictates that villains often perish due to excessive dialogue. Without further hesitation, she brought the blade down. The wall was splattered with crimson droplets, the glass windows obscured by the chaos, rendering the hazy moonlight invisible. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to evade the splatter, lest she be sullied by blood. Luo Ning did not experience the trepidation typically associated with her first act of murder, for to her, Lin Yinyin had always been a manifestation of her nightmares. Today, to take her life with her own hands was, in fact, a form of liberation. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yunxiao had also concluded his overwhelming torment of Qin Shihuo, watching him begrudgingly gasp for his final breath before turning to depart. Mr. Gu, what a coincidence. Are you also unable to sleep and out for a stroll? Luo Ning, feeling a pang of guilt, glanced at herself and breathed a sigh of relief. No bloodstains, thank goodness. Yes, indeed, Miss Luo. I see we're out for a walk as well. Shall we return together? It's getting late. Would he suspect that I have committed murder? Might he deem me too ruthless? Thankfully, I am free of any scent of blood. With a smile as cunning as a little fox, Luo Ning agreed. All right. As they departed, a radiant orb of white light fell from the heavens, landing squarely within the Thunder Team's residence. It first circled Lin Yinyin's room, hovering around her decayed visage and her bisected form. After a few laps, it hesitated near her brow, seemingly repulsed, before finally entering the chamber where Qin Shihuo lay, merging into his forehead.
Ding.
The antagonist strategy system has been bound. Please confirm promptly, or face obliteration by the system. Chapter 57. The Fate of the Worthless Ex-Male Lead. He can die now. In the Thunder Team's abode, I bind. Qin Shihuo struggled to open his eyes, the terror of death still vivid within them, filled with panic and disbelief. Greetings, host. I am your exclusive System 002. You have been chosen as the ideal candidate to conquer the antagonist. Thus, you must swiftly increase the antagonist's favorability towards you to survive. Failure to complete the task will result in annihilation by the system. Antagonist? Who is the antagonist? Qin Shihuo's expression was one of incredulity. What kind of absurd system is this, to conquer an antagonist? Yet, having just tasted the fear of death and still shaken, he resolved to comply for the moment, seeking an opportunity to rid himself of this bizarre entity later. The antagonist, Yunxiao. Currently, his favorability towards you stands at 1,000. Your objective is to elevate it to a perfect score of 100 for success, thereby avoiding obliteration by the system. What if I fail? A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Shihuo. If you fail, the lightest consequence is electrocution, while the severest entails being dispatched to the most desolate land for rigorous training. If the antagonist's favorability does not increase, you will be erased by the system. Can I choose not to do this? Qin Shihuo asked with a flicker of hope. If you choose not to, you may continue your journey to death right now. Qin Shihuo. Yunxiao, who is he? Qin Shihuo felt an answer rising from within, but found it hard to believe. It cannot be the man who just killed him.
Indeed.
He is the very man who has just taken your life. The System 002 replied in a mechanical tone, delivering the chilling revelation. The fleeting joy of having returned from death was swiftly incinerated by an overwhelming despair. Why is he called the antagonist? Then what am I? You are the former male lead of this tale. However, you are now a relic of the past, as Mr. Gu has commandeered the greatest fortune. He is now the favored son of destiny, while you are but a discarded remnant. Only I can resurrect you. Express your gratitude. Why must it be so cruel? Just as I learn the truth, I become the former male lead? Can the former be omitted? Qin Shiuo's heart raged, howling in defiance. How he longed to rid himself of Gu Yunxiao. Would that not allow him awe? Before he could ponder further, a jolt of electricity struck, searing him. His hair stood on end. A gust of wind swept through, scattering him into charred remnants. What an unfortunate coincidence. His face was now smeared with soot. Do not harbor any malice against Mr. Gu in your thoughts. Even contemplating such is forbidden. This current shock serves as a reminder. Damn it. Just as his words escaped, another wave of electricity surged through him. 5 minutes later, the charred remains of Qin Shiuo lay scattered, his gaze vacant, nearly devoid of focus. In the final moments of consciousness, this system cannot possibly be a torment devised by Gu Yunxiao. A shapeless mass of charred remains collapsed onto the few remnants of the burnt wooden floorboards. Life and death hung in the balance. The following morning, Luo Ning awoke in splendid spirits. Today was yet another day devoid of the female antagonist, a source of joy. The air felt unusually fresh. She contemplated when she might rid herself of the detestable Qin once and for all. Just after finishing her coffee, she intended to discuss task strategies with her Mr. Gu when a thunderous crash from next door startled her. Was someone using supernatural abilities? Exchanging glances with her companions, they hurried next door, hoping it wasn't he, the wretched man causing chaos. If she couldn't kill him, she would at least give him a good beating to vent her frustrations. However, life is replete with surprises. For instance, the scene before her was truly unexpected. How to put it? It was, indeed, quite a revelation. Qin Shiuo appeared, a disheveled mess. His clothes, were they leather? Soaked with tears and snot. Luo Ning's enhanced vision allowed her to see the revolting bubbles of mucus streaming from his nose. It was utterly grotesque, yet somehow, she found her lips curling into a smirk. Mr. Gu, you say, just say the word, and I shall comply. I only hope you can forgive my actions. I am willing to reform, to start anew, if only you could view me in a more favorable light. Perhaps you could explode on the spot. That might improve my mood. Explode? That doesn't seem too pleasant. What a pathetic man, Ning remarked. He bears a striking resemblance to your former fiancé. Gu Yunxi whispered mischievously, fearful of her brother's wrath. Please do not insult me. He was just about to lean in for a kiss when he was struck by lightning. Chu Fifan remarked, unabashedly curious, glancing at Luo Ning and the others. Under Gu Yunxiao's nearly murderous gaze, he zipped his lips, falling silent. What have I missed? Is he not fond of women? Miss Luo, do not misunderstand. I have no connection to him. He is simply unhinged. This Qin, whatever his name is, claims he would do anything to improve my mood. Do you have any suggestions? Upon seeing Luo Ning approach, Gu Yunxiao felt his spirits lift considerably. Even the surreal experience of encountering a zombie early in the morning was less disheartening. Ask me? Then the best course is to eliminate him. Let us take him outside the base and chop him up. Luo Ning proposed. Would he think me too sinister? Precisely what I was thinking. Gu Yunxiao affirmed. Why not make him run around the earth? Do you think he would agree? Qian Duo pondered the feasibility of this notion. Nodding thoughtfully, the charred figure, whether struck by lightning or electrocuted, turned stiffly to face them, a cascade of blackened debris falling to the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief, resentment, and lingering emotions, fixated on Luo Ning. At that moment, Qin Shiuo, already tormented to the brink, felt his heart constrict painfully. Unable to rise or fall. Please don't agree, he thought, for this erratic system could bring about any calamity. I think we could consider it. Luo Ning mused, contemplating that perhaps self-termination might be preferable. However, with Mr. Gu still present, she needed to maintain her composure. Let us heed Miss Luo's suggestion. Previously, Gu Yunxiao's countenance, shrouded in ominous clouds, had now brightened somewhat. Miss Luo was still present. He must not frighten her. Then perhaps you should circle the earth, no? Half its circumference. That should place you at the farthest possible distance from us. Just dig a pit and bury yourself there.
Do not return.
I refuse. Before he could finish, lightning flickered around him, crackling with the unmistakable scent of singed protein. The onlookers gasped, "Goodness, he is a formidable character." He even shocks himself. Host. It's imperative to heed the words of the villain. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your longevity, echoed a mechanical voice. I will kill. The words barely left his lips when Luo Ning stepped in front of Gu Yunxiao, sending him flying with a swift kick that left him dangling from a fence 10 meters away. I've longed to do that. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Today, unimpeded by the narrative, she mused if she had grown sufficiently powerful, perhaps even capable of vanquishing the male lead. Narrative consciousness chimed in, "You are mistaken. It is merely that I have been suppressed by your man. I cannot match him, and yet you refuse to acknowledge defeat." The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Miss Luo harbors a fierce spirit within. With such strength, the weightlifting world owes her a gold medal. A charming smile crept onto Gu Yunxiao's lips. In truth, he had intended to retaliate, but hadn't he found the opportunity? Suddenly, he was shielded. Could it be that he too could be protected? This marked the second time she had defended him, and she remained as she always was, capable of reaching the most vulnerable parts of his heart. She did not disdain him, and for that, he felt a flicker of joy. Warmth enveloped him, filling him with a burgeoning sense of hope, as his heart yearned for more. Please, host, promptly act according to Mr. Gu's directives. Hurry, and circle the earth half a time. Then dig a pit to bury yourself, or the system will erase you. The mechanical voice, sweetly insistent, urged the already unconscious Qin Shiuo. If he did not awaken soon, he would be shocked again. With each electric jolt, Qin Shiuo's facial muscles twitched, shedding flakes of charred debris.
Fine.
I'll go die right now. You shall never command me again. I shall explode on the spot. Left with no choice, Qin Shiuo lamented that he should have met his end yesterday, sparing himself this torment, for life had become worse than death. That cannot be. The system interjected. The host is bound to the villain strategy system and must comply with the villain's demands. Otherwise, the system will not permit your demise. To hell with it. I can hear the host's thoughts. I advise against such uncivilized language. The villain appears displeased, resulting in a 1-minute freezing penalty. Thus, the spectators witnessed an amusing scene, a charred figure hanging from the fence, cursing and struggling, only to succumb to stillness, ultimately transforming into an ice block. All eyes turned to Luo Ning. Well done. Not me. I didn't do anything. Luo Ning replied, perplexed. Is this former male lead truly out of his mind? Miss Luo, it would be wise to keep your distance from him. He is far too bizarre. Yesterday he was dead, and today he lives again. Who knows what mischief he might conjure next? Best to steer clear.
All right.
Luo Ning replied cheerfully, her agreement swift. I'll heed your advice. A minute later, the ice melted away, and Qin Shiuo, shivering, approached Gu Yunxiao. Luo Ning instinctively brandished her weapon to shield him. I will go circle the earth half a time and bury myself, he stammered, limping away from Luo Ning, fearful of another kick as he staggered out of the base, disappearing into the distance. In the rainforest, the desert, and on small islands, one could see a figure, neither human nor ghostly, intermittently crackling with electricity and shards of ice. 1 year and 6 months later, just a centimeter shy of completing half his journey around the earth, he collapsed, convulsing before drawing his last breath. In those final seconds devoid of a heartbeat, he reflected that perhaps he had indeed erred. His obsession had led him to miss out on too much: family, friendship, love. Yet, what could not be salvaged remained beyond reach. Big brother, how has my task progressed? May I now depart? 002, shedding its previous mechanical demeanor, greeted him with an obsequious tone. Marginally acceptable. You may leave. This world does not welcome you, a soft, endearing voice responded. And like a bird freed from its cage, the light orb soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Snowball, why are you dawdling? Hurry up, there is braised pork. Luo Ning called out, having brought food for Snowball but unable to locate the mischievous creature. I'm here. I merely took a nap. Wow, braised pork. Love you. The adorable voice prompted Luo Ning to affectionately ruffle its fluffy head. So soft, reminiscent of a flower she had once cared for in her childhood. Chapter 58. The Blaze War Team. The Guardian Squad ventured towards the mission hall, intending to take on a task. Upon entry, they were warmly greeted by the same sister from before. "Excuse me, are you of the Guardian Squad? I wonder what kind of mission you wish to undertake. We have a variety of difficulties that would suit a capable team like yours." Luo Ning felt a twinge of anxiety. When did we become a capable team? Even the waiting staff knew of them. "You know us?" Luo Ning inquired uncertain. "Who doesn't he know you? It's been said you complete every task without a single casualty, and all are superpowered beings. Even the Thunder Team's captain has been never mind." The sister grew increasingly animated before abruptly shifting topics. Luo Ning raised an eyebrow. All members being superpowered? They had not leaked any information. Who could have said that? She suspected the mad Qin Shiuo, whom she truly believed had lost his mind. Who exactly has spread the word that we are all superpowered? This matter is common knowledge. It was the Blaze War Team who mentioned it. They spotted you from a distance while on a mission. You're truly impressive.
Thank you.
Luo Ning replied with a radiant smile, offering the sister a few pieces of chocolate as a token of appreciation. The sister shyly accepted, her eyes sparkling with delight. She hadn't had this treat in a while. It was quite expensive at the base, beyond her point's reach. With no time to linger, Luo Ning led the group to examine available missions. The Blaze War Team? That name sounded familiar. Luo Ning mused to herself. Wasn't he that the team recently contending with Thunder for the title of the top squad? Now, they had set their sights on the Guardian Squad? However, with two troublemakers removed, in this world where strength reigned supreme, exposure was a minor concern. Let us put aside thoughts of the Blaze War Team. Our priority should be hunting zombies and exotic beasts to enhance our strength, she decided. The squad chose the task of collecting seeds, a mission that posed significant challenges given the aftermath of the Black Rain and rampant plant growth. Finding useful supplies would be a feat, let alone seeds. This was precisely why Luo Ning was keen on this mission. While others struggled to find seeds, she had an abundance in her space. She intended to level up while casually flirting with her male lead. Since encountering Mr. Gu in the dead of night yesterday, I have felt an inexplicable sense of avoidance from him today. He didn't even join us for breakfast. I pray that I am merely overthinking it. The small team was just about to depart the mission hall when a group of arrogant supernatural beings approached, their badges revealing their elemental affiliations: earth, fire, water, and strength mutants. Luo Ning initially cast them a fleeting glance, hardly paying them any heed. However, some individuals seemed to relish creating trouble. That striking young lady, she the captain of the so-called Guardian Squad? We were just discussing her yesterday. A bald man leered at Luo Ning, his disdain palpable. At least I possess beauty, unlike certain individuals who lack both strength and charm. Having uttered these words, Luo Ning turned to leave, eager to embark on her mission. A short man with a lecherous grin obstructed her path. Our Blaze battle team is the largest supernatural squad in the base. Our leader hasn't finished speaking yet. So don't be so hasty to leave. The mention of the Blaze battle team reminded Luo Ning of their notorious reputation. Surely, they deserved a lesson. Before the short man could finish his sentence, his arm was ensconced in a layer of ice, eliciting cries of distress. A nearby strength mutant, attempting to rescue his comrade, struck with such force that the man's arm shattered. How awkward. But that's not my concern, thought Luo Ning. It's one thing to reveal one's own thoughts, but being coerced into broadcasting them worldwide is a different matter altogether. If they have the audacity to invade my space, then striking back is the only solution. A piercing scream shattered the air, soon replaced by a cacophony of pig-like squeals. Not a drop of blood was shed, for the assailant was frozen solid. The once bustling mission hall fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, someone bellowed, "There's a fight. Someone's been hurt. Quickly, summon the patrol team." Gu Yunxiao instinctively moved to shield Luo Ning, but she interjected, crossing her arms to block him. "Haven't you just recovered from your injuries? I'll handle this. Stand behind me." She was determined not to cower behind him any longer, wishing instead to protect herself, her family, and stand alongside him. She believed that true love could only flourish when both parties were equally matched in strength. Luo Ning muset. I've already dealt with the protective female lead. Why should I fear you? When Xiaoyu arrived with the patrol team, he beheld the standoff between the two factions. Clearing his throat to draw attention, he inquired, "What is the commotion about? Wouldn't it be more prudent to focus on exterminating zombies, scavenging for supplies, and collecting crystal cores? If you have the prowess to create chaos within the base, why not direct your energies towards the mutant beasts outside?" His words resonated with the majority present, and Luo Ning nodded in agreement. "I am the captain of the Guardian Squad. Someone instigated trouble. But I nipped it in the bud," she boldly declared, shamelessly taking credit for the situation while also mentioning her mission to collect seeds for the base. Xiaoyu remarked, "Major Su is correct. One cannot outmatch Miss Luo's audacity. It is simply futile." "Is that so? Thank you, Miss Luo. Take the instigator away and notify the captain of the Blaze team to bring the fine for their release." The bald captain, standing nearby, retorted, "What nonsense. I'm right here. My arm is broken. This woman is ruthless. Was it necessary to resort to such extremes over a mere jest?" He grimaced, clutching his injured limb. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow as he gritted his teeth. "By your logic, if I were to drop a couple of giant mutant rat droppings into your food, would you accept an apology?" Gu Yunxi, having freed herself from Qin Chuan's grasp, stepped forward to retort. Qin Chuan lamented, "Whenever an argument arises, she is always there, impossible to rein in. Is there even a comparison? That's just disgusting." Whereas I was merely teasing, the bald man stammered. "Oh, what a coincidence. Hearing you speak makes me want to regurgitate my last meal just to greet you." Luo Ning replied with a mocking smile. "I'll leave the rest to, what was your name again?"
Yunxiao.
"Oh right, Captain Xie will handle it. Please remember to send our compensation for emotional distress to our team's quarters. As for the rest, there's no need. We must not show leniency to troublemakers in the base. I have high hopes for you." With that, Luo Ning led the way out. Chu Bufan and the others patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, and the Guardian Squad departed like a gust of wind, vanishing from the mission hall. "You foul wench. Stand still. How about a one-on-one?" The bald captain, incensed that his own team member had been injured, fumed. Would he really have to pay her for emotional distress? His frustration boiled over.
"Stop.
Are you looking to be expelled for inciting trouble? I suggest you behave yourselves," the bald captain warned, though he was reluctant to confront the base, realizing he was outmatched. He simmered with indignation, plotting to reclaim his dignity at a later opportunity. "Why does it always have to be Miss Luo? What have I done wrong? I'll change," he lamented. "I'm so stingy. I've injured someone, and I still have to provide her with supplies. I don't want to do this anymore. Major Su, I want to raise." Su Feng, the subject of his grievances, sneezed as he continued to bury himself in the mess left by the Jiang family. Chapter 59. Come, take your medicine. The Guardian Squad made a hasty exit, sprinting away from the mission hall. Well, primarily it was Luo Ning, Gu Yunxi, and Qian Duo who were racing ahead. The male members of the team were taking long strides, as they were predominantly leg, allowing them to cover several paces with each step. Though Gu Yunxiao longed to assert that even if they were pursued, he could handle matters alone. He hesitated to disrupt the triumphant expressions of Luo Ning and her sister after their mischievous antics. He particularly didn't want to dampen the rare good mood shared between Ning and her sister. If Gu Yunxi were to find out, she would surely roll her eyes into outer space. "Oh, really? This is the first time I've heard you consider my feelings. Are you sure I'm not just an afterthought?" Gu Yunxiao mused, rubbing his arm, still warm from her earlier tug. Every time he witnessed her cunning, triumphant demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to pinch her cheeks. Reluctantly, he refrained from any such action. Soon, the group arrived at the parking area, where they clambered into their rickety van and set off from the base. The road was arduous and bumpy, causing their heads to frequently collide with the roof of the vehicle. After traveling a considerable distance from the base, Luo Ning exchanged the decrepit van for 2 off-road vehicles. Given the plant-infested world they inhabited, the terrain was exceedingly difficult to navigate. If one had the ability to make their journey more comfortable, why endure discomfort? After driving for a while in the off-road vehicles, they encountered few zombies, but numerous animals, most of which were mutated. Fortunately, they were not faced with any particularly formidable beasts. The group dispatched a few weaker creatures that posed a threat, contributing their pelts and crystal cores to the cause before meeting their ignoble demise. The path was thoroughly overrun by encroaching vegetation, necessitating disembarkation for foot travel. Thanks to the presence of 2 psychic mutants, the zombies and mutated animals were swiftly dispatched before they could emerge from their hiding spots. Zombies. Humans are so ruthless nowadays. A whole group against just one of us. In my space, there are ample seeds. So our primary objective for this expedition is to seek out zombies and extraordinary beasts to excavate crystal cores. Luo Ning exclaimed, her brows raised and eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. At last, she can wholeheartedly accumulate crystal cores, and she felt a flutter of excitement. Her short-term goal, to become a wealthy and powerful individual even in the apocalypse. To pamper her male idol and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Now, more and more individuals have begun to recognize the value of crystal cores, which have become the hard currency of the base, akin to gold before the apocalypse. Although they had garnered a fair amount during their previous outings, the large number of participants resulted in minimal personal gains. Thus, this time, they ventured further afield. Unlike the areas near the base, where the dangers had been largely eradicated, the high-yield locations also posed significantly greater risks. Excellent. I adore adventure. Let us traverse to places others have yet to explore. Chu Bufan, rarely released from confinement, excitedly darted ahead, eagerly clearing the obstructive vegetation. Do you think there might be poisonous insects or snakes lurking among all these plants? De Zhuang asked timidly, clutching his chest. The group felt a wave of unease at his words. Let us hold off for a moment, he suggested.
Thankfully, das Huanges reminder prompted Luo Ning,
who had almost forgotten about the potential dangers posed by poisonous creatures. I actually prepared some detoxification pills. We can take them now to mitigate any risks, Luo Ning recalled. As she spoke, she placed a sack full of pills atop a withered tree stump. Were you referring to those pills? Do we need to consume all of them? Qian Duo stared incredulously at the sack, swallowing hard. 1 pill per person will suffice. It's a standard procedure, and I happen to make a few extras. Stop dawdling. Come and collect your pills. Luo Ning called as she untied the sack. Gu Yunxiao, with an inscrutable expression, stepped forward to take the pills as he was nearest. Typically expressionless, he revealed no discernible emotion. Just as he reached out, the pills were unexpectedly placed directly into his mouth. A tingling sensation coursed through his lips, radiating to every limb. Gu Yunxiao felt as if an electric current had surged through him, rendering him momentarily sluggish. His hand froze for several seconds before mechanically retracting. Ning, she fed me, he stammered, his thoughts racing as he processed the intimacy of her touch. Is she flirting with me? He dared not meet Luo Ning's gaze. Thank you, he murmured, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him as he turned aside to consume the pills. They were delightfully sweet. Oh, I want to feed someone too. Gu Yunxi squeezed to the front, but Luo Ning ignored her, handing the pills to the next person. I'm merely attending to the sick, she said, her hair casting a shadow over her expression, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Such a dullard. So slow-witted. Just wait until I charm you, she thought. How stingy, so biased, Qin Chuan fed a detoxification pill to Gu Yunxi, finally silencing her incessant chatter. Luo's parents looked on, unable to bear the sight. Alas, daughters grow up too fast. We want some too. Chu Bufan and Zhuang, undeterred by danger, whined. Suddenly, a chill crept down their spines. It must be getting colder today. Luo Ning dismissed them, opting to take a break. Different treatment, Chu Bufan remarked. Am I not worthy of being a little princess?
Da Zua protested.
Qian Duo grabbed 2 pills and handed one to Jiangzhen. Thank you. Jiangzhen was exceedingly taciturn, to the point that few noticed his presence in the group. Beneath Qian Duo's adorable exterior lay the careful nature of an older sister. As children deprived of love often mature prematurely, she decided to look after this little invisible boy. Though the process was rather elaborate, consuming the detoxification pills only took a few minutes. The group, armed and alert, cautiously ventured deeper into the dense thicket. Someone's ahead, Gu Yunxiao suddenly whispered, his ears twitching. Luo Ning strained to discern any sounds, barely catching a faint murmur. It seemed there were indeed voices nearby. She glanced at Gu Yunxiao, impressed that he had detected it from such a distance. Continuing to follow the sound, they traversed a considerable stretch. Through a thick cluster of bushes, The sounds of an argument became clearer. This supermarket warehouse is mine. How dare you claim it as yours after all this time? It doesn't matter whose it was before the apocalypse. What matters is who possesses it now. A brash voice scoffed. But you promised that if we brought you here, you would share half with us. This stuff rightfully belongs to us. We even guided you here. How can you go back on your word? You call yourselves the greatest fire brigade of City C? You're more like rabid dogs. The fire brigade? Oh, how that name rings a bell. Luo Ning mouthed to the others, glancing back. Yunxiao was too close, despite being significantly taller than her. Even crouched, he towered over her. The group huddled closely together. And as Luo Ning turned unexpectedly, her lips brushed against his neck. She undoubtedly felt the contact, perhaps even intentionally. Yet, she chose to ignore it and continued to observe the unfolding scene. Yunxiao was momentarily stunned, a tingling sensation coursing through him, only to be doused by Luo Ning's indifference, which plunged his spirits into despair. His sharp gaze clouded with a chill, tinged with a hint of unacknowledged disappointment. Perhaps he had been the only one invested in this connection all along. After all, she had no idea it was him. How could she remember? Seeing their teammates nod enthusiastically, eyes gleaming with mischief, Luo Ning smiled. The spoils of their venture would surely be delectable. Moreover, those individuals were no saints, and the goods they sought were undoubtedly ill-gotten. Thus, she felt justified in her actions. Indeed, she wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Chapter 60. The Spoils of Victory. Ning, lend them a hand. Yes, an old acquaintance of mine, Luo's father remarked, noticing the deceived middle-aged man. Luo Ning, sensing the compassion in her father's voice, inquired about her teammates' opinions. Since he was her father's friend, she was inclined to assist. Just as she prepared to intervene, the argument seemed to reach a climax. The leading middle-aged man and a teenage boy were shoved to the ground, bearing visible injuries, indicating prior violence. The group descended from a dilapidated building. Once it was confirmed that over 20 individuals had entered the underground stairwell, the guardian team of over 10 emerged, revealing their presence. "Old Li, are you alright?" Luo's father asked, extending a hand to his old friend. He couldn't help but reflect on how vibrant and spirited old Li had once been, now reduced to such a state. "Mr. Luo?" The middle-aged man named Li gazed at him in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated encountering an old acquaintance here, and a flood of mixed emotions surged within him. The two exchanged pleasantries until Luo's mother discreetly tugged at his sleeve, reminding him of the inappropriateness of the moment. "Uncle Li, we can help you. However, we must take our share of the supplies." Luo Ning smiled sweetly. Although he was a friend of her father's and had once provided him with assistance, she had numerous teammates to feed and could not afford to play the benevolent role. Moreover, judging by the earlier situation, even if they provided more, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to safeguard it. "No way." The middle-aged man surnamed Li flatly refused. Luo Ning raised an eyebrow. Could it be that her father had misjudged him? How could they take so much? Even if they did, they might not be able to protect it. Thus, she proposed you 7, we 3. But you must help us safely transport the goods back to the base under your name, preferably without drawing attention to us. Old Li, you are quite the cunning one. Even at this moment, your mind is still as sharp as ever. I could never outmaneuver you in business. I must concede. Luo's father teased. Agreed. It's a deal. Luo Ning beamed, her smile revealing her teeth. With an additional 20%, her spirits lifted. Setting aside the fact that he was a friend of her father's, his caution alone made him worth befriending. Yet, as an ordinary person in this apocalyptic world, one could only expect to be bullied. No matter how resourceful one might be, encountering someone with absolute power who lacks integrity leaves one powerless. How did we manage to unlock that door?
Zhuang asked.
Why don't we go down that way? That entrance is a ruse. There's nothing inside. Before the apocalypse, it was just an employee dormitory, Uncle Li explained, his eyes crinkling with laughter. I knew you still had some tricks up your sleeve, you old fox. Luo's father chuckled. Uncle Li was not offended. Instead, his smile grew even more pleased. Decades of being a businessman aren't for nothing. Follow me. Saying this, Uncle Li led his quiet son through a concealed door, and the group followed suit. The passage began to narrow and was somewhat dim due to the power outage, thus their pace was slow. It felt as if they had descended to an underground level where the space suddenly expanded greatly. Only those at the front and back bore flashlights, illuminating a large iron door ahead. Time is of the essence. Follow me. The Guardian team trailed behind Uncle Li and his son, winding around to a large tree nearby. There stood a house that was half intact. Uncle Li produced a pitch-black key and turned it in the similarly colored lock. With a click, the lock opened. This lock seemed somewhat familiar. No matter. She had her eyes set on it and desired it. Uncle Li, may I have this lock? I will exchange it for supplies. If you fancy it, take it. I have no use for it anyway. This lock is a fine item made from a special substance found in meteorites. There are only 5 in the world, and only 2 in our country. I just happened to see one and bought it, Uncle Li said, handing the lock and key to Luo Ning. It sounded vaguely familiar. Meteorite. Did she not possess one as well? Stealing a glance at Gu Yunxiao, she found him unperturbed, his expression indifferent. Luo Ning pondered, who had provoked desire this time, if not herself? She refrained from inquiring further, merely slipping it into her pocket and casually tossing it into her space. The iron door swung open to reveal another passage, wide and well-kept, clearly intended for transporting goods. After a short walk, they arrived at a much more expansive area. Wow, we've struck it rich, Chu Bufan exclaimed in a hushed tone, unable to contain his astonishment.
Indeed.
They had struck gold. The quantity of supplies was staggering. The flashlight illuminated a seemingly endless expanse. The highlight was that these would soon belong to them. Free goods are always enticing. Yet, Luo Ning felt a twinge of worry. Did she really want to disclose her space secret to Uncle Li, who, although a familiar face, was still someone she didn't fully trust? That seemed unwise. However, the allure of the supplies was undeniable. At that moment, Gu Yunxiao stepped forward, signaling for Luo Ning to speak with him. The two retreated to a corner. Miss Luo, Gu Yunxiao began, your spatial abilities will eventually be revealed. To my knowledge, the base has already begun to seize spatial ability users, though it has yet to be publicly announced. This is likely to happen soon. Therefore, it might be prudent to reveal my space to you. You need not worry about my ability to safeguard it. After all, you'll be there to protect me. One to you? Gu Yunxiao spoke without a hint of embarrassment, as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
All right, fine.
Luo Ning hesitated momentarily before conceding. It was indeed necessary to expose one of their abilities. Luo's father approached, inquiring whether Luo Ning truly intended to reveal her space. Upon learning of their decision, he glanced at Gu Yunxiao and nodded in approval. Uncle Li, in truth, we have a spatial ability user among us. However, we hope you can keep this matter confidential, Luo Ning said earnestly to Uncle Li and his son. My son and I require your assistance. And since the supplies are in your possession, we wouldn't be foolish enough to share this information with others, right, dear niece? Uncle Li was perceptive enough to recognize Luo Ning's concerns and promptly assured her. Sister, I have something to say to you. At that moment, Jin Xiaojun, squeezed into a corner, stepped forward and approached Luo Ning, whispering in a low voice. Only you can hear this. The other two, Gu Yunxi and Chu Bufan, rolled their eyes in silence at the intrusion. My apologies for the interruption. It is we who are unworthy. Luo Ning moved aside as Jin Xiaojun crouched down, whispering into her ear. The others did not rush them nor dismiss the child's input. They waited patiently. Gu Yunxiao appeared casual, holding the flashlight, but his eyes remained vigilant, attuned to any sound. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips in the darkness. All right, we trust you will keep it a secret. Luo Ning, who had been somewhat hesitant and worried, now felt completely at ease. After all, words can lie, but thoughts cannot. Yet, in the blink of an eye, an entire stockroom of a colossal international chain supermarket was thoroughly cleared out. Though Uncle Li and his son were initially surprised, they quickly regained their composure. Luo Ning had been observing their reactions closely, her mental energy never straying far from them, constantly monitoring Chen Xiaojuan's cues. Only then did she relax significantly. If they had shown even the slightest hesitation, greed, or ulterior motives, even if he were her father's friend, it would have been unacceptable. She would have dealt with it decisively, leaving no room for danger. After all, in the apocalypse, human hearts are unpredictable. Chapter 61. We are professionals at trapping people. The Guardian team experienced a bountiful harvest today. However, Everyone remained vigilant, for there were still more than 20 unsavory individuals lurking nearby. It was uncertain whether those people would emerge alive. Although Luo Ning and her companions had collected a warehouse full of supplies, it had only taken about 20 minutes. And their group emerged to find that the others had not yet exited. The atmosphere behind that slightly ajar door felt rather lively. There must have been quite a few people in that employee dormitory, Luo Ning remarked, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. Fortunately, it's just a small company. Perhaps only 1,000 or so. They're all ability users, quite formidable. What is there to fear? They certainly showed no mercy when they were dealing with us. Uncle Li replied with a cheerful demeanor. On the surface, he appeared to be such a kind and amiable uncle. However, one must not judge solely by appearances. He was yet another black sesame dumpling. Could it be said that like attracts like? Luo Ning was genuinely reluctant to admit that she too was naturally dark-skinned. Though the truth was undeniable. Clearing her throat, she composed herself as she observed her teammates reveling in her discomfort, a sight that was indeed hard to bear. Old Li, why don't you join us? Proposed Luo's father. Uncle Li was more than willing, for it was clear that this group, maintaining their cleanliness amidst the apocalypse, possessed formidable abilities. Associating with them would surely yield more advantages than disadvantages. Excellent then. However, as Uncle Li spoke, he cast a glance at the door through which the others had entered, hesitating momentarily. I'll handle this. Chu Bufan, the enthusiastic one, rushed to the forefront, eager to fulfill what Uncle Li had intended. My gold-based abilities have never been so useful as they are today. Haha, I'm useful too. If I can't open the door, then I certainly can't lock it. The others chimed in. So, you're still brooding over that last time you were obliterated while trying to open the door? With a proud demeanor, Chu Bufan confidently approached the doorknob of the entrance and swiftly closed it. He then reinforced the doorknob and the crevice with his powers, giving it a few solid thumps with his foot. Hey, it's not broken. Sturdy. Satisfied, he shot a flirtatious glance at Uncle Li and the others. Well done. In that instant, as the door was secured, frantic footsteps and shouts erupted from within, accompanied by desperate attempts to pry it open. Who the hell locked the door?
Li.
If you have any guts, open it. Let us out. We can negotiate once we're outside. The sounds of banging and the growls of approaching zombies grew louder and closer. Uncle Li remained impassive. He had heard similar pleas when they sought supplies before. Such treachery had been endured once, but he had no intention of falling for it a second time. Luo Ning's smile radiated brightly as she gestured to the group, signaling for them to retreat. Let us move. Are we waiting for the zombies to break through? The group departed merrily from the once thriving, now dilapidated shopping mall storage area. Even from a distance, the cacophony of curses could still be heard. Gu Yunxiao silently followed behind Luo Ning, occasionally brushing aside branches that threatened to snag her. They emerged from the dense thicket into a sparser area, where 2 RVs could be seen parked in the distance, unoccupied. These 2 vehicles were brought here by the second-in-command of that fire beacon team, Uncle Li explained, noting that everyone's attention was drawn to the cars. It truly feels like a stroke of luck to stumble upon these. Moreover, the thought of thwarting those people's escape is rather exhilarating. One word. Let's do it. Having ensnared that group, they might as well go all the way. After all, they were professionals in deception. Luo Ning thought about how the RV she purchased before the apocalypse was too new to be utilized near the base, while the Van's roof was too low for comfort. Now an opportunity had presented itself, and she felt as though fortune had smiled upon her. The moment Luo Ning's eyes fell upon the RV, they sparkled with a predatory glint, a clear indication of her desire for the prize. Mr. Gu, could we? She asked, casting a sly smile akin to that of a cunning little fox. Certainly, Gu Yunxiao replied without waiting for her to finish. How do you understand me so well? I had no idea. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yunxiao vanished from her sight, only to reappear near the RV as if by magic. And without any visible effort, one of the RVs had disappeared from its spot. He turned back to Luo Ning with a nod before promptly facing away, standing ready for her group to approach. Was her cheerful smile a result of him comprehending her intentions? As he pondered this, an unfamiliar sensation surged within him, quickening his pulse. The blood raced from his heart to his brain, culminating at the tips of his ears, where a crimson birthmark sat, vibrant and striking. Luo Ning. with her keen eyesight, immediately noticed the flush on Gu's ears. Deliberately slowing her pace, she feigned nonchalance. Mr. Gu seems a bit bashful. Let us not push him too hard. Uncle Li and his son were astonished by Gu Yunxiao's uncanny speed, yet they refrained from asking questions. Quietly trailing behind Luo Ning's group, even Uncle Li's teenage son, normally lively, wore a solemn expression as they made their way toward the RV. As Luo Ning's group approached, Gu Yunxiao had reverted to his typical aloof demeanor, casually pacing with his hands in his pockets, near the RV. Chu Bufan, Gu Yunxi, Qian Duo, and a Zhuang, for lively spirits, eagerly clustered around the RV, poking and prodding with unrestrained excitement. Having a comfortable RV in the apocalypse would be a great delight. No longer would they have to worry about bumping their heads against the roof. Though Luo Ning shared their excitement, she chose to mask it. Yet, the brightness in her eyes was unmistakable. Gu Yunxiao caught a glimpse of that captivating sparkle, and his lips involuntarily curved into a graceful smile, a blend of rebellion and languor. Help! I think my idol is flirting with me, but I have no proof. Exclaimed Luo Ning. We have the RV, but we lack the keys. Chu Bufan lamented after a moment of joy, his enthusiasm waning. I have them, came an unexpected voice from the previously silent Li Yiran, Uncle Li's son. The group was taken aback, astonished by his revelation. Really? They exclaimed in disbelief. Took them when they were distracted while pushing me around, Li Yiran admitted sheepishly. Although those individuals were not of good character, he felt a pang of guilt for acquiring the keys in such an underhanded manner. Would they look down upon him for it? His gaze fell, a hint of dismay evident in his demeanor. In truth, Li Yiran had merely deemed that group untrustworthy and took the chance to steal the vehicle and flee. This little brother of yours. Uncle Li began to introduce. This is Li Yiran. Yiran, your move was incredible. Teach me next time. I want to learn. Chu Bufan expressed genuine interest. The thought of swiping things from those he disliked was rather clever. I want to learn too, chimed in Gu Yunxi and Qian Duo in unison. Gu Yunxi found it amusing, while Duo, perceptive as she was, sought to ease Li Yiran's embarrassment by offering him support. Luo Ning smiled and added, thanks to you, we want Teeny to pry open the vehicle. Li Yiran was momentarily stunned. The realization that everyone accepted him despite his actions filled him with joy. Uncle Li patted his son, a mix of pride and regret swelling within him. In the chaos of the apocalypse, he had been so preoccupied with survival that he had overlooked his son's growth, leading to his timidity. Today, witnessing his son's courage to speak was a source of comfort. Receiving the keys, the group concluded their day's endeavors and set off towards the base. Chapter 62. Qian Duo's family. As they neared the outskirts of the base, they switched back to the little old van. The dilapidated road was accompanied by an equally rickety vehicle, bouncing along its uneven surface. Gu Yunxiao found himself seated beside Luo Ning, their proximity necessitated by the number of passengers. His discomfort was palpable, exacerbated by the vehicle's jarring motions, which caused them to jostle against each other intermittently. As they swayed, Luo Ning occasionally leaned against Gu Yunxiao, prompting her to apologize. I beg your pardon, Mr. Gu. Today's ride is particularly bumpy. Her embarrassment was evident, as if she were inadvertently seeking his embrace amidst the crowd. Perhaps it is just that I have not driven in quite some time and have become somewhat unaccustomed, Qin Chuan remarked with a comically earnest expression. Despite the glint of his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the sunlight, Gu Yunxi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, even a former champion racer can be out of practice? She mused skeptically. Boss, are you feeling warm? You seem to be sweating profusely. Would you like a tissue? De Zhuang inquired with genuine concern. Yet, there was an unsettling chill in Gu Yunxiao's gaze. No, it's quite all right. I possess ice-type abilities, so if you draw closer, you need not feel overheated. Luo Ning replied, subtly shifting to sit next to him. Are you feeling cooler now, Mr. Gu? She asked with a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering like pools of water mere inches from his own. In those depths, Gu Yunxiao caught a glimpse of his own reflection and turned his head to the side. Yes, it is indeed cooler, he replied, though a part of him was reluctant to create distance. His heart fluttered, akin to a butterfly dancing upon the breeze, swirling and soaring. Perhaps this road could stretch on a bit longer. Wouldn't it be splendid if it had no end? Just as the atmosphere in the vehicle reached a comfortable level of intimacy, a sudden jolt brought the car to an abrupt halt. Watch out! Yunxiao instinctively raised his hand to shield Luo Ning from colliding with the seat in front of her. His warm, dry palm steadied her as she regained her balance, a grateful smile gracing her lips.
Thank you.
The occupants of the vehicle wasted no time in disembarking, as the path ahead was obstructed. The commotion outside was palpable. A middle-aged woman, accompanied by a boy of around 11 or 12, blocked a group that appeared to be scavengers. Gripping one man's pant leg and refusing to let go, a scruffy-looking man stood silently beside her, clearly part of her faction. Duoduo's expression darkened instinctively, prompting her to retreat slightly. Luo Ning noticed her unease and halted, refusing to advance any further. "What's the matter?" she inquired, placing her arm gently over Duoduo's shoulder. Her memory of a past life surfaced, recalling how Duo had mentioned lacking family. In this life, she had not expressed a desire to seek out her relatives. Perhaps they were not deceased, merely absent, and judging by the woman's demeanor, it seemed that their existence was more burdensome than a blessing. However, the glimmer of fear mixed with expectation in Duoduo's eyes hinted at deeper sentiments. "If you do not wish to confront this, you may return to the vehicle and wait for us," Luo Ning suggested. "No need. We will meet them eventually." Duo replied firmly, no longer evading her gaze. "Do not fear. I will assist you. There are many of us, so there is no need for trepidation," Luo Ning added with a playful wink, eliciting a smile from Duo.
All right.
"My husband is part of your group, and we have come along as well. We agreed to share the supplies. Why should my daughter and I receive less?" the woman declared. Luo Ning sensed Duo stiffen momentarily upon hearing the woman's voice. "What have you two done? Killed zombies, moved supplies, or cleared a path? Your husband is indeed a member of our team, but I am not obligated to support his wife and child," a middle-aged man retorted brusquely. Luo Ning found the man vaguely familiar, yet could not place where she had seen him before. "Please, would you let us through?" "You are blocking the way," Luo's father interjected, his demeanor authoritative and unyielding. "This gentleman, it is not that we are unwilling. This woman is causing a scene, obstructing our passage. Out of respect for her husband, we do not wish to resort to violence. Let us settle this matter amicably. Must we support the families of our team members? That logic is utterly nonsensical." The middle-aged man, noticing the guardians were predominantly young adults, softened his tone a bit. "Indeed, there is no obligation to do so." Luo's father nodded in agreement. The woman, still clinging to the man's pant leg, was incensed. "What business is it of yours? This does not concern you," she shot back, her tone lacking any semblance of civility. Her gaze, however, honed in on the petite figure of Duo. "Duo, you wretched girl. The apocalypse has transpired, and you did not come back to save us. I nearly perished in that wretched place. By the looks of you, you seem to be faring well. Do bring back some supplies to honor your father and me, and ensure your brother is well fed. Then I might forgive you." The crowd murmured in disbelief, incredulous at the audacity of her words. Duo stood her ground, no longer hiding. "What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Have you ever cared for me? Have you ever provided for me? Why should I support you?" Her voice was resolute. "Even if you are my stepmother, you are still my mother. Regardless of our blood relation, you must support your husband, and your son is of your own blood." The woman refused to relent, believing that the current circumstances might yield some favorable supplies for her son. "At the moment my father cast me out, he made it official. Do you not remember your cruelty?" The guardians were outraged, realizing why Duo had claimed to have no relatives. It all made sense now. With a stepmother, there must also be a stepfather. "Please, good dogs, do not block the way. Step aside. Otherwise, our blades are quite capable of handling zombies. A mere nick will transform you into one," a member of the Guardians warned. Yet, the woman was unwilling to release her grip on this opportunity. Just as she lunged forward, a long leg swiftly intercepted her, sending her sprawling far from Duo before she could even touch the hem of her garment. Duo was taken aback by the speed, realizing she needed to practice more. "Thank you, Brother Jiang," she beamed, her sweetness radiating through the tension, her spirits lifted. The hesitation she had felt earlier dissipated, She should have let go the moment she was cast out. Her so-called father cowered in the corner, just as he had done when she was expelled, equally ineffectual. The woman, cradling her son, wept uncontrollably, too frightened to approach again. As they prepared to depart, the leading middle-aged man spoke up, his words causing Luo Ning and Gu Yunxi to freeze momentarily. Your van seems somewhat familiar. It resembles one I owned previously. I wonder which fool stole it, he said casually. The expressions of the two were remarkably vivid. How serendipitous, indeed. They might very well be the grandchildren spoken of by that individual. No wonder Luo Ning found that person familiar. This fellow possesses an impressive memory, remembering after such a lengthy apocalypse. Gu Yunxiao turned his head momentarily before returning to face Luo Ning, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon noticing the absence of the license plate, Luo Ning felt a surge of confidence, no longer intimidated, not in the slightest. Oh, is that so? What unfortunate circumstances. Which grandchild could be so malicious? Indeed, right, Yunxi? Luo Ning's face remained composed, her heart steady. When she resolved to be fierce, she even berated herself. Gu Yunxi pondered. Should I affirm or deny?
Ah, indeed.
It is truly inhumane to steal another's vehicle. The middle-aged man merely remarked that the car looked familiar before they each departed to their respective vehicles. Chapter 63. The Abilities of Chun Xiaojun. The Guardian squad resumed their journey back to their rickety vehicle, swaying as they made their way to the base. Upon arrival, they would need to wait in the quarantine zone. Thankfully, the situation had improved. Now it was merely a 4-hour wait. As long as they did not transform into zombies within that time frame, safety was essentially assured. After all, once zombies mutate, being scratched or bitten could swiftly lead to one's own transformation. Luo Ning was anxious to return and verify a certain matter, thus lacking in patience. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was watching, she discreetly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her backpack and silently handed it to the inspector. Initially, she had anticipated a considerable effort, her silver tongue poised for action. However, to her astonishment, there were no objections whatsoever. Luo Ning was left bewildered. How could Su Feng's management be so lax? She completely overlooked the fact that the cigarettes had been forcibly offered by her. A glaring double standard, indeed.
Yet,
a single remark from the inspector made her wish she could reclaim the cigarettes. Are you Miss Luo? The inspector inquired. Major Su has instructed that if your team members are unharmed, simply mentioning it will allow you to pass. However, Major Su also stated that if you generously offer us something, we may keep it without confiscation. Surely, you wouldn't miss such trifles. The inspector was a dapper young man in military attire. Luo Ning thought to herself, I shall never again believe that all soldiers are upright, kind-hearted, and selfless. My cigarettes, since Miss Luo is so generous, I thank you on behalf of my comrades, the young soldier said with a bright smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and courteously escorted Luo Ning and her companions out. Luo Ning fixed her gaze upon the soldier's pocket, yet in the end, she refrained from reclaiming the pack of cigarettes. Oh well, one pack is insignificant, truly insignificant. In the end, Luo Ning left some provisions for Uncle Li and his son, as they still needed to be quarantined due to their injuries, while she led her team home. Initially, Gu Yunxiao felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing that Su Feng had facilitated Luo Ning's passage. However, witnessing Ning Ning's puffed-up demeanor elicited a charming smile from him, instantly brightening his mood. Clearly, this Su Feng lacks generosity. He is not worth further consideration. He remains oblivious to Ning Ning's frugality, undoubtedly now noted in her little ledger. Gu Yunxiao remarked, what splendid weather we have today. Su Feng responded with a sneeze.
Ashu.
It seems I must undertake more missions. I've been sneezing quite a bit lately, certainly a sign of lacking exercise. Indeed, that must be the reason. Luo Ning jotted down Su Feng's peculiarities in her notebook. How does one alleviate worries? Only through delectable food. Thus, it was unanimously decided that they would indulge in hot pot today to reward and comfort one another. The everyone primarily referred to the three young women, while the others had no choice but to either partake or abstain. Consequently, they joyfully awaited the spicy hot pot at Luo's villa. Aunt Li and Luo's mother were already preparing the ingredients: frozen beef balls, fish balls, shrimp dumplings, fatty beef, lamb, black bone chicken rolls, squid, shrimp paste, tripe, yellow throat, luncheon meat, duck blood, duck intestines, crispy pork, duck tongues, and 1,000 sheets. They also included soaked wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, kelp, and packaged fresh bamboo shoots, alongside an array of fresh vegetables, baby bok choy, and the essential cilantro for hot pot. Fortunately, Luo's mother possessed plant-based abilities. Otherwise, they would have no chance to enjoy these vegetables, as she had not disclosed her capacity to cultivate in her space. With Aunt Li and Luo's mother overwhelmed, Luo's father joined to assist, and Gu Yunxi and Qian Duoduo volunteered as well. Even if they were inept in cooking, washing vegetables was within their capabilities. The others lounged in the hall, occasionally casting glances into the kitchen, their necks craning in anticipation. Ahem, there is something I need to address. Luo Ning lightly cleared her throat to capture everyone's attention. What is it?
Speak, speak.
Chu Bufan exclaimed, eager to hear her words before diving into the hot pot. It appears that Xiaojun possesses the ability to read minds, or perhaps it's the ability to discern lies. Let us put it to the test.
Que Buffon.
I will pose a question. You may respond with either truth or falsehood, but do not reveal your answer yet.
All right.
Chu Bufan turned with excitement, fully prepared for this challenge. When was the last time you wet the bed? Luo Ning grinned mischievously, resembling a sly fox. What kind of question is that? Of course. I haven't wet the bed since I was 1. Chu Bufan boasted without a hint of shame. He*s lying. He*s thinking of 4 years old. Chun Xiaojun declared, exposing the truth. Chu Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how this little sprout could see through him. Undeterred, Chu Bufan urged Luo Ning to continue her inquiries. Do you have a crush on anyone? Luo Ning asked, her eyes sparkling. No. Chu Bufan replied without hesitation. This time, he spoke the truth, his mind preoccupied with food, leaving no room for thoughts of girls. Chun Xiaojun ruthlessly shattered the harsh reality. You glutton! No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Let us ask someone else, Luo Ning said, her smile growing brighter as she turned to Gu Yunxiao. Mr. Gu, do you have someone you like? With that, Luo Ning gazed at Gu Yunxiao, awaiting his response. No, he answered calmly, his expression inscrutable. I can't discern whether he is truthful. I cannot hear his heart's voice. Chun Xiaojun attempted multiple times, only to feel somewhat disheartened. Luo Ning felt a pang of disappointment. How could he not have someone he likes? Had her attempts at flirtation been in vain? Was he simply too slow to notice? Or perhaps, when her strength was formidable enough, she could directly seize him, opting for a marriage first, love later approach? Yet, it seemed she might not be able to overpower him at present. What if he resisted? Reclaiming him seemed like a splendid idea. Luo Ning nodded inwardly, resolving to enhance her abilities to secure her handsome prize sooner rather than later. Unbeknownst to anyone, Gu Yunxiao's fingers relaxed slightly, no longer gripping so tightly. Fortunately, he remained undetected. I also wish to inquire, Ning, Gu Yunxi. Overhearing the riveting conversation in the kitchen, couldn't he resist joining the fray? Ning, do you have someone you like? Gu Yunxi asked, her eyes glinting mischievously. Yes. Luo Ning was utterly unreserved, openly admitting her feelings with a smile that curved her brows and eyes. Who could it be? Gu Yunxiao felt a surge of tension within him, an uncontrollable sensation growing ever stronger. Just as Luo Ning was about to express that what was far away was actually right before her eyes, she was abruptly interrupted. I have something to attend to. I'll return shortly. Gu Yunxiao sprang to his feet suddenly, startling everyone present. Without waiting for a response, he exited the room. Luo Ning wondered why he seemed to be escaping. Had her directness been too much? Was he truly unable to handle it? She was left in a state of bewilderment, initially thinking that with Yunxi's inquiry, she would be able to unveil her heart. Yet, Gu Yunxiao's actions were entirely perplexing. He hurried home, locking himself in his room, drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that this time the intervals had shortened. Without the aid of medication, he felt unable to control the changes within him. He was uncertain when the new medication would arrive. Perhaps being too close to her had heightened his emotional fluctuations. Still, he found it impossible to tear himself away, even if it meant lingering for just one more day. Chapter 64. The vanishing abilities. Gu Yunxiao exerted all his mental fortitude to suppress the turmoil within his bloodline. After a long while, he finally managed to catch his breath, glancing down to see that his sharp claws had transformed back into the semblance of human fingers. Clearly, he needed to relay a message back home. His mutations had become alarmingly frequent, and the medication required urgent improvement. Half an hour later, Yunxiao appeared impeccably dressed at the Luo family villa. Luo Ning was elated to see his return, having thought she had frightened him away. This time, the group was entirely serious, indulging in hot pot without their usual antics. With Luo Ning, an ice element ability user, present, the temperature was perfectly adjustable, making it akin to enjoying hot pot in an air-conditioned environment. The red oil bubbled enticingly, causing mouths to water, and as the slices of beef and lamb hit the pot, they were snatched up almost instantly. Who claimed that the apocalypse lacked vegetables? Clearly, meat was far more sought after. A meatball paired with a chilled cola brought forth a feeling of bliss. If others knew that this group was still able to enjoy hot pot amidst the apocalypse, they would surely be astonished, perhaps even deeming them wasteful. Luo Ning savored her meal earnestly, while secretly observing what Yunxiao preferred to eat. After some scrutiny, she noted that he drank water most frequently. Did he not enjoy hot pot? Moreover, his face was flushed, and he perspired profusely. Could it be that he was unable to handle spicy food? She ought to have asked Yunxi beforehand, but it seemed her sister was as clueless as ever. Previously, when Luo Ning had casually inquired about her brother's preferences, Yunxi had simply replied that he was indifferent to everything, lacking both particular likes and dislikes. By the end of the meal, the majority of the group could barely stand, having indulged to the point of immobility. They had prepared an abundance of food, hoping everyone could feast to their heart's content. To put it vividly, they had eaten until they were on the verge of bursting. Gu Yunxi and Chu Bufan were particularly incapacitated, collapsing onto the sofa and unable to move. Qian Duo, Jiang Zhen, Aunt Li, and Luo's parents maintained a more rational demeanor, stopping before reaching their limits and taking on the task of clearing the table. As for Gu Yunxiao, he continued to drink water, never pausing. Are you unable to handle spicy food? If so, we could opt for a milder hot pot next time, Luo Ning directly inquired. All right, Gu Yunxiao readily agreed, without hesitation. As the group relaxed in the living room, enjoying the refreshing coolness of ice, a knock echoed through the air. The rhythm was oddly familiar. Luo Ning stood up to answer the door and, without thinking, asked, "What did you have for lunch?" Outside, the response was filled with excitement. Stir-fried wilted cabbage leaves. Luo Ning smiled. It was indeed him. This little brother had not appeared for some time, indicating he had new information. Upon opening the door, a face adorned with a radiant smile greeted her. "Come in and speak," she invited. "Absolutely, big sister. Please take a seat. I have some updates from the people you've assigned to watch." "You were right. Those scoundrels are indeed up to no good." Zhang Yu spoke with indignation. Settling onto his designated stool, he began to recount the recent discoveries. After being rescued by old Master Jiang, the Jiang father and son had been relocated to District D. And for the past few days, they had been relatively quiet. However, in the last 2 to 3 days, likely due to their injuries healing, they had begun to stir trouble again. "Guess what?" Zhang Yu exclaimed animatedly, akin to a storyteller. "Enough with the pleasantries. Get to the point," she urged. All right. Here's the first oddity, Jiang Xingyu, who was barely clinging to life and should have passed away in the coming days, suddenly recovered after a mysterious individual entered with a black box. The speed of his recovery was astonishing and quite suspicious. The second matter is, have you heard about the recent disappearances of ability users at the base? Luo Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Do you want to know what I witnessed last night? That Jiang Xingyu scoundrel sneaked out in the dead of night, and I followed him, only to discover they had captured a low-level ability user operating solo. They secretly transported him out of the base during the day. Unfortunately, I couldn't chase them down as I lacked a vehicle. However, the recent spate of unexplained disappearances among ability users is undoubtedly linked to them. I've even heard rumors that someone might be conducting live experiments, specifically studying the abilities of these users and even extracting their cores to enhance their own powers. Zhang Yu finished his account in one breath, his throat nearly burning from the effort. Luo Ning handed him a bottle of mineral water, which he accepted gratefully, carefully opening it to take a small sip before capping it and stowing it in his bag. What does everyone think about the situation? Luo Ning, now devoid of her usual playful demeanor, adopted a serious tone. Having failed to bring down the Jiang family previously, she could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. She did not believe that old Master Jiang would lower himself to rescue anyone again. Even if he did, the survivors would likely not take it lightly. After all, this time they had offended all ability users. We could first inquire if Major General Su has any news. He surely wouldn't be completely in the dark. Qian Duo suggested. I think we should just take advantage of a night and eliminate them once and for all.
Que Buffon exclaimed,
Eager to rush out and resolve the matter. I've heard that scoundrel dares to covet our future sister-in-law. He must be taught a lesson. Tonight. Let Xiao Jun accompany me as we interrogate the Jiang family, Gu Yunxiao declared. Based on tonight's outcome, we can decide how to approach Su Feng tomorrow.
Luo Ning nodded,
Finding the suggestion commendable. While Xiao Jun's abilities might not be effective against zombies or mutated beasts, they were indeed formidable against humans. I want to join, Luo Ning proposed. Such matters are not suitable for girls. Gu Yunxiao firmly rejected her, asserting, Ning cannot be involved in such dirty affairs. Besides, I don't merely intend to interrogate them. If you're present, how would I seek retribution for you? It could get too bloody. It is advisable for young girls to observe less, for even a mere touch of blood is sufficient. Why tarnish a pristine hand that remains untouched by any filth? The darkness is his to confront, while she need only dwell in the light. Gu Yunxiao's inner thoughts are a mystery to Luo Ning, otherwise. She would likely pat him on the shoulder and exclaim, Ah, brother, a kindred spirit. Naturally, Zhang Yu would ensure that Luo Ning did not return empty-handed, disappearing into the night with an armful of packages. Ultimately, it was Gu Yunxiao and Chen Xiaojun who proceeded, carrying nothing extra. The darkness serves as the perfect disguise. Gu Yunxiao, gripping Chen Xiaojun, leapt several times, vanishing into the twilight. Chapter 65. Interrogation. Mr. Gu has made his move. Gu Yunxiao thus dragged Chen Xiaojun by the collar. Following Zhang Yu's instructions toward District D, Chen Xiaojun was taken aback by how swiftly the sensation he had once dreamt of, akin to flight, arrived. However, after struggling to steady himself,
he retched.
Once he had purged his stomach, he anticipated having to scale a wall, only for Mr. Gu to effortlessly twist off the doorknob and dismantle the door itself. Striding in as if he were returning home, Chen Xiaojun trailed behind, his pale visage devoid of color, while Gu Yunxiao's expression remained grim. The two appeared as harbingers of death, standing at the bedside of Jiang Xingyu, who remained blissfully unaware, deep in slumber. Gu Yunxiao directly bound Jiang Aigua and Jiang Xingyu together, yet did not catch sight of the elder Jiang's figure. Where have you taken the missing ability users? Gu Yunxiao inquired, his towering form nearly swallowed by darkness, a sliver of his face illuminated by moonlight while the rest concealed in shadow. His piercing gaze reminiscent of a vengeful deity. Monster. Jiang Xingyu's sudden scream was cut short as a hand gripped his throat. Jiang Aigua stirred awake, taking in the scene before him, wishing instead that he had remained unconscious. Trembling, he dared not speak loudly. Yet witnessing his son on the brink of asphyxiation prompted him to plead softly, Who are you? Why have you captured us? We have committed no wrongdoing. We are law-abiding citizens. Please, release my son, and let us converse amicably. As Gu Yunxiao relaxed his grip, Jiang Xingyu collapsed to the floor like a puddle of mud. Uncertain of his own state. After what felt like an eternity, he finally coughed, gasping for air, his countenance painted with terror as he glanced at the intruder. His small, beady eyes reflected a palpable fear of death as he scrambled to his father's side, clutching his clothing and trembling uncontrollably. This man must be a devil, he thought. Only one of you shall survive today. The one who answers correctly will live, Gu Yunxiao stated in a calm yet menacing tone. Oh, and should either of you lie, rest assured, neither of you will escape. As he spoke, a graceful smile graced his lips, casting him as both angel and demon in the interplay of light and shadow. Chen Xiaojun stood by, breath held, acutely aware of his diminished presence. He had never perceived Mr. Gu as so fearsome before, though often cold. He usually exuded a certain gentleness. I will speak. Please do not kill me. I know everything my father is involved in. If you promise not to kill me, I will tell you. Jiang Xingyu stammered, seizing the opportunity to distance himself from the father he had clung to moments before. Silence. Jiang Aigua thundered, glaring at Jiang Xingyu. Father, you are of an age. Do not compete with me for survival. I am your son, your continuation. Jiang Xingyu's eyes gleamed with malice. You, unfilial wretch. Jiang Aigua clutched his chest, rendered speechless by rage. Speak, commanded Gu Yunxiao, causing Jiang Xingyu to shudder in fear. My grandfather, my father, and some old friends established a research facility at the onset of the apocalypse to investigate the origins of ability users. Just days ago, the lab reached a conclusion. Ingesting the crystal nucleus from an ability user can significantly enhance one's powers. Even severely injured individuals, as long as they still draw breath, can rapidly recover if they obtain a crystal from a user of the same type. Look, I absorbed the crystal of a fire-type ability user, and I have already healed. What is your ability? I will divulge all I know, provided you spare my life. If you can join us, I can also procure a crystal for you.
Truly.
You fool. Be quiet. Jiang Aigua, sensing the onset of a heart condition, reprimanded his foolish son. He regretted saving him, wishing instead he had perished that day.
Continue.
Where is it located, and who else is involved? Gu Yunxiao glanced at Chen Xiaojun, who nodded slightly, encouraging Jiang Xingyu to proceed. I know the location. It is about 20 kilometers northwest of the base. It was originally a laboratory, but it is heavily concealed by dense foliage, making it hard to detect. Many involved are high-ranking officials from Z who lack abilities, so this is not solely a Jiang family matter. To capture you, we must also apprehend Minister Liu, Vice Mayor Xia, Secretary Zhang, and Director Luo. Jiang Xingyu eagerly provided information, while Jiang Aigua struggled for breath, his condition worsening. Are you finished? Gu Yunxiao's gaze turned dangerous as he scrutinized Jiang Xingyu. Oh, there's more. The researchers claimed that ordinary individuals have a 50% chance of acquiring abilities if injected with a certain amount of zombie virus. However, those who value their lives dare not attempt it, as some of the tested ordinary people transformed into grotesque beings, neither human nor zombie. Jiang Xingyu had forgotten he was under threat, his words spilling forth unchecked. Gu Yunxiao abhorred the term laboratory, his disdain palpable. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Jiang Xingyu glanced up, only to be met with Gu Yunxiao's face, dark and dripping with menace, revealing his intent to kill. By this time, Jiang Aigua had collapsed, barely clinging to life. Let us see if he knows anything else, Gu Yunxiao remarked, turning to Chen Xiaojun. Chen Xiaojun shook his head, affirming that there was nothing more. And they were in agreement. Brother, you promised not to kill me. I have revealed everything I know. Jiang Xingyu finally realized he was utterly alone, with no support. Panic surged within him. I will keep my word and spare your life, Gu Yunxiao replied, turning away and handing Chen Xiaojun a sharp knife. I do not wish for Ning Ning to be burdened by a liability. You must make your choice. Either kill him, or I will find a way to remove you from the Guardian Squad. I intend to stay, Chen Xiaojun declared resolutely. In the darkness, even the faintest glimmer of light reflected the blade's chilling sheen with clarity. Jiang Xingyu, a fire-type ability user, could not resign himself to death at the hands of a mere boy. He conjured a fireball, hurling it towards Chen Xiaojun's face. Yet the boy, having survived to this point, was not without cunning. He utilized his mind-reading ability to anticipate Jiang Xingyu's every move, deftly evading the attack. Ultimately, seizing the moment when Jiang Xingyu's energy waned, he struck with the knife.
Ah!
Jiang Xingyu's scream was cut short, as life ebbed away before he could utter another word. The fireball unleashed by Jiang Xingyu ignited the dilapidated wooden door, gradually giving rise to a thick plume of smoke. In the darkness, the flames soared skyward, and dense smoke billowed forth. It seemed as though the fire possessed a consciousness of its own, consuming only that particular room with fervor, while the surrounding structures remained untouched, as if insulated by a vacuum. As for what to convey to Miss Luo upon my return, you may discern that for yourself. I wish for Miss Luo to remain uninformed. I am a person of ruthless disposition. Do you understand? Gu Yunxiao gazed at the flickering flames, his expression shrouded in ambiguity, rendering it difficult to discern his true feelings. I am aware. I shall not speak indiscriminately.
It was I who took a life,
Chen Xiaojun immediately assured him, fearful that a moment's delay might cost him his own. The pair, one large and one small, flitted through the darkness like shadows, vanishing from sight. Chapter 66. My adorable pet is a tiger, Sister Ning's dominant embrace. After escorting Chen Xiaojun back, Gu Yunxiao did not depart immediately. Instead, he rapped lightly on Luo Ning's door. Upon opening it and seeing Gu Yunxiao, Luo Ning felt a flicker of joy, though her face betrayed none of it. Miss Luo, I have come to discuss the results of my earlier inquiries. Please come in, she replied, stepping aside to allow him entry. Her room was furnished with a sofa and table, rendering the late-night visit of a man unremarkable. In the worst-case scenario, she could simply take responsibility for him, a thought she harbored secretly. Seated on the modest sofa in Luo Ning's bedroom, Gu Yunxiao conveyed the details of the recent events, but showed no inclination to leave. Do you have anything further to say, Mr. Gu? Luo Ning inquired with a smile, pondering that if he did not depart soon, her composure might falter. Indeed, I have matters to discuss. I may need to be away for a period, though the reasons are presently inconvenient to disclose. When do you intend to leave? When shall you return? I might depart as early as tomorrow morning. The return is uncertain. It could be 1 to 2 months, or perhaps just half a month, depending on circumstances. Should the medicine arrive promptly, I could return sooner, otherwise. It shall be a matter of luck, Gu Yunxiao reflected internally. Then, I shall see you off tomorrow morning. No need, Gu Yunxiao replied curtly, as though he feared Luo Ning might insist on accompanying him. I merely wish to escort you. There is no need for such a strong reaction, she retorted. Miss Luo, you must prioritize your safety. The world is perilous for young women in these times. I shall return as soon as I can, he said, his ears slightly reddening. Very well, I shall take care of myself, and you should too, Luo Ning responded, feeling a pang of disappointment at the thought of their imminent separation. I shall take my leave now. Rest well. Just as Gu Yunxiao prepared to depart, Luo Ning called out to him. Mr. Gu, Miss Luo, is there something else? He turned back, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Haven't we met before aside from that dinner? Your tone bears the hallmark of a pickup line, Luo Ning remarked. Is that so? I cannot recall, Gu Yunxiao replied, though a smile had unconsciously graced his lips. Those accustomed to solitude often possess a charm that captivates when they smile. Mr. Gu, are we friends? Luo Ning inquired. Certainly, he affirmed, yet the moment the words left his lips, he froze, unsure of how to proceed. His hands remained outstretched, caught in a limbo between embracing her and remaining still. As friends, I cannot bid you farewell without a hug, she declared boldly, justifying her desire without a hint of embarrassment. Regardless of the circumstances, she wished to indulge in this moment. She could be audacious if she so desired. After all, she was not a gentleman, but a woman. Luo Ning could distinctly hear the rhythmic drumming of Gu Yunxiao's heart. Her eyebrows arched, and her lips curled into a smile. Though she professed reluctance, her body betrayed her sincerity. Had she anticipated this, she would have seized the moment sooner. The summer heat rendered their thin layers of clothing mere barriers, allowing their body warmth to intertwine. Indeed, Yunxi had been correct. He possessed a sculpted physique. And unbeknownst to her, his chest muscles were equally impressive. Luo Ning's arms encircled Gu Yunxiao's slender waist, and she reveled in the comfort of the embrace. Just the right fit. He was not only handsome but possessed an appealing physique, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic sensibilities. She vowed never to release him, determined to cling on. Gu Yunxiao, initially lost in the sweetness of the possibility that Luo Ning might remember him, was taken aback by the sudden embrace. He felt the warmth of her hands wrapped around his waist, the heat radiating from her palms igniting a desire to flee. He feared that lingering any longer would make parting unbearable. The tension was palpable as he became acutely aware of her form and contours, heightened by his keen senses. Fortunately, Luo Ning did not lift her gaze. Otherwise, she would have noticed the flush that crept across his face, staining his ears and neck. Luo Ning merely perceived that Gu Yunxiao's body radiated warmth, how comforting it would be to hold him in winter. Yet human nature is often greedy. Each time he resolved to maintain his distance, he would find himself concocting excuses to draw closer, seduced by hidden desires. The girl nestled in his arms. Akin to a little fox, was his Achilles heel. Her every expression, every pout, and every smile tugged at his heartstrings. From the moment she had saved him in their youth, he had been unwilling to let go. Eventually, his hand, as if endowed with a mind of its own, found its way to her delicate shoulder. She smelled delightful, and her softness was intoxicating. How he longed to hold her indefinitely. For once, he wished to abandon his reservations and simply embrace her without end. Would there ever be a chance, however slight, to grow old together? The little girl in his arms continued to caress his waist, rendering his body even more rigid. An electric current surged from her touch, sending shivers down his spine, and his heart fluttered involuntarily. Gu Yunxiao sensed a rush of warmth flooding his nose, and upon realizing its source, his ears reddened further. "Miss Luo, I must take my leave. Stay safe and await my return." Before Luo Ning could respond, he extricated himself from her embrace and leapt from the open window, vanishing from sight. "This is the 3rd floor. Luo Ning get climate." Rushing to the window only to find no trace of him. With a sigh, she lamented, "I barely had a moment's embrace, and now he's gone. Mr. Gu, wifely, I won't see you for a month or 2. Gu Yunxiao fled as though pursued, landing neatly as he encountered Luo's parents in the courtyard below. "Mr. Gu, have matters been settled?" inquired Luo's mother, her tone cheerful. "We are in no rush. Please continue your discussion. Mr. Gu seems eager to return home for rest. It's late." "Tomorrow is not too late," added Luo's father. Gu Yunxiao awkwardly nodded at them, then leapt gracefully over the wall into the neighboring yard. "What on earth has our daughter done to him?" He fled in a panic, leaving even a nosebleed in his wake. Luo's mother exclaimed, "Isn't there an electric fence on our wall?" Luo's father mused, "We should reinforce it tomorrow. It seems somewhat weak." As Gu Yunxiao made his way home, he locked the door behind him and wiped his nose, the bleeding persisting for some time. He shut himself away in his room, and after a considerable period, he managed to regain his composure. He knocked on Qin Chuan's door, and the two engaged in conversation for an extended duration. The following morning, bright and early, Qin Chuan arrived at the Luo residence with his younger companions, grinning broadly as he cradled a fluffy, snow-white cat adorned with patterns. Upon seeing the feline, Luo Ning's sleep-laden eyes widened in surprise. "Hua hua." As she spoke, she reached out to embrace the cat. The feline struggled momentarily, but ultimately surrendered to her grasp. Thus, it lay nestled in Luo Ning's arms as she gently stroked its soft fur. "Miss Luo, the boss departed early this morning, assuring you not to worry about his safety. He is in good company. This pet was found a few days ago, and I can guarantee it poses no threat. So, I brought it to you in hopes you would take a liking to it." Qin Chuan wore his charming smile, exuding an air of refinement. Only those who knew him well could appreciate how he embodied the phrase gentleman rogue with such finesse. Luo Ning raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "This cat resembles the one I found when I was 10. Are you certain it isn't its offspring? Or perhaps you've stolen my cat, and now wish to return it?" she inquired with a smile, half in jest and half in genuine curiosity. The resemblance to her childhood companion was uncanny, and it was only natural for her to question its origins. "Miss Luo, have you ever seen a cat with a crown upon its head?" Qin Chuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and chuckled. "So you've gifted me a tiger to keep as a pet? While I find it endearing, something about it feels rather peculiar, though I cannot quite articulate why. Nevertheless, given that I am already cradling it, I shall care for it. After all, what difference does it make if it's a tiger or merely a cat? In this post-apocalyptic world, what harm could come from nurturing a tiger? It is so white, so adorable, so soft. Just a stroke of its plush fur is all that is needed. However, this tiger displayed some odd behavior. It permitted only Qin Chuan and Luo Ning to approach, baring its teeth and growling at anyone else who ventured too close. Unbeknownst to all, beneath the thick fur under its ears lay a conspicuous crimson birthmark. Chapter 67. Accepting the mission, clearing the laboratory, just as Luo Ning managed to finish her breakfast while keeping the proud little tiger's head firmly in place. Su Feng arrived at her doorstep. Upon entering the living room of Luo's villa, Su Feng was instantly captivated by the furry, patterned creature that was wriggling in her arms. "Miss Luo, your pet is truly extraordinary. We must be cautious, lest it escapes and harm someone. How could it not be extraordinary? What household keeps a ferocious tiger as a pet? Moreover, the way it gazed at him was unsettling. Amidst its aloofness was a hint of disdain. What? Does a tiger look down upon anyone? Thank you for the compliment. It is but a cat, merely a close relative of the tiger, Luo Ning replied nonchalantly, her heart steady. I happen to have matters to discuss with Major Su. Let us get to the point. Major Su isn't here for casual conversation, is he?
Su Feng.
No longer fixated on whether it was a cat or a tiger, straightforwardly stated, I wonder if Miss Luo has heard about the fire that occurred in District D last night? Jiang Aigua and his son perished in the blaze, and remarkably, theirs was the only house that caught fire. Do you find this suspicious? As he spoke, he watched Luo Ning's reaction closely, noting her lack of surprise. He surmised that she was likely entangled in the matter. Nevertheless, Su Feng was astute enough to recognize which questions were prudent to ask and which were best left unspoken. Allowing the moment to pass with a smile. Let us be candid, Major Su. We likely share the same topic of interest. Luo Ning gently caressed the little tiger's furry head, soothing its agitated demeanor as she spoke plainly with Su Feng. What are the chances of such coincidence? The Jiang family perished last night, their house burned down, and today you come knocking at my door. Miss Luo, are you aware that recently several ability users have gone missing? To speak frankly, this incident may very well be connected to the Jiang family. According to my sources, it appears they were clandestinely colluding with others, conducting live experiments on ability users shortly after the onset of the apocalypse. The only issue is the lack of concrete evidence. For now, we only possess a few leads, but the exact location remains elusive. Su Feng concluded, observing Luo Ning's response. Finally, she met his gaze with a smile and replied, How fortunate. For we were out on a mission yesterday and inadvertently discovered a place resembling a laboratory in the northwest direction of the base. Moreover, it seemed there were still people inside, though we did not dare to approach. We merely caught a distant glimpse. After all, it is the apocalypse. Upon hearing Luo Ning's words, Su Feng eagerly inquired, How far is it? How many personnel were inside? Were there any weapons or ability users? His questions came in rapid succession, like a barrage of fire. Major Su, you hold me in too high regard. We only caught a distant sight. We did not enter. So how could we possibly know? However, estimating, it should be about 20 kilometers away. From a distance, we could hear strange roars, reminiscent of zombies, yet not quite. The specifics remain unclear, but if you intend to investigate, I would advise caution. With that, Luo Ning returned her focus to the proud little tiger, awaiting Su Feng's instructions. This matter is somewhat urgent. I would like to sincerely invite the Guardian Squad to join this operation, given your team's capabilities. I am confident you would be eager to participate in this challenging task. The rewards will undoubtedly be plentiful. What kind of remark is that, Major Su? Do you take me for someone who is solely motivated by points? Luo Ning laughed brightly, her eyes sparkling. The others thought, aren't you? Not at all. I trust in Miss Luo's integrity, Su Feng replied with aplomb, his demeanor unfaltering as he sought assistance, displaying none of the guile that might suggest he was attempting to exploit Luo Ning's resources. However, I have one condition. Our Guardian Squad must retain the autonomy to act independently. Of course, if Major Su requires our assistance, we will do our utmost to cooperate without hindering anyone. Luo Ning expressed her concerns. Certainly, Su Feng, having developed a favorable impression of this cooperative squad, readily agreed without hesitation. I must now gather other ability teams to organize our personnel. In the meantime, you may prepare your weapons and supplies, keeping them as lightweight as possible. We aim to resolve this within 2 days. The longer we delay, the greater the uncertainties. Then, I appreciate Miss Luo's insights. And I must take my leave. I shall see you at the base gate in an hour. Major Su, please hold on. Just as Su Feng was about to depart, Luo Ning called him back. You will find this list useful. I trust you can deduce how I acquired it, so I need not elaborate further. Upon seeing the list, Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then comprehension dawned upon him. Before he could express his gratitude, Luo Ning interjected, I know, no need for excessive thanks. We are what one might call old friends. The little tiger, baring its teeth, struggled to leap towards Su Feng, but Luo Ning swiftly grasped its ear, pulling it back into her embrace, finally calming it down. If you run again, I shall toss you outside to be fed to the zombies. The little tiger appeared instantly pitiful, casting a mournful glance at Luo Ning, whining softly. Just as Su Feng's expression reflected gratitude, Luo Ning's next words doused his enthusiasm. A modest provision of supplies will suffice. Given our relationship, we wouldn't want to take more than necessary, would we? The little tiger, as if bolstered by encouragement, suddenly exuded an air of superiority, casting a disdainful glance at Su Feng, as if to say, "Did you think you were on such good terms with Ning Ning? There will be a price to pay." Su Feng mused inwardly. Indeed, Miss Luo is not only frugal but also holds grudges. However, this matter indeed proved to be of great assistance to the base, and expressing gratitude for the supplies was essential. Thus he acquiesced. "Very well, that is only natural. I shall take my leave now." Before Luo Ning could respond, Su Feng had already dashed out the door like a gust of wind. Once Su Feng departed, the little tiger, which had been growling and baring its teeth in Luo Ning's arms, settled down considerably. It persistently nudged its fluffy head against the palm of Luo Ning's hand, creating a delightful tickling sensation. With its large, adorable eyes fixed on Luo Ning, it feigned cuteness, eliciting an overwhelming feeling of affection within her. Qin Chuan tilted his head to the side, glancing away, and the glint of his gold-rimmed glasses caught the light as he softly clicked his tongue. "Is this even possible? I've learned it, but it seems difficult to apply practically." Though somewhat aloof, Luo Ning found herself quite fond of it. She relished the sensation of petting the cat, soft, fluffy, an elevation of bliss. After all, they were both felines. It felt as if there was no difference whatsoever. "By the way, Miss Luo, the boss instructed me to leave some items for you in the underground storage of the adjacent villa. He mentioned that the space was too cramped, so he took some out for you to see if they might be useful." Luo Ning's eyes sparkled momentarily, a flicker of excitement crossing her face. "Really? Then I shall go collect them now. It is unsafe to leave them lying around." Thus, Luo Ning followed Qin Chuan, bringing along the dignified tiger, to the underground storage next door. Upon entering, Luo Ning was taken aback. It appeared as though an assembly line had been relocated here. The machinery and equipment were precisely what she had been worrying about, where to acquire some in case they might be needed later on. It seemed she had mentioned it a few times, and to her surprise, Mr. Gu had remembered. Her heart felt as if it had been smeared with honey in that instant, yet a tinge of melancholy soon followed. However, upon stroking the tiger, which clung to her as if it had no legs of its own, her spirits lifted a little. Their small team naturally had no need to organize anything, for with her spatial abilities, what more could they require? Yet each member was still assigned a backpack, symbolically filled with some light provisions and water, while arming themselves appropriately. They made their way to the base's entrance. Luo's parents did not participate this time. After all, Luo Ning deemed the risks too great and preferred not to expose them to danger. Initially, she intended to leave the little tiger at home, but it stubbornly refused to part ways, trailing behind her determinately. With no alternative, she had to bring it along. If it became too troublesome, she could always stow it away in her space later. Chapter 68. The Purge Operation commences. Once all participants had assembled, Su Feng began to elucidate the pertinent details of the mission. "Dear supernatural beings, I trust you are somewhat aware of the objective of this endeavor. We are to eradicate an experimental laboratory dedicated to the live research of supernatural beings. This issue is intricately linked to each of you, and I hope everyone can approach it with the seriousness it deserves." He continued, "You must have heard the recent rumors regarding the disappearance of supernatural beings. After all, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. It may very well be your turn one day." Su Feng commenced by outlining the stakes involved, observing the nods of agreement among the crowd before continuing. "In addition to dismantling this stronghold, it is of utmost importance to rescue a highly esteemed professor in the field of biology who has been forcibly involved in the research. Their contributions to the study of supernatural abilities and human evolution are invaluable. This task would be undertaken by the Guardian team, while the other teams would primarily deal with the stubborn resistance forces. The dangers were undeniable, yet I have faith that you all can work together to eliminate this threat, ensuring a greater chance of survival for yourselves and your families. Today, we shall spare no effort to eradicate this looming peril that threatens us."
Su Feng,
adept in his role as a leader, spoke with such conviction that it inspired willing acceptance among the audience. After all, it was evident from his words that he held no selfish motives. He was undeniably a master of his craft, at least for the time being. Luo Ning felt she could not compare. "Your leader may not be present now. If any of you are reluctant to participate, feel free to voice it. I shall not impose. However, once you decide to join, I expect you to follow orders. Otherwise, our team may not retain as many members. The target of this statement was clear. Luo Ning did not consider her directness to be overly blunt. Gu Yunxiao and his brothers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although Luo Ning had known them for a short time, their interactions had remained amicable, perhaps due to Gu Yunxiao's previous influence. Nonetheless, it was inevitable that a group of men might harbor some reluctance to accept a woman as their leader. She did not expect them to obey her commands as completely as her previous team had, yet she at least desired a baseline of cooperation. Thus the need for a preemptive warning. The tiger, Hua, surveyed the group with a satisfied glimmer in its eyes. Otherwise, any foolhardy individual might find themselves facing its claws. And you, Luo Ning directed at the proud Hua, behave yourself if you join. Don't cause me any trouble. Otherwise, you might find yourself discarded as well. The convoy advanced onward, traversing 6 or 7 kilometers beyond the base, where the road began to deteriorate. With some clearing, it remained passable, albeit at a slower pace. A journey of 20 kilometers, which would typically take around half an hour before the apocalypse, extended to over 3 hours today due to frequent stops to eliminate zombies and clear vegetation. Given the number of people involved, they encountered a frenzied wild boar that launched an indiscriminate attack. In truth, it was not difficult to slay, but the boar's hide was excessively thick, bullets hardly penetrated, and even when they did, it only incited further rage. Ultimately, everyone employed their various skills, and with Luo Ning wielding her imposing 1-meter-8 machete, she leapt into action, raising her blade above her head and swinging down with force, cleaving the creature in two. Luo Ning felt exhilarated. The individual she had initially considered approaching had quietly retreated. After weaving through the dense forest for a while, they indeed heard the faint roar she had mentioned, which sounded distinctly different from ordinary zombies. In truth, I was merely speculating based on Gu Yunxiao's information, and I did not expect to encounter it. Su Feng led a group ahead to scout the path, expending considerable effort to eliminate several guards at the rear entrance, not anticipating the strength of the abilities possessed by those on watch. Su Feng reiterated his caution to everyone. Your goal is to rescue the individuals. Do not linger in battle. The remaining teams will split into 4 groups, following our 4 squad leaders. After the assignment was complete, everyone dispersed to their respective tasks. Luo Ning led her team, dividing into 2 groups as they began their search on the lower levels. In the underground laboratory on the 3rd floor, a figure clad in a white lab coat had eyes that glowed red, unwilling to budge an inch. He remained fixated on the man in the cage, whose complexion had begun to turn a ghastly gray. Should someone familiar be present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the supernatural being who had gone missing from the base a few days prior. Suddenly, the pale-faced man sharply opened his half-closed eyes, his gaze wild and bloodshot, pupils constricting, as though he might pop out of his sockets. The researcher, once filled with delight, was instantly cast into despair, collapsing onto a nearby table.
Why?
Why has it failed again? Why did he not survive? I refuse to believe it. I will not accept that I cannot create the perfect humanoid weapon. He grasped at his disheveled hair, nearly tearing it out in frustration. Restless. He had been at it for 10 consecutive days, administering zombie serum to an ordinary person each day, yet none had survived. He had not slept a wink. His mentor had once mentioned that he lacked a bit of talent and was too eager for success. However, he was unwilling to concede. Why was it that his junior, who came after him, garnered more favor from their teacher? He was determined to prove himself, that he was no less capable. Suddenly, a glimmer of madness ignited in his eyes, filled with a frenzied rage. Suddenly, he grasped a syringe, drew in a vial of murky liquid, and injected it into his arm. 5 minutes later, a furious, wrathful roar, seemingly laden with a myriad of unfulfilled desires, shattered the stillness of the air, shaking the building as if it were on the verge of collapse. Senior G, let me take a look, called a young man in a white lab coat, flanked by 2 armed guards as he emerged from the reinforced soundproof door, oblivious to the chaos outside. Just as he was about to shout for his senior to inquire about the progress, he was struck by the sight of blood splattered across the floor and the guards lying motionless at the entrance. His senior's body appeared to have inflated, as if filled with air, lifting its head, which had been hunched over and feeding, and casting a cold, excited gaze upon them, an unmistakable glimmer of hunger akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Xueqiu, Yunxiao, where are the living? Please, point the way. He had shouted for what felt like an eternity, yet that wretched child remained unresponsive. How peculiar, it had been frequently disappearing lately. Once he caught it, he would settle the score with that miserable child, deducting a bowl of braised pork from its rations. At such a crucial moment, it had faltered, proving utterly unreliable. He would have to expend his mental energy to investigate slowly. Su Feng and his team had eliminated a wave of the main patrol, making their journey behind them relatively effortless, despite sporadic skirmishes with resistance fighters that sprang from the shadows. Yet their numbers were considerable. They took turns, allowing others to rest, ensuring they conserved their strength. However, it had been half a day since he last spotted the researcher he sought. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted unexpectedly, causing everyone to cover their ears, fearing their eardrums might rupture from the sheer volume. What enmity could invoke such a terrifying sound? Luo Ning transformed her mental energy into the finest of threads, tracing the resonance of the sound all the way to the underground. Let us head to the basement. Chapter 69. The Giant-Headed Zombie. The Guardian squad followed Luo Ning at a brisk pace until they reached the imposing door leading to the underground level. Standing before this prison-like door designed to contain the most dangerous of criminals, the group found themselves at a loss. This was indeed a password lock. They exchanged uncertain glances before suggesting, "What if we let Chu Bufan give it a try?" Though his capabilities were questionable, trying wouldn't hurt. After all, it was metal. Luo Ning harbored doubts about his reliability, but had an idea she was unsure would work. She instructed the others to proceed with their methods, while she stepped away briefly. Since Chu Bufan had previously trapped the fire brigade within the passage using his metallic powers, his confidence surged. Today is a crucial moment for me to reclaim my dignity as a man. De Zhuang, record this moment. I want to immortalize my glory, he declared, tossing his slightly long golden hair and placing his hands on the door, attempting to use his metallic abilities to carve out a hole in the seemingly impenetrable barrier. The others stood ready with their weapons, alert for any zombies or monsters that might burst forth from within. Yet 3 minutes later, the door remained unmoved. The unmistakable growls of zombies echoed from within, and behind that door, neither humans nor zombies could claim victory over the other. A sheen of sweat formed on Chu Bufan's forehead, dampening the strands of hair that fell into his eyes. Perhaps you should step aside. Your dignity has been ground into the dirt, irretrievably lost. Move aside, let me handle this, Gu Yunxi said mercilessly, shoving Chu Bufan's reluctant hands away and launching a fiery assault. The outcome was predictably disastrous. Just as everyone was about to exhaust their various abilities in a desperate attempt, De Zhuang, the Earth Elemental user, contemplated the feasibility of digging a tunnel when Luo Ning returned. The entire group turned in unison, for she was dragging a person by the collar, their plight utterly pitiful, dragging them along the ground from the waist down. The onlookers gasped, how unfortunate for them to be caught by her. Luo Ning instructed De Zhuang and Jiang Zhen to restrain the two individuals, then unleashed a block of ice that promptly knocked them awake within 5 seconds. Which pervert is this? One of them thought, just as they intended to strike from behind amidst the chaos, only to be met with a swift kick from this woman, rendering them unconscious. The imprint of her shoe clearly visible. They realized their capture would not end well. However, could you be any more straightforward? What else with the ice block shoved down the collar?
Xiu Yun investigates, Luo Ning instructed succinctly.
Chen Xiaojun understood her intent and utilized his mind-reading ability to search for any memory related to the password. A minute later, he shook his head. This person has no recollection of such matters. Upon his words, the individual was immediately frozen into an icy sculpture. He then proceeded to probe the other person. Found it. Y28Y5J7S. The crowd erupted in joy. Qin Chuan, open the door. Luo Ning and her team prepared their weapons, poised for whatever might emerge. As soon as the door creaked open, an enormous head protruded, truly a head, an entire one. The group unleashed their powers and weapons in unified attack against that grotesque, abhorrent zombie head. Was this truly a zombie? To label it merely a monster would be an insult to the term. Its decaying flesh exuded a foul stench, teeth gnarled and filled with remnants of flesh. And what was that?
Ashu sole.
In this day and age, were shoe soles only fit for stuffing the gaps between a zombie's teeth? Its mouth consumed 2/3 of its face, This must be the infamous blood basin. And those ghastly, milky white eyeballs that seemed on the verge of falling out. As the door opened, the shock was overwhelming, prompting the group to instinctively unleash their powers. Thus, the ghastly, mucus-coated eyeball rolled forth, leaving a slimy trail in its wake. What kind of abomination is this? Why is that eyeball following me? Chu Bufan leaped with unprecedented speed, hanging onto the ceiling fan, swaying precariously and creaking ominously as though it might plummet at any moment. The eyeball, approximately 80 centimeters in diameter, rolled far, colliding with the staircase before bouncing back. The group hastily sought corners to expel the remnants of their breakfast wontons. Ironically, the eyeball collided with the gaping maw of the zombie, which had just emitted a deafening roar. The zombie promptly chewed and swallowed it. In an instant, a sticky, nauseating roar erupted, compelling the group to cover their mouths and noses. This zombie had foul breath. Luo Ning distributed several masks before donning her own. For every grievance, there should be retribution. Just when I finally enjoyed a wonton, you had to ruin it. Brothers and sisters, let us take revenge. Two healers standing nearby exchanged bewildered glances. So, you vomited your wontons just for this? Gu Yunxi incinerated the hair from what was left of the head, while Chu Bufan pried out all its teeth, and a Zhuang sealed the oozing eye sockets, deeming the sticky substance far too filthy. As Luo Ning allowed their fury to subside, she approached with her blade, ready to freeze that repulsively grotesque head. Then, encasing the blade in a layer of ice, he struck down with a single swing. The head was cleaved in two. Fortunately, it had been frozen. Otherwise, with such a large head, the brain matter would have splattered far and wide. Before them, a luminous yellow core revealed itself. Thus, it is often the case that things are inherently contradictory and complex. Truly, there is no way to explain it. Such a grotesque creature could give birth to such a dazzling and resplendent crystal core. Luo Ning carefully wrapped it in ice and placed it in her backpack, effectively storing it in her spatial realm. This could be divided later upon their return. And no one had any objections. The pressing question now was whether the person inside was still alive. That monstrous head could easily block the door. How large must its body be? However, to their astonishment, the massive head was connected to a body of normal human proportions. The once white lab coat, now devoid of color, bore the name of a certain research institute. Upon seeing this, the onlookers could only sigh in dismay. At that moment, the severed head revealed a small gap, allowing a faint glimmer of light to escape. Eventually, they steeled themselves against their disgust, secured the head with ropes, and dragged it away from the doorway. They rushed inside. The interior was relatively well lit, albeit the scene was rather gruesome. The pristine white walls were speckled with dried bloodstains, and severed limbs lay scattered throughout the long corridor. It appeared that these were once the guards. The colossal head that had blocked the door belonged to a zombie clad in a lab coat, confirming that this was undoubtedly a place of experimentation. Let us check each room. We'll split up. Remember to call for help if anything happens. Your lives are paramount. Do not act recklessly.
With that, they dispersed.
Chapter 70. The Half-Dead. Luo Ning was the first to open a door. The guards in the corridor had been entirely devoured by the enormous-headed zombie from before. Upon opening the door, there were no zombies or living beings in sight. Ning, it seems we can't understand this data. Should we take it? Qian Duo casually flipped through a few documents, finding them incomprehensible. You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Luo Ning replied as she entered the first data room. Without a second thought, she stored not only the documents but also the cabinets into her spatial realm. Regardless of their usefulness, it was better to take them than to leave them behind. Furthermore, if this information were to fall into the wrong hands, it could lead to yet another tragedy. She firmly believed that human greed knows no bounds. One should never test human nature, for it has never withstood such trials. Luo Ning meticulously sorted through all the documents on this floor, storing them away for future use when the time was right, but not now. Eventually, the entire first basement was cleared out. Just as they reached the staircase leading to the second basement, they heard the echoes of a ghostly roar from below. Without further delay, they descended to the next level. Upon reaching the second basement, the sight before them was truly horrifying. Within enormous transparent glass tubes floated countless figures submerged in a pale blue liquid. Some resembled humans, others zombies, and some even appeared as grotesque beasts. A few were amorphous blobs, while others had wings. The scream they had just heard had come from De Zhuang, who had turned just in time to see a pair of open eyes staring back at him. His cry seemed to awaken the creatures behind him. Their mouths twitched as if attempting to articulate something. However, he dared not approach to listen. Luo Ning arrived at the second basement to witness this chilling scene. Her keen vision allowed her to discern the movement of the lips from a distance.
Help me.
The figure still retained some semblance of human consciousness, pleading for rescue. Luo Ning frowned as she explained to the others. Yet, the decaying body and the grotesquely bulging eyes, along with the sharp, unnatural fangs, indicated that he had already succumbed to zombification. He could no longer be considered human. After all, they were not researchers, and even those who were might not have any solutions. We might not be able to save you, Gu Yunxi said helplessly. Let us move on. We need to find others. Luo Ning felt no compulsion to rescue him. Even if they managed to free him, it would only grant him a swift end. There was no other recourse. Moreover, why invite trouble upon themselves? Just as they were about to descend further in search of survivors, the half-human, half-zombie suddenly transformed. Its expression shifted dramatically, and a guttural, viscous roar pierced through the liquid and the thick glass casing, reverberating in their ears. I shall eat you. The half-dead-us face contorted into a grotesque mask, shedding its previous guise of helplessness to reveal its true, horrific nature. Good grief, this zombie is cunning enough to try and trick us into releasing it.
Que Buffon exclaimed,
voicing everyone's disbelief. If zombies are this clever, what hope is there for humanity? Qian Duo patted his chest, relieved that he hadn't persuaded Ning Ning to save it earlier. Otherwise, they would now be in a dire situation. Forget it. Let us keep moving. Finding survivors is our priority. Just as the words left his lips, the half-dead creature erupted violently, its skin bursting to reveal its grotesque flesh, which was not red but a sickly dark hue. De Zhuang retched in a corner. It seemed not only the breakfast wontons had been lost, but also the spicy rice noodles from the previous night. The creature thrashed violently against the glass enclosure, which was on the verge of shattering. Soon, distinct cracks began to form. Be careful. We must subdue it first. This cunning zombie will undoubtedly seek revenge if we let it go. With that, they each took up defensive positions. Those with weaker attack abilities retreated to a slightly safer distance, though only slightly, for the area was teeming with strange creatures.
Bang!
The glass casing ultimately could not withstand the force and shattered into countless shards, sending debris flying. The group could only do their utmost to evade being splattered or struck by the repugnant creature. Chu Bufan, chain it up. Bind its limbs.
Dazua.
Blind it with dirt. Don't stop. Keep it coming. Qin Chuan, control the wind. Prevent our scent from reaching the monsters. Luo Ning issued a series of commands without hesitation, immediately empowering her ice abilities. The blade gleamed with a chilling light as she swung it toward the half-dead.
Yet.
The creature roared, humans, join us. Its intelligence was baffling. It did not adhere to the expected norms. In a flash, it darted through the weakest point in their defenses, shattering every glass tube it could reach. This zombie retained human consciousness, exhibiting intelligence. We must eliminate it. The group disregarded the other creatures emerging from the liquid, focusing their firepower on the half-dead. Xiao Jun, probe its intentions. Understood. Chen Xiao Jun stood by, quickly grasping Luo Ning's intent. The half-dead human thoughts could be uncovered, revealing its next move. While its intelligence was an advantage, it also exposed a fatal flaw. After all, being human meant having weaknesses. Luo sister, to your right, be careful. Luo Ning parried the creature's claws with her blade. Qin brother, watch your 12 o'clock. Qin Chuan, wielding a short weapon, swiftly transformed the wind into sharp blades, severing one of the creature's arms. Though surprised, he quickly regained his composure and rejoined the fray. Hold it for 2 minutes.
Luo Ning commanded.
Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Even Chen Xiaojun gripped his weapon, unwilling to show an ounce of complacency. The creature seemed to be in a frenzy, unable to detect their scent or pinpoint their location. It roared in fury, thrashing about wildly, but it was already wounded. Luo Ning's mental energy morphed into a blade, and seizing the opportunity while it was defenseless, he struck directly at its once vibrant brain. The yellow orb, sensing imminent danger, attempted to shield itself against the overwhelming force that had suddenly assailed it. However, it was far too late. After his last upgrade, Luo Ning's mental prowess had significantly improved. He offered no chance for resistance and swiftly extracted the core. The group sighed in relief, yet remained vigilant. Casting a glance at the damp, grotesque creature sprawled on the ground, they each hefted their large blades to harvest the core. With the monsters still incapacitated, it was now or never. They couldn't afford to leave them for another day. A frenzied flurry of strikes ensued, and they successfully cleaved open the creatures, amassing a considerable bounty of cores. Finally, they did not spare the ones encased in glass, taking matters into their own hands to smash them open. Each individual exerted themselves, anxious to avoid another encounter with a sentient, yet zombified being. Should another arise, they might not have any abilities left to combat it. Luo Ning took a small bottle filled with diluted spiritual spring water to replenish his strength. Having subsisted on fruits and vegetables from their spatial store, none had noticed any difference. However, after drinking, he felt his energy surge back. At long last, they reached the third underground level, where the remnants of zombies had all but vanished. The walls and floors were stained with blood, reminiscent of the first floor, suggesting that the large-headed creature had ascended from this very spot. Luo Ning stealthily gathered some equipment, wary of drawing attention, especially since Su Feng would have inquiries. Then he began searching for the so-called genius professor. Is anyone there? A door similar to the one leading to the first basement slowly opened, revealing a researcher clad in a blood-soaked lab coat.
Ello, IAM Fuiken.
Thank you for coming to rescue me. Chapter 71, Uprooted.
Greetings, IAM Fuiken.
Thank you for your timely rescue. A young man with striking features and fair skin greeted Luo Ning and her companions with a smile. Judging by his appearance alone, he certainly seemed to be a vibrant and refined youth. Yet, his clothing was drenched in blood. In this heavily guarded laboratory, one could hardly expect the blood to belong to animals. Behind him stood an elderly man. They were the last two researchers remaining. Noticing the curious gazes directed at him, he spoke openly. I heard the commotion and realized you were here to rescue me, so I eliminated the guards and a few unscrupulous researchers to spare you some trouble. Those researchers were merely a threat to humanity. No need to thank me. With a smile, he took the lead and headed outside. The group, intrigued, peered through the open door. 6 or 7 guards, along with 7 or 8 researchers, lay dead in grotesque positions. One individual had even had their throat slit, likely having just succumbed, as blood still bubbled from the wound. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. We came to rescue them, right? Why does it seem like they didn't need saving? Do you all like it here? Planning to stay? Fui Chen quipped, glancing back. The group shuddered and hurried to follow. The elderly man sighed, trailing behind them. In this world, humanity was far more terrifying than the zombies. Those individuals truly deserved their fate. Were brilliant scientists truly so deranged? Indeed, the line between genius and madness is perilously thin. Contemplating this, the group silently resolved to maintain a safe distance from this genius in the future. They weren't ready to meet their end. Upon reaching the second underground level, Luo Ning observed Fu Yichen's expression, noting his slight raise of an eyebrow and the upward curve of his lips. He was unperturbed. It seemed geniuses were indeed unlike ordinary folk, possessing an exceptionally unique taste. What is your perspective on these monsters, Professor Fu?
Luo Ning inquire tentatively.
Fu Yichen disdainfully glanced at the grotesque corpses of the creatures, now unrecognizable, and retorted with scorn. Foolish creatures, lacking intelligence, can only produce such abominations, mere defective products. With that, he continued striding forward with graceful poise, disappearing around the corner. Surely, the fools he referred to were others, likely some researchers, and had nothing to do with him. Moreover, had he not participated himself? Luo Ning chose not to dwell on the genius's remarks. She simply wished to align with him. Upon their exit, Su Feng and the other abilities users had yet to descend. This building had 20 floors. It was uncertain if such monsters lurked above. Not having signaled for help, she opted to let them be. However, with so many levels, it was clear they still had much to contend with. Although Luo Ning and her group did not ascend to assist, they remained active. Once again, it was time for Chu Bufan to shine, though he appeared less than cheerful. Utilizing his metal-based abilities, he sealed off all other exits, leaving only a main entrance, where they awaited in the lobby. As any stragglers descended, they would be eliminated. Yunxi, duo, come practice. Luo Ning called out, and the two obediently took position at the staircase, prepared for any who would come down. They were likely the only members of the team who had never killed, and Luo Ning did not press them. Yet, they wielded their weapons with striking ferocity, employing sheer force to cleave through. Moreover, with Qin Chuan's unwavering gaze upon them, at critical moments, a gust of wind would swiftly take the life of any unfortunate soul. Each survivor, having narrowly escaped death, would gaze upon this group of predatory reapers and ponder the difficulties of life. Even more chilling were those who, witnessing the gruesome demise of their companions, chose to end their own lives. The Guardian Squad proclaimed, "We did nothing." When Su Feng and his team descended, they narrowly avoided a clash with a blade, subsequently evading a fireball that came hurtling towards them. Su Feng exclaimed, "What did I do to deserve this? My apologies." My hands moved faster than my brain. I thought it was another straggler, Qian Duo offered sheepishly. Yes, we have poor eyesight. It was unintentional. Gu Yunxi laughed, her eyes sparkling. She harbored no ill intentions, merely wanting to support her brother. Su Feng, not holding a grudge, nodded towards the two researchers Luo Ning had found, not asking further questions. "Do you have any equipment or materials to take with you?"
Su Feng inquired.
"Just a few machines. Why would we need the documents? What do you think our brains are for?" The group chuckled. "Perhaps our brains are counterfeit." "Was Miss Luo's team relatively successful?" Su Feng asked. "It was manageable. The zombies had some peculiar mutations, and there was one pretending to be human to garner sympathy, but we ignored it, and it soon revealed its true nature. On the 20th floor, there are only half-corrupted beings retaining their human consciousness, but they are all securely locked in specialized metal cages. Otherwise, the ability's users would have faced far more casualties." Su Feng's expression turned serious. Luo Ning felt a jolt of surprise. So many? While she typically maintained a calm facade, a sense of unease crept in. What if Su Feng showed mercy? She can embrace the role of a villain, nipping potential threats in the bud. Thus, "I have commanded the eradication of all of them, for they have ceased to be human. To allow them to remain would only sow the seeds of future calamity. I fear not the mantle of a wicked person, for humanity cannot withstand such benevolence." With this thought, Luo Ning felt a slight sense of relief. Upon returning to the vehicle, she was met with a pair of mournful little eyes that fixed upon her intently. It was only after she cradled the fluffy creature in her arms and petted its large head a few times that the little one, named Hua Hua, squinted its eyes in delight, thoroughly enjoying the affection. The creature nudged against her hand, reminiscent of a cat. After the convoy departed, a series of explosions erupted behind them, one after another. Accompanied by billowing smoke, the concealed building crumbled with a thunderous roar. In the base S square, investigations revealed that clandestine experiments on awakened individuals were conducted, a heinous act that contravenes humanitarian principles. With irrefutable evidence now in hand, former Minister Lu Ming, ex-deputy Mayor Xia Ho, Secretary Zhang Chongqing, Director Luo Yunfeng, as well as members of the Jiang family, Jiang Qianqiu, Jiang Aigua, and Jiang Xingyu, were sentenced to execution by firing squad. The base issued a renewed statement. While research on supernatural abilities is permissible, any practices that disregard human life and blur moral boundaries will be met with uncompromising retribution. Whistleblowers shall be generously rewarded with substantial resources. Let this be known to all. The loudspeakers continuously broadcast this announcement in the base square, ensuring that everyone could hear. Meanwhile, the tightly bound individuals faced the public on their knees, enduring their accusations and insults. Naturally, throwing stones was an essential part of the spectacle. Some family members of the missing awakened individuals even breached the security line to unleash their fury with punches and kicks. Ning, how splendidly I have orchestrated this. With just 2 packs of cigarettes, I bribed 2 guards to facilitate this release, allowing those family members to vent their frustrations. Clever, isn't it? Luo Ning shot her a disapproving glance. You reckless child. You've been played. She was all too familiar with Su Feng's tricks, having fallen victim to them once before. In the base's office, Su Feng snapped shut a folder with a smile. Bring forth the goods. What splendid treasures did we receive this time? Remember to share half with me. Don't forget. Following a few muffled gunshots, all fell silent. Chapter 72. The tiger's temper flared. Upon returning, Luo Ning cradled Hua Hua and ascended the stairs, while everyone else retreated to shower and change clothes. As an ice element awakener, Luo Ning not only had to act as a fighter but also as a caretaker, providing sustenance for the family. However, she held a particular obsession with bathing, when conditions allowed. She would cherish the experience. Hua Hua, let us go. Time for a bath. She lifted Hua Hua, only for it to leap from her arms and bound onto the sofa. Hurry up, it's time for a bath. If you don't, you can forget about sleeping with me tonight. I'll lock you out. Luo Ning exhibited a hint of obsessive cleanliness. Moreover, she wished to care for Mr. Gu's pet properly, otherwise, he would surely think she was negligent, which would be unacceptable to someone with his severe cleanliness standards. Hua hesitated for a moment, eyes flickering, before reluctantly following Luo Ning upstairs. Once on the second floor, it lingered by the bedroom door, refusing to enter. Come in, it's bath time. With its pink ears perked up, Hua finally stepped inside with an air of reluctant grace. The water in the bathroom gushed audibly, creating ripples that resonated deeply, sending waves of tranquility throughout the space. Come here, you naughty child. Are you not accustomed to bathing? Does Mr. Gu not give you baths? Luo Ning gemerket. Seizing the escaping Hua by the scruff, ignoring its feeble attempts to protest, and unceremoniously plunged it into a moderately sized basin of water. The tiger mused, so, it's just a bath? Luo Ning lathered it with her cherry blossom-scented shower gel, and the little tiger, eyes squinted in apparent enjoyment, settled into the basin with its back to her, presenting a proud yet aloof demeanor. Its tail swayed rhythmically, indicating its contentment. As Luo Ning scrubbed its head, the creature nudged her, resembling a large cat. Now let us wash your belly. The tiger jolted, momentarily frozen in surprise. After a prolonged pause, it remained motionless, as if caught in a trance of enjoyment. Luo Ning attempted to flip it over, but found it surprisingly resistant. Can't budge? A strong woman like me can lift a sack of potatoes, yet I cannot overpower a mere cat? Are you male or female? Have you turned into a spirit? Fearing I might peek? Rest assured, even if you reign supreme in the feline world, I harbor no such improper thoughts. And with that, she seized the opportunity to apply some shower gel to its chest. The moment she did, it jolted awake, fluffing its fur and splashing water everywhere. This creature, adorned with a frothy coat, bolted from the bathroom, leaving a trail of paw prints as it leaped from the balcony. The tiger has become sentient, refusing a bath like a shy bride. Definitely a female. Luo Ning scoffed. Exasperated, she decided not to pursue it, prioritizing her own bath instead. With Snowball still outside, she hastily washed herself, only to realize she had grabbed only her underwear. Although the space contained many options, they had not been cleaned yet, and with no rush to dress, she stepped out clad only in her undergarments to retrieve some clothes. As she opened the door, she found a damp, water-dripping, foolish-looking tiger staring at her with wide eyes. Luo Ning's figure was undeniably captivating, particularly endorsed by the beauty-conscious Gu Yunxi. Curves where they should be, slender limbs that did not betray any excess weight, her skin glowed with a rosy radiance from her recent bath. Dressed solely in underwear, her long, graceful legs were openly displayed, and the view above was equally revealing. Water droplets from her hair cascaded down, vanishing into the crevices of her form. The two, one human, one tiger, locked eyes for a few seconds, and suddenly, the previously innocent expression on the tiger's face shifted to one of embarrassment, or so Luo Ning believed. Then, unexpectedly, the dim-witted tiger began to bleed from its nose. Drip, 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 each droplet contrasting starkly against the pristine floor. Luo Ning quickly donned 2 pieces of clothing, cradled the little tiger in a towel, and fetched tissues to tend to its nosebleed. The heat has been relentless lately. Perhaps you've overheated. Would you like some fruit? As Luo Ning leaned down to wipe the blood from the little tiger's nose, she noticed its head inadvertently nestled against her chest. However, the nosebleed showed no signs of abating, only surging with increased vigor. Eventually, as she continued to dab, the tiger's eyes reddened, its jaws tightly clenched, as if it were battling some internal struggle. The overheating seemed quite severe. Its eyes had turned red, and it had lost a considerable amount of blood. Just then, it leaped out the window once more. Luo Ning found herself somewhat amused. There was an uncanny resemblance between this feeling and that of Mr. Gu.
Indeed.
Both master and pet exhibited a similar timidity. After finishing her meal, an unexpected question struck her. Was Qin Chuan, this little tiger, male or female?
As she pondered this,
she instinctively attempted to flip the furry creature in her arms to investigate. After all, should it turn out to be a male? How could she possibly endure the thought of bringing home an unsightly, fierce female tiger in the future? In Miss Luo's view, only the little tiger gifted by Mr. Gu, which bore a striking resemblance to a flower, was the most adorable and well-behaved. The others, wild and untamed, were far less appealing. No matter how she tried to turn it, the tiger stubbornly curled up, resisting her attempts to get a better look. Despite its persistent struggle, it seemed to instinctively retract its claws, as if afraid of hurting her. After several fruitless attempts, Luo Ning resigned herself to the task. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, was secretly amused, though he maintained a composed demeanor, exuding elegance and charm. As he noted the time was nearing for their return, he chose not to prolong the suspense. He would never admit to having cowered under her gaze. If he remained silent much longer, the prospect of marriage might slip away. Perhaps we should consider neutering it. He mused, after all, it is a pet. We wouldn't want to attract a fierce, man-eating female tiger back to our little team. Upon hearing this, the little tiger froze, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Had it truly reached a level of intelligence to comprehend human speech? Luo Ning felt her reasoning was quite sound. Yet, why did Qin Chuan display a mix of horror and suppressed laughter? Or perhaps not? He had a fondness for this creature and had even mentioned wanting to find it a beautiful and kind mate in the future. The situation Miss Luo feared was unlikely to manifest. Qin Chuan realized that if he continued to avoid proper conversation, he might not only miss the chance to marry but could also find himself singing a lamenting tune on his knees in the future. After several assurances from him, Luo Ning finally set aside her thoughts of ensuring his lineage came to a halt. Chapter 73. The Assault of the Mutant Beasts. From now on, you shall no longer be called Flower. Your name shall be Lord Tiger, she declared. As a male, you must seek a mate and cannot appear too effeminate. Otherwise, I fear no one will find you appealing. After her proclamation, the expressions of those around varied. Miss Luo was certain she was not devoid of creativity when it came to naming. However, Flower and Lord Tiger lacked sophistication, yet none dared to voice their opinions. Some were too intimidated, while others acknowledged their own ineptitude in naming. As they deliberated on today's tasks, whether to scavenge for supplies or combat zombies, Luo Ning found herself lost in thought, clutching Lord Tiger, an uneasy feeling stirring within her. Suddenly, her monthly cycle arrived. Was this the source of her disquiet? She had assumed it was merely her overactive imagination, likely a result of emotional fluctuations preceding her period. Yet, upon realizing her cycle had begun, a sense of agitation persisted. The little tiger in her arms was restless, gnawing at her clothing and tugging her towards the exit. Believing it was dissatisfied with its name, she endeavored to calm it down with affectionate gestures, kisses, hugs, and lifts, but to her surprise, none seemed effective. Lord Tiger leapt down, pacing anxiously on the ground, as if trying to convey something to them, yet everyone remained oblivious to its unusual behavior. After all, they were crossing species boundaries. Luo Ning attempted to soothe it, but Lord Tiger continued to pace back and forth, glancing at her and then towards the door, as if anticipating something ominous.
Su Feng,
too, watched it with keen interest, recognizing its restlessness as indicative of some impending concern. Yet, despite his astute nature, he could not decipher the language of tigers. Do you have something to say to us?
Su Feng inquit tentative.
The tiger nodded. Is there some unspoken issue? Again, the tiger nodded. Could it be? You are constipated? Su Feng's bewilderment led him to utter such a thought. The tiger, infuriated, seemed to emit smoke from its head, abandoning its sharp gaze and instead swiping its paw at Su Feng's calf. Was that my fault? Su Feng exclaimed. I was merely asking after all. You haven't touched any fruits or vegetables in days. You're driving me insane. Lord Tiger roared. The mutant beasts are coming, not just one, but a horde, a vast multitude capable of flattening the base. "Let's go take a look," Luo Ning said, following Lord Tiger's lead towards the exit. At last, it seemed somewhat settled, breaking free from its previous inertia and dashing ahead of her. On the towering city wall, a cloud of dust could be seen rising in the distance, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down, projecting an aura of unstoppable force. The direction of this chaos was none other than the Sea City base. "Qin Chuan, do you see that? I think I just spotted a massive swarm of unknown creatures rushing this way," Luo Ning exclaimed, her heart racing as she turned to Qin Chuan. "I cannot see it, but I can smell it, a distinct scent of mutant beasts approaching from the south," Qin Chuan replied with a furrowed brow. Luo Ning's apprehensions were confirmed. Her unease was not unfounded. Her vision was sharp, allowing her to perceive events unfolding over 10 kilometers away. Could it truly be a horde of mutant beasts? In her previous life, she had been injured during a mission and had lost consciousness for several days, awakening only to learn that the mutant beast swarm had already passed. Reports indicated that the base had suffered significant casualties, with ordinary people faring far worse than those with abilities, as some mutant beasts had managed to infiltrate. Ultimately, it was only through the selfless sacrifice of numerous soldiers that the majority of the mutant beasts were redirected, thus sparing the Sea City base from annihilation. Reflecting on this, Luo Ning resolved not to hesitate any longer. She swiftly sought out the nearest patrol team. Coincidentally, it was led by the previously encountered Captain Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Luo Ning's warning of an impending mutant beast swarm, he shed his earlier nonchalance and immediately contacted Su Feng with utmost urgency. He had never doubted the truth of her words, knowing that such fabrications would quickly unravel and yield no benefit to him. Su Feng, upon receiving the news, promptly disseminated a broadcast message calling together the ability users, mobilizing the military, and instructing ordinary personnel to take refuge in the scattered underground shelters of the base. Without delay, Luo Ning gathered her team and, after ensuring Aunt Li was safely attended to, rushed towards the city walls. They still had a few kilometers to cover, and time was of the essence. This time, she yearned for a different outcome. She did not wish to play the role of the Good Samaritan. But if she could save those soldiers, those innocent and admirable souls, from further sacrifice, she was willing to try her utmost. If all else failed, she would retreat. She could not simply hide within the base, watching them sacrifice themselves as they had in her previous life. After all, she had come close to death several times in her past, each time saved by the intervention of soldiers. They never inquired about her identity or origins. To save lives and protect the vulnerable was an intrinsic part of their being. Their ideals were pure and fervent, perhaps representing the belief Luo Ning yearned for yet struggled to fully comprehend. "Team, an opportunity to hone our skills has arrived. This is a rare chance. So please don't let me down," she announced, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a touch of humor. However, this time, her jest elicited not a single laugh. Even the foolish Gu Yunxi felt a touch of despondency. It was a horde of beasts, or rather, a mutated beast pack. The Sea City base was uncertain whether it could withstand such an onslaught. "I hope that when I return, I will still see all of you. If we truly cannot hold our ground, remember to flee. We are not saviors, merely ordinary people endowed with special abilities. Do not foolishly throw yourselves into the fray. Just do your best. Captain, can we not choose to retreat? Why must we charge forward in a reckless bid?" Chu Bufan suggested weakly, his confidence wavering. He was not alone. Dazhuang also hesitated, finding merit in Chu Bufan's words. "I promise to give you the choice. Go back." Chu Bufan's joy was swiftly dampened by this cold reality. "But this is an apocalyptic world. How long can we hide? Because we have fought together. I regard you as my own, and that is why I offer this reminder." Luo Ning's words struck Chu Bufan and Dazhuang like a slap to the face. "You decide for yourselves. I will not force you. That is all I have to say." Having finished, Luo Ning immediately led the group a distance away from the city walls to begin setting traps. Time was of the essence. "Big sister, wait for me. I want to go too." Zhang Yu sprinted forward, finally catching up with Luo Ning and the others. "Quickly, head to the air raid shelter. You're just an ordinary person. Why join the fray? You'd be but a morsel for the mutated beasts."
"Get back."
Luo Ning's words were anything but polite. Yet, Zhang Yu stubbornly refused to leave. determined to slay the monsters. Then go help guide the ordinary people into the underground shelter. That is also a form of rescue, she said, handing him a large megaphone. Zhang Yu carefully accepted the megaphone, feeling the weight of his responsibility, and rushed off to assist. Luo Ning glanced at the rows of soldiers heading toward the city. Among them were many ordinary people as well. Chu Bufan hesitated for a moment, convinced he was not in the wrong, and continued toward the underground shelter. He merely wished to survive. What was wrong with that? Da Zhuang also lowered his head, following him back. Most ordinary people, like startled birds, surged into the narrow passageways. Fortunately, the base personnel managed to maintain some semblance of order. Only a handful of individuals went against the tide, heading in the opposite direction. That splash of military green became the most striking sight. Chapter 74. United Efforts Against the Beast Horde. Su Feng arranged the city wall defenses and ensured that all ordinary citizens received the message, allowing them to reach the air raid shelters in time. Only then did he arrive outside the base, encountering Luo Ning and others who were busy burying explosives. The two shared a common understanding. Setting traps and barricades was the least costly and least deadly method to hinder the mutated beast horde. At that moment, Su Feng was wise enough not to inquire about the source of the explosives or their legality. After all, surviving was a blessing, especially when it was for the survival of the base. Are there any speed-type abilities users? Go check how far the beast horde is. As soon as Su Feng asked, Luo Ning replied, 7 kilometers. Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. How much time do we have left? He inquired again. At most 40 minutes. Luo Ning continued her task, laying and burying explosives without pause. Su Feng gathered the leaders of various ability teams to discuss and assign tasks. If anyone has good ideas, please speak freely. I believe it would be wiser for us to hide, to avoid sacrificing ourselves, a bearded man hesitated to say. Why don't you crawl back into your mother's womb? If you want to be a turtle, then get lost. Next. Su Feng rarely lost his temper. Yet this situation demanded urgency, and he had no patience for dissent. Are there any powerful plant-type abilities users who can divert the beasts 4 kilometers away? Find an intersection to block the path leading here and clear a new route in another direction. As long as the trees are dense enough, they should be able to obstruct some of the mutated beasts. At 3 kilometers, lightning abilities users can set up an electric grid. At 2 kilometers, earth abilities users can dig pits, larger and deeper the better. At 1 kilometer, continue burying explosives. Abilities users will intercept the remaining mutated beasts within 1 kilometer. Good. Let us execute this plan for now. First, second, and third teams gather the aforementioned plant, lightning, and earth abilities users. Fourth team, take people to bury explosives at 1 kilometer. Fifth, sixth, and seventh teams, you will remain close to 1 kilometer to provide fire support for the abilities users. Complete your tasks and withdraw quickly. If we cannot hold them at 1 kilometer, Su Feng choked on his words, unable to continue. But as the head of the base, he bore the weight of countless lives on his shoulders. All members of the 5th, 6th, and 7th teams must ensure the completion of their tasks. If we cannot hold them at 1 kilometer, we will petition to divert the beast horde. The shock on Luo Ning's face was palpable. She had not expected to witness the same events of her previous life replaying. These individuals were the very soldiers who had sacrificed themselves. Tears welled in her eyes. As if inspired, she took her mother Luo to set up barricades first. Before leaving, she left a portion of explosives with Su Feng. Su Feng was immensely grateful, saying nothing but solemnly saluting her. Miss Luo, remember to come to me for supplies tomorrow. I want to give any to others. Su Feng said with a smile before turning to leave. But once turned, his expression was solemn, devoid of any jest. I will definitely come. Alive. Though she did not voice the latter part, everyone understood. Luo Ning sped toward the 4-kilometer mark with her mother. Luo Mu and the other abilities users thoroughly blocked the path, extending it significantly, layering 3 levels both inside and out, making the approach impenetrable. They then cleared a side path leading in another direction, which should hinder some of the mutated beasts. After completing their tasks, they hurried back. The wheels of the car almost left the ground as they sped away. If the speedometer had registered any higher, she might have driven it like an aircraft. Taking off directly. Upon reaching the 4-kilometer mark, She found the lightning and gold abilities users efficiently carrying out their preparations, nearly finished. Just then, the distinctive, pungent odor of the mutated beast horde wafted through the air with the wind. Yunxiao, how far away are they? Luo Ning asked urgently. My mental energy has already been dispatched for reconnaissance. 2 kilometers, they are approaching the barricade quickly. Luo Ning stopped running back. Su Feng would supervise the execution. And she was not worried about the trap setup process. Suddenly, she remembered that Uncle Tiger had come out with her, yet he was now nowhere to be seen. In her anxiousness, she had forgotten about the little tiger. That troublesome child, just like Yunxiao, always faltering at critical moments. Why is he running around now? Just as she fretted, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed, startling the birds to flight. The mutated beasts also emitted a series of roars, filled with both fear and reluctance. Could that be her Uncle Tiger? Could such an adorable little tiger be so formidable? Luo Ning ceased her overthinking and prepared for battle wholeheartedly. It could not possibly be him. However, he was still an animal. As long as he was not trampled, he should be fine. Not far beyond the thicket, a colossal tiger stood as an imposing barrier, its roars having already caused the mutated beasts to gradually reduce their speed. The majesty of the forest king exerted a natural dominion over these creatures, even in the apocalypse, instilling a primal fear within them. Most of the mutated beasts instinctively recoiled at the sight of the tiger obstructing their path, altering their course out of sheer trepidation. However, there were always those undeterred by the prospect of death, eager to challenge the authority of the forest sovereign, such as a pack of mutated wolves and leopards, perpetually vying to usurp the tiger's throne for themselves. Seizing the moment when the tiger became embroiled in a fierce struggle with the wolves, the mutated leopards boldly surged ahead, cleaving through the dense underbrush towards the base. Su Feng had set up traps and was now leading his team to the scene. The group positioned themselves on either side of the traps, awaiting the arrival of their quarry, ready to ensnare them. From a distance, several leopards could be seen baring their teeth, exuding an aura of malice as they charged forward. Metal Manipulator, activate the reinforced metal net. Block their path.
Su Feng man.
And the leopards at the forefront were ensnared by the metallic web, tumbling to the ground. Lightning Manipulators, discharge. The lightning wielder, quick on the uptake, capitalized on the moment when the fallen mutated beasts collided with the metal net, unleashing a torrent of electricity. The crackling surge, far exceeding normal voltage, caused the creatures huddled together to convulse, their fur standing on end. The acrid scent of singed flesh wafted through the air, and the few leopards met a particularly gruesome fate, nearly cooked alive, with the unmistakable aroma of roasted meat permeating the surroundings. The larger rhinoceroses and wild boars, however, seemed unaffected, perhaps due to their thick hides, remaining impervious to the electric onslaught. Are there any water manipulators? Douse them, and keep the electricity flowing. We must hold our ground.
Luo Ning's hoted.
In the absence of a water manipulator, a stream of water surged from her fingertips, drenching the rhinoceroses and wild boars. Hurry! Unleash the lightning.
Luo Ning urget fervently.
Bolts of thunder struck the soaked creatures, seizing the opportunity while they shivered from the electric shocks. Ice spikes were thrust into their half-charred skulls. Another crack of thunder echoed as it struck the ice spikes, causing their heads to explode. Just as they reveled in their success for a fleeting moment, a new wave of mutated beasts charged in. Continue to strike. Luo Ning cried out after dousing the last of them. We're out of powers. We have no electricity left. Several of the ability users lamented. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Ning retorted, realizing the beasts were now fixated on her due to her recent actions. Outmatched, she bolted, her voice echoing. What happened to holding our ground? Who was the first to flee? Chapter 75. Excessive bravado often leads to consequences. Reversal. Time rewinds. The moment the squad learned of the impending beast attack, Chu Bufan pulled De Zhuang close, exclaiming, "Let us head to the restroom together." Inside the restroom, with their leader absent, they confided in one another. We were both saved by the boss. Now that the mutated beasts are coming, I wonder if the base can withstand the onslaught. It's clear to us that the boss harbors feelings for Miss Luo. They're just tiptoeing around each other, testing the waters. But we cannot let Miss Luo walk into certain death. If she dies, I want to have the face to live on. I've already lived longer than I should have, enjoying so many delicacies. I've profited enough. Chu Buffon declared, lowering his voice. His gaze resolute, devoid of his usual flamboyance.
Da Zhuang was momentarily stunned. Count me in.
I'll be your companion. Good brother. But if you can't speak, just follow my lead. Time rewinds. After separating from Luo Ning, Chu Buffon was busy fastening explosives to himself, his spirits high, unperturbed by the specter of death. How was my performance? Don't you think the Oscars owe me a little golden statuette? In the Goof family villa, he exclaimed joyfully. De Zhuang gave him a thumbs up, though a sense of heaviness weighed on him. They possessed explosives allocated by their leader for self-preservation, which they had kept hidden and were reluctant to use. Are we short on explosives? What if we end up blowing ourselves up instead of the beasts?
Da Zhuang queria hesitantly.
Are you feeling cowardly? If you're scared, just leave now. If you're not, then stop talking nonsense and let us get it done.
Que Buffon replied.
Actually, I also took explosives from Qin Chuan and Jiang Zhen. Even if we can't wipe them all out, we must at least save Miss Luo when the time comes. Outside the base, Luo Ning discovered she could indeed wield water abilities, eagerly awaiting the chance to drench the mutated beasts before the lightning struck them down. However, her mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. What had they just said? Their lightning abilities were depleted. As the horde of mutated beasts turned towards her, panic surged within Luo Ning. She shouted a parting remark and took off running, realizing the folly of waiting for the beasts to devour her. Although she had initially intended to act heroically by diverting the beasts, the dense underbrush and thorns were too daunting, making escape impossible. Despite her height of 1.7 meters, she was no match for their long limbs. After running a distance, she called out to Su Feng, "Prepare the next trap." Su Feng understood and took a shortcut to reach the next trap location ahead of her, warning the troops and ability users to be ready. "Get out of the way. Move." Luo Ning took a detour to give Su Feng time to prepare. As she approached the pit, she felt a sudden realization. She had leaked. Though she had anticipated a dramatic flare, this was not the kind of leak she had envisioned. In her haste to combat the beasts, she had forgotten about her menstrual cycle. It made sense now. The beasts were relentless in their pursuit, driven by the scent of blood. Luo Ning disregarded her embarrassment, recognizing that dignity was of little consequence in the face of survival. Accelerating towards the pit, she braked sharply, waiting for the beasts to close in. With a mighty swing of her blade, she decapitated the foremost wild boar, its headless body tumbling into the pit due to inertia. The scent of blood intensified, drawing the rest of the mutated beasts to leap into the pit one after another, creating a chaotic scene. Thus, only a fraction of the mutated beasts remained focused on her as a moving target. Slipping around to the narrow path beside the pit, Luo Ning managed to return to the opposite side. Given their massive size, the pursuing beasts began to tumble into the pit as well. Can the earth manipulators deepen the pit a bit more? It would make things easier later, Luo Ning suggested. The earth manipulators were nearly exhausted, and Su Feng sighed in resignation. Sure enough, he received a withering glare from Luo Ning. "Here, take the crystal cores, but remember to return them," she said, her expression one of mock pain. "This has been accumulated for quite some time, painstakingly gathered from the upgraded space of the snowball. I have yet to muster the courage to utilize it." Su Feng exerted considerable effort to wrest the crystal core pouch away. "Then thank you, Miss Luo," he stammered, finally managing to seize the bag. Extracting items from Miss Luo was indeed no trivial feat, Su Feng mused inwardly. The earth-type abilities had begun to absorb the crystal cores, deepening the pit as they did so. Since the emergence of the crystal cores, there were those reckless enough to attempt absorption. Upon witnessing the evident results, the news gradually spread. Luo Ning observed that, although there were numerous mutated beasts today, they scarcely constituted a beast tide. Could it be that she had misheard in her previous life? However, it was undeniably true that many had perished back then. Yet, it was not the time to dwell on such matters, for the alien beasts had not been eradicated and danger still loomed. A short distance ahead, the industrious and formidable Mr. Tiger had managed to block a significant portion of the beast horde, unaware of Miss Luo's intentions. He was still engaged in combat with the newly arrived beasts, swatting several aside with a single paw. In truth, using his mouth would have been quicker, but he deemed it unsightly. "Dare to harm the woman I protect? You seek death." Feeling that the time was ripe, he decided to check on Ning Ning. He released a portion of the beasts. Surely, that would not raise suspicion. Those filthy, lowly creatures could perish without remorse. Just don't venture forth and disturb my Ning Ning. Having swiftly dealt with the more formidable carnivorous beasts, he paid no heed to the few remaining herbivores. Sauntering back with an air of elegance, the deep pit was nearing completion, and the Earth-type abilities promptly sealed it. There was no need for reinforcement, as the subsequent horde of alien beasts trampled the ground flat with their sheer number. Everyone fought while retreating, and Luo Ning continued to unleash her formidable might. Her powers still abundant. As the number of remaining beasts gradually dwindled, spirits soared. Approaching the 1-kilometer mark, a strength-type mutant dragged several deceased rhinos to the bomb-laden site. All abilities users, soldiers, and even some ordinary citizens who had voluntarily chosen to guard the walls were on high alert. As the last wave of herbivores and a few scattered carnivores approached the rhino carcasses, everyone held their breath, poised for the moment to strike. When the animals clustered to fight over the alien meat, the herbivores gathered as well. The moment had come.
Boom. Bang.
The explosives detonated in rapid succession, sending plumes of dust skyward. The dust gradually settled, revealing a colossal white tiger, twice the size of a normal one, before the astonished crowd. Could it be that the timing is this uncanny? Just as the last bomb was used. Although Luo Ning had won, would she dare to charge ahead and throw it? She was the closest to the tiger, which was slowly advancing in her direction. Prepare the cannons.
Su Feng bắt cười.
Just then Miss Luo get back. Let me handle this. Chu Bufan and a Zhuang sprang forth with remarkable speed from an unseen corner, their bodies adorned with explosives, arms and legs strapped with more, while clutching several in their hands. The sight moved everyone. These were true warriors, sacrificing oneself for the greater good. Some even wept as they bid farewell to the heroes. However, in the next moment, before they could approach the tiger, they were doused by a cascade of cold water from Luo Ning. The two, drenched and dumbfounded, found it hard to believe, their spirits crushed. That's Mr. Tiger, Luo Ning explained helplessly. She could not be mistaken. The pitiful yet expectant eyes were unmistakable. Who else could it be? The white tiger obediently allowed Luo Ning to mount its back. She glanced at the still-living soldiers, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. It was truly wonderful that they were alive. Feeling uncomfortable sitting, she leapt down, leaving a fresh red mark on the tiger's back. Guyanxi, Ning Ning, you've had a little accident. A profound silence fell upon the crowd, an eerie quiet enveloping them. Luo Ning felt an urge to obliterate Guyanxi. The numerous men present turned crimson, avoiding her gaze to spare her the embarrassment. The white tigeress' ears turned a shade of pink. Yet, who could have known? No choice. With so much bravado, some is bound to spill over. Luo Ning replied calmly. She hoisted her large machete onto her shoulder and strolled back, a rather awkward tiger trailing behind her. Thus, a legend of a female hero spread throughout the base. Even during her monthly cycle, she fearlessly battled alien beasts, leading from the front. Her iconic machete became an object of imitation among many. Chapter 76, Gu Yunxiao's Memories, 16 years old, first encounter. Beneath the shroud of night, City C appeared particularly tranquil. Yet, the rain seemed determined to launch a surprise attack on those vexed by the heat, aiming to offer them a jolt. Not everyone, however, relished the rain. Such was the case for Gu Yunxiao. It was well known that he was the future heir of the Gu family, destined to bask in unparalleled wealth. He was the proverbial child of destiny in the eyes of others. Yet, few were aware of his father, who had descended into madness through his obsession with genetic research, to the extent of utilizing his own son as a test subject. While Gu Yunxiao was still in his mother's womb, his father injected him with a gene from an unknown beast discovered by archaeologists, leading to the tragic death of his mother during childbirth. Before he even developed self-awareness, he had already become a subject of experimentation. He had no choice in the matter. Seeing his form shift between human and tiger at unpredictable intervals, he felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment and plunged deeper into his father's research. However, Gu Yunxiao despised this existence, for he could not control his transformations. One day, during kindergarten, he unexpectedly sprouted a tail, leading to his peers branding him a monster. Neither human nor beast, perhaps even a creature of the night. While the teacher maintained a friendly demeanor, the seeds of inferiority took root in his tender yet precocious heart. They feared him, mocked him, and distanced themselves. At such a young age, he learned to confront the harsh realities of life. His father was virtually a mere ornament, a predetermined fate. His grandfather, after chastising his father, was left with no alternatives, for he was still his son. It was said that a lack of proper upbringing fell upon the father's shoulders. His grandfather bore guilt toward his father, attributing his extreme personality to his youthful obsession with career, which ultimately led to his father's madness. Thus, his grandfather raised him. After that incident in kindergarten, when his tale had exposed him to ridicule, he withdrew from school and sought private tutoring, never to return to the classroom. He could not control when or where he transformed. At 16, an age of rebellion for boys, Yunxiao was no exception. He stubbornly yearned to explore the world outside, unwilling to remain confined within the walls of his home. Thus, seizing an opportunity while the steward was distracted, he scaled the wall and fled. Upon stepping outside, he felt an exhilarating rush, breathing freely without the constraints of managing a family business, finally tasting the essence of freedom. Yet just before the storm broke, he once again lost control and transformed into his tiger form. Fortunately, after many years, he still managed to control his size. So pretending to be a cat was not a novel endeavor for him. In the form of a diminutive feline, he ambled aimlessly through the rain, eventually finding himself in the middle of the road. Observing the sporadic vehicles that passed by, a dark thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it would be better to be struck by a car and end it all. Living was far too burdensome. There was no freedom, no friends, no hope. He had scarcely seen his only half-sister, and although he did not harbor any animosity towards her, he was utterly at a loss for how to express affection. His attempts to play with her invariably ended in tears. Hence, their stepmother discouraged their meetings. Perhaps it would be best to simply perish, causing no inconvenience to others while liberating himself. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in the middle of the road, unafraid, even feeling a tinge of anticipation. He wondered if his father would feel even the slightest remorse upon hearing of his demise. He stood there, drenched in the downpour, unflinching, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. As the torrential rain fell, pedestrians scurried for shelter under eaves and into shops, escaping the sudden summer storm. Yet, he found the sensation of being soaked in the rain rather novel. A sleek black Rolls-Royce glided through the curtain of rain. In the back seat, a girl with glossy, shoulder-length hair sat demurely, her delicate features suggesting an air of gentility. However, her lively eyes, darting restlessly toward the window, betrayed her true thoughts. "Stop the car," the girl suddenly exclaimed, her tone laced with urgency. "Miss, this is the middle of the road. We cannot stop." Uncle Zhang replied, though his actions belied his words as he began to decelerate. "Isn't it just a fine? Pay it, and if your license points run out, you can take a break. Your salary will still be intact," the girl retorted with spirited defiance. "Very well," Uncle Zhang conceded, shaking his head in resignation. Thankfully, it was late, and the road was not congested. Otherwise, he would not have dared to halt. After all, this little tyrant had a history of leaping from the car if she did not get her way. As he, Yunxiao, awaited death, a charming, soft little girl appeared like an angel through the rain, scooping him up and sprinting back to the car. "Let's go home." Her voice was sweet and gentle, reminiscent of candy. Was this what angels were truly like? Yunxiao pondered. Once home, after delivering her gifts and well wishes, the little girl hurried upstairs with a cat she had rescued. She bathed herself, dried her hair, and nestled into a cozy, fragrant bed. After changing into clean clothes, she sat on her bed. "Why were you alone on the road? It's so dangerous. Don't run off like that again. If you ever get lost, just come to my house. I happen to be lonely, and so are you." The girl's smile was like a blooming summer flower, radiant and warm. Yunxiao stared at her, suddenly feeling a desire to live. Because there were angels in this world. He wanted to stay by her side, to protect her, and to ensure she continued to smile so joyfully. "My name is Luo Ning. What about you? Do you have a name?" After asking, she chuckled, realizing the absurdity of her question. "I'm asking a cat, and of course, you can't answer me. How about I give you a name? You have a pattern on your fur, so let's call you Hua Hua. Do you like it?" The girl named Luo Ning gently stroked his head. Yunxiao felt that today was the happiest day of his life. Someone cared for him, gave him a name, even bathed him and dried his fur. Since he had become self-sufficient, he had always done these things alone. His grandfather had told him he was a man, the future successor of the Gu family. Thus he must be self-reliant and strong, never pampered. But now there was another person. His spirit soared, so jubilant he felt like letting out a tiger's roar.
Yet,
He refrained, for if she were to discover he was not a cat, she would be frightened. Would her surprise outweigh her fear upon learning that this faux feline was, in truth, a person? He could not take that gamble, not willing to risk the precious little joy he had found. 2 days later, he quietly departed once more. He promised to return whenever he could to see her, the sole light in his life. Upon returning home, he apologized to his grandfather, willingly accepting punishment. He aspired to become stronger, to be the wealthiest person so that in the future, he could assist her in whatever she desired. Although he learned afterward that she had a betrothed fiancé, the knowledge pierced his heart like a thorn, causing him daily anguish. How could someone like him, neither fully human nor entirely beast, a potential monster capable of harm, ever deserve to stand by her side? Therefore, he meticulously researched her past, her interests, her friends, her fiancé, her hobbies, her birthday, everything about her, he knew as if it were second nature. Each time, he practiced self-control, enduring pain that twisted his senses. When the fatigue of managing the company overwhelmed him, or when he was knocked down during training, he could always think of her. And then, gritting his teeth, he would press on. Has it left again? It only returned for a few days recently. I wonder if it's starving out there, or being bullied. That wretched child. Luo Ning murmured to herself as she leaned against the balcony, peering into the night. Our first encounter. She saved me and gave me the hope to live. That year. She was 10 and I was 16. Chapter 77. Tigers can be warm too. Luo Ning walked back, feeling the peculiar gazes of the crowd upon her. She was aware of her own embarrassment, but what could she do? She did not wish for this. Thankfully, Mr. Gu was not present, otherwise. If he knew how humiliated she felt, she wondered what he might think of her. Would he perceive her as lacking femininity? Too shameless? What did it matter? By the time he returned, who knew when that would be? The latest gossip would have already seized the spotlight. Now, having paused her battle, she realized her stomach was beginning to ache. To put it simply, it felt as though someone was tugging and pulling at her insides. The tiger behind her, perceptive as ever, noticed her slowing pace. It crouched down, nudging her palm, signaling her to climb aboard. Luo Ning looked at it and smiled. I didn't expect our little tiger to be such a warm-hearted creature. You won't have trouble finding a good wife in the future. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she retrieved a thick cushion from her space and climbed onto the tiger's back. Lying there, her stomach pressed against its warm body, a steady flow of heat emanated from the slowly moving tiger. Though the weather was warm, she craved the comfort of warmth, particularly when her period arrived. The moment Luo Ning lay on the tiger's back, it stiffened for an instant before continuing its careful stride, ensuring she would not fall. When you were little, you were adorable. Now that you're grown, you're still quite lovely. I like it all. Just don't be like Mr. Gu and disappear on me. You must always stay by my side, all right? Luo Ning spoke to the tiger, not expecting a response. Yet, the tiger subtly stiffened, its ears turning a shade of red. In its heart, it vowed, all right, I will always accompany you, as long as you do not despise me. Even if you do, I will quietly remain by your side. For in this world filled with darkness, you are the only light I can see. Night fell. After the meal, the group decided that Luo Ning would rest at home for the next few days while the others would continue to venture out to gather supplies and hunt some edible exotic beasts. Upon returning to her room, Luo Ning reflected on how she had been so careless today that she had completely forgotten she was a woman. With all the running and watering, it was evident that she had engaged in more than just vigorous exercise. In her attempt to avoid wastage while watering the exotic beasts, she had inadvertently drenched herself with quite a bit of cold water. Consequently, she found herself in a dire situation as her abdominal pain intensified. What initially felt like a gentle tugging within her belly had escalated to a sharp agony akin to a barrage of arrows piercing through her abdomen, rendering her unable to stand upright and causing her back to ache as well. Indeed, one should never overexert themselves during their menstrual cycle. Otherwise, one might meet an early demise, not due to a horde of zombie beasts, but from excessive blood loss. Curled up in bed, her face pale and tinged with blue. Luo Ning's lips were also white. With her eyes tightly shut, she suddenly recalled the spiritual spring water and wondered if it had any analgesic properties. She had purchased a good amount of medicine, all for external injuries, completely forgetting the necessity for painkillers as she had never experienced such pain before. After taking a few sips of the cold spiritual spring water, she found it only exacerbated her discomfort. Snowball, is there truly no pain relief medication? I distinctly remember collecting some. Luo Ning lamented in desperation.
No.
Snowball replied definitively in her mind. Longing for some brown sugar water, she realized she could not move. Earlier, when her mother had asked if she needed any, she had firmly declined, thinking her mild discomfort was manageable and not wanting to worry her parents. Now, however, the pain was unbearable, so severe that it even affected her stomach, making her feel nauseous. Yet, everyone else was asleep, and she felt too embarrassed to disturb them. Meanwhile, in the adjacent villa, Qin Chuan was roused from his slumber. Observing the damp tiger, he understood that it needed to be dried off, and with a flick of his ability, it was soon fluffy and dry. Noticing that the tiger remained still, he grew curious. When he spotted brown sugar, ginger, and medicine suddenly appear on the table, he pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Is this for Miss Luo?" The tiger nodded approvingly, finally exhibiting some intellect. It then led Qin Chuan to Jiang Zhen's door, indicating he should knock. Qin Chuan grasped the implication and inquired, "Can healing abilities alleviate menstrual cramps?" Jiang Zhen, taken aback, shook his head. Even as a surgeon, he knew that one couldn't simply reverse menstruation. Healing powers couldn't stop the blood from flowing. After their exchange, both he and the tiger departed, leaving Jiang Zhen in bemusement. Snowball, go search again for any pain relief medication. With so many drugs, there must be some. Luo Ning felt she could still fight against the discomfort. If all else failed, she would venture downstairs herself. However, Snowball fell silent once more, disappearing from her thoughts. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Miss Luo, it's Qin Chuan. Are you asleep? Is it convenient for us to come in? What business does he have at this hour?" Luo Ning mused, having been asleep for some time.
Just a moment.
With great effort, she rose to check her modest attire. Feeling utterly drained but still managed to pull herself upright to open the door, bending slightly due to the pain. "Is there something urgent?" "Please go ahead," she said, her voice lacking strength. "Jiang Zhen mentioned that you appeared to be suffering from excessive blood loss and thought it best for me to bring some pain relief medication and ginger brown sugar water. Also, a hot water bottle," Qin Chuan stammered, feeling a surge of courage despite the embarrassment of the situation. "Thank you," Luo Ning replied, unsure whether to commend Jiang Zhen for his thoughtfulness or not. This man, usually as inconspicuous as a ghost, had shown such attentiveness. Just as she was about to close the door, a furry figure squeezed inside. After enjoying the ginger brown sugar tea and taking the painkillers, Luo Ning suddenly noticed a pair of bright green eyes gazing intently at her. Thankfully, she was bold enough not to scream. "Mr. Tiger, what brings you here? It's time for bed." The tiger promptly leapt onto the bed, snuggling into her embrace. "You didn't take a bath, did you?" Luo Ning attempted to push it away, but realized it was dry and warm, its fluffy coat still pleasant to the scent. "Have you been bathed?" she mused, before settling down with it under the covers. The little tiger curled up into a soft, kitten-like form against her abdomen, sharing its warmth with her. Luo Ning felt significantly better. "You're wonderful. I'm hesitant to return you to Mr. Gu, who will warm my belly and bed then," she chatted with the little tiger. "Mr. Gu is simply too aloof, too much of a straightforward man. Can't he see my obvious affection? Must I spell it out for him? I am a girl after all, and I don't lack pride." With some thoughts she found difficult to share with others, Luo Ning seized the moment of her discomfort to converse with the little tiger, confident it wouldn't blab like the garrulous Gu Yunxi. She sensed the little tiger stiffen, remaining utterly still. "Can you breathe? Don't suffocate yourself," she said, gently pulling it from the covers and resting its head on her pillow while holding it closely, akin to a warm pack. She even leaned in to inhale its head, finding it fragrant, reminiscent of flowers. The little tiger struggled to retreat slightly, but was promptly pulled back by Luo Ning. Don't run, I'm cold. Just a little closer for warmth. After several attempts, the little tiger finally ceased its movements, allowing her to embrace it. Its nose and mouth were mere inches from her delicate neck. Any slight motion could brush against her soft skin. Even under the night's cover, it could see the fragile veins in her neck, the exquisite collarbone, and its front paws fortuitously rested at her chest. The little tiger tried to curl itself into a ball, too timid to move, to look, or to flee. Yet, it found no desire to escape. Perhaps it was the comfort of being a warm furnace. Or perhaps the effects of the ginger brown sugar tea and painkillers were taking hold. As Luo Ning continued to speak softly to the little tiger, she eventually drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, there was nothing but warm sunshine. The following morning, Luo Ning discovered her pillows stained with dried blood. The little tiger had long since vanished. Am I truly such a restless sleeper? How could I have bled onto my pillow? She pondered, not thinking much of it as she changed her sheets and made her way downstairs. Chapter 78. Visiting the base. Opening a shop while the others were off on their missions, Luo Ning felt bored at home. Seizing the moment when her stomach was not in pain, she decided to take Mr. Tiger out for a stroll. The base had expanded significantly, radiating outwards from the villa atop the hill, now boasting 2 additional layers of walls and delineating between the inner and outer districts. Naturally, her stroll would take place in the inner city, where a marketplace had emerged since the apocalypse. As stability returned to the base, various shops began to open, proving that even the apocalypse could not deter people from conducting business or shopping. As she strolled along the path, she encountered various establishments selling exotic beast meat, crafting garments from beast hides, humble little eateries, and weapon shops. Among these, the weapon shop and the hide clothing store were the most popular, for both were indispensable in this post-apocalyptic world. Luo Ning contemplated whether to open her own small shop to earn a few crystal cores. Suddenly, someone greeted her.
Ah,
It's you. I saw your remarkable feat yesterday, exclaimed a middle-aged man, giving her a thumbs up. Oh, really? Thank you for the compliment, Luo Ning replied, surprised that someone recognized her. Although it felt a bit awkward, she responded graciously. Soon after, a multitude of people, men, women, and children, began to greet her in succession. Well done, warrior, praised a somewhat frail-looking man. Are you sure you're complimenting me? Luo Ning asked, bemused. You did splendidly, little girl. You didn't bring shame upon us women, encouraged a woman, patting her shoulder. Luo Ning found it quite strange. Did these people not seem like acquaintances? Had she truly become so well-known merely due to yesterday's exploits? She grasped the woman's arm hesitantly and voiced her confusion. How do you know me? Am I famous? Absolutely. Your heroic deeds spread throughout the entire base. You've made us proud, the woman replied, nodding appreciatively. But you weren't even there yesterday.
how could you know it was me? Luo Ning questioned, puzzled.
Pretty, with a great figure and a tiger as a pet. Who else could it be? The woman said, glancing toward the imposing figure of Grandfather Tiger behind Luo Ning. Luo Ning understood then. It was all because of Grandfather Tiger. The tiger, having noticed Luo Ning's sudden gaze upon him, felt a shiver of guilt. Would she discover that the blood on her pillow was indeed his doing and come to seek retribution? In truth, he could easily compensate her with a new pillow and a fresh set of linens, but retrieving them directly from his spatial storage was rather inconvenient. Seeing the foolish tiger's eyes darting away in a guilty manner, Luo Ning found herself less annoyed and rather amused. A tiger with so many little worries each day. She regarded this oblivious creature and couldn't help but think its fearful gaze bore a striking resemblance to that of Mr. Gu. Moreover, the tiger was fastidious, bathing daily and refusing to eat from a dirty bowl. It was also rather proud, allowing no one to touch it. Indeed, upon closer inspection, that gaze truly was reminiscent. What a nonsensical train of thought. Luo Ning swiftly dismissed these unrealistic comparisons and continued her exploration. As she perused the weapon shop, the owner recognized her and greeted her warmly. By now, she was quite accustomed to the attention. She embodied the notion that if one remains unembarrassed, it is others who feel the discomfort. Wandering through the weapon shop, she spotted a simple blade that caught her eye. Its design was striking, and its size just right. Particularly more understated than the grand, imposing 1.5-meter machete. The owner had mentioned that many were now specifically ordering blades similar to hers, leading to a significant uptick in business. I never imagined I would gain fame in such an awkward manner, Luo Ning mused. While the blade was appealing, its quality and craftsmanship left much to be desired. So she ultimately refrained from purchasing it, better to be selective than to settle for less. The little tiger, who had been shadowing Luo Ning like a persistent tail, noticed her pick up and put down the blade several times, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. As she continued her journey, it struck her that there were hardly any food stalls. The sole one available seemed half-hearted, offering only a meager selection of dishes. Luo Ning pondered the possibility of opening a hot pot restaurant or a dining establishment that exclusively accepted crystal cores as payment. After all, her spatial storage contained an array of seasonings, and she had amassed quite a stock of dried spices. These would be perfect for a hot pot restaurant or eatery. Moreover, capable ability users would likely be more than willing to spend a small portion of their crystal cores for a good meal. Her motivation for opening a restaurant was also fueled by the fact that most exotic beast meat was unpalatable, often carrying a strong fishy odor, compelling only the lower classes to consume it to stave off hunger, regardless of taste. This unfortunate reality rendered exotic beast meat quite worthless. With inexpensive raw materials and her rich array of seasonings to enhance flavor, it would undoubtedly sell well, and the costs would be low, ensuring a stable source of crystal cores. With this thought, her plans seemed increasingly feasible. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, one could still run a shop and earn crystal cores. However, the concern lingered. If she were to leave City C, who would manage the shop? Suddenly, a perfect candidate sprang to mind, Zhang Yu. Though she had never explicitly recruited him, he had consistently proven reliable in his tasks. Moreover, his proactive behavior yesterday had made her feel more at ease about entrusting him. With that in mind, she set off to find Zhang Yu. Upon learning that Luo Ning sought his assistance, he was overjoyed, nearly leaping with excitement, though he eventually reined in his enthusiasm under her sharp gaze. "Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely keep a close watch on the place. It's just a shop. Not a brawl," he replied, a bit sheepishly. Luo Ning handed him a bottle of diluted spiritual spring water. "Here, this is from a friend in the lab. It's said to possibly aid in awakening abilities. Remember to keep it confidential," she instructed in a low voice.
Got it.
"This will be our little secret, just between the heavens, the earth, you, and me," Zhang Yu promised, his eyes sparkling with excitement and eagerness as he clutched the bottle. "It may be a bit painful, so don't scream too loudly," Luo Ning cautioned once more. "Understood," Zhang Yu replied, cradling the bottle as if it were a precious treasure. As Luo Ning prepared to seek out Su Feng for a shop, having contributed so much explosive material, she felt she deserved a return on her investment. Upon mentioning her intention to find Su Feng, Grandfather Tiger appeared somewhat despondent, his furry head drooping in disappointment. On her way to see Su Feng, she encountered the patrol team leader. Recognizing him, she asked him to relay her message to Su Feng, thus saving herself a trip. Upon spotting Luo Ning approaching, Xia Yu and his team hesitated, pretending not to see her and turning to leave. However, they were intercepted by the approaching tiger. "Why are you running away?"
I don't bite. Luo Ning get climate et asperatet. How could we?
Xia Yu inquired cautiously. "Miss Luo, is there something you need?" "Nothing major. Just please inform Su Feng that a portion of the supplies I contributed yesterday can be exchanged for a shop, with permanent rent waived," Luo Ning said with a smile. Xia Yu's expression shifted dramatically, a myriad of colors flashing across his face. "All right, I will definitely convey your message," he sighed as he bid farewell to Luo Ning, lamenting his bad luck for having run into her right after his shift change. Being a messenger was no easy task, but he dared not decline. Luo Ning, meanwhile, was lost in thoughts of how she could establish her shop in various bases and amass great wealth. Crystal cores, here I come. Chapter 79, Zhao Ran. Just as Luo Ning busily prepared for her venture into the world of business, outside the City C base, 30 kilometers away, amidst a landscape littered with the corpses of zombies and exotic beasts, a sweet-faced girl, seemingly around 16 or 17 years old, casually chewed on a blade of grass. With a cheeky smile, her eyebrows arched in disdain, she surveyed 5 burly men bound and kneeling before her, with such pathetic strength. "You think you can take advantage of me? You should take a good look in the mirror," she scoffed, unimpressed by their brutish appearance. "I don't like your type. You're all too ugly for my taste, and seeing you puts me in a foul mood. So, with words of bravado, the whip in her hand struck mercilessly against the backs of several individuals, eliciting cries of pain from them. Out of the 5, 3 possessed supernatural abilities. Yet they were played for fools by a mere girl. They gritted their teeth in silent fury, vowing to exact revenge. However, the pain was excruciating. Could she not strike a little gentler? What kind of unruly child was this, and where were her parents? One man, unable to contain himself any longer, began to curse vehemently. So now you recognize that I am still a child? When you sought to violate me moments ago, did you consider my youth? I am not yet of age. Mark my words, you shall remember this day. With that, she lashed out again, her whip striking several more times. The anguished cries startled a flock of birds into flight. In the distance, Su Feng looked up at the startled birds taking to the sky, furrowing his brows. Could it be that another beast had appeared, creating such a commotion? A small team continued the search, another stood guard, while a third accompanied him to ascertain the situation. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison. Su Feng led a team to investigate, prepared to retreat at the first sign of danger or an unexpected occurrence. The girl twirled the whip in her hand, seemingly pained from the exertion. This was utterly unexciting. What a bunch of weaklings. Number 11. Assess whether they still hold any value. If they are of no use, toss them into the beast's den. I refuse to share the same air with them. It's stale. Understood, Miss Zhao, came the reply. The girl smiled sweetly, her dimples appearing, embodying innocence and purity. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, reflecting the glint of water. At first glance, if one were to overlook her earlier words, she might indeed resemble an angel. This little ancestor had snuck out on her own, traversing mountains and rivers from City A to this location, ostensibly in search of her brother. Yet, who would believe that? Who seeks someone while meandering leisurely, stopping at the base for a stroll and lingering over delicious treats? Day after day, her thoughts were consumed with raiding beast lairs or scheming against others. Searching for her brother? Given her demeanor, her brother would be fortunate to avoid harming others. Had it not been for the earlier instructions to protect Mr. Fu's sister, who would willingly follow this live ancestor. It was more exhausting than fighting zombies. The real fatigue was mental. Number 11's thoughts swirled, but outwardly, he maintained an impassive, detached facade. Number 22 and number 97 mirrored his demeanor, both equally weary, yet they remained expressionless, accustomed to it. Speak up, which base do you belong to? Do you know how far the Sea City base is from here? If you don't, I'll toss you to the beasts. I know. We are from the Sea City base. We are familiar with the area. A man, his face streaked with tears and snot, quickly asserted his worth. Can you spare us the pleasantries? I fear my hand may tremble. He spoke hastily. It's about 30 kilometers away. If we set off now and have a vehicle, we should arrive before nightfall. Without a vehicle, we may not make it today. The man exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a cautious glance at the girl, feeling as though his head had been spared. Internally, he grumbled, are all women in this apocalypse so deranged? That Miss Luo was abnormal. I kept my distance, only to encounter another bizarre girl. What kind of misfortune had befallen them? The girl, Zhao, narrowed her round eyes, her dimples sweet. You're not deceiving us, are you? Lying comes with a price, you know. And no, I wouldn't dare. If I lie, miss, you can kill us at your leisure. The man quickly assured her, thinking, you're just an outsider. Once we reach the base, let us see how I deal with you. 97, untie them. Let them guide us ahead. Any sign of treachery, and they are to be executed on the spot. The girl remained sweet and charming, yet there was an unmistakable darkness lurking beneath. Freed from their bindings, the 5, their bodies marred with whip marks yet unscathed on their faces, helped one another to stand and began to lead the way. Numbers 11, 22, and 97 closely followed, ensuring the girl remained protected in their midst. As they walked a short distance, the two at the front exchanged silent glances filled with hatred, a most ominous sign. A fist-sized fireball was hurled backward, aimed directly at the whip-wielding girl. Her dimples deepened with a hint of mockery. How dare they challenge her with such feeble power? Did they not remember that she was a water-type supernatural being, adept at extinguishing flames? Just as number 11 prepared to intervene, a larger fireball surged from the opposite direction. Colliding forcefully with the smaller one, overpowering it and causing it to explode in front of the thrower. The man was engulfed in smoke, his teeth dropping to the ground. His hair singed before he collapsed, unable to rise. The nearby individuals were also caught in the blast, suffering varying degrees of harm. Are you unharmed? Su Feng emerged from the thicket, stepping onto their path. Several accompanying soldiers quickly subdued the 4 men who had considered rising against them. Su Feng, clad in camouflage, stood tall and imposing, his expression cold, exuding an air of unwavering righteousness as he approached the girl against the light. "Young lady, are you uninjured?" Su Feng asked as he drew near, waving his hand before her. The girl looked up, gazing into the strikingly handsome, yet stern man's eyes, where she perceived the purest essence of black and white. She found it rather appealing. As she met his gaze, her fleeting intent to harm vanished in an instant, replaced by a sweet smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with dimples on display. "I'm fine, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have been in dire straits. I have a rather profound fear of fire. My name is Zhao Ran. May I have the honor of knowing your name? I would like to express my gratitude properly." What she left unsaid was her desire to repay him with more than mere words. "Su Feng," he replied succinctly. The girl felt a tinge of disappointment. He could have shared a few more words. His voice was pleasant too. "We wish to travel to the Sea City base. Would you be so kind as to escort us?" The girl's gaze was earnest as she awaited his reply. "Today may not be feasible. We are currently on a mission and may need to remain outside for the night. If you are not pressed for time." Su Feng's words were cut off by the girl. "We are not in a hurry, are we?" She turned to the 3 expressionless men, her eyes glinting with menace. The implication was clear. Should they refuse, chaos would ensue. "Indeed, we are not in a hurry," the 3 echoed in unison, fearing this little ancestor might stir trouble. They worried about her recklessness. How would her brother explain her misadventures to their commander? Alas, it was wretched fate that left them in charge of this troublesome child. "Then I shall accompany you on your mission. We are in no rush. As long as you take us back to the base without minding our presence," the girl spoke sweetly, her tone soft and endearing. "Very well," Su Feng acquiesced. What a pure, upright, kind-hearted, and strikingly handsome young man he was. How could one not develop a fondness for him? Chapter 80. Visitors from Chaoyang Base. Su Feng led his team to deliver the machinery unearthed from the dilapidated structures to the military's soul space ability user for safekeeping. However, the spatial capacity of the psychics is limited, necessitating that what cannot be accommodated must be transported into the vehicle. As Su Feng turned around, his gaze inadvertently collided with a pair of bright, enchanting apricot eyes. Almost immediately, those round eyes transformed into an appealing arc as she smiled. Su Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. At first, he had no regrets about rescuing someone, but he regretted agreeing to escort her to the base. Had he known this girl would be so clingy, he would have sent someone else to take them there. He found himself perplexed by his own rationale for agreeing to such a request. A man known for his strict discipline, he realized he harbored a hint of selfishness. He was uneasy about sending only 2 people to escort her back. However, they were still engaged in their mission and couldn't simply abandon their search for items. At present, the soldiers were preoccupied with transporting textile machinery, yet their glances frequently drifted towards this direction, each one grinning mischievously. Who would have thought that Major Su would find himself in such a predicament, entangled by a little girl after constantly training them? If they didn't mock him, it would feel as if they were doing themselves a disservice, wouldn't it?
What are you laughing at?
Before nightfall, let us gather our things. We need to find a discreet and safe place to dine and rest. Are we not in a hurry to eat? His stern reprimand prompted everyone to hastily quicken their pace, leaving the amusement behind. "Major Su, is that your military rank? How impressive. I'm so envious, but alas, I couldn't enlist due to my age," the girl remarked, playfully pinching her thumb and forefinger together. Her adorably naive demeanor was accentuated by her blue jeans, short boots, and white long-sleeve shirt, all of which highlighted her youthful innocence. Su Feng's tone softened slightly. "I have matters to attend to now. Would it be all right if we chatted after I'm finished?" "Sure," she replied obediently, her dimples appearing as she smiled. Su Feng thought he had never encountered a girl with such a sweet smile, especially with those dimples that could melt one's heart. He wondered if perhaps she was sweet in more ways than one. What a shameful thought. Shaking off his wandering mind, Su Feng adopted an even colder demeanor. He had no idea whether she was of age. It was truly inappropriate to entertain such thoughts about an innocent girl who idolized soldiers. Seizing the opportunity while moving machinery, Su Feng unconsciously distanced himself from the girl. As dusk fell, their group finished packing, seeking out a relatively intact building nearby. After a thorough inspection and clearing out the zombies within, they decided to spend the night there. By the time they arrived, the girl had already prepared dinner with a spatula in hand. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, enticing the hungry soldiers, making them unable to resist inhaling deeply. "Come and eat. I've made dinner," she called sweetly, her charming appearance and culinary skills instantly winning everyone over. The soldiers hastily wiped their somewhat dirty hands on their clothes, eager to grab bowls for the meal. The moment the food was finished, the spatula was snatched away by Soldier 97, feeling quite dejected. After all, he was the one who had cooked, wasn't he? Although he didn't expect praise. He felt inexplicably wronged but dared not voice it. "I'm a water elemental. Come on, don't get your dirty hands on your clothes. Let me provide water for you to wash up," the girl beckoned, urging everyone to wash their hands. The men, accustomed to foregoing hand-washing before meals, were reluctant to use the precious water from a water elementalist. Yet, when the girl called out, they formed an orderly line to wash.
Su Feng, Hesti Tang,
was the last in line. He felt a deep sense of guilt over his earlier impure thoughts and was reluctant to be too close to the girl. Nonetheless, the queue moved swiftly, and soon it was his turn. With an expressionless face, he washed his hands, feeling that her hand was too close to the ground, almost touching it, while she kept lowering her own. As a result, their hands unintentionally brushed against each other several times. Su Feng chastised himself for overthinking. Surely, she was too young to understand such matters. It was his own issue. He quickly finished washing, took a bowl, and prepared to eat. "Thank you, Miss Zhao, for the meal. We won't have to gnaw on compressed biscuits." He decided to express gratitude on behalf of everyone. "We owe you thanks for bringing food. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to prepare anything. We're fortunate to enjoy a hot meal thanks to you," the girl replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Soldier 97, who had been sulking in the corner, muttered, "You all should thank me. I was the one who cooked."
No need to be polite.
The group devoured their meal, leaving not a grain of rice behind. That night, while some stood guard, the distant roars of either zombies or wild beasts could be heard. Yet exhaustion soon lulled them into a deep slumber. In the apocalypse, one must acquire the skill to fall asleep and wake instantly, lest one's stamina falter. Su Feng was on watch in the latter half of the night, feeling uneasy. He also considered his comrades, who had worked so hard during the day. He wished for them to rest well at night. As he patrolled with another soldier, his brow furrowed slightly upon noticing the small figure curled up in the corner. Although it was summer, she was still a girl. He wondered if the ground was cold. Before he could deliberate over whether to offer her a jacket, his hand had already made the decision. He retrieved a clean army green shirt from his pack and gently draped it over her shoulders. Then, feigning nonchalance, he took a few steps away before turning back. The other soldier, catching Su Feng's glance, immediately averted his eyes, moving a little farther away. He saw nothing, and he thought, "Major Su, you can't be planning something nefarious." In that moment, the girl, who should have been sound asleep, opened her eyes wide, displaying none of the usual signs of drowsiness. It was clear she had been awake for some time, yet she remained silent, not moving, merely allowing her lips to curl into a smile as she resumed her rest, seemingly lost in a delightful dream. The next morning, the group hastily consumed some rations, preparing to return to the base. Naturally, Zhao Ran ended up sharing a vehicle with Su Feng, despite his reluctance. However, when he learned she intended to squeeze into the cramped cabin with a bunch of men, he found himself inexplicably agreeing to let her sit in the row behind the driver's seat. Afterward, he regretted his impulsive decision, feeling as though he should slap himself. He truly was losing his mind. He had spent the previous day mentally preparing himself to be calm and composed, only to be slapped in the face by reality within 3 minutes. He resorted to pretending to sleep in the passenger seat, not uttering a word. To his surprise, Zhao Ran didn't say a single word either, nor did she pull him into a conversation, which left Su Feng feeling somewhat disconcerted. Upon reaching the base, they planned to conduct their routine checks before allowing entry. Suddenly, Zhao Ran spoke up. I represent the Chaoyang base, Major Su, as the authority here. Want to extend a warm welcome? She said with a beaming smile, revealing her dimples. You are the ones who were supposed to come to Sea City a month and a half ago? Su Feng was taken aback.
So,
They were the ones who had intended to arrive in Sea City before the signal was cut off. As the signal was abruptly interrupted, I initially doubted whether the anticipated guests would actually arrive. To my surprise, after quite some time, they indeed showed up. It was her. Chapter 81. He is my brother. Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and continued to inquire. However, the individuals dispatched should have been from the military, and Miss Zhao herself had mentioned that she was not of age. Su Feng fixed his gaze intently on the girl, scrutinizing her reaction. My father is with the military in City A. I actually came to find my brother. The message was sent by me. My father is unaware, Zhao Ran murmured. Her head slightly bowed as she fixated on her toes, feeling somewhat bashful. Then, she lifted her eyes, which sparkled with excitement. But I brought something wonderful. This was supposed to be delivered by my father's men. I merely preempted their task. The girl declared, a radiant smile revealing dimples at the corners of her lips, causing Su Feng to divert his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. He was unafraid of zombies or strange beasts. Yet, he dreaded the sight of someone acting coy towards him, especially when her smile was so sweet. Is this her way of being coy?
Su Feng pondered. Then I,
on behalf of the base, extend a warm welcome to you. Let us proceed, he stated, waiting for Zhao Ran and her party of 4 to enter ahead of him before following closely behind. None of the group bore any injuries, and after a cursory inspection, they symbolically remained in the quarantine zone for an hour before proceeding to the core area. Luo Ning was ambling along the path, contemplating where to find a chef or perhaps put up a recruitment notice. Although yesterday, Zhang Yu's subordinate had mentioned he would look for one. She was at home with nothing to do and thought to try her luck. Wandering aimlessly within the base, she unexpectedly encountered Su Feng and his entourage. Upon sighting them, she noticed Su Feng and the girl, who also noticed her, and the imposing tiger beside her. With an inquisitive gleam in her eyes, Luo Ning surveyed Su Feng and the girl, her smile growing increasingly wider. Something was afoot. Zhao Ran furrowed her delicate brows, observing the radiant and alluring Luo Ning across from her. This sister seemed familiar, but from where? Zhao Ran struggled to recall. However, when she caught sight of the enormous tiger behind Luo Ning, she froze, her expression turning blank. Is that him? My brother's boss? How could he, transformed into a tiger, so brazenly appear in public without a care? Images of the cold, ruthless man, decisive and godlike, flashed through her mind. She remembered. This was the girl she had glimpsed years ago when she secretly followed her brother to Mr. Gu's office, having caught a brief glimpse before being coldly reprimanded by him. Had her brother not been on good terms with him, she might have been silenced. Zhao Ran's previously soaring spirits plummeted. Why was life so difficult? Why did she have to encounter that living embodiment of dread? The majestic white tiger cast a chilling glance at their group, and apart from Su Feng, the 4 of them stood rigidly, visibly tense. 11:22. 97. Are we interpreting the boss's death glare from a tiger's eyes? We may have developed a psychological aversion. They surely had been stared at too often in the past, and were overthinking it. Aside from Zhao Ran, who had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth that the imposing tiger was their boss, the other 3 were left speculating why the air felt so frigid and eerie. Major Su, let us hurry. We brought the latest ability level testing device and blueprints. Let us go take a look. Zhao Ran suppressed her urge to gaze at the tiger's icy stare, tugging at Su Feng to hasten their departure. All right, Su Feng agreed. Luo Ning, som hat perplexet. Merely admired the beauty before her. Her curiosity piqued. Why are they in such a hurry? Little sister, do you know me? Luo Ning called out to their retreating figures. Noticing the girls stiffen momentarily, she mechanically turned to glance at the tiger looming nearby, her smile sweet yet somewhat stiff. No, not at all. I just found you too beautiful and couldn't help but look a bit longer. Luo Ning dismissed it, nodding, thinking to herself that the girl had good taste. Major Su, would it be convenient for me to accompany you to see that ability level testing device? Luo Ning asked, her curiosity ignited. In her previous life, She had no connection to abilities, but now she had the chance to engage with the testing. Miss Zhao, is that alright? Su Feng initially intended to agree but reconsidered. Realizing the items belonged to someone else, thus needing to consult Zhao Ran's opinion. Absolutely. Zhao Ran replied with conviction. She couldn't afford to refuse, especially after being intimidated by the tiger's gaze.
Let us go then. Luo Ning mediocrity.
The tiger nuzzled her palm, lowering its massive frame to indicate she should mount its back. Luo Ning, without hesitation, swung her long legs over and settled atop. Zhao Ran, shocked. How could such an arrogant and imposing figure allow a woman to ride on his back? Brother, save me. Would someone who knew the tiger's true identity be silenced? After her initial astonishment, she noticed the others appeared unfazed. She quickly masked her unique emotions and fell silently in line behind them. Su Feng assumed the young girl was merely startled by the tiger, positioning himself between her and the beast for her comfort. The journey was quiet, and upon reaching the laboratory, the door swung open to reveal a young man in a white lab coat, elegantly handsome, with an excessively fair complexion. Upon seeing the newcomers, he showed no signs of surprise, his smile only widening. I knew you wouldn't remain idle, little girl, he remarked, stepping forward to ruffle the adorable girl's hair. The girl beamed sweetly, exuding utmost obedience. Do you know each other? Su Feng inquired, somewhat lacking confidence, feeling an odd sensation stir within him. So, she was equally charming with everyone. He is the person I came to find. He is my brother, the girl explained to Su Feng, her smile growing ever brighter. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness her brother was here to shield her from the tiger's intimidating glare. Congratulations, Miss Yao, on finding your brother, Su Feng said sincerely, realizing he hadn't noticed this before. Thank you, since I take my mother's surname, and we don't resemble each other. Most people indeed don't notice, Zhao Ran responded. Let us go check out the ability level testing device. With her brother's support, she instantly regained her vitality. The device was compact, yet it took Fui Chen quite a while to set it up. Su Feng observed as 11 conjured the device from thin air, understanding they possessed spatial abilities but refrained from asking. 11, however, took the initiative to explain, the research in City A has developed spatial devices. One can be exchanged for 500 third-tier crystal cores. Quite affordable. It was developed shortly after spatial abilities emerged, and it's likely widespread by now.
Su Feng the ma?
I apologize. Our base is simply too weak. Luo Ning interjected, remove the word just 500 third-tier crystal cores. The situation resembled her previous life, albeit with some differences. Yet this was preferable, as it alleviated concerns about their spatial abilities being exposed in the future. After all, when something is not unique, it is far less coveted. The psychic ability level assessment left Luo Ning feeling rather disheartened. Why was it that the majority were level 2, while Su Feng and that girl along with 2 others were level 3 psychics? And here she was merely a level 1? Luo Ning recalled the previous words of Xueqiu, noting that her psychic ability was bound to her spatial attributes, which explained her sluggish progression. However, this did not impede her from engaging in cross-level combat. Noticing the attention of those around her, Luo Ning beamed a radiant smile. What I possess is the essence distilled. As she departed, the tiger cast a cold glance at Fui Chen, carrying Luo Ning away. Fui Chen, unperturbed, merely responded with a bright smile.